Well, by the way, I have a video that shows that there is curving water. If you want,
Curving water. Oh man, I'd
yeah,
love to see
on a
some
lake.
curving water. It's called a lake.
Yeah, yeah, it's on a lake. Honestly, I still have some background issues. I have to figure out. I'll be back.
Seems to be coming from you. Because as soon as you left, it went away. Feedback, maybe, Mike. Oh my goodness, a lake that's curving. I wonder if it's actually going to be a lake that's curving. I'm very interested. Or if it's going to be a structure that seems to be curving on a lake and then infer that the lake's curving. I got $5 on Link Pontchartrain by Soundly. What do you got? Man.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my notebook started playing something randomly. I can show you the video if you want of the water curving.
Trying to explain it.
Explain it.
For example, okay, it's like Pontchartrain with this bridge that's doing such and so, or okay, it's like Wajipasaki with this structure that's doing thus and so.
Oh yeah, sure. I can use quite simply. So there's this guy who's like YouTuber. Like he's into filmmaking. He's like a director, like amateur director. He put a camera on like this stand that allows it to go up and down, right, and keep the same direction, right. And he it goes like a meter or so down to the water surface almost, and it shows that there's an obstruction, clear obstruction, right? Like the lower you go, the water seems to bulge, right? They like obstruct boats, trees, beaches.
What? Wait. Hold on. The water, the water spontaneously bulges as it goes down. What do you make it
Well,
horny?
I'm using like a term. English is not my first language.
Yeah, but let's be clear what actually happens. What actually happens, right, in all of these things is that you just can't see certain parts of objects, right? That's what's
Well,
really
wait,
happening.
that isn't that the curve? Isn't that what flat Earth have been asking us to prove? Like,
What?
show me, obstruction of like this target, this distance, by the like 8 inches per
What?
mile squared, or something.
You're saying that flat earthers are asking you to show them images where they can't see things or the bottoms of things, as if
Yeah.
that proves something.
Well, wait, isn't that showing curvature? Isn't that evidence of curvature at least?
Well, let's be clear. One, it's not showing curvature.
Okay, what would be then
Can't.
showing curvature?
Well, let's just focus on that, for instance. So, in the art world, when you're teaching art, there's this thing called draw what you see, not what you know, right? So, if you ask somebody to draw a curve, right, like that, versus just, okay, just draw what you see, they're going to draw a horizontal water line, and then they're going to draw, let's say, a boat, but they're going to draw the boat with the bottom not being visible, right? But they're not actually drawing any curves because they don't see any curves. Now, you could infer, okay, I can't see the bottom of something, so it's rational to assume based on other experience that it must be obstructed by an object. Therefore, I'm thinking there must be something going on here. So I'm going to create a shape to the water to give me an explanation that's satisfactory. Okay, that's not irrational. But rest assured, that's not demonstrating curve. That's just demonstrating that the bottom of something is missing from your resolved final image.
No, of course, it's an inference. Like evidence is inferential. Yeah, all evidence is inferential, right? It's rarely. I mean, even if you're watching a video of somebody like killing somebody, right? You have to make the inference that this is actually a video showing you that somebody's killing somebody, and not, just something that looks like that somebody's killing somebody, right?
Yeah, fair, but all determinate information that you could use as evidence is not necessarily inferential. Some is prima facie. So, for example, if I measure a 2x4 that I bought from Home Depot, right? So I buy it. It says nominal measurement 2x4 by 98, or sorry,
Nominal,
96. Right?
nominal measurement. Do you know what that means, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So a 2x4 isn't actually 2x4, correct?
Well, is it though? Like, you still have to make
No,
the
it's
inference,
not.
right?
It's 2x4 is milled 1.5 by 3.5.
I'm not familiar. Is 2x4, is that a plank or something like a? Because it's an American thing. Like I'm European,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's a building. It's a board that's commonly used in building, also known as a stud. They're usually the structural walls that you attach sheetrock or gypsum board to.
Okay, right.
Now,
And
they're
you're
nominally
saying, yeah,
measured. They're
yeah.
nominally measured in the way I described because they're assuming that you're going to put gypsum board on it as the face. So your entire dimension after you put the board on it, right, will be 2x4. Get it?
Right. So
So I can measure that thing to determine whether or not it is 2x4, right? Or I can determine the length, whether it's 8 feet long. Usually they're slightly bigger because they give you a little bit extra just so you can have a clean cutoff.
so wait, I don't understand. So this evidence is not sufficient because what? Even though we see clearly, right, what we should have seen if the Earth was a sphere, we would see curvature on the water surface, which
No,
would
but that's not
obstruct.
curvature. No one's seeing curvature, dude.
Okay, how can then what are you flat earthers asking as evidence for the curve? I hear people here ask this all the time of Globers. It's like a
Measurement.
curve, a measurement. Okay,
Yes.
what does it matter if you wait? Okay, do we need to measure your car in order to know your car like exists? Is it not sufficient evidence that I show you like, hey, there's a car?
That's not
Like,
the same, dude.
or do I
Here,
need to measure footprints?
You have an explanation, right? That could be congruent with why I can't see the bottom of things, but it's not necessarily the case.
That's never going to be the case. Nothing is necessarily special in science. Even if you're
What?
measuring something, there's going to be error. There's measuring error in all instruments. And the most precise
Fine,
one is
but
like,
an inference isn't a matter of error. It's a matter of propositional ifs.
uh,
Okay, so you prove the conditional if not by just appealing back to itself. You prove it by a direct measurement.
well, wait, okay, wait. So you're saying we have to like some? Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
yep,
see why this is not.
absolutely. Let me put
I
it to you
don't.
like this. I'll put
I
it in
just
a
don't
logic
grant you.
form. Go
Mm.
ahead.
Well, I just don't see why we have to like also like have specific measurements of this when we see the phenomena itself, right? Okay.
No, let's be clear what phenomena you're seeing because this is not what we have agreed upon yet. The phenomenon you're seeing is not curvature. The phenomenon you're seeing is I can't see the bottom of something. The
Okay.
inference is curvature.
That is what you would measure in any experiment anyway. Is the obstruction of something right there?
No.
Oh, really? Then how do you measure it without measuring that? How do you measure the curve without measuring that?
Well, let me put it to you this way. If that's true that you can only measure the quote unquote curve by obstruction, then you essentially just have a fallacious reasoning. You're
Oh, you show
assuming
me
it's a
how else you
curve
can
to
measure it.
measure it, right? So I'll put it to it in a form of logic. So if the Earth was a globe, right, then you'd have a curved surface, and as something recedes away from you in the distance, your line of sight to it would be obstructed by the apex arc of the curve, right?
Mm.
So, in other words, if something goes away from me, if the Earth was a globe, I can't see the bottom. I go out into the world, I can't see the bottom of things, therefore the Earth is a
Yes.
globe. Now, formally, that is an official affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Wait, what? No, we're
Yes.
saying no. We're saying that the observations, the testing, right, and you can even actually extrapolate some measurement, even from the video that I posted. I don't know if you saw it. I posted it in chat because we can like find the boat there, right? The guy showed where he's standing and what the distance
Mhm.
is, the things he's observing. We could extrapolate from the video, right? The measurement there of how much is being obstructed, right? Of what objects, right? At which position of the camera, right? So it's de facto like a laser experiment. You can do this, right? Right. So but it's not an affirming the consequent, right? It's not a first of all because we're not making a deductive argument here, right? Science is not making deductive arguments. At least no good scientist would, right? Because scientific realism is you know scientific realism, right? And versus
Well,
scientific
hold on.
instrumentalism.
In order for this to not be affirming the consequent, then it can't be presented that it carries a necessary conclusion.
Of
It
course,
must
when
be
I'm not saying that,
presented
I'm never saying that. I'm
It
never
must
saying
be presented that the conclusion is conditional. If the
that. Of
conclusion is
course it is.
conditional, then it's not a fallacy. So if it's conditional, that means it's not conclusive. That means you need another piece of evidence to conclude.
I mean, why would you need why would you need another piece of evidence? This evidence stands
Because
on its
that
own.
piece of evidence is inconclusive. It can't carry the conclusion.
Wait, why not? Wait, this is evidence for the conclusion.
It's evidence
Wait,
that the conclusion is possible. It's not evidence
no, no,
that
no, no,
it
no, no,
is
no.
necessary.
It's already granted possible because it's logical possibility, right? Because if it's no contradiction inherently in it, it is logically possible, right? What this experiment shows is that it's more likely because it matches the observations, right, of the real thing that we hypothesize has this shape, matches if it was that shape.
No, it doesn't.
Right? Well, yes, it does. We would see an
No, it
if
doesn't.
the Earth was a sphere, we would
It
see
doesn't
this kind of
match.
phenomena happening. It does match. We would see this kind of
No, it
phenomena
doesn't,
happening
dude.
if the Earth had a curvature.
So sure. So let's say that the Earth has a specific curvature, right? Because it's a fixed size, right?
Hmm. Yep.
So if that's true, then that means that this linear line of sight obstruction would happen consistently, correct?
Oh, well, there's optical phenomena happening, right? As flat earthers love to point out whenever like evidence is
Right,
presented to
right.
them like this,
How convenient.
right? Well, no, that's convenient for your side because look, there's a reason why scientists have not been doing this kind of measurements to try to prove the shape of the Earth, right?
Because it
Because
can't prove the shape of the Earth. That's why.
because there's a lot of potential interference, right? But somehow flat earthers, like weather conditions, like refraction, towering, looming, right? There's many optical phenomena that happen when, like, especially a body of
Yep.
water like evaporates, right? There's many things that can interfere with the observation, right? Which is why the laser experiments that flat earthers do are also kind of in the same problematic sort of position, right? As is this video
Yeah,
too, right?
that's only
But
if you
that's
assume the extreme. So, for
assume what?
example, you got to assume extreme. So, for example, there are shots of the Canigou Mountains, right, greater than 250 miles away. And if
At
you do the
what
math
height
out,
observation?
dude, the height of observation is like 9,000 feet.
9,000 feet.
Yes.
So at
Now,
so the observer wait. So the observer is at 9,000 feet. How much is that?
yeah, you do all that math out and you find that the target in question should be almost a mile below the alleged drop angle off the curve of the Earth, so what you should be
So
obstructed, right?
so your
So let
high.
me
Wait. So
finish.
you.
So let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me finish, bro. So if that's the case, then that supersedes the globe geometry by orders, bro. Not just
We can
little wiggle room,
sure. Well, we so the surface of the planet is not uniform, right? That's another thing, and
right?
it's not a perfect sphere in our theory, right?
Right.
It's an oblate spheroid at its
Yeah,
just
yeah,
basic
sure.
sort of
Where do you get
consideration.
the mileage
Plus,
differential from?
well, wait. I actually want to see this. Can you show this? Because so the observer there is at the height of 2.7 kilometers
You know,
high, right? And yeah, can you show the experiment? Let's do the calculation. You know, why not? I'm gonna.
well, I'm in a vehicle, so I can't do it for you right now.
Oh, can you name the experiment? I can find it. Maybe I'll maybe search it up later. Or
So there's a few of the shots of the Canigoo because it's one of the prime targets of what used to be like the world Guinness record photos, right? So it's there in the Guinness records, and it's also used to be at an organization called Beyond Horizons, which had a competition for the longest photo. And so the Canigoo Mountain it's a range, not just a single mountain. And so there's different shots. There's three different main famous shots, and each one is more extreme than the other. But the main point about it is, so me and my friend Kiwi on our live stream back over on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, a while back, we were going through teaching him how to use the curve calculator in regards to certain things, and we ended up putting the Canigoo Mountain shot in there, and it just so happened, because the Globers always use refraction as an ex post hoc excuse to just scale it up,
Flat
right?
facility.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, yeah,
See,
that's fine. But see, it's necessary for the globe because of all these supersedery observations. So the point of this is to prove to my friend that there is an ex post hoc excuse. I demonstrated to him that the category of what's known as extreme refraction in the slider during that time, it may have been updated since then, but it's highly relevant. We recorded it live. Is it was only like 0.003 off from the exact amount they would need to defeat the Canigoo shot, essentially proving that Bislin put that into his calculator for the purpose of having a metric you could click to make Globers think that the Canigoo shot is normal on the globe.
we
So
would have to go through.
I've also had Globers argue that refraction makes the globe unfalsifiable because any observation that a flat earther gives will just be excused with refraction.
Wait, but I have evidence, right, of a similar experiment where it shows obstruction, and I can get with my friends and I can show you hundreds more where it shows obstruction at a distance, right, including sheeps disappearing, right, bottom down, right.
Well, yeah,
So
we
and
all know that the bottoms of things disappearing is a phenomenon. Sure.
you would why right? Well, that's so. I don't know if you know Redline, the YouTuber.
Well,
Probably heard about him.
yeah, but sure. So let's just stop right there for a second. So things disappearing, right, from the bottom.
Yeah.
I've witnessed things disappearing from the bottom at the lake in my hometown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which the target point is only 333 meters away.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible that it's the curve of the Earth causing it because the curve of the Earth is not significant enough at that distance to include an entire boat or the bottom of a boat or any significant portion of a boat.
Was it cold that day?
Let's say it was. Either way, it proves that the bottom of something can disappear without the necessary presence of any dramatic Earth curvature.
Well, again, so we were back to like the original sort of objection that you had there, right? Look, so these kind of experiments, like line of sight observations, right, are prone to potential interference from weather conditions, right? That causes refraction, reflection,
Right. So,
towering
well,
luminance.
yeah, that's great.
So,
But let me
so
ask you this
why would we
question:
use them experiments?
How big is too big before you would consider the globe falsified?
One-off experiment is not going to do this. Like, if somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, I measured your car and it's like 3 miles long," I was like, "Holy shit! I think you did the measurement wrong there, buddy. My car isn't definitely 3 miles long, right?"
No, that's a false analogy
How so?
because either your car is however long it is or it's not.
Yeah, right. But the point is that just because somebody
So
like
somebody can
has
measure it, somebody can
right,
measure it wrong,
That's the point.
But at the same time, AI is not talking about measuring anything wrong. So when he talks about Canigoo, he's talking about a shot that's an impossible shot
Well, we
on
haven't
a
done the measurements yet
hold
of this,
hold
right? I've been
hold on,
asking.
hold on, hold on. Canigoo is a shot is not measured wrong. It far exceeds the metrics of something possible on a globe. Now, what you're talking about is, yeah, we have many other things where you can see things disappearing. Well, it's not an argument. That's you know you familiar with Karl Popper?
Yes, he's a
You
myth
know what?
philosopher.
hmm So, do you know what black swan is?
Black swan fallacy.
Mm,
Yes.
mm. Right. So it only takes one black swan to disprove that all swans are white. Well, back
Yes.
back in the day, in early flat Earth, globe Earth banter, right? All swans were white. Look at this boat disappear behind the Earth curve. Look at this building that's disappeared bottom up from Earth curve. All of
Yeah.
these instances, all of these white swans, right? It was Earth curve. Now, like I said,
Yeah.
we have shots where it's like, actually, no, because look at this shot that blows beyond the metrics of what would be possible on a globe. Black
Cool.
Swan.
Cool. No, I understand what you're saying perfectly. So first of all, I mean, he mentioned this already. I think you're here. And I asked him to show the actual information about this, the observer height, right, the distances, etc. He said he's in a car. He can find it. Right. I've been trying to find something, but I would rather some flat earther actually defending this to provide this, right? Because I don't want to
Mm.
strawman potentially somebody. So for now, this is just claimed evidence, right? On the other hand, I've showed a video that shows curvature with water, right? And I can think of many others in my head that I can potentially find of
Yeah,
things
Okay,
being
hold
white,
on.
actually obstructed.
white
Before you go
Swan.
on, keep in mind, since Elijah wasn't present, that he admitted that all is the evidence that he presented shows is the bottoms of things being unable to be seen and inferring that that is curvature. It's not necessarily showing curvature prima facie.
Oh, it is evidence for curvature of the Earth. That is what I'm claiming.
No, evidence of curvature is that you have some sort of way of actually determining that it is curvature. Just seeing, you
How?
know, well, because there's one thing for it to be like, say, it can be an affirming the consequent. If you're like, oh, look, boats are disappearing bottom up, that means it's evidence of curvature.
Well, it is.
Like,
Okay, how else are you gonna measure?
well, it would
How
have to
else are you
be,
gonna?
that's not measuring it. That's looking at things that appear to have disappeared bottom up and then inferring that, yeah, that's curvature. That's not a measurement. Now,
You know,
I mean,
a measurement would be something like what we call the black swan, where you know that the horizon is supposed to be at one specified distance and you have something other than the horizon as a reference point. Like, have you seen the black swan? What we call the black swan with the oil rigs?
oh, I've seen the Ulrich videos. It's not convincing
So then you know what I'm
because
talking.
it's not zoomed in from the beginning. You
Not
don't even
about
see.
it's not about convincing. It's a video. It's zoomed out. The dude zooms in. Drace has posted so many times the GIF, but it's also a video from BMLSB 69. He has many of them. There's at least
Right.
three different shots of the same thing, at least. So what we're talking about is someone who is 1 foot off the ground.
Elijah, you're literally the cause to the Ukraine and Russia war, so I don't want to hear it.
Okay,
okay, you're literally the cause of yourself getting banned. So,
That's not banned. That's not a bannable offense. I said my open mind.
This
hey,
is a,
I said
brother,
my
brother,
open mind.
brother,
I'm
this
autistic.
is a
Are you making
curated
fun of
room,
autistic
curated
people?
by us. So you're gone. Goodbye.
For what? What'd I
Because I
do?
They
said so.
can
That's why.
in a
Goodbye.
guest room. They can meet you for any reason. Should have read the rules, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
I like to
interested in people
see.
coming in here and just making fun of people for no reason. All right, at least engage
Is that the
until they
only
say
power
something
you're ever
stupid.
gonna have, you fag boy?
Yep,
I
that's the
don't
only
know.
power I'm ever going to have. I have the power to make you come in here and call me a fag boy and then run away. So that's my power.
You're not supposed to say those
Yeah.
words. Is a TOS thing.
Oh, that's true. Didn't he
Like
call it to me? And then I said it.
I'm
Did I
gonna
say it
let it
twice?
slide.
Dang it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it slide. No problem. Show of
So
good
anyway,
faith from the.
like I
Yeah.
was saying, so you have all of these instances. It's not just the black swan. I personally did this as well. I was just talking about it last night. So you have what you're supposed to have, which is, see, you have an idea that the horizon is geometric because it blocks things physically. Well, it has to be at a specific location, from where you are, to actually block things that move beyond it. So if we use a formula, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, or 1.32 times the square root of the observer's height, which includes refraction, quote unquote, which really kind of defeats you guys' argument, tangent to a tangent point. You can't have a tangent if all the lines are bent, let's be honest. Then the black swan shows that there is no geometric horizon. There's no geometric horizon, then it's proven that what you think is earth curve blocking the bottoms of boats is not.
So
That's
sorry,
not
I'll
a
look.
real
I'm
thing.
I'm trying to look for like the evidence of this, like the whole oil rigs being, when you zoom in, they like keep, they like, it doesn't seem to
Let
be an
me ask you.
obstruction.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm only finding
Can
people
you zoom
debunking this
in?
and showing how it actually shows a curvature
Let me
anyway.
ask you a question. Can you zoom in beyond where, like, say you're at your house, right? You zoom
Oh,
in.
man.
Can you zoom
Go ahead.
past your house?
So that can I zoom
Can
past
you
my
zoom
house?
past your
What do you
house?
mean? Okay, so wait, you're talking
If you
about,
zoom in and
yeah.
your house is in your line of sight, can you zoom in beyond your house to look past your house?
Can I zoom in with my camera on the phone? Yeah, sure. I think, yeah.
If you're looking at your house and it's in your line of sight, the camera's field of
Uh,
view, if you zoom in, can you zoom in to look past your house?
yeah, I can
Yeah.
direct the camera past, like a direction. Yeah, like I'm not sure what you're
You
getting at here.
listen.
It's
If
kind of
it's in the line of sight and you zoom into it, what's gonna happen?
what gonna see it like a bit more high resolution.
Exactly. You're just gonna
So
magnify what's in the shot. You're just gonna
cool.
see your house. You can't zoom in and then see beyond your house if
Yeah,
it's
but when
a
I did
line.
not zoom in, it did not show like it disappearing bottom up before.
You're not listening though. You're not dealing with the argument. That's how you should know that
Oh,
your point is defeated. Again, you can't zoom
Okay.
beyond your house, can you?
What
Yes or no?
you mean when the
It's yes or
house
no.
is in front of my view and it's like occupying the whole fucking view? Of course not. Sure.
Okay, so
So
there you go.
what?
That's because it's physically there.
Yeah.
So if I zoom into what is supposed to be the geometric horizon and it's not physically there, then it's not physically there. You can't there, there's no way to debunk it. The horizon is behind the oil rigs.
How can you prove that? Prove that
You
every
can
time we see an
see the
obstruction,
horizon
that the
because you can
horizon
see
is
the horizon
behind the
behind the
object
oil
being
rig.
obstructed. Actually,
dude,
Because you
nobody
can
said
see
that.
the horizon behind the oil rigs. That's why.
Nobody
this is
said
so.
that this happens out in every case.
It's
Well, yeah.
called a black
Can you
swan.
maybe
You
show?
said
Can you
you
maybe show the
understood
video?
Karl Popper, the philosopher, but I'm telling you, this is a black swan. You
Uh,
keep on presenting
cool.
white swans, so it's showing me that you're not understanding,
Can you
Papa.
post the evidence? I'd like to analyze this.
Well, you said you saw it.
I only
No,
saw
no,
the.
he didn't.
I saw
He
the.
said he only saw it from the Sorry, you could say it yourself, but
I saw. I the only things I found is well, the things I clicked on is like debunking this, and that it still shows that there's actually
Okay,
obstruction happening
what's
after
you
this.
need the
debunking it?
Some
original, brother.
well, yeah, you need to show me the original, please, because I mean, hey, I showed you my video.
All
Showed you
right.
mine. You
Well,
show me yours.
all right. So let's hope that
But
this is
not
not.
a GIF, not just only a
Let's
GIF. If
hope
probably
this
it's
is
on
not
YouTube, right?
a.
Can you
Yeah,
give me the
I'm gonna
YouTube?
do it. Let's hope that this is not just a big ass waste of time.
Cool. And also, does he confirm like the distance to the object,
Of course you
observer height?
can. Of course
Oh
you
yeah,
can.
there's specific facilities that anyone
Cool.
can verify where they are.
Does he geolocate himself? Like where is he standing?
Yes, you can see
Cool.
everything. Look,
Cool. Let's
Yeah,
see.
he
listen, brother.
shows, as
Listen,
far as I
brother. That's
remember too,
why I said.
he shows the camera at like his chest height and then lowering it to the ground to be about 1 foot, I believe.
That's why, because you're not focusing on see, your argument has to do with, again, affirming the consequent, seeing something and assuming, inferring that that's earth curve. What I'm talking about is a method for establishing whether or not there's a geometric horizon. I'm not inferring anything.
Like you're always inferring things from evidence.
No, it's a method that establishes whether or not. Yours is just inferring by seeing.
I'm sorry.
Mine is,
All
well,
experiments are
okay, well, it's
observed.
supposed to be at this distance, so I'm looking for it to be at this distance. You don't have a metric. You're just looking at something. There's no metric with yours.
That's all experiments. You're
Well,
looking at
that's not
something.
100% true. There is at least a fundamental metric in a sense that you could say, okay, I know for a fact this vessel is, 20 feet tall, and
Right.
the red line is 7 feet from the bottom of the hull. So if the entire
Right.
red line is invisible, then I can't see that red line, which is 7 feet. So I know
Yes.
at least 7 feet of said object is unresolved in my final image. Now, notice the
Exactly.
terminology I used. I didn't say obstructed in my final image. I said unresolved because that's the information that I know for certain.
Okay,
I
okay,
don't know for certain
What I
it's
mean,
obstructed.
okay, wait.
that's
I can.
technically, hold on, let me respond. That's okay, technically true, but the metric I'm talking about is the geometric. So I'm talking about the earth measures. So I'm talking about the distance. They have no distance measurement. That part is well, it's not assumed. They just say this is due to earth curvature. Based on what metric? Well, they don't know how far the boat is. They don't know how far the horizon is supposed to be because there's nothing in there that would satisfy those things. What I'm talking about satisfies all those things. And that's what we're talking about, the geometric nature of the supposed curved earth. So you have to be able to satisfy all those things.
So you gonna find a video?
I have the video.
Post it,
Oh, tit
please.
sucker.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a video that was done by Redline. No,
You
Red's
wanna
Rhetoric.
you wanna watch
Where
it
he
together?
shows
Who else is in here?
we don't have to.
How many people are in here? Well, I guess it's early. Fuck it. There you go.
Okay.
It
What
doesn't
are
get
you
any
talking
it
about?
doesn't get any clearer than that.
You can only play it if there's a certain amount of people.
No, you can play it even if it's like 30 people in here, 40 people.
No, but I
It's
mean
not
you
gonna it's
personally.
not gonna stop people from coming in or anything like that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying. It's like you're like, I could do my magic show, but there's only 3 customers, so y'all can go home, suckers. Well, wait, we paid our ticket. Oh well. Ta-da! I made the customers disappear.
Yeah. So nothing is going to undo what I'm showing you. This is supposed to be impossible. Things disappearing from the bottom up. is not proven to be because of Earth curve. But this right here is impossible because they're supposed to be Earth curve. There's the difference. There's no debating or going back and forth with that.
Man, touching it.
What's
Hey,
up, Matt?
Just listening to this clown, bro. I'm just amazed. He's been going on for a
hey,
while.
hey, that's Mr. Clown. That's Sir Clown to you.
Yeah.
He's a lightweight.
Everybody goes with the working harder. I try to work smarter. I don't know. Kiwi's like, yeah, of course I showed the one with the bent oil rings. I want them to say refraction. Fuck all that. This shit is clear as day. Look at the thumbnail.
Now, I will submit to whoever's listening, and I don't want to overcloud the other guy who seems to be watching it at the moment. There are attempts at examples to attempt to prove that this type of observation can be made on a globe by putting objects on a cylinder and then supercooling them and putting a hyperdense gas over them. Okay, now pay attention to this point. In order to create circumstances that would cause this type of visual phenomenon, they have to induce extreme variation in the environment that is orders of magnitudes higher than anything we experience on Earth. That means that it's not happening on Earth.
Well, actually, no, because you're talking about like where they use the gas and something behind the gas is seen, right? Or
Correct.
Okay.
whatever, basically. Well,
Yes.
the thing about that is you can't disappear one point and make it appear at another point. They haven't successfully done that.
Yeah, but the point is that the attempts to recreate these effects are done with temperature variations and density variations that are beyond the scope of anything we experience in the Earth. They're like hyper acute, isolated incidents, right? That just don't happen. So in order to
Yeah.
prove this thing that they say is happening all the time, they have to use such extreme things that never happen, and that proves it's not happening.
So, but I'm looking at the video, and you
Hmm.
know what's a telltale sign of like uh, when you have like optical interference,
What is optical interference? Define it.
like refraction, right?
Refraction. Define it.
Towering, looming, right?
Refraction.
There's
Define
several.
it.
I will give you like wiki articles on this.
Okay,
It's
so you said
clear. It's
towering and
clear.
looming.
Yeah,
Can you slow
he's
down?
doing this.
Can you
He's
slow
doing
down?
this.
Can you slow down? You said refraction like towering and looming. What would that have to do with the horizon's location? And can you
Uh,
like
do
provide
you
a
understand?
citation?
Do you understand? Yeah. Well, by the way, I don't appreciate being muted when I was still talking. Hope we can
Well,
have a civil
I
conversation
just
here.
want you I
I'm
just
still
want to
talking,
know
dude.
that you're
I'm
I
still
just want to
talking,
know
dude.
that you're
But
being honest.
I'm still
Look, now
talking.
you're
I'm
getting
still talking.
insecure. Now you're getting
I was still
insecure,
talking, my guy.
but you're getting insecure
Still
now.
talking. I'm still talking.
And just let
I'm
me
still
finish
talking.
the sentence.
Yeah. So the one thing, I mean, ignoring all the other stuff, right? There seems to be like you can literally see like you're like it's like very hot day and you see asphalt and it's like you can see like how the hot gases right on it right like creating like
Yep.
waves right. This is exactly how it looks like when you have these kind of like optical phenomena right that will extend the range sometimes of observations because the light will it's kind of how you like see the light in like a straw, straw in a glass of water, right?
No,
The
it's
light
not the
will
same, dude.
it's a
Heat
similar
effects aren't
phenomena.
quite the
I
same.
can find you the specific. There's like many types of like optical phenomena, but this is
Right.
potentially like this is like easy explanation. Sure, like we know this happens, right? We've
Uh,
confirmed this. Look, optics
um,
works in this. We understand optics. Like this is this
you're
is not
being
putting it
very
in.
vague. You're being very vague. That's why I
Dude,
said to slow down. So, if you're going to claim that this is an optical phenomena, first of all, I'd like a citation posted in the chat that explains how you can have something appear to be. And then, first of all, those oil rigs are there. It's not like those are optically changed. Then you can see all the way down to the bottom of the oil rigs. It's not like that's optically changed. You can actually also see the lights of the bottom of the oil rig reflected off of the water. That's not optically changed.
Okay.
I'll give you the article, I guess, on refraction. I mean, this is beyond my
Well,
pay
you
grade.
have to tie in how refraction has to do with the horizon.
So
Because
the
you
waves of
said
light,
towering,
the waves, sure,
really quick. You said towering,
looming.
looming. Yeah, that's with respect to the horizon.
What?
Objects moving with respect to the horizon. The horizon being the obvious geometric point that these things can fall above or below. But it has
Yes,
nothing to do with the horizon itself,
you would see
supposed to be
beyond it
from you
because
can't
the
you
light will bend
you would see what
downwards.
beyond it? You would see the horizon beyond itself?
You would see beyond the horizon.
You would see the horizon beyond itself?
What do you mean horizon beyond? The fuck are you talking about?
Because we're talking about a horizon that's supposed
Hold
to
on,
be
hold on, hold on. Have you guys identified the horizon in the photo yet, or in the
Oh, it
video
doesn't
yet?
show. It doesn't show. Well, it doesn't.
yo, it's in the thumbnail, fam.
It doesn't even show any like abstract. I mean, you mean
It's
where
in
we
the
don't see
thumbnail,
anymore? It's like
fam. It's in the thumbnail.
it's like
What are
way
you
behind.
talking
I
about?
mean, any you can
It's
see in
in
a
the
you can see in a
thumbnail.
video. Yeah, you can see in a video, and the horizon isn't even a straight line either. It's
It's
like
in the
wonky.
thumbnail. I'm
Thumbnail.
looking at it.
I'm looking at the video itself,
When you look
and
at
you
the
can.
video, you can see what's in the thumbnail.
Cool. I'm looking at
Listen,
the
this
video
is what
itself.
this is the average like debate with Spartacus. He has like a slow brain. Don't be too hard on him.
At the timestamp that I showed, you can see that the horizon itself is not even a straight line either. It's like wonky. Like, how do you
Yo,
explain that? Like, it's like all over. Like, look at it. At the timestamp that I showed you,
I didn't know you was a liar this early in the morning. It's fucking annoying.
look at your own video, sir. At the timestamp that I showed, like even the horizon there isn't fucking. It's not even a straight line. It's like all over the place. It's like bulge here and there, like goes down here and there. Like this is clear example of like atmospheric refraction.
So is the horizon going backwards and forwards or something? What are you talking
It's
about?
a
Where's the horizon?
fucking optical illusion, sir. Look up the article. I showed you the article. Like
Yo,
basic
the Earth.
fucking optics.
Yeah,
What
yeah. I
article?
don't get it. Like,
What article?
what?
What article?
Atmospheric refraction. Wiki article. Right there.
But
Okay,
this isn't hard.
what does that have to do with the horizon?
Because it shows you how, given some circumstances in the atmosphere, right, you can see even beyond the horizon because the light waves will bend, right,
We're talking
downwards.
about the horizon. You said you can see beyond the horizon. So you can see the horizon beyond the horizon?
What the fuck? I mean, the
That's what you keep
you can
saying
see
because what we
beyond
see is a
you
horizon
can
that's
see
beyond where
beyond
it's
the
supposed to be.
geometric, right, beyond the geometric horizon of the earth because of sometimes, right, you have optical phenomena that allow you to do that.
Why
And
do
we
you
know how
believe
it
the?
looks.
Sorry.
Yeah, and
Why?
literally it's turbulent air makes distant objects appear to twinkle or shimmer. Right, that's what you see
So,
there in the video. Like those those oil rigs, they're not clear and like crystal like clear like images, right? They're like you can see literally the heat from the water because the sun is setting, right? This is after it's been putting heat into the water. Now it's setting, the heat is getting dissipated. Right? You can literally see how like creates like this, turbulent twinkle or shimmer. Right? That's exactly what will create this kind of
Let
optical
me read
phenomenon.
from this. Let me read from this article.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing actually. So, what we have in this video that I posted is the horizon behind the oil rigs, which is an impossibility on the globe. The horizon is a physical thing in you guys' religion, right? And so it's supposed to be obstructing things. In this case, it's supposed to be obstructing the in front of the oil rigs. Clearly, you can see that it's not in front of the oil rig. So, atmospheric refraction is the deviation of a light or an electromagnetic wave from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to the variation in density as a function of height. The refraction is due to the velocity of light through air decreasing with increasing density. Atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower or stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. Turbulent air can make distant objects appear to twinkle or shimmer. The term also applies to the refraction of sound. Atmospheric refraction is considered in measuring the position of both celestial and terrestrial objects. Astronomical or celestial refraction causes astronomical objects to appear higher above the fucking horizon than they
Mhm.
actually are. Terrestrial refraction usually causes terrestrial objects to appear higher than they actually are, although in the afternoon, when the
Mhm.
air near the ground is heated, the rays can curve upward, making objects appear
Literally this situation, by the way.
lower than they actually are. No, because first of all, it's not the afternoon. But anyway, like I said, uh,
Wait,
although
in the
in the
video?
afternoon, when the air near the ground is heated, the rays can curve upward, making
Mhm.
objects appear lower than they
Yes.
actually are.
Yes.
None of
That's
this
what.
has to do, none of this
That's
has to do, it has to do with objects in respect to the horizon, but I'm not finished. Don't disrupt me.
okay.
Refraction not only affects visible light rays, but all electromagnetic radiation, although in varying degrees. For example, in the visible spectrum, blue is more affected than red. This may cause astronomical objects to appear dispersed in a spectrum in high resolution images. Whenever the atmosphere refracts the image of a waxing crescent moon as it sets into the horizon. Whenever possible, astronomers will schedule their observations around the times of culmination when celestial objects are highest in the sky. Likewise, sailors will not shoot a star below 20 degrees above the horizon. If
Yep.
observations of objects near the horizon cannot be
Mhm.
avoided, it is possible to equip an optical telescope with control systems to compensate for the shift caused by refraction. If the dispersion is also a problem, in case of a broadband high resolution, atmospheric refraction correctors made from
Mhm.
pairs of rotating glass prisms can be employed as well.
Yep.
I'm not seeing anything that has to do with the refraction
What?
causing something that is supposed to be like the horizon in front of the oil rigs behind the oil rigs. I don't see
What?
anything in there that deals with that.
Bro,
I don't
the
know
the
how
Earth's
else I
not
can
flat.
explain. I
Well,
don't know how
well,
else to explain
well,
this to
I
you.
asked you to give a citation for
Well,
what you're saying. You're trying to
I
tell
did.
me that no, the phenomena that we see is explainable by refraction. Well, I read the article that you posted and it's not explaining it.
It
hold on.
literally
Let me.
did. You read it out. It literally did. Showed you. It
Well,
told you
dude,
how
whatever
refraction
part.
can make objects appear taller, right,
Right.
or wider or shorter, right, depending on the circumstances, right.
Right.
So
This is difficult.
You're like,
Yep,
oh, it
that's
didn't show it.
objects.
It's
Like this is really
guys, come
simple,
on.
bro. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like,
This is a
and
simple
also,
thing, bro.
yeah, and also look again. Look at the video that you showed there. The horizon, which apparently is behind the
Mm,
oil rigs, it's
right.
clearly under some kind of like optical illusion because it's not straight or curved. It's like wobbly. It's
Yeah,
wobbly
bro.
at the right ends of it. It's like higher, like like a little bit there, goes down, then a little bit up, then like a little bit up more, then down, down, down. Like, look at the video yourself. Clearly,
Yeah,
this is an optical phenomenon.
plus you can see that the Earth is round by doing a simple experiment, right? They're like little simple science experiments you could do to prove the Earth is.
Oh shit. See,
You're
they
not
got
gonna
him.
derail the conversation. Second point.
But I'm gonna
Spartacus.
screen share like my thing here. If anybody, I'm gonna screen
Taller
share the
or
what I'm talking.
taller
Wait.
or lower? Higher or lower?
Look at my screen share. This is your video.
Higher or lower?
Look at the horizon here. Look at the horizon line. It's anything but
Oh, is it
straight
in
or
front of the
even
oil rig?
curved. It's all over the
Is it
fucking
in front
place,
of the
dude.
oil rigs?
It's behind them, yes. Correct. But it's clearly like the way it's shaped, it doesn't reflect any reality possible. It's an optical illusion. It's all over the place. Like here, it's like bump here, goes up here, a little bit down here, bump here, right? Down here, right? Bump here, but like it's
This is
clearly an
great.
optical illusion.
This is really weak. So it's an optical illusion. So what you're saying is that look at that. Hold it right there. Go back right there. Right there. Stay right there. So it's an optical illusion. There's actually a horizon in front of this boat, but there's an optical illusion causing it to look like it's not there, and it looks like
Look,
it's behind the oil rigs. You see that? You
yes,
see the reflection of
it's a
the water?
mirage.
You see the reflection of the water? That little
Yeah.
green light right there in front of
Mm-hmm.
the oil rig, right at the bottom.
Mirages do that there.
Put your cursor right there at the bottom of the oil rig. That little
Yeah, I
green
see
light
it.
right there. That's a
Yeah, I see
reflection
them.
off of the water. That is
Cool.
supposed to be obstructed right now by the horizon.
Yeah, I know. Except it's not because of a fucking atmospheric fucking refraction.
No,
Like look, okay, look at
no.
the horizon. Look at how the horizon is going up here, right? It's going up here, and it's behind. Yeah, it's behind. But why is it going up here, down here, down? It's like it's like a hill almost. Like clearly, this is a mirage. This is
This
optical
is
fucking
this
illusion.
is this is silly. The
Bro,
horizon is not
Okay,
in
dude.
front of the boat.
Yeah,
So
I know.
if it's an optical illusion, then it's not geometric, right? Because I don't see optical illusions of hills that are there and then not there, right? So it's optical and not geometric then, right?
What optical illusions exist. That is
And
what
it's
this video
not
shows.
geometric, right?
Yeah, this is not
Because I've
showing you
never
like
seen an
yeah,
optical illusion of seeing something that then isn't there.
that's what a mirage is. Have you heard of a
No,
mirage?
a mirage is not seeing something that isn't there. It's
That's
seeing
literally what
something.
happens.
No, it's not. A mirage,
Yeah,
a mirage mirror image.
people have
No,
recorded experience of mirages. Like they thought when they're in a desert that they see like a lake, right, or a fuck, what is it, oasis, right? It's like a common thing.
excuse me, no. That's fucking Bugs
Yes,
Bunny fake. No, that's not that's
because
not
it looks
real.
like water in the distance. Have you never seen like heated up asphalt?
Oh, okay. What does that have to do with this?
it's a mirage.
It's a mirage. It looks like water, right? But it's
So
not.
so then where is the water that is? Because it's supposed to be blocking the oil rig.
Yeah, you're not gonna see this.
You're talking about some listen.
Okay, listen. Where the mirage line hits the water, that's where it reflects, okay? The position from the oil rig looking there is not obfuscating the camera. The camera is pointing towards the oil rig, and behind the oil rig is a mirage, yes. So that's why the oil rig is not what the reflecting factor is, but the horizon is what the reflecting factor is of the mirage. Do you understand?
Okay, but there's nothing obfuscating any of that oil rig. You can see it from top
It's
down.
just
Yes,
reflecting
but
from.
the horizon in this instance, if his camera is at 1 foot observer height, would only be 1.3 miles away.
No, it would be 3 miles away in this.
Well, no, 10 miles
Okay.
away is the distant one, allegedly. That's what he says. And by the
Okay,
way,
but
Right, but the
the
horizon
horizon is supposed
is
to be 3
only
miles.
3 miles away. So how is the
this
horizon
one,
that's 3
yes.
miles in front of the oil
Wait,
rig reflecting itself as a mirage behind the oil rig? That makes no
wait.
sense, dude.
What do you mean?
Can I ask you a question?
How is the mirage
Right now.
unbroken by the oil rig?
How is the mirage unbroken by the oil rig?
Yeah.
Because the mirage is bouncing off of the horizon, not the oil rig, and it's behind the oil rig. The horizon is behind. The horizon is
Yeah,
behind the oil rig. That's
exactly.
why.
Try explaining it. Yeah, go ahead.
I just did. The horizon is
No, you
behind.
didn't. The horizon
Oh
is
wait,
not
guys, come
behind the
on.
oil rig, dude.
Guys, come on. Look,
If the
this is
horizon was in front of the oil rig, you wouldn't see it.
like I don't get the
Well,
last
then the
addition, but
horizon, look, the horizon's supposed to be at 3 miles, dude, right?
yeah,
What?
but
Or no?
again, we're having atmospheric refraction here. It's clear. Like, look at the video. Like the whole thing is like shimmering. There's like heat going off from the ocean after the sun is setting, right?
Okay, but
It's
I don't see
creating like
anything. I don't see any
creating different
horizon in front.
densities
I
of
don't
like
see
medium
any
through which light has to
horizon in.
travel, which bends
I
it.
don't see any horizon in front of that oil rig though. The
Yeah,
horizon
yeah,
is supposed to be the Earth
because
though.
the light is traveling through like medium, right? Which like
I
like
thought you were
curves it going
talking
down.
about
Like
the
Can
it's
horizon
I,
different.
blocks boats and buildings because it's geometric. There's
Elijah?
no measure of the horizon there at all.
Elijah. So I have a question. What do you think horizons are?
Not the distance
No,
to
I'm
the
asking you to
Earth.
explain a horizon to me. How does it form?
When the sky appears to meet the ground.
What?
Sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it were the
The
sky appears to
definition.
be the ground,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, do you not get what I'm kind of laying down here? Like,
Yeah, the horizon appears to meet the ground behind the oil rigs when geometrically it's supposed to be in front of them.
no, like
Yes.
if the Earth is flat, what do you think is causing that?
What, dude?
Well, obviously, if
Okay.
the Earth was curved, then the horizon
Hold
would be in
on.
front of those oil rigs.
Can we stop for a second?
No, just answer me. What do you think a
I want to
horizon
answer
forms?
you. I want to answer you, but we got to
Yeah, go
stop.
ahead.
Okay, because you said if the Earth was flat, how would you get a horizon, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if a horizon is simply where the color field of the sky meets or transitions to the color field of the ground or the water, we're just using the word ground ubiquitously here, then obviously the propagation angles of what's below your field of vision and the propagation of what's above your field of vision aren't going to transpose each other. So you're going to have a demarcation point between those color fields in your field of view. So it's not impossible to have a horizon on a flat Earth, if that's what you're getting at.
So you're telling me the color field of the sky jump in there and blur it up?
What? Oh,
Like
one
they
more
just
time?
jump in there and obscure like everything behind it?
Oh, are you trying to say why do things disappear from the bottom?
Yeah, like why do things disappear beyond that horizon line? Why can't it
This
be
is
beyond
how
it?
we started the. This is how we started the
Yeah,
conversation.
absolutely.
Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up. Things disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, the Earth is a globe, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Okay, but I mean, like, what about time zones? How does that work?
Dude,
Yeah, but how? Why just jump to another point?
I don't know. I'm
Time
just
zones.
curious.
What's wrong with
I've
time? Yeah,
literally
fine,
never
fine,
talked to a flat
no
earther.
problem. Yeah, so time zones. I mean, so you have a varying amount of light, right, available at certain times, and people generally make the time zones around the available light.
So
So the
does the
common,
sun rotate around us?
well, look, when we look up, we see the sun rotating around us or moving over the top of our heads. That's what we all experience. So the
So
sun is not in the same location throughout the day, right? And so therefore light is not in the same location throughout the day. So therefore there'd be differing times of daylight at differing parts of the earth. Nothing wrong
so
with that.
wait, when the sun sets, why is the daytime in another part of the world?
Oh, that's simple because, well, the counter argument would be that a single light source would light up the entire Earth, but that's not necessarily true. There's plenty of instances where you need multiple light sources to light up a small space, let alone the entire Earth. Plus, you have things like atmospheric occlusion, other effects. So it's not impossible for a singular light source to only light up a portion of the Earth.
Yeah, so if the sun is moving around our flat Earth and we see it go down out of our view,
Mhm.
then why is it when it goes down out of our view, coincidentally at the same time, another part of the Earth lights up at that moment that we don't see, but we're in the dark? Like, which way
Sure.
does the sun move?
It moves in the way that it moves. There you go.
Well, no, like, which way does it move? What's the axis on which the sun moves? Because that changes a lot on east, north, west, south. You know, where does the
Well,
sun
people
rise?
around the Earth see the sun as they see it. Correct.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, okay, if where does the sun rise? Let me ask that.
Well, there's this old saying: the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Okay, so why is it when it's rising in the east, we're not seeing it in the west? Like
What? Well, because it
why is it?
hasn't reached its available to reach you yet. There you go.
Okay, so if the Earth was
Answer.
flat and the sun gets at the top of the Earth, right, like right dead in the middle in the sky, why is the entire Earth not lit up?
Well, because the sun doesn't act in the way you're thinking. You're assuming that it's a singular light source that's sending its light out omnidirectionally at an intensity sufficient enough to reach the entire Earth. Just remove that assumption and you no longer have to worry about it.
So wait, does the sun like selectively hit beams at different directions in the Earth, like randomly?
Well, has anybody ever traced the sun rays back to the source to say how they're going? The answer is no.
Yes, I'm pretty sure they have, dude.
No, they haven't. Nobody's ever followed a ray of light back to the sun.
You don't think they've traced the sun's activity?
No one has ever traced a ray of light from the surface of the Earth all the way back to the sun. Never.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to see it in space.
Okay,
Like,
so again, no one's ever traced the rays of light back to the sun. Okay, there's no reason to argue about that. That's never happened.
so where does the light come from?
Well, let's say for sake of argument, it comes from the sun.
Okay, so if it comes from the sun, once the sun gets to the top, you're telling me it just decides to like hit selective points of the Earth with beams? Like, oh, I'm gonna hit north today. Wait, let me move my light south, and it just stays
No,
there
we're
and
not.
does that.
Okay,
Like,
okay, secondarily to that, where's the proof that all daylight is sunlight?
what else is it,
What else is it is not proof.
dude? There's one logical conclusion. Unless you can present another, then go ahead.
That's not true. You have to prove your conclusion first.
What?
Yes, you don't
Yeah.
just
Okay.
to say
Okay.
if you don't have
Let
an
me prove
alternative,
my
my
conclusion real
unproven
quickly.
conclusion is automatically true. That's not how
Hey,
it works.
hey, 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 hey. You want me to turn my camera on and prove my conclusion real quickly? I'm looking outside. There's a giant ball of light called the sun, and when I see it come up, things light up. And when it goes away, things don't light up.
Okay, so you have correlation at best. Correlation doesn't prove
Yeah,
causation.
that's kind of how nature works, dude.
No, it doesn't. Correlation doesn't prove causation. You never heard that before?
That isn't that doesn't destroy causality as a concept itself. Causality could still
Right.
exist.
You have to prove causality, brother.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just wanted to.
you could you could prove causality just by basic observation, dude.
Right. So you've told me your observation is correlation. That when there's
Yes.
daylight, the sun appears to be around. That doesn't
Yeah.
mean that all light that's present originates from the sun.
Then what would be the other conclusion?
I don't need another one. You need to prove that all light comes from the sun in the first instance to make your claim.
Observation.
Observation of what?
The
Correlation?
sun coming up
So
and
we're back
lighting
where
the
we
world.
started. Yeah, we're back where we started.
Yeah, the sun coming up and lighting the world.
Yeah, so says you.
Can I get a show of hands here that whenever you guys see the sun come up, it becomes light out? Does anybody else see
No,
that?
guess what, brother? I actually
Is
see
that really just me?
I actually see daylight before I see the sun circle.
Yeah, that's because the sun beams go upwards. Like it's a
Right.
giant ball of light.
So yeah, so you're
Have you ever?
wrong.
No. Listen, okay.
You
I want
said
you
that the sun comes up and then you see light, but you actually
look,
are wrong.
Look, I want you to take a baseball and I want you to take a flashlight, shine the flashlight behind the baseball, and then put your eye, like your nose, right
Yeah,
behind
that's
the
great. I
baseball.
don't
You
mind.
won't see the
I'll do that.
flashlight, but you will see the light from it.
Yeah, sure, I could do that, but then how am I going to do that with the sun? Am I going to hold the sun in my hand and put it next to my baseball?
What? The sun's meant to be the flashlight, and you can't see the object over the
Well,
baseball,
that's great. It's a cool
but you can see the
analogy, and it
light
would
shining.
carry if I can do the same thing with the sun, but I can't. So again, you have an unproven conclusion.
What? Okay, if you got like a physical ball of light and then you put it behind a baseball
If I
from where
got
you're
a
looking,
physical, magical floating ball of light, where am I
Honestly,
going to
that's
get
a
one of
red herring
those?
fallacy.
you
That's a
can
red
get
herring
those from
fallacy.
Amazon, buddy. So listen, go on Amazon, get a ball of light, right, and get a baseball. Okay, now put your nose on the baseball, the ball of light.
Logical
behind you.
fallacy. Logical fallacy.
Okay, how?
Because you're flaccid.
Oh
I'm
my
flat. No, I'm
goodness,
pretty hard.
dude.
I'm pretty hard.
That
Not gonna
that interjection was flaccid, brother.
listen.
Is this
Keep,
guy with the sun trying to
anyways,
prove the
keep
globe right
that
now, or
keep
is he
that
just
ball
talking?
of light. Watch it shine over the surface of the baseball, and you won't see the ball of light, but you will still see the light from the source. Do you understand?
I got the Canagoo video.
Is
Right.
this
So
baseball
you're
analogy
saying,
supposed to prove the globe?
well,
I'm just saying,
he was
he's
attempting to
saying
prove.
that,
Go ahead.
I see light out when I don't see the ball of light, but you could see
Okay,
that.
It's true, dude. I'm just asking you to prove your claim that all daylight comes from the sun source alone.
Yeah, there's a
And
giant ball.
so Cyclone, his
Around
attempt
the
to prove
the
that
giant
was
ball begins to
that
show up and
the
gets light out.
daylight tends to correlate with the presence of the sun preceding or receding. Therefore, it must all come from the sun, even though he can't prove that.
You can prove by basic
all
observation.
the sun has to come from the sun, even though we see daylight without necessarily seeing the sun in the sky.
That's what I
Correct.
was explaining with the baseball example. Like you can see
Yes.
the curvature.
So what he's
without
saying is, if I could hold the earth, if I could hold the earth and the sun in my hands, I would be able to tell and prove that all this daylight comes from the sun. But since I can't, I'm going to use a faulty analogy of a baseball and assume that it correlates or corresponds or proves anything about the sun.
No, you have
Yeah.
ambient light that doesn't match the angle to the sun with the shadows like underneath cars and stuff. No, all the light doesn't come from the sun directly.
That's called shadows, dude.
Also, if you're taking a baseball, you're already like fallaciously assuming a ball Earth, right?
Well, I mean, that's what would explain it, wouldn't it?
So you are just assuming fallaciously a ball Earth.
I mean,
Listen, friend.
Can you provide
You're
another
Go
source
ahead.
of light?
Keep in mind, we don't have to.
You kind of do.
Okay,
You're making the claim.
No, I don't, dude.
No,
You
the burden
haven't
of evidence
proven
is
your
on you
claim yet.
because you've made the claim the sun is not the only source of light. What would be the
Who-
alternative?
Well,
The
that
moon.
Elijah said that, sure, but I just asked you to prove that it's the only source of light, and you
I
failed
just used
miserably.
basic observation. You said there could be another source, and I've asked you to provide another source, and
The
you say that
moon.
relies on you. You've
The
made the claim
moon.
there's another source, then put the
The
burden of evidence
moon.
on me.
The moon. Now, moving on. I
Okay, the
posted
moon can also
Xanadu.
provide light. Yeah. Good
Oh,
job,
thank
man.
you. That's the destruction of. You're just being retarded. I don't know if I
The
can say
moon
that.
literally, you can
The
have
moon.
moonlight.
Yeah, right. So now moving on. I posted the Xanadu video.
You can have moonlight, but like, does that still disprove anything?
Well, yeah, but so there's some old
So
theories
that doesn't
that the
disprove time
sun.
zones.
Yeah, that's fine. Just let me give you one thing before Elijah wants to move on with the other guy who was waiting for him to get the video. There's an old theory that the sun does give off its own light, but it also, as an ancillary effect, fluoresces the gases in the sky. And I think that was around the time of Tesla with different ether theories. So it's not the case that it's always been assumed by everyone ad infinitum that the sun is the only source of light. Okay.
I'm
There's
gonna be
also
on. I'll let. I
go
mean,
ahead,
I'll let
brother.
you move on because you wanted to talk to the other guy. So, but if the other guy doesn't want to talk, then we can keep talking.
Oh yeah, he might take a minute. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I mean, how does this disprove time zones? Like, where does the sun rise and set? And how does the sun move?
Undefined.
What?
Undefined.
So the sun just kind of goes randomly, just like does its own thing for no reason, just like
No, I'm just
bounces
saying
left and right.
we cannot triangulate or validate the sun's position in free space relative to the Earth. All we can do is see its apparent location. We do see sunlight, we do see daylight. That's what we know. We know a general routine of where the apparent sun circle is throughout the year. We know the seasons, we know all of that.
We also know time zones.
Okay, but yeah, it's light at different parts of the world at different times of the day. Sure, what's wrong with that? Nothing.
Okay, so then this comes back circle to my main point. Say the sun comes right atop the Earth, right? And therefore it would be shining everywhere. Why would there be, when the
No,
sun's at the top of the flat Earth,
no.
certain areas that are still kept in the dark
You're
on a
assuming.
continental scale?
You're assuming though. You're assuming the nature of the light source and its abilities to reach the
Where
entire
would
Earth.
so where would the moon be then during all of this? And how does the sun
I don't
actually
know,
shine? Like how
dude.
how does the
I
sun
know where
shine?
I would be. I know where I would be if I was the moon. If the sun was taking over for the day, I'd be like kicking back, taking a nap.
Okay, so the sun's on top of the Earth. How does the sun shine?
What do you mean? How does it shine?
Like
Like, what's
you're
its source?
in which direction would it shine?
Oh, maybe it shines along conduits.
Why would it choose to shine on like America and like disappear on Australia?
Well,
Because it
it
wants
would
to.
choose to
Come on.
exactly.
What?
That's not a good explanation. Come on.
It is a good explanation.
No, that's so ad hoc. You're like
Prove to
almost.
me. Okay, fair. Prove to me that the sun doesn't have desires.
Are you kidding? Why, I thought you were
No,
joking.
I'm not. I'm not kidding
God.
to you, brother.
Okay, how much value do you think is in any explanation when you can add agency to it and you say, well, it just decides to do it? Like it's not an explanation when you can do that.
Oh, really? So it's not an explanation
You know
when
what?
I
I'll
appeal to
give you a good
something
idea.
that you
Okay.
find
Go
incredulous,
outside.
and all of a
Go
sudden it doesn't
outside.
count.
Go outside. Look behind you. What do you see?
The Jabberwocky.
You see a fucking shadow, right? That's a dark spot where the sun is not shining and therefore creating a shadow behind it.
Well, how come I can
Right?
still see the things? How come I can still see the things that are in the shadow then?
Because your eyes are resistant to the sun. If your eyes weren't resistant to the sun, you would die.
What?
If your eyes were not somehow a bit resistant to the sun, you would die. You just burn.
Don't you mean go blind?
Sure, yeah. It would also be pretty bad and you'd be fucking burning. Your eye would be cooking at like 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Uh,
Confirmed.
blindness.
Yeah, like you're saying that. Oh, then how could I see with my eyes? Because your eyes have light resistance.
No, you're just kind of spiraling into a load of questions about the sun instead of providing any evidence that the Earth is a ball that spins.
This is literally basic observation, dude.
Of the sun.
Yes, of the sun. What would be
Right.
the inference of the Earth's shape
So
if
what
the
does that
sun was
tell you
doing
about? What does that tell you about the Earth's shape?
it tells me that it's round.
How
Yes,
does
if
it
you
do
make
that?
certain assumptions about the sun, right?
Because okay, hold on. Do you think there's like a great wall on Australia that blocks the sun and then like just retreats, like to let it shine again? Like when the sun is at the top of this
What
flat
are you
Earth,
talking
how
about?
do you think it's shining upon the globe in some areas and it's darkening in others?
What globe? You still have to prove a globe.
This is how I'm proving it.
By what? Saying it's nighttime in Australia?
Yeah, like how the fuck would it do that with the sun up at the top of this flat Earth?
Yeah, which
So
automatically
if I
means
light a candle in a field at the other end of the field where it's dark, the other guy's going to say, "Well, this field must be a ball because the guy lit a candle over there."
what cycle? What? Okay, I think the point is, if I may,
No. Don't interrupt. The guy has made a retarded comment about, well, it's dark in this place and light in this place, therefore we must be on a sphere. There's no logical connection there. Completely retarded.
Well,
So
I'm
it
trying
would
to
be like
explain that.
saying
why is it not shining?
if I'm lighting up a portion of a room on one side and it's dark on the other side, that must be a ball.
Then wouldn't the sun be closer to that part of the world to cause that?
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the sun be closer to that part of the world to cause that? Like
So
a
the sun
candle,
moves
right?
over
The sun's
the
like a candle. You shine it on one place, it appears, but it can still dim in another place, right?
So you're telling me a light can light up a portion of a space and not the entire space.
I'm
Yes?
saying the light can light up the entire space. That's what I'm saying.
So the candle will light up the entire field.
No, because the sun's not a fucking candle,
Oh,
dude.
so why doesn't the candle light up the entire field?
Because it doesn't
Field
have
must,
enough
because the
power
field's a
to do
ball.
that. There's not enough light. The sun has more light than a candle.
Oh, so now you're assuming that the sun does have the amount of light that you're just claiming for no reason it should have, even though
Because
obviously
literally
it
when
doesn't.
I go outside, the light seems to break through everything that doesn't block it.
What?
When I go outside, the light seems to shine on everything that doesn't block it, unlike a candle. A candle doesn't need anything to block it without it shining, but with the sun, it does this.
So when you can see the sun, it's light. Okay. How does that prove anything about the power of it?
When you see the sun, I said it's most clearly out, and a pattern has been developed of it being out.
Hey, brother. Just for sake of argument, food for thought, I got a little gift for you in the little chatty there of a singular light source shining on a flat Earth that has a hemispheric media of interference between the light and the ground. And I just
Okay,
want
so
you to
this
look
is
at
how
the
the sun
interesting pattern.
shines.
No, I'm just saying this demonstrates that you can have alternative patterns than you would normally expect from a singular light
So
source.
can you tell me the placement of the sun?
The what?
Where is the sun? So which way does the sun move?
Dude, we only know the apparent position of the sun. That's all we know. We don't know its actual physical location.
What? Do you not have cartography?
Wait a minute. Is the sun on the
We have
Earth?
literally the greatest era of international communication, global communication, and cartography, and we can't figure out the way the fucking sun moves by like basic reduction of hey, it's shining over here, hey, it isn't.
Yeah. Look, everyone agrees that the apparent position of the sun travels in, a
You mean to
routine
tell me,
pattern.
Vogue, you can't fucking figure it out for this flat Earth theory?
What?
If they figured it out for a fucking round Earth, like millions of people across the world, billions experiencing the same damn thing.
Would you say that you figured it out for the round Earth theory, and that's what you're explaining?
Yeah, I think I figured out time zones. I
Right, well,
figured
then
out
there
the
you
sun
go.
goes
There's
down,
your
sun
answer.
comes up in one area, but then doesn't in another.
So you're baseless. claims, assertions, and ramblings are the proof.
I could FaceTime my friend who's in an area of the Earth that, would be within this model in that light source and say, hey, is it light out? And he'd say no.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
So what you've proven is that it's dark in some places and light in other places. What do you do?
The only
it must be
way
a
this
spinning ball in
pattern
a
of time
vacuum.
zones would occur is if the world was fucking globe.
Well,
No.
that's just what you're baselessly claiming.
Dude, literally in your model you showed, I could be in the daylight in my part of the world, go call somebody in what your supposed model is showing light and ask them, hey, if it's light for me, is it light for you? He says, no, it's fucking completely blacked out. And there's no
Well, you'd have to
sun
do that
visible.
first. You'd have to find a model and then do that first, wouldn't you?
It's in the chat.
That's not a model, it's a demonstration showing that light
Demonstration.
could be
Okay, so
on
then
one
wait.
part of the
So
Earth
then this
and
isn't
then
your
not on
conclusive
another part
argument.
of
So
the
then
Earth.
let's dish that out the window. Let's ask again, how
What?
does the phenomenon of time zones
Well,
occur?
who said?
Why does it strip
Who
like
said
that?
anyone was? Well, he said.
Dude,
AI told you.
why is it? I'll submit this to you, friend. You have a lot of assumptions that have to all carry for your claim to be
Dude,
true.
my assumptions carrying is called fucking calling somebody.
Okay,
Asking them, hey, is it light out? And he shows me, no, it isn't.
Friend, I'm sorry that you drank 5 Red Bulls this morning, okay? But please let people finish their sentences.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so what's wrong with the concept that the sun is not what you think it is, and the media between you and the sun is not what you've been told it is, and so light is actually behaving in a way that you don't commonly know? What's wrong with that?
So light just divvies up in these sections
Well,
for no
dude, look
reason?
at my GIF. But look at my GIF. Is light not divvying up in sections in that GIF?
No, it's making a shadow from where the light source can't reach.
There you go, brother. So dark some places and light other places.
So when the sun is at the top of the Earth, it just like splits the Earth up into little time zones, like light here, dark here, light here, dark here.
Dude, why is that thing curving the light? Why? Like, why is the light not going everywhere in that demonstration there?
Because the light source isn't hitting it. But is the sun a striped like light, dark, light, dark? Because that's how it looks on a time zone. If you were to flatten out the Earth, that's how time zones work. It would be light, dark, right?
What?
You don't know, bro. You're asking us about the sun, and now all of a sudden you're telling us about the sun.
Dude, go get a picture of what you just explained, please, because you didn't really do a good job explaining.
Get a
Maybe
flat
picture would be better.
fucking map of the Earth.
Dude,
look at where it's light.
You
look
go
at
get
where
it.
it's dark for these time zones.
Hey, man, I made this. I listen, friend. I posted this sweet GIF here. Okay, it took me three calories to click the button. You can go get me. You're the one you're talking about.
I actually can't send it in chat. I'm not.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Then I don't know which one you're talking about, dude.
The first thing that would come up on Google.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about either. He's like, he doesn't know what flat model he's thinking about or what sun model he's thinking about. Go and get yourself on timeanddate.com, go and play around with some models, and then come up with an argument. So far, you're just rambling.
If I did that, it would prove my point.
Go do it then. Prove your point. That'd be nice.
Wait. Oh, fuck. I was going to share my screen so we could do it with each other. So is that what our argument just comes out to? Go Google it? If that's
the argument comes down to
you just said go to
timeandday.com. No.
I'm going to do it right now.
If you want to know what the argument is, the Earth has no measurable or detectable curvature, and so can't be the ball they've told us. Pretty simple.
Okay, look at a flat map of the Earth with time zones showing where it's dark and where it's light. Explain how the sun could pull off such a shape.
Well, why don't you pull up a map of the time zones
of massive scale obstructing it?
Why don't you show us a map of the time zones that you're talking about?
I literally can't. I fucking can't. Go look it up yourself.
Well, I've already seen maps of the time zones, and they don't seem to match the idea of a spinning ball.
Do you have friends outside of your country?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, you're outside my
Okay.
country. We're friends,
Okay.
right?
No. Do you have friends on the other side of the world?
I've got friends all across this flower. Yeah.
Okay, where is it light in the world? I'm gonna hold on.
Can you
Day
see
and
the
night.
side chat?
Already,
Here we go. Okay.
already
Okay, hold on.
conceded.
Do you have a friend in Australia?
Everybody,
Do you have a friend in Australia right now?
who cares, dude? We already conceded that it's different darkness
so
at different
how
times of the
could it create that shape? The model you've shown does not match the shape I'm seeing on this map here.
Okay, let's look at that, right? So the model you've shown.
You can't DM the screen you're looking at, bro, so we could post it for you or something.
Can you see the side chat?
Hold on, let me see.
He might not have perms yet, brother.
I can't even send it to the side chat now.
Here, DM it to me.
Yeah,
I got
DM crit there, bro.
No, yeah, I got you.
Because here, look at this is your conceptual idea, right? This would be your model and how time zones would work.
Yeah,
like
correct. Check that, or check your DMs. My bad.
Okay. All right, got it. Oh, timeanddate.com. Okay.
Yeah. How would light make that shape?
Okay, here, look at this one. The one I posted here. This is the sphere. And you got the one that's a light green and the rest is blue. There's like a light green behind. Okay, so that would be the lightest and the darkest if globe, right? Like that would be high noon.
That completely relies on the sun. What?
Like say the high noon is in that light green area. That would be like high noon for that spot, that time zone.
Dude, go to the fucking map, okay, that I sent in chat. Explain it to me. I don't even care about whatever globe you're talking about. Just go to that map and explain it to me. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's for you to explain. Your source is for you to explain. I'm seeing if I can meet you here, right? So is this your conceptual idea?
Let me see. In the chat, is the link you sent my conceptual idea?
No, the one I have here. I'll post it again.
What the fuck? Dude, no, I look at the map I sent. I literally don't know why you're trying to put an argument in my mouth. Go look at the map I sent.
Yeah, time and date uses what model? What model does that use? Is that a globe or a flat Earth?
Globe.
Okay, so you want me to explain flat Earth if globe. So take your globe and explain flat Earth on your globe.
No, explain how the sun would shine like this on a flat Earth.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, let's go one step at a time here. Do you see the image I posted?
Okay.
I want to know what his image is, homie Slice.
Oh, yeah, there's a link to time and date.
Man, you guys are slacking. I want screenshots, brother.
The Mercator projection.
Dude, this isn't even a circle, man.
No. If it was okay, it is taking a circle and making it flat. Listen, if it was flat to begin with, right? How would the sun shine and make that shape? What would be obstructing to cause that shadow and presence of darkness?
Okay, so in the one that I posted there, which was the one you posted, it shows the sun over Africa there, right?
So this is your model?
My goodness, dude.
Whose model is this? I've literally shown you mine.
Hey, dude, can you quit spazzing, bro, for goodness sakes?
I don't know, because like you guys are trying to fucking like put
Dude,
words in my
listen,
mouth.
dude. I know you have an interview today at a prestigious law firm that you have to be at 5 minutes, so you have to get everything out in the next 30 seconds. But for
Well,
goodness sake, dude, chill.
I mean, all right, but you're just putting words in my mouth. You've done this like 3 times and try to make an argument to argue
What are
against
you
that isn't
talking
even
about?
there.
I'm just trying to
I've
explain what I'm looking at in this picture,
okay.
dude. What
How
is
does
wrong with you?
on date and time? How does this work? Tell me.
That's a Mercator projection. That's not
Goodness,
the
dude.
flat Earth.
Yeah, dude, it's painful, dude.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I told you that
So
right from the
the
very beginning. Repeat
Mercator
back to hold
projection
on,
is
Taffy.
taking a
Repeat back to me.
globe.
Taffy, repeat back to me. Is that a flat Earth or is that a globe?
Okay, so hold on.
Okay,
On a
repeat
flat
back
Earth,
to me.
how
Is
would
it
this look?
okay? I have to. Okay, we gotta make sure you're understanding this point.
Look, on
The
a flat Earth,
Mercator.
how would this
Okay,
look?
the Mercator projection, is that flat Earth or is that globe?
That's globe.
Okay, that's globe. Okay, good. Now you want me to explain globe or explain flat Earth if globe. If a globe projection, explain to you flat Earth. I'm gonna try, okay? You gotta be able to pay attention and listen.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with this. Let's get rid of the projection. Let's go back to the globe, okay?
Okay.
So here would be a conceptual idea of a sphere. And the green line here would be the time zone. That would be high noon, correct or incorrect?
I mean, literally, I just want you to explain how it makes that
Okay,
shape.
let's go step by step, okay?
Let's go
Does
ahead
this
with
work?
that. Let's go ahead with that. Why not?
Okay. All right. So you're okay with this, right?
So green is where the light is? Or
Yes,
is it
well,
where
green would be high noon. The
Are you
brightest
trying
spot.
to tell me that time zone numbering is subjective?
Not just subjective, it's completely it doesn't match a globe. They have to do a projection to make it
Yeah,
match.
that's a negative.
Look at this
Versus
is the
a
way it looks.
positive.
Okay, so your concept of do time zones work on the Earth? No, they work on a sphere.
No.
Yes,
Oh my
not on an
god.
Earth.
Okay, hold on. Do you believe in numbers?
Okay, well, how about use both yes and no and drive onto your point? So we gotta get
Do you
back
believe
to
in numbers?
use both yes and no and drive onto your point.
Do you believe in numbers?
Okay, use both yes. I
What the
believe in
fuck are you
numbers.
talking about? Do you
Because
believe in numbers?
because it doesn't matter what answer I
You're
give you,
making
you're
this
not
point
listening.
of,
Do
oh, well,
you
it's
believe
all in the
in
same
numbers?
spot of the
What does
world.
that?
Do you
What does
not
that?
believe in positives and negatives?
Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying
You're
because
literally
you're not.
bringing up, oh, this is high noon in the same spot. No, that's a positive and a... God, dude. That's based off of fucking time, dude. That's AM and PM, okay? A positive and a negative. Listen, do you believe in that? Do you believe in positives and negatives?
Okay, use both yes and no to get back to whatever point I'm making, and then because you're not listening to what I'm saying, so I'm trying to get you
No,
back to
because
what I'm talking about.
you're asking me a question that's inherently flawed and skewed towards something that just isn't correct.
Oh,
Like, this is
brother,
fantastical. Because you're trying to say it's 12
brother.
at the same time at the same point, not understanding what AM and PM is. Do you believe in positives
That's
and
fine,
negatives?
dude. I'm looking at the picture he posted, and I see square lines, triangle lines. So yeah, I guess those don't work.
This time zone does not match the observable, what you would think if it was a sphere.
The map I sent is literally not
a
a...
set of political reasons. Like, there's plenty of reasons that time zones are made this way, and it's usually because of things like trade relations, right? Like the international date line has a little cutout for Micronesia, and you know,
Yeah,
other
I'm trying to
states that
fucking
trade with
tell
each other.
you. I'm not trying to tell you
Kiribati
that
and so on.
time zones, in the sense of their subjective creation. I mean, that's completely mathematical. But what I'm
No,
saying
that's
is...
what you said. You said time zones are
Motherfucker, by
only
time zone, I meant the
explained.
objective areas where the sun is shining. In that map I sent, correct? That was not what you were talking about. Time zones divvied up on subjective lines. What that map was talking about is, where is the sun physically shining observably? Do you understand?
Yeah, physically shining right now over
Yes.
Africa, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that look like?
What does daytime look like?
No, what does that? So your idea is it would look a certain way if globe.
Yeah, daytime. Daytime, dude. That's how it looks.
Here, I
Yeah,
DM'd
it
you all
looks like
three ideas.
daytime on a flat Earth too.
Let me
So I
see
don't
what
get
you
Does it
DM'd
look
me.
like A, or B?
You're trying to prove to me that time zones are subjective. Duh. Okay? I'm
Okay, but you
talking about
said
where
they
the sun
weren't. You
is
said they were
physically
objective.
shining.
You
A
you were
time
saying they're
zone is
objective.
yes, you can have subjective interpretations of the objective world. But listen, you cannot objectively deny the sun is shining in one spot and not in the other. I'm not trying to argue for the existence of time zones. There's no logical rooting. You can't. But you can create
Yeah,
a
on a
logical
flat Earth,
rooting.
the sun shines in one area where it doesn't in another. What's the big deal? What's the point?
Look, fucking in a logical rooting, why would the sunshine objectively look like this? Not based on time zones, which you
What are
can't,
you
I
talking?
can't argue.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, you have time zones. So what are you saying?
What the fuck? On a flat Earth, you have time zones? I'm not even arguing. Oh my god. When I say time zones, I mean where the sun is shining and not the subjective concept of it.
Yeah,
Okay?
so we live on the Earth, and yeah. So what?
See, you broke your worldview here when you said time zones prove the globe. The
Oh my
globe
god,
doesn't
I
use the correct time
clarified, dude.
zones.
I clarified I was not talking about the subjective concept of a time zone. I was using the term in the sense of literally, objectively, where the sun is shining and where it isn't.
Yeah, okay. So the sun is shining
So look
right
at the map
now.
I sent.
The
How would
sun
it
is
create the
shining.
shape?
The sun is shining right now. It's not shining right now in Australia. It's night over there. So what?
Okay, so how would the sun do this? What shape would the sun take?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What
How would
position
it
would the
do it?
sun
It's
take?
excuse me. It's over here, like you said. I can physically see the sun. Australia can't.
Okay, so what
It,
position would the sun take?
it's right here, physically
Okay,
right here. The same answer you
so the
gave.
sun does not go from east to west. It just spins around in a
The
circle
sun goes from
around
east to
us.
west. I can physically see it moving right now, like in your
So the
answer.
sun spins around us,
Now you're
right?
getting real. Now you're getting more ridiculous.
Wait.
Hey,
I'm asking you. Wait,
hey, sir. Just like you said, what are you talking about? The sun is physically right here. It's daytime.
yeah, and then it sets and becomes nighttime. So which way does the sun move?
It moves towards the west. What are you talking about?
Okay, it
Now
moves towards the west
we're
and then
talking about
disappears
moving.
and becomes nighttime for an area
You
where
should
it's in
be
the east.
asking
What does
you
that
should be
imply about the
asking
shape?
you should be asking which way is the earth spinning? Because on a flat earth I can see the sun moving. Apparently you see the same thing I see. Uh-oh. You should be talking about spinning with the earth falling backwards away from the sun. I
Yeah,
don't hear any
the
of that
Earth
in your
does
rhetoric.
spin.
I
What's
don't
your
hear
point?
you arguing for a globe. I can see me
The Earth
spinning
does
backwards
spin.
from the sun. I don't
But
hear any
you're
of that in
asking me
your rhetoric.
to make a claim that's just as simple as like, oh well, the Earth goes
No,
around
I'm not
east and
asking you to
west.
do shit. I'm already
What I'm
telling
asking you to
you.
do is
I'm not
prove to me
asking
how,
you.
from
I'm not
our
asking
basic
you.
perspective,
I'm not
from
asking
our
you to.
view,
I'm not
right?
asking you
If
to
we
do
were in
shit.
America and
Oh my
looking up,
god.
hang on, let me finish.
I'm not
If
asking you to do
hey,
shit, bro.
easy,
I'm not
easy,
asking you to
cowboy.
do a damn thing.
Hey,
I'm asking you
talk.
to
Hold on, I'm
tell the
talking.
truth.
Hey, talking. Okay.
Hey,
Anyways,
you're
if
not
we're in the
talking.
sun,
I'm talking. So you see the same shit that I see. The sun moving. That's not what you're supposed to be talking about. You're supposed to be talking about how you're falling backwards on a ball. But you're talking about the same shit I'm talking about. The sun's moving because that's what it looks like. That's what it's doing.
okay, so I'm asking you from your perspective, what could cause this?
This is a losing
The
argument
sun
for the
moving.
globe.
The
Yeah,
sun moving
Okay, which way is the sun moving?
to the west.
Okay, does the sun go under this flat Earth or does it stay around this flat Earth?
What are you talking about? For
Does the sun
everybody, it
go under
goes
this
to the
flat Earth?
west.
Okay, so when it goes to the west, what happens? Does
It
it go
goes to the
under?
west. It goes to the west.
So
So
then
you
how does it
can't
come
see
to
it.
the east?
It comes from the east.
No, but how? How does that happen?
It does.
Yeah, what is the mechanism?
It does.
it does what
It
it
just
does. Yeah.
teleports?
No, I'm not saying it teleports.
So what does
I'm
it
just
do? How does it get to the east from the
I'm
west?
telling you what it looks like. It comes from the east and it
Okay,
goes towards
and
the west.
Yeah, but
That's a
why do you
Every
fact.
think
single
that's
day.
happening?
That's a
how does it get
fact.
there?
Okay, if you're
How does it get there?
arguing, are you arguing it's facts right now?
Yeah, but
I'm
why
asking,
is
how
this
does it get
happening? We're
there?
asking why.
Well,
What do you mean?
imagine if this
What do you mean?
guy.
How does it get there?
How does
Yeah,
it get there?
how is the
Because
sun going
the
from
sun
the
is
west to the
moving.
east?
I
How does that
I
happen?
thought we established the sun is moving.
Yes.
Yes, but
So
how?
which way does the sun move? Does it move under Earth?
Well, it moves towards the west, and then I can't see it, and then oh, look, it's coming from the east again.
Yeah, but why do you think you can't see it?
Who cares?
What happens?
What do you mean?
Who
Who
cares?
cares? Okay, now this is a
Who
clown
cares?
response.
Hold on,
Elijah
friend. I got
actually
something.
has
No,
like
Oh my
actually
God.
has respect
I
for
Fine.
you.
get it now. I get it now. Never mind,
Who
dude. Never
cares,
mind.
man?
You know what? I
Yeah,
can't
never
even
mind,
argue
brother.
with you. My bad.
Yeah, you can't, brother.
You're
Yeah,
right. I
you
can't
sunk
argue
your
with you.
you sunk your
I think
Oh
battleship
it's
my
when you
God.
were
magic,
It's like,
saying
bro.
oh
You guys think
shit,
it's
it's
magic.
not there. My
You
bad.
just
Okay.
Calm
decide
down,
to do
bro.
it. Just
Whenever the bear goes behind the mountain, it's just not there. I don't know what happens. What does the bear do? Fucking like, what do you
Is it
what do you
like
think
something
happens
like
when
if
you
you don't
can't
see the
see
sun, it's
something?
not there
It
type of a
disappears.
thing? If you don't see it, it doesn't exist in reality?
All right, calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down. I think AI was trying to get in there.
Well, I just wanted to point out, so in the heliocentric cosmological view, there's the idea of something that's like space-time conduits or Einstein-Rosen bridge, where parts of space and time can be linked through like a wormhole or something, where you can enter in at one space and time and appear instantaneously at another space and time. Now, that concept, is generally accepted by a lot of people as being
There's a
perfectly
wormhole
okay and
under us.
legitimate. What?
There's a wormhole that brings the sun from east to west.
That's not,
Guys,
dude,
don't
that's
just
not the
interrupt
point.
him. Let him finish.
Literally,
The point
all I'm
I'm
asking is
making
explain
is
how it gets
that
from east to west.
here you got a Glober
Don't
here helping you
interrupt.
out. He says time zones are not because of the shape of the earth. Time zones are for trade.
Why are you still stuck up
convenience,
on this point?
because
Guys,
you're
I'm
let
asking how
AI
the sun
finish.
gets from east to
okay.
west.
Guys,
Yeah, at
AI
ease.
was making a point.
Yeah,
Let him
my
finish.
only point was that in the heliocentric worldview, transposition between space and time instantaneously through essentially teleportation is generally accepted in advanced physics and certain theoretical physics. But if you mention it in regards to explaining anything about the flat Earth, all of a sudden it's spontaneously retarded. I find that
But
interesting.
do you think that this is happening to the sun though? Like in the flat Earth?
Well, I mean, there is at least one ancient document that describes that that's what the sun does.
Teleports.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to be making that claim to point out that the concept is accepted in the globe world without much fuss. But then, if
So
anyone was
what?
to even
I don't
propose it
accept
in
it.
another mechanism, okay, that's fine. Well, he's making the point that a lot of people seem to be spazzing out at what we're talking about here, when in reality, you guys are believing some pretty wild
Yeah, but
concepts yourself. And I would like to say,
I don't believe it. Why
no,
are you
not you.
attributing
I'm not
beliefs
talking
to me?
about you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about this other guy. And I would like to point out, I wish you guys were as genuinely inquisitive about the story that you were told as children by your teacher, that you live on a spinning ball in space, as you are when it seems to be defining what the sun seems to be doing in observable reality. Like, you're demanding every single answer, like, what is the sun doing here? What is this? Like, imagine you had that same zeal of inquiry when it came to
Okay,
you
so you're
being
not making a
taught
point.
that
Moving
you
on. How
live
does
on
the
a
sun get from
spinning
east to
ball.
west?
Y'all be filibustering.
I like
Yeah,
the flat.
I don't care about any of theoretical physics. I just want to know what happens to the sun when it reaches the
Flying
west
into the
point
Twin
and then
Towers.
appears in the east point. Like, what happens? What
Flying
is the
into the
mechanism?
Twin Towers.
Does it go under our flat Earth?
Well, listen. None of us are claiming an omnipotent view of exactly what all the luminaries are doing. What we are talking about is
Okay,
observable
but that's the thing. You don't have to
reality.
answer it
Why are you
because it disproves
spazzing
your
out?
entire
Why
fucking
are you
argument.
spazzing out? Listen to this guy. You sound hysterical, bro. Calm down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
We're
he
not.
sounds
dude,
Hispanic.
Dude,
I never
just
thought we
calm.
could
No,
recess back to
stop
caveman
talking.
times where we
Stop
thought, like,
talking.
if it
Stop
disappeared, and
talking.
goddamn.
Listen, bro. I mean, you can keep talking if you
I
want to
don't
keep
know what
embarrassing
happened.
yourself, but you could just remain quiet and listen and be an adult. So we're not
Okay.
making omnipotent claims about we know what exactly all the luminaries are doing. We're not actually the ones
I'm not
making
saying you're
claims
making
about
that
the
claim. I'm making a
luminaries.
fucking claim, dude.
You guys are the ones making wild claims generally
Who are you
about
talking
fitting
to?
all everyone who's claiming a globe. We're
Well,
not
no,
claiming
you're not
no
talking to me.
distance
You're not
to the
addressing
sun.
my claim. You're
We're
talking
not
to this
claiming.
random guy who I don't know who the
We're
fuck
not.
you're speaking to.
I'm addressing the point in general about questions
Yeah,
related.
and I'm not talking about the point in general. I'm getting to specifics. This is called a dialectic.
We've got questions about the sun too, obviously, but we can only observe
you can't
what we
answer
can
it.
observe. We can only observe what we can observe, which is the sun repeatedly moves
Oh my
east to
god.
west above our heads. And like Elijah pointed out, that's not actually your claim that the sun is moving as we observe. Your claim is something contrary to what we observe, which is that the ground is moving.
Yeah,
But as
my
soon as we
claim
want
is
to ask
that when
you
you
a question,
don't see
as soon
something,
as
it
we
can
want to
still
ask
be
you
there.
a question,
Boom.
as soon as we want to ask you a question about how you know what you're claiming about the sun is true, we can't get any answers for that story. We just have to
Yeah,
accept
you can.
spinning
You go
ground
ask
at
somebody
1,000
at that
miles
side
an
of the
hour.
world.
There's
Yeah.
there's an experiment we can do, which is not that costly. We can just ride a plane and follow the sun. This is absolutely
You go and
doable.
charter a plane to follow the
Well,
sun and
they
let
have.
us know what it does.
Well, they have.
Okay, so post
So
it
the
then.
sun was going from east to west, and it seems like, get this,
Okay.
it didn't go under the flat Earth.
Okay, so post what you're talking about.
Okay, hold on, wait.
It's hard for me to find sex nowadays. In 2019, I was raped.
That's stunning and brave.
Who is that? I'm just gonna mute that guy. Mute
I have traveled, and though not completely, from Seoul, Korea to Munich, Germany, following the day,
Marvin
and
Magic,
then
quit
from
being
Munich,
weird, dude.
Germany to New York, John F. Kennedy, and then from there to Seattle, Tacoma, following the day. The sun never went through a wormhole; it just continuously was in the sky.
So the sun was always above the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. The sun's
No,
always
but there
above.
was no wormhole. There was no Einstein-Rosen bridge.
We're not claiming wormholes either. The sun is always above the ground.
Okay,
That's
so
what
then
we
how would the
observe.
sun
That's what
shine
we
in such
claim.
areas? How would the
Well,
sun
the
create
sun's
such a
moving.
shine?
Well, you agree the sun's moving, yeah?
From our
No.
perception, listen, from our
Wait.
perception,
Wait.
obviously, because we view things in a stagnant. But from
Right.
the perspective of space,
So the sun's moving.
no,
So the sun's
from the
moving.
perspective of, my God, from the perspective of space, the sun wouldn't be moving. But from our perspective on Earth, yes, the sun would be moving.
So if we flew a drone up and we weren't standing on the ground, would the sun still be moving?
What?
Well, why is the sun moving?
It isn't.
No, from our
wait, the sun
perception,
isn't
it is. But no,
Okay, you
motherfucker.
got contradictory. You got someone says
Wait.
it's
We
moving.
need to clarify. Yeah,
Okay,
we need
go
to clarify this. One of you says it's not moving. One of you says it is moving. What is it?
No, I think both of us are saying the same thing. We just have a
Yeah,
different point of approaching it.
I'm taking
So
the
is the sun-
approach
so is
that
the
I
sun
think would be
moving?
more effective to handling you guys because you guys only believe in perceivable
From
reality, right?
you standing on the
Yeah,
ground,
so we're only talking about reality, correct? So is the sun moving?
the sun.
From
what
our
perspective?
perception, it would, if you were standing still, not you weren't moving, but things were moving around you, then yes.
Wait, so are you saying the sun's moving or you're moving?
From our perception, if you were standing still, the sun would be moving. Yes. So then.
No, not from our perception. We only have our perception. I see the sun moving, so I'm
we don't
assuming
only
the
have
sun's
our
moving.
perception. Do you not believe in metaphysics?
What do you mean?
Do you not believe in subjectivity and agreeing to conclusions that are
Well,
assumed?
what other perspective is that? You don't have that perspective. What are you talking about?
Yes, I fucking do. What? I'm using language.
So what is it? What does the sun
I'm
look
using
like
tons
in
of subjective
your other
things. I'm making tons of conclusions. I have a general
Right.
idea,
So
right?
by
that
your
downstairs
perspective,
there's another room.
Let me understand
I
what
can't
you're saying.
see
No, I
it,
don't.
but I can use subjectively in my mind a pattern to say that could be there.
Right. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So by your perception, you see the sun moving, but you're saying by another perception, what do you see? And how do you see it?
By another perception?
Well, yeah, you're saying there's another perception other than what you see.
No. Listen.
Yeah, that's what you
My
just said.
point is, you can make a conclusion that something is moving without directly seeing it.
Yeah, so,
And having
but we
noticed
do
a
see the sun move.
pattern.
So that's what we're saying.
Okay?
So we see the
No,
sun. So we do see the
listen.
sun move. Yeah, that's what we're saying. So we see the sun move. So the sun is moving. Yeah.
Sure.
For us,
Let's
yeah,
go with that.
it would appear,
And
yes,
this is what I'm
correct.
asking. If the sun was moving,
Okay. So
if the
how is
sun
the
was
sun
moving,
moving?
hold on. If the sun was
Tell me
moving,
how the
which
sun's
way is
moving.
it moving?
Wait, how is the why is it moving? How is the sun moving?
Yeah,
From
how is
our
the sun
reference
moving?
point, it seems like it is, though it's not.
Wait. Oh, wait. So you're saying it's not actually moving?
No,
The Earth is turning, not the sun
from
moving.
our perspective.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay.
The Earth
So
is
the
turning,
sun.
the sun is not moving. But listen, if
Okay.
we were to
Okay.
take your
So
argument
so
from
if
our
we're not on
perspective,
the
the sun was
wait.
moving, could you explain how it gets from east to west?
So now we're okay. So
No,
now you're
because you
saying
don't want to
it's
answer this
not,
question. From your
it's
logic,
not the
everything's
sun moving.
perceivable. So from your logic, how the fuck is it moving from east to
Calm
west?
down. So you're saying it's not the sun moving, it's the ground moving that's
Yes,
making it
it's the
look
Earth
like
moving.
the sun.
But let's go with your priority, right?
Okay.
That we can only
So let me
understand what
ask
is
you this.
perceivable.
So that's
How
why
does
I
it go
asked you
from
this.
east to west?
Right, so that's why I asked you this. So if I take a drone and I fly it up, I'm no longer on the Earth. Is the sun still moving?
Yes.
Yes, if you
Oh,
don't
I
move the
thought it was
drone with.
only moving. I thought it was
Well,
only
if you
moving
just
because
take it from your
the
perspective
ground.
and you look at it at that moment, then maybe no, it might look like it's not. But yes, overall,
Okay,
yes,
so
the sun is moving.
could you show me the drone footage that shows the sun not moving?
No, I can take a camera up on a space balloon and show you the curvature of the Earth. I don't know about you and what
Wait.
your
But
fucking
you were
drone
talking about the sun
thing.
moving. You're talking about the sun moving because the ground is moving. But I'm saying if we leave the ground, so
No,
that's not
So
moving.
let me
listen,
ask you a
listen.
serious
Okay,
fucking
hold
question.
on.
Serious question.
Wait. Do you know what a priori is?
Well, can you answer my question first?
Do you know what priori is?
No, do
Or do you know what
you know
a
what
logical axiom?
a priori is?
Elijah,
Okay,
please, bro.
do you know what a logical axiom is?
Do you know what a priori is?
Yes, hold on. Do you
Clearly
know what a
not.
logical axiom is?
No,
I just need
clearly
to
you
know
don't
before
know
I
what
say
it
this.
is. Clearly you don't know what it is. Now let's
I
not
literally,
move off of
dude,
what.
no,
Let's not
because
move.
I'm about to ask you, do you
No,
believe in a
you're not
logical
going to
axiom?
ask the
Because you're
question
criticizing
because
my line of
he
thinking,
already
and so
posited
I'm going
something
off
that.
of your logical
Oh
axiom that
my
we can only
God!
perceive
No,
Guys, stop
Wolfgang.
it.
and that's your
Stop it,
logical
bro.
axioms, then how does it get
Fucking
from east to
hell.
west?
My
All
God.
right.
Elijah, go on.
No, AI. Wolfgang just said that in your paradigm, the sun is moving because you're spinning east to west.
No. Oh my
No,
fucking
don't
God.
say no. Yes.
Listen,
Don't say no.
I'm
Yes,
I'm
because you
operating
don't
from
want
your
you don't want to
logical.
be refuted. Something in your cognitive ability is breaking right now because once again, you hear something that makes sense from your childhood. Maybe you've asked yourself this question before. Ooh, if the earth is spinning and that's the reason that the sun is moving, then if I'm off of the earth, then shouldn't the sun stop spinning? Maybe you thought of that before. And now it's kicking in, and now you're refuting your own childlike self. So, again, if we are on the forget that. If the earth is rotating, and that is what's causing the things in the sky to appear to move, then when you disconnect from the earth, those things should stop moving. Everyone knows that that makes sense.
No, there's a reference frame, right? Inertial reference frame. You,
Yeah, the
even though
inertial
you're not
reference
on the
frame is the
ground,
things in the sky. The
still
non-inertial
rotating with
reference
the
frame
planet.
is on the earth. So when you disconnect from the
Yes.
non-inertial reference frame, you're in the inertial reference frame, not
No,
connected
How
to the
fast do you need
earth.
to be moving to
you
remove
don't
yourself
understand.
from the spinning of the Earth?
Yeah, the moment that you leave the ground, what are you talking about?
That's not how that works.
So are you implying that the air and everything disconnected from the non-inertial reference frame is moving with the inertial reference frame? With the non-inertial reference frame?
Everything on, of course.
Okay, so do you know how that's a first law of thermodynamics violation?
I don't know exactly. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not
right,
a
right. Because
scientist.
where would the energy from
Are
the
you?
top
Oh
of
wait,
the where
are
would
you
the
a
energy
scientist to
from
be
the
able to speak on
excuse me,
this?
you said you don't know. So where
Do
on the
you?
earth you said you
What
don't know.
credentials do
You
you have to
said you
speak on
don't
this?
know. You said you don't know. So
It
where
sounds
would
like
the
you don't
energy
either.
from the top of the atmosphere be coming from then?
Okay, listen, operating from your logical axiom that what we can perceive is the only reality we can
No,
understand.
okay. So what you're introducing is a non sequitur to what I just said. So where's
That
the extra?
absolutely
So
is
where is the
fundamental of
extra
your logic.
energy? So where is the extra energy coming from at the top of the
This is
atmosphere?
literally a part of the conversation we were having before. You have a logical fundamental, and you said this
Where
yourself.
is the energy coming from at the top of the atmosphere?
Okay, anyways, look, you had the logical fundamental that we can only perceive reality,
You guys
and that's
didn't
it.
answer my question, though. You guys didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I
about
didn't answer
why
it because this guy took over for you and is asking about energy. So listen,
No.
back
He
to what.
was reinforcing the question. He was getting you back
No,
on.
because okay,
Because
you have the
you're saying your
axiom.
claim is that the sun's moving because we're on a surface that's spinning. So I said, okay, so if we leave the surface that's spinning, then the sun shouldn't be moving, right? So which is it?
Listen, if you're
No,
operating from an
listen.
axiom,
Just answer the question.
if you're
No,
operating
don't
from an axiom,
obfuscate. Why aren't you
no,
answering the
because
question?
you actually have an answer in mind. You just kind of said I don't know.
I asked the question. This is
So
crazy.
wait, so what's the answer to the sun going
Well,
from
it's
east to
your
west and
belief.
then
It's
disappearing and
your
entering
belief.
that mode of darkness?
I don't have the belief that the sun's appearing to move because the ground is moving. That's your claim that we just clarified.
But no,
right?
that's based
About
off of your
scientists getting
logical
that
axiom, which is
clarified.
we can only perceive
No,
our reality.
Don't try and say the sun moving because the ground is moving is something I've said. I'm not claiming
What?
that. That's what
I'm
you
operating
just
off
claimed.
of your logical axiom that we
No,
can
no,
only
no, no,
perceive
no,
reality as the Earth is
You're
stagnant.
not
So
operating off of that.
hypothetically, if the Earth was
Your
stagnant, where
axiom,
would the sun go
your
during this
axiom
time of
is
east and west?
no. You stated that your axiom was that the sun's moving or appears to be moving because the ground is moving.
No, I don't have a fucking axiom. I'm going off of yours.
Wait,
I'm
no.
showing
So
how your
okay, so
logic
you're
is
not
fallacious.
claiming. Okay. So you're not claiming that the sun's movement is caused by the Earth's movement.
Well, I'm explaining to your logic is fallacious. If you're to say,
No.
we can only perceive
So this
reality,
isn't my
let's
logic.
go
This
off of
isn't
this,
my
right?
logic. This
Please
isn't
let me
my
finish.
logic. No, this
Yes,
isn't
it
my logic.
absolutely
This is
is.
your claim. No, it's your claim.
This
It's your
absolutely is what
claim.
you were putting forward. You were saying we don't
It's
know.
your claim. It's your claim. I'm not saying the ground
No.
is moving. That's your claim.
Okay.
That's your claim. That's your
Listen.
claim. Yes. Yeah. Wait.
If A
You
equals
need
B and B
to be
equals
able to
C,
admit this.
then A
You
equals
need to be
C.
able
You
to admit this.
understand? You
He's
have the
making the
axiom.
claim based off of the logic you laid out.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
No, he's not.
Yes,
He's refusing.
Yes, I am.
He's refusing to acknowledge that his claim is that the sun appears to move because the ground is moving. That's his claim, correct, globe believers?
Hello?
Hello? Globe believers? That's his claim, is it not? The sun appears to move because the ground is moving.
I'll answer for them. Yes, that's what they say, because they will not answer that.
Don't answer for us.
Okay, well then is that his claim?
Maybe he could be unmuted and he can answer for himself.
I just asked him 10 fucking times and he couldn't answer. And you stepped in to defend him, and now what I'm saying is that his claim for the globe? Is that the globe claim? You can't even answer. What is this? Why can you not guys confirm what you believe?
My understanding that it wasn't about the globe claim, it was about the flat earth logic. But
No. It is about the globe claim because we're talking about the sun's motion, and the globe's claim is that that motion is due to the motion of the ground. Correct?
well, to be fair, I don't want to step in and answer for him, so I think he should answer for himself.
Okay, so the Globers think that you should answer for yourself, RC Vita. So is it your belief that the sun's motion is caused by the ground being in motion? They want to know.
Okay. Fuck's sakes. from your logic. Okay, I'm not laying out
We're
the
not
logic.
talking about my logic.
Let him explain how it's from your logic. Let him explain his reasoning.
I am not laying out the logic here. Do you agree to this statement? We can only understand reality by what we perceive.
Total non sequitur. See, Globies, why is he not answering?
What?
Why is he
He's
not
explaining.
answering his
He's
question?
explaining why he thinks that
No.
this is your
He's
logic.
not
So
explaining anything. No. He's not
he's
explaining
making
anything. He's just
sure
asking
that
me a
this is the
question.
logic you're using. If
No. Because
Yeah.
he's asking me a question that explains nothing about his belief. Why would his belief
no,
have
because
anything to do
this
with
isn't my
something
belief.
from
This
me?
is a logical law. This is a logical
Why would his
continuation
belief?
from what you said.
Why
You
would
made
his
this
belief have
claim,
anything
and
to
then
do? Don't interrupt me. Why would his belief have anything to do with something that I think? They're separate. He's been asked a question about his belief and what's causing that motion of the sun that we see, and he seems unable to confirm what we all know, which is that his belief is that the ground is moving, and that is what is causing the sun to move. Now, we've actually regressed, because my question was following that premise, which is accepted by the globe, but not you globe believers in here, apparently. You must have a different concept of the globe, apparently. But now we can't even get back. Now he can't even confirm that that is his understanding or his belief, because he
I think what he's
for some
trying to
reason
say.
my belief.
I think what he's trying to say is that he didn't lay out his personal belief yet. He just explained how he believes that you can come to a different conclusion than you based off of the logic that he believes you laid out. So he's trying to confirm that that is in fact the logic that you are going by.
No, because that's disingenuous, because he's been
That's where
here
we're stuck.
arguing for the globe. No. That's disingenuous, though, because he's been here arguing, as we've all heard, for an hour about the globe. And now when we ask him a question about the globe, which is one of the fundamental tenets of the globe, you're saying we don't know that that's his belief. That's not actually his belief. He wasn't actually claiming that belief. Yes, he was, because he was arguing for the globe.
His
So don't
entire
be like,
his entire
oh,
point
he's
in the
never
last
made a
10
point about the
minutes
globe.
has been
No, I'm not
about how
talking
he
about 10
believes
minutes.
there's a contradiction in
No. This
the
conversation's
flat
been
Earth
like
logic.
an hour. No. This conversation's been like an hour about the sun and the sun's motion. And he's been saying, this is how it works on the globe. It's light here and dark here because we are on a globe. So now we're talking about the globe, and all of a sudden you guys are like, oh, well, we don't actually know that he's making a claim for the globe. Yes, he is. That's what he's been doing for the last hour. So
I mean, if
the
I'm
fact
wrong
that you
about what
guys
I think he's saying,
can't-
then you can unmute Taffy and he can say it for himself.
Well, I just unmuted him like twice to answer the very simple question: is he assuming the motion of the sun based on the assumed motion of the ground? And he, for some reason, thinks that his belief is somehow hinging on something that I think. Right? So we'll give him another chance. We'll give him another chance. So your
Can I just ask him
understanding
a
of how the
question
sun-
first, just to clarify things?
Yeah, I
Taffy,
wanna say something
is
real
what
quick.
I'm saying about what your point is true, or am I wrong? And then otherwise I'll shut up.
Okay, well, could you explain? Okay, well, then just to catch that, because you seem to think there's some utility in his belief being based on something I think. So how could his belief be dependent on something I think?
Well, he's trying to point out a contradiction in what your thinking is. If you have
But the question is about his belief, not about what he assumes I think.
Okay,
It's about
then
his
there's
belief.
just a fundamental disagreement in the course of the conversation. I can't really speak on that.
No. It's that he is not able to tell us what he believes about his claim. That's what's occurring here.
I really, if Taffy's willing to just ignore the part that he was making earlier and just go back to what his personal belief and claim is without addressing your belief system, then sure, I guess.
Yeah, that would be good. So again, the
Well,
sun's
yeah, of
motion.
course. Okay, hold on. Look, you said my beliefs are hinging on yours. We're in a conversation
talking
here.
about
It's a
mine.
two-way thing. I have to address your logic to respond to
No,
it.
you don't.
okay?
You don't. When I ask you, is
Then
this
I
your
would be
belief?
talking
You don't have to
wrong.
say, I have to address your logic. It has nothing to do with my belief or logic. It's to do with your understanding or belief.
They're both trying to
No,
Socratic method each other. It's not really productive.
Well, this is a
two-way
problem here.
conversation.
Here, Taffy, listen, okay? I say, you asked me about the sun. I said the sun moves east to west. You say, I agree, the sun does move east to west. I say, you ask me, how does it do this? I go, I'm not really sure. It just does this. Then you say, that's stupid. That's stupid to say you don't know that. And I'm like, well, how does the sun move east to west then? And you tell me it doesn't. It's not doing that. I'm like, you just said it was. Inside your
Going
worldview,
off of your
you
logic,
told
yes.
me the sun is moving east to west. So
Going
then you
off of
said
your
that I'm
logic.
stupid for not knowing it. Then you double back and tell me it's not doing what we both see it doing.
Have you had a two-way conversation?
Yeah,
It's going
and
off of your logic. If I was to use your logic,
okay,
there'd be a clear
inside my
contradiction here.
logic, what does the sun do?
That's what I'm asking. You don't have an answer.
It
And there's a
moves. It
contradiction.
moves
Well, yes,
east
but
to
no,
west.
but so I've asked, what happens in that period of darkness?
That's where it's not.
So where is it?
It's not where the dark. When I see the sun, I call that daytime. When I
Okay, so where is it during nighttime?
When I don't see the sun, I call that nighttime.
Okay, so you're
Do you
going off of the
disagree?
axiom.
Do you
that we can
disagree
only,
with? Do you disagree with that?
well, you're going off of the axiom that whatever we can perceive is only reality. Can you perceive your basement right now, or like somewhere beyond your walls? Of course not.
Okay,
But you
do
can
you disagree
understand
with what
by
I said?
assumption that it would
Is
most likely
what
be there based
is
upon
that
a set
wrong?
of
Is it
logical
wrong?
conclusions.
Is it wrong? What I said, is that wrong? If I don't see the sun, I call that nighttime. Is that
No.
wrong or is that right?
No.
It's wrong.
Yes, that's wrong.
Okay, how is that? What do you call it when you don't see the sun? What time of day is that? Is that nighttime or daytime or something
I
else?
call it there's no sun out right now, or I can't see the sun.
That's interesting. Why would you say that?
Because sometimes it could be daytime, but the sun is not directly perceivable.
So you could have daytime and not see the sun at the same time.
Yeah, clouds can obfuscate it, or I could be inside and not able to see the sun. At that
Okay,
moment.
so light attenuates then.
What?
Yeah, so light attenuates. There could be things that block the sun. Like if you were to dive underwater and you go deep enough, it would turn into darkness.
How do you know the sun is making the light if you can't directly perceive it?
Who's that for?
You.
Okay, I have to rephrase it then because it didn't make sense. You want to say, how do I know if light is coming from the sun?
How do you know if when you can't see the sun but perceive light that you believe comes from the sun, how do you know that the sun is emitting it when you can't see it?
The moon. The moon emits light too.
But the moon is not.
No, like in a cloudy day, you don't see the sun. You believe that the light that is that you see around you is from the sun, but you don't actually directly perceive the sun because the clouds are in the way. So how do you know for sure that something else is not creating that light?
Yeah, if the sun is up, I call that daytime.
No, you didn't answer his question.
How do you know the sun is up
okay,
if you can't
I
see
didn't
it?
answer your question, okay? Use that. I didn't answer your question. So then how do you adjudicate the answer I didn't give? Let's go through that process.
What?
So I said when the sun is up, it's daytime. Then you said my answer wasn't an answer. Explain that worldview to me. How can an answer also not be an answer?
The question is based upon perception, correct? It is not based upon your categorization of world phenomena. It's literally based upon what you can objectively, physically see.
No, my worldview is, okay, I'll explain it again. When the sun is up, okay, the sun is in the sky, I'd label that time as daytime.
So how do you label a cloudy day?
When the sun is not up, that's called nighttime.
So how do you label a cloudy day where you can't see the sun?
Is the sun up or sun not up?
You don't know because you can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it dark or light?
Light.
It's light.
Okay, then you call it daytime.
Okay, so light can occur without the sun being perceived.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. You think cloud would
you
turn
literally
into
just
nighttime.
developed that logical conclusion.
This is not retarded
try again. Let's
Like, now
run
all
it
of a
back to the
sudden
logic.
Globies,
Okay.
the Globies don't know it's daytime if there's clouds out now.
Yeah, it's really odd. It's
No,
really like
this is off of
somehow
your
if there's a
logic.
cloud. No, my logic is if the sun is
You guys
up.
are talking about our logic. You guys just make a retarded question or claim and then say this is your logic. No, this is all coming from your brain, not ours.
Well, yeah,
See, this
because
is
it's
the
based off of
problem
your
you
action.
find yourself in. As soon
You
as you
make your
dive
claims,
into
we
my
fill in the gaps.
worldview, you have to understand it to make a conclusion about it. You don't understand daytime and nighttime.
Do you believe in the flat Earth model, like the popular one, or do you have a different view of it?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I
that
don't know what
depends
that
on
is.
your logic. Wait. That
Oh, yeah,
depends
there we
on
go.
your logic.
No,
We
it
Like
can't
literally
tell you.
the well-known flat Earth model.
Wait. No. We can't answer his question about Crit's belief until he tells us about his thoughts and logic.
that's not what a Socratic line is.
Oh, but that's what you just did, like
No,
for
do you
10
know?
minutes.
Do you know what a Socratic
Right?
line of reasoning is? It would be okay. Let's establish your
Because
fundamentals, and let's fill into
right,
conclusions
because
from them
when
and
you
see if
were
they
asked
match
about
up.
your belief, you asked about our logic or my logic. Remember?
I joined this conversation and I asked how would the sun work
No,
within
do
your
you
cosmology?
remember? Well, do you remember when you were asked if the sun appears to be moving because the ground's moving?
I'm literally asking you the question. It's a Socratic line of reasoning based
I
upon your
know
axiom, and you're
for some reason
reestablishing
you
axiom
don't
to
like
get at
to
me.
admit that
But the
you
thing
believe
is
that
that
the ground is
please
moving
don't
and
interrupt
planet.
me. Please don't interrupt me. But these axioms are that you're developing for me are not the ones you're putting forward. So you have a dual logic. Your question about
Okay,
the
wait.
ground moving and the
So I
sun
developed
moving
it for you.
imply.
Okay, so
Hold on. Your logic about the ground moving, right?
that's
The
not my
sun moving.
logic.
That
That's your
question.
logic.
Hold on. That was you
That's
asking
not
me a
my logic.
question. That was asking you asking me a question. No, because my statement was reliant on your axiom. Okay.
It's not my axiom. I don't think the ground's moving.
Wait. So, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I know you don't want to answer the question, bro. It's okay. I'll leave you alone.
That is literally your axiom. The Earth is flat, right? Okay. One.
No, I didn't. No, I mean that's not what I'm
No,
saying.
the
I
Earth
mean
is
what
not
I'm
flat.
saying is
You believe in a globe?
no, I don't believe in the globe. Obviously,
Okay, so
that's your
one.
belief, which is what I'm asking the question about. If you do believe it,
You're not
but
answering
it
my
sounds
question.
like you don't.
One, is
You
the
don't
Earth
believe it.
flat?
Well,
Is
it was
the
my
Earth
question, bro. To be
is
fair,
the
15
Earth
minutes ago, I had a question, and you refused to believe. You refused to answer it, even though you apparently do believe in the globe. So it is your answer.
He thinks he can
Remember, it was about
falsify
the drone
flat
and the
Earth
sun's motion.
inside flat Earth. He
Yeah,
doesn't
that's called
understand.
Socratic reasoning.
But you
You can
don't understand it
falsify
to
it
begin
because
with.
there's contradictions.
You don't understand it to
How do
begin
you?
with.
Can you falsify your assumption that the ground is moving?
I mean, I'm literally I'm asking you the question. Like this is based on your
Yeah.
reasoning.
So really,
there
you
is
don't like
no
the idea
listen.
that the ground is
There
moving,
is
do you?
no other conclusion other than
You're
around
starting
Earth.
to realize. So why can't you admit that you think the ground is moving, causing the sun's motion?
I'm not. That's not the claim I'm making. Let's say hypothetically.
Yeah, I know. Well, it is the claim
Earth,
you're making, but
let's
it's
say
the claim you refuse
hypothetically.
to acknowledge for
Okay.
some reason.
Let's
Why is
say
it so hard
hypothetically.
to acknowledge that you think the ground is moving, please?
Let's say hypothetically.
Ground isn't moving. He's done both. He said it's moving and not moving at the same time. That's a contradiction in your worldview. Inside your worldview, you said the ground moves and it doesn't move at the same time. Inside your worldview, you said the sun moves and the sun doesn't
I haven't
move
even
at
put
the
forward
same
my
time.
worldview yet.
Inside your
I haven't even
worldview, you
put forward
said
my
daytime
worldview
can
yet.
also be
It's based on
nighttime.
your axioms.
Inside your
So
worldview,
you
you
don't
said
believe in the globe.
It's based off of your operating fundamentals. This is how you're operating to your line of reasoning from these fundamentals.
No, we're not
These
saying
are-
anything about
there is no line of reasoning. Why are you lying on us?
You don't have a line of reasoning for your points?
What we're talking about your points. We
Yeah,
don't.
you
I
flipped
didn't.
it.
We
You
didn't.
flipped the table on me
First of
because you don't
all,
want to answer my questions.
First of all, an axiom is something that's self-evident. You can't say our axioms are logical. That makes no
Well,
fucking
the thing is, you would need a self-evident axiom in order to give way to other fundamentals. You would need something to say this is true to lead to the next stage.
The sun
Do you want
So
us to start from the Big Bang?
that was a complete non sequitur to what I just said, which is the words that are coming out of your mouth don't make any sense. Because how can we have a logical axiom that is illogical? None of that makes sense, but that came out of your mouth.
in a line of reasoning, what you would need is some type of operating point or some type of assumption to go off of
Well,
that would.
here we go again. I
Well, yeah,
mean,
do you just
we're
want me
not
to like
making any
explain the
claims.
entire
You
worldview?
asked, what is the sun doing? And I said, what? Moving from east to west? That's it. That what? There's no
What
inference
happened in the 10
there. There's
years
nothing but
darkness?
an observation. There's no inference there. There's no
Why?
logical assumption there.
Why?
There's no induction there. There's
Why?
just an observation.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why can't you develop an induction from that? Why can't you develop an inference?
Oh, you guys are classy.
Why
Going
does it
into
stop
he
there?
doesn't know anything right now.
No, why does it stop there? What occurs to the sun? You're saying
Do
it's
you
just that and
disagree
that's
the
it.
sun
What
moves?
occurs to the sun?
Is that not moving? Is the sun moving or is the sun not moving?
I'm literally asking what occurs to the sun. Just answer the fucking question.
Okay, is it moving or not moving?
Why can't you answer my question? Where does the sun go?
Because if your worldview is incompatible
I'm
with
literally
mine,
just asking
you're
you,
not
where does the
able
sun
to have this
go?
conversation.
Crit. Wait. Crit, ask me that question.
Okay, a Cyclone, do you perceive the sun to move?
See the sun moving.
Yeah, me too. That's interesting, isn't it? I wonder how the sun moves.
I'm asking you where the sun goes during that
Okay,
period of time.
now,
It goes
so
west.
do you
It
see
goes
the sun
west?
move?
Okay, and it disappears from our view, correct?
Yeah,
Correct?
obviously.
Otherwise, it will be all the time day.
And
Okay,
that
so it
becomes
disappears from our view, so where does it go?
becomes nighttime.
This is all I'm asking.
So yo, we had this conversation the other day. It doesn't matter if I give you an answer because you're just gonna say, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll give it to you. So there are multiple reasons that we don't see the sun all the time when it goes to the west. One would be light attenuation. That's why
Okay.
it comes.
Yes.
Shut up.
So
Shut up. That's why
So
it
you're a
comes.
scientist?
Shut up. You
Oh
see what
my
I'm
God.
saying? I gave you the benefit of the doubt by not saying that.
Yeah, but
Even
where
though I'm
does
gonna,
that Bob
we're
coming?
gonna
Where is
yo.
that
He's
fact
not.
coming?
He's doing
Whoa.
it. He's doing it.
Just
So
stop.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt by
But
not
who
saying
are you? Why
that.
we should
Here
trust
we
you?
go again.
Oh
Here we
my
go
God.
again.
Who is this guy? What is this guy's name? Someone fucking mute him.
Yeah, I was tabbed out. I didn't see who it was.
Hussein. Okay.
So
Right, shut the
he's
fuck up and let Elijah go.
Is that Cash?
he's been asking for the last hour. So I was gonna say you're not gonna accept it, but I didn't want to be a hypocrite and sound like the Globers. So I just decided to go ahead and tell him, and he started to interrupt me immediately.
I think it might have been another.
Immediately. I
Yes,
said there's a
because your answer didn't actually answer
multitude.
me. You just gave an I don't know.
I said there's a multitude of reasons.
Can you give one?
I wasn't even
Oh my.
10 seconds into the first
Okay, I
reason.
just want to hear an answer. That's literally all I've been asking. Can you give me one answer?
Listen then. Shut the fuck up and listen. Holy shit.
He's swine. There's no reason to toss
Please
pearls
stop
to him.
fucking monologuing. Just give me an answer.
Wait, Taffy,
He's
one
swine.
second, real quick question.
I have
Taffy,
been
There's no
begging
reason.
for an
No,
answer.
maybe the
Taffy,
next
can you hear
baller.
me?
Maybe the next baller afflicted person deserves
Just
it.
answer the
You
question.
can
Where does
stay
the
where
sun
you
go?
are because you're a retard.
Okay, but so
I think he should be muted. Like I don't think
Yeah,
he
I
should
just
be able
muted
to
him.
distract from the conversation again because there could
Why
be
you
other.
should talk shit, huh? Why we should listen to your shit instead?
Well, you don't have
Who are
to. You can be a bigot
Well,
and
we
go
could
to
try.
another channel,
Hey, Alibaba,
right?
does the sun move?
Hold on. You could be a bigot and go to another channel, right? Because if you don't want to listen, you definitely don't
I
belong
want
here.
to listen, but you should talk with fact. Are you a scientist? What are your
Are you appealing
reasoning
to
are coming
authority?
from?
Are you appealing to authority?
No, I'm not
Do I
saying
have
an
to? Do I
authority, but
have to be? Do I have to be an NBA player to know how to play basketball?
no, but you can show us
Okay.
facts. There is
Do
a
I have to
chat
be a
side. You can bring
doctor
us
in order
proof.
to be able to read my blood pressure? No. Okay. So there's no reason to appeal to authority. Now, if I say something that's true, it can be true. I don't have to be some fucking pre-scientist.
Yes, but you need to show us facts so we can
Okay,
believe your
Alibaba,
truth.
does the sun move? Yes or no? Is that a fact? True or false? The sun moves.
Yes, the
Okay.
sun moves.
This guy couldn't even say that. he couldn't even agree to it. At the same time, wanted to fully adjudicate my worldview. It's broken, okay? He's completely broken. I go, dude, I perceive the sun to move. He's telling me, no, you don't. I don't.
Okay.
But do you perceive the sun to move? He's like, yes. He's like, wait, we
Okay.
both perceive the sun to move, but you telling me that I'm wrong because I perceive the same thing you perceive. And
To
then
be
go on,
fair, half of that conversation was you guys
Good morning.
misunderstanding what the other was
and then
saying.
going
so-
on to tell me that I'm a caveman
Hello?
for not using the same observation he uses.
Hello?
It was really cringe, dude.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh,
Elijah, are you
is
hot
that
micing?
Elijah?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of waking
So
you
I
up
have
a
a
little
question.
bit.
If the earth is flat, okay, then
Elijah.
there should be
Yeah, I'm
corners,
muted.
right?
I'm muted.
Then
Okay.
from the corners we should drop down. So where are the corners of the earth? We don't have a spaceship to go up and look, but we are on Earth and we can go around Earth. So where are the corners so we can go see the corners?
I missed it. So can you explain this concept you
They
have
don't
about
want you to see
corners?
the corners because the corners are what would prove them wrong.
Can you show? Yeah, can you show me this corner you're talking about? Like, what would it look like? Can you draw
I
a
don't know. You're
conceptual?
saying the Earth is
No, I ain't
flat.
saying.
If the Earth is
I ain't saying
flat,
anything
then
about
there
corners.
should be corners.
I ain't saying
Then
anything
what?
about corners. Can
So
you show me?
the world is endless.
Can you
So
show me the corners?
He
but
means
the-
edges. He means edges, just
Okay,
like at the edge
edges.
of the plane.
Okay,
Yeah.
so edges. Show me these edges you're talking about.
I don't know. I'm not saying that the
Oh, you
Earth is
don't
flat.
know.
If-
Okay,
He
so you
doesn't
don't
believe that
know.
there are edges. He's asking you where the edges are because they must exist in
Yeah,
a flat Earth.
we're not claiming.
No, no edges. Take that out. What would have
Oh,
an edge is space.
What
They
what
talk
is
about
the what
they
what
talk
do you-
about
what are the
space
limits?
has an edge. The edge of space. You
Oh.
always hear science talk about like the edge of the visible universe. Can you show me that edge? Look,
so
if that
Earth
your
is
it's not my model
l-
that has. Matter of fact, your globe has an edge. It has a leading edge of the geometric sphere. So you've got two edges for you to explain. I made no claim of edges. Use in your model, the globe, the leading edge
so
of
the
the
Earth
globe.
is endless. Is that
The
what you
leading
mean?
the leading edge
No,
of
we're
the
not
globe.
saying it's endless.
No, you're talking about edges. Where's your edge of space and where's your leading edge, your geometric curve of the earth? That would be your edge. You've got two edges to explain, but you want me to explain an edge that I didn't even talk about. How about you explain
Yeah.
your edges?
Yeah, listen, we're not claiming what size the Earth is,
Where is
right?
the edge of a
What it's like,
circle? Does a circle have an edge?
what would be like is if you were playing a computer game and you were dropped in the middle of this land and you don't have a map and you don't have any way of knowing how big the thing is. That's like what it is. No one's gone and found the edge of reality, right? We're not claiming an edge. We're not claiming an end to the Earth. That's not what we're claiming.
And
The
where
Earth
are your
is
claims
not
coming from? Like, do you have any researchers? Do
measurement
you
of
have
the
any
surface.
scientists?
Yeah,
Do you have
yeah.
anybody who did
Measurement
the
of the surface
research
is where
on this?
measurement of the surface is where it comes from. I.e., if the Earth is a ball, it will have measurable curvature, drop over a distance. It doesn't, so that's where that comes from. Water being level is also another place that comes from, and 70% of the Earth's surface, so they say, is water. So that would make a 70% level ball. No, that doesn't work. So
Yeah, but that's interesting because you know the Egyptians 3,500 years ago or 4,000 years ago, they know that the earth is round, and then with this very
no.
basic tools they could understand it. I can
No,
send you
no,
the
no, no.
research that was done
Egyptian
4,000 years. No,
cosmology,
I'll let you talk, my friend.
Egyptian.
I'll let you talk. Let me talk for like at least 1 minute, right? So 4,000 years ago, they were able to create all these fascinating buildings in Egypt, right? And they were able to understand the day and night and the stars and calculate the distance between them. And they were able to understand that the earth is round. And now in 2023, you're not able to even understand that the earth is not flat, and it doesn't make sense if it's flat. And if it's flat, then you can look at the sky, you can look at the stars, you can buy a fucking telescope and look at other stars, you know, and you have a little sense in your mind. And if you don't trust those nothing
Okay.
on earth, then what you're gonna trust? And why are you even thinking this
Okay,
way? Like,
okay. Yeah. I got what you're saying. Now, you're just incorrect, because the Egyptian cosmology was a flat, motionless, contained Earth like every other ancient culture. And
Can
if
you
you look
show
in
me
the text
proof? Can you
channel,
send me
yeah,
send
well,
me
look in the
documents?
text channel. I mean, just look it up on Google. Look, in the text channel, I've just sent an image. You type in Egyptian cosmology into Google, look at the images, and this is what you get. So there you go. Like every other ancient cosmology and every other ancient culture, they all understood that the Earth motionless topographical plane.
You
And
sunk your battleship.
they all seem to understand that there's a container to it. So any argument you make, like, oh, but thousands of years ago the Egyptians were doing this, the Greeks were doing this, they were all flat earthers as a society.
Not
A
really. I
few
just googled
exceptions.
Egyptians cosmology, and it said despite what the flat earthers across the globe might say, the
Oh
Earth
my
is round,
God,
and the
that's
knowledge is not a modern discovery. You
that's
want me to
so
stream it
literally
to you?
says so your source says the flat earthers are wrong and Earth's totally a globe. No, we're just
I
looking at
just
Egyptian
googled what
cosmology.
you just said. Egyptian
That's really good
cosmology.
because now you know why they would lie. You just proved in another.
Why would they
debunk-
lie?
He just showed that he lied right now in real time for no reason whatsoever.
Let me stream, my friend. Let me stream. He just told me Google Egyptian cosmology, round Earth, right? Okay, here you
I
go.
said, look in the chat. Look in the chat. What are those images?
Why should I look at the chat when I can search, right?
Oh, so you want?
And why should I
So you don't
believe
want to?
images?
You don't want to be here?
Why should I?
Well, I mean, it's just a
No.
Google search. It's just in a Google search of Egyptian cosmology. I'll show you. I'm doing the exact same thing you're doing. Look, I'm gonna
Here,
post the image.
Egyptian.
I'm gonna
No,
post the
I
image,
searched.
and
I
everyone
changed it
can see
to
it.
flat Earth. All right,
Egyptian.
let's see flat Earth.
No, see, I didn't type in flat Earth. I just said Egyptian cosmology. Look, there's the
Okay.
search. There's the images. A flat, motionless Earth. That's what it is. You can be upset with that if you want, but that's what it is.
But
That's it.
at which period I think they like changed this way?
What?
Oh,
No one even
like
suggested
understanding-
the world was anything other
understanding
than
of
flat and
humans in society
stationary until
changes, right?
Copernicus.
Yeah, this is like a cat. Like
what,
the globe Earth
Eratosthenes?
is
Pretty sure.
the globe Earth. The globe Earth is like a Catholic doctrine and heliocentrism and all that. So what you're pushing is church philosophy. So I don't know how it's much better.
Church
Sure.
philosophy, my ass, bro.
I
Anyway,
guess
Well,
I'm
who
a
paid
Catholic
who
now.
paid who
bullshit
paid
research.
Copernicus to come up with the heliocentric model and publish
I
it?
guess I'm a Catholic atheist now.
The Catholic Church. Who came up with the Big Bang Theory? George Lemaitre, a
A
Jesuit Catholic
physicist
priest.
who was also a Catholic priest.
Yeah, Catholic priest. There you go. So the globe
was also a
heliocentric
physicist.
cosmology, the globe heliocentric cosmology comes from the Catholic Church, essentially. So
So
if that's what you're wondering.
Sure.
Inside your worldview, you think George Clement developed a Big Bang theory that debunked his worldview?
It doesn't. What way? You think? What does it debunk?
That's
Religion?
his creation myth. He said God did it.
Yeah. Of course, he's a theist.
Okay, so if you're using George Clement and you're saying you're not convinced of God, how are you using the Big Bang?
Wait, why can't I? What's the contradiction?
Because he said
Just
God
because the
did
guy
it.
who invented it believed in God and thought this was evidence of God, I must believe it too.
Do you have
He's
a
not my
secular
fucking
version?
priest.
You have yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
the Big
He was
Bang.
actually
The
a
Big
priest.
Bang is a secular theory.
He was no, it's a religious theory. It's a
No,
creation myth.
what's the where is God in the Big Bang?
Causal agent.
Huh?
God is a causal agent. The
He's a
effect is
what?
big.
Sorry, I'm
God
playing a
is the
game at the same
effect.
time. Sorry.
God is a cause. The effect is Big Bang. You're
Yeah, so
witnessing
the
the
Big Bang
effect.
itself. So the Big Bang itself is absent of God. So it's a secular
The effect.
scientific theory.
You're looking at the effect.
I don't care. Yeah, so it's a secular theory. So it's not religious inherently.
If it was theorized by a priest, I would not say it's a secular theory.
What? Wait. So whatever
Yeah,
theist.
conceptualized
So when,
by
when
a priest
so when a
inside the
theist.
Catholic Church, and you think it's atheist.
So when a
Well,
when
why
a
would a
theist
priest?
Do you know
says
why
people
God?
well, wait. Can I answer? Wait. So if a
One
theist
nigga
says
at a
people is
time.
to
When you
so
got to the
if a
Big
theist
Bang
says,
got
wait, can I
its
respond?
name because there was a roasting. The atheists at the time tried to roast it, and they
Yeah,
said,
they're
"No." They
wrong.
said, "The atheist worldview is the universe is eternal, never began, and never will end."
Cool.
Then
They're
the
wrong.
priest came out and said, check this out. I discovered that God created the universe about X number of billion years ago, and he did so using this Big Bang.
Yeah,
And
so
the
what?
atheist said, well, he didn't use the word term Big Bang. He used something else. But the atheist started making fun of it with a bunch of sexual innuendos and all this other stuff, and said, look, here you go. Your theory from the Catholic Church is absolutely ridiculous. Now, fast forward, about 100 years later,
Can I
you
respond
guys have
eventually?
fully adopted the Catholic creation myth.
Can I respond eventually? I don't see what the heck is there like an
You don't
inference
see.
there.
Okay, gotcha.
Why
You
like if a
cannot connect the
theist
Catholic Church
if
to
a
the Catholic
theist
Church.
if a theist says 2 + 2 = 4, does that mean that whenever an atheist says, yeah,
Nah,
that's
that's not what
correct,
it's like, though. That's not what it's like, though. It would be like
that's what
coming
you're
up with
saying it's like?
it would be like an atheist coming up with a totally atheistic theory about how the Earth came to be, and then people coming along turning it into a religious theory by saying, well, it was actually an intelligent creator, and then saying it was a religious theory when
You
it came
can
from an
do
atheist who said otherwise.
Yeah, I would
anybody
like
can
to
add
see a
additional
heliocentric
things.
model. 'Cause
Guys, come on. This is come on.
someday
Look, this
heliocentric model has to be presented by an atheist or somebody
Jesus
without a
Christ.
religious worldview. That way
What
you'd
is it?
have something to stand on if you use the heliocentric model for your worldview of atheism. Because right now, you can't, because it's completely intertwined with a state-sponsored religion.
And listen,
So
yeah, you can say
anything so
we can change it.
answer
Sorry,
eventually.
I know. Well, I know what you were about to say there, which is that we
You
can
can
change it
read
along the
minds.
way. You can change it along the way, so we can say, "Oh yeah, but it's not God. It was just a spontaneous event."
Well,
Right?
you
But that
answered for
doesn't
me then.
change the origin. That doesn't change the origin of the theory.
Yeah,
That's all
I
I'm saying.
don't. It doesn't matter who. Like, guys, you really don't want to make this argument, okay? So, are there things that people who believed in globe Earth have developed that you use?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
sure.
there's things that people who believe
Okay.
flat Earth
Does
use too.
yeah? So you're using
Yeah, this
globe
is
Earth
one of the best
technology.
part.
Cool.
Here, I
Right.
had an argument with PhD Tony. He was so mad at me that I thought the Earth was flat that he said I can never use GPS again. I said, why can't I use GPS? He said, because I've developed GPS and you're calling me a liar each time you use it. I go, okay, even though you're not going to prove to me you had anything to do with GPS, I'll make a deal with you. I will not use GPS. And I don't.
You don't use
No, I don't.
God damn. Okay. At least you're consistent. But wait, how many other things have been developed by globe earthers, people who believe that the earth is round, that you're using, right? How many theories, how many technologies, how many material things?
Nothing. Nothing is based on the globe, son.
No. Not based, right? Because that wasn't the argument that the other guys was making. It's just that the person happened to believe, right?
Yeah, same thing with flat Earth too. Well, how many things do you use? Like fire,
Right,
indoor plumbing,
I know,
the
but
wheel.
I don't believe this carries.
You can't use wheels anymore.
But I'm saying
That's
none
what
of
we're
this should
saying.
matter because these
It
things
does
stand
matter.
alone.
You're using. That's what we're saying, though. You're using
You're
a Catholic convention.
No, you're saying that
doesn't mean you're a Catholic.
denying the experts right now.
It's the
I'm not the
Catholic
one
convention.
denying the expert. You are. I don't believe his theory is correct because he's invoking supreme supernatural beings that he's not able to present. You,
his
on the other
theory
hand,
doesn't entail God.
Yeah, it does.
No, how? Sure. Oh, really? Oh, let's do
God
this.
is the causal agent of creating the universe.
Oh, cool. Wait, what's the argument for that has to be God?
That's his argument. It's based on a
Yeah,
belief
no, that's
system.
his claim. That's his belief and a claim.
Yeah, so show that God.
No. He had what? Why? I'm an atheist. Why the fuck would I have to show a God behind?
I'm telling the
cause of
Catholic
universe?
Church, not you. You can't show a God. But
Right,
you'll
so
live in
it's
the world.
irrelevant, right? So,
But
yeah,
you'll live
he
in the world and
believes
accept
that the
God's
cause
beliefs.
of the
You
Big
broke your
Bang
worldview
is
is the
God.
problem.
No, it's wait. No. Well,
Yeah, inside your
let's back
worldview,
down. Wait,
you
you're
believe
confused.
the heliocentric model presented by Copernicus is atheistic. He said
I don't even.
that.
I'm not sure even if it's atheistic.
Yeah, he
Pretty sure
said that
Copernicus was religious, actually.
it's perfect. The model is so perfect. The spheres, the orbits are perfect spheres.
Yeah, he was
that
wrong
does
about
not
that too.
exist in nature.
Yeah,
Therefore,
so
only a God could have made it.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
wrong
but this
about
is
that.
just. But this is just the point
I
we're
agree,
making.
he's wrong.
It's that you guys are using the theories adopted by theists to push an atheist theory.
But so what?
That's the
That's
point.
development. I mean, okay, so I mean,
Well,
look,
it's just funny. It's just ironic. It's just ironic.
the current theistic theories have been developed from polytheistic theories of the
Well,
universe.
it's just interesting because the position that a lot of the atheist globers like to take is that they come from science. They come from no
Oh, we
religious
do.
thought whatsoever.
Well,
But
we
your
do.
fundamental theories of heliocentrism and the Big Bang come from theists.
No, the
They're
theories
theist
themselves,
theories.
though, are secular. The theories
No,
that we defend, science itself is by necessity, by rule, secular.
no,
It cannot have
no.
a gut. Please show me where a scientist, right? Actually, no, not just a
Well,
scientist,
George
because there are crazy
Lemaitre.
scientists.
That's his
Huh?
theory. That's his theory.
Yeah, there's
George
a book
Lemaitre's
No,
right now
theory
that
no,
you
it
can
does.
find.
No, it
included
no, no, no. It
intelligent
doesn't matter
design.
if a theist was a scientist and he developed a theory and he believed that like shows God. We're talking about whether or
Yeah,
not
the point is that
the theory itself entails God.
no, we're
None of
talking
them
about
do.
the theory being adopted by those who have a 180 viewpoint from the theorist who made
So
the
what?
theory in terms of the
Yeah,
origins of it.
yeah. So
And
yeah,
the fact that those are underpinning theories of what you're claiming to be an atheistic, secular, scientific
yeah. So
understanding,
what?
when in reality, the building blocks are theistic from the church.
No, not the building blocks. No, it's just that the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
like
All of heliocentrism, the entire
it's just that
theory of heliocentrism is
historically
from the church.
just that historically what provided the material conditions for people to do research, and you can see even motivated them to research, was religious
And
institutions
they
historically.
pushed Copernicus. They pushed Copernicus. He didn't
Sure,
want to even
sure,
publish it. They pushed him
sure.
to do it. So it was a
But
church endeavor that
but
your
again,
worldview is now based on as an atheist.
look. I might think, look, imagine hypothetically in human history, somebody developed, X theory of like mathematics that we all use, right? You use it in computers, but he happened to believe that, oh, it proves that Satan is real, right? Does that make you a Satanist if you use this technology in computers now? No, like the theories themselves, the laws of nature they discovered, right, stand on their own, right? Doesn't matter
No,
who's
but this is the
motivated
point.
by
They're
it.
philosophical theories. They're not
If they
science.
told
That's
you
the point.
Satan did it, and they go, "Here, I've got a Rubik's cube in my hand," and you're like, "It's a puzzle that you can solve," and I'm like, "Interesting. I developed this puzzle because Satan told me how to do it."
So what?
I would be
I'm like,
like,
okay,
"Okay,
you're
I guess
crazy.
I'm not going to play with that because if
Wait,
your claim
what?
is, yeah, if your claim is that Satan taught you how to use this device, I'm gonna boycott that. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with
I
that.
don't believe in Satan, so I think the person is wrong.
Okay,
Right.
so
Yeah.
then
Well,
would
we
you
can.
then
We
you
can.
you wouldn't play with it either because you think he's wrong.
Yeah, I would. If it's working, if it's like an actual thing that works in
All right. Well,
reality,
listen.
outside of
Yes,
the
Listen.
I would still
ascribed
respect
beliefs.
the physicality of the device, but like then I would think, ah, that dude got some wrong information. Satan did
Yeah.
not teach him how to do that, you know?
Okay,
It's
so you
still
Okay.
a
think he's
thing that
wrong.
exists.
Okay.
Listen. I didn't want to cause a massive sidebar here. It was kind of just a casual comment
Oh
to
yeah,
point
yeah.
out the Big Bang and heliocentric theories come from the Catholic Church, which is a bit ironic. But anyway, we can move on to the Earth again. And I mean,
Well,
claims or
one last
questions
thing,
we've got about it.
Psycho. Can I say one last thing about this? Right? Because I don't know if
Sure,
you
sure.
guys are religious here, and that's where you're like saying this is like, well, because the same theories, like okay, we all stand on shoulders of giants, right? Those polytheists who developed this stood on the shoulders of giants of, monotheists who developed this. They stood on the shoulders of giants of polytheists, the Greeks and many others. Right? So,
Well, that's a broad and very debatable claim, which this isn't the forum for. So, but you can think what you like about that. So, on the Earth, I mean, I don't know. I still feel like we didn't sufficiently get to the bottom of why the sun appears to be moving, if it's not just the sun moving. But if anyone
It
has
was a
any questions,
Yeah, it was adjudicated as a broken worldview that he was saying that the sun moved and it doesn't move at the same time. He perceives it to move, but that's not what it's doing. And then asks you, like, "Hey, explain that." I go, "I can't explain your contradictory worldview to you. I won't be able to do it. It's
yeah,
called a
and
fool's errand."
well, I
yeah, I
think the
thought the
question would
question
be,
was.
okay.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say I thought the question was pretty fair, right? If we're assuming that the sun appears to move because the ground is moving, then logically, if we leave the ground that's moving, shouldn't the sun stop appearing to move?
Well, I think the argument in those kind of situations would be, and I've heard this before. I didn't use it, but that observation of the sun, right, behaving in a way it does, seems to be only be plausibly explained if the Earth is spherical and it's like rotating.
That's not
Right.
true. That's just your claim.
Okay, cool. Well, can you show me another way this could be done, like in a
No,
different model?
that's not how it works. I mean, if you're making the claim this only works because the ground is curved and in motion, then it would be on you to prove that the ground is curved and in motion, right?
Okay, sure. Well, then I'm asking the question, right? On which other model besides, globe Earth?
Well, the
rotating?
ground appears to not be curved and not be moving. So, from what I can observe, the sun is moving above a not curving, not in motion surface.
Okay, how can that be the case, given the observations of the sun?
Well, because I observe the sun moving above a not curving, not moving surface.
Well, no,
How is
right,
that not
but can you,
possible?
well, exactly. Well, can you show that it is possible on a flat Earth,
Well, I
say flat
observe
disk,
it,
whatever?
so it doesn't really
No,
make
no, no, no,
sense
no,
to
no,
say,
no.
could
But
you
you're
show us that
begging the
what we observe is
question.
happening? No,
You're
I'm
begging
not. I'm observing. You agree that this is what we observe, yeah?
I don't agree. We observe a flat Earth. No, that's not true.
So we don't see a flat horizon and a motionless surface.
No, we see actually curved horizon, but that's another discussion. But you're the one saying that.
horizontal.
But you're the one saying is that this observation of the sun
Well,
is
hold on.
possible on a disk
Yeah.
Earth.
No, I
Can
didn't
you
say
show
this. I said this is what we observe it to be moving above a flat, motionless surface. But I think we have a disagreement on that. So we maybe need to address that first, which is you saying no, you don't observe a flat horizon. So I'm
Well, that's a
confused.
different discussion. Well, no, the whole
No, no, no.
point.
Well, but
I was
but
chiming in for the other guy.
you're saying that this you're the example that you gave relied on it, because I'm just saying I'm taking what I see and I'm not going beyond that until I have evidence to support going
See,
beyond.
You could use your
okay,
Greek model. How about this?
here's
Hey,
a wait, here's a
use
wait,
your
here's a
Greek model.
yeah.
Apollo dragged the sun across the sky. Since you
That's
love the
so
Greeks,
okay. That's
No, we don't
we're
even
not
need to. We don't
seriously
even need
not
to do
gonna
that. We don't even need to do that. 'Cause
oh no,
you just asked
Cyclone.
how is it possible, and I'm saying this is what I observe. So how can you say what I
So
observe isn't possible?
so you're not even in the same league, right? I would say, right? This is kind of my issue been for a long time with flat earthers. I've been around like that community for years, and recently, and I've heard this before, that you're not presenting any model, right, for what the shape of the Earth is, what the
Correct.
any model,
so
right?
flat is a shape. Explain why you think
that
flat is a shape.
disc, whatever.
Okay,
Listen,
explain
we
why
didn't
you
say
think
this.
Earth is a disc.
fat plate, whatever, disc, whatever, right?
Okay,
No,
explain
so
why you think
I'm
the
not
flat
saying any of
is
that.
disc.
no. If you're not presenting
Got errors
any
in your
model,
logic, dude. Your line of thinking is very broken.
I'm only explaining.
Yeah.
I'm getting at. Let me get to
If
this
I'm
point.
not,
Right?
go
Let
for
me
it.
get to this point. Right. So
I'm not presenting a
if you're
disc in
not,
space. Why are you saying I'm presenting a disc in
well,
space?
that's maybe the problem. Right? If you're not offering a competing model to the observations that we have that would explain, right?
No,
the
we're not. We're not
universe.
trying to compete with the observation.
Uh,
We are supporting the observation. You are trying to compete with the observations because our
no, nobody.
observations say we've got a horizontal horizon, a motionless surface, and the sun that moves. And you're claiming that there's something else going on. I'm not disputing those observations. You are, correct?
So we are trying to explain
No,
like
no.
the whole
Wait a minute.
endeavor. Yeah, we
No,
are.
we just need to
You're right.
establish this.
Yeah, he
Yes,
whistled
yes,
past the
yes.
graveyard.
Yes,
You're
we are, of
disputing. So
course.
you right. So you are disputing the observations. Therefore,
Oh no,
you are the one
We're
that
not
carries the
disputing
burden of proof.
observations. No, we're not
Yes,
disputing
you are.
observations.
Yes, you are. You just agreed that you are. No,
No,
because
what I
we
meant,
observe. No,
what
because
I'm
we observe
referring
a flat,
to.
motionless surface. We observe a horizontal horizon and a motionless surface, and a sun
No,
moving above us.
no. So that's
No.
not logically valid.
So listen.
So
listen.
wait a
If you
second. Could I actually
if you can't
respond?
acknowledge, wait, no, because you can't just say that you have a totally different view of the world than everyone experiences and agrees, even on the globe side, and expect that we can have a logical, rational conversation. You need to
So
substantiate that you don't. Right. So when do you see the ground move?
yeah,
I'm
why
sorry
would
we
you?
have to go through this
Why would
exercise
you?
because
Cool. Okay,
you're
we can.
disputing what we
So wait,
observe.
I was getting to. We can talk about this thing too, like epistemology of like flat eartherism, right? Which is
No, I'm
wrong
talking
in
about
my view.
observation. No, I'm talking about
No,
observation.
you're talking about experience. Oh, observation too.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Then we see.
So,
Yeah, we see a lot of
observation.
evidence for curvature of the Earth, and historically people have proven
I
this. And
don't.
currently,
No, I don't.
But
I
wait.
don't see any.
So, but
I don't
cyclone?
see
Like, I
any
was
of
trying
that.
to get to a point. I was trying to get to a point. Like you're
Okay.
like going into like all of these like things. Right? So I claim, right, that when flat earthers do not offer a competing model to explain how our reality works, and you're merely just going by like the prima facie observations, and you're not offering any model, any shape to the earth, right? How does the
Yes,
solar
we're not
system
offering a
works, right?
model. Okay, what's the
You're
problem with that?
because you're not even the same league, right?
Same
You're
league
not
as
even
what?
you're offering ignorance. We're offering
Ignorance
knowledge
of what? Ignorance of what?
of how reality works.
No, you said a model. You're not talking about reality. You're talking about a model.
A model is meant to represent reality
Meant to. Why did you say meant to?
because a map is
It
meant
doesn't.
to represent.
It doesn't.
Wait,
But
Oh,
yeah,
because
no,
it's
no
because
map
it's
or
an
model
attempt.
is
Might be an
perfect.
attempt. It might be an attempt.
Yes,
Right.
it's
So
all
you're
an
under the
attempt.
impression. So you're under the impression. Let me get this right. That unless we present some kind of, I don't know, 3D scale model of what we
Doesn't have to be
claim,
3D even.
we can't point out the glaringly obvious contradictions, flaws, and falsities of the globe model.
No, I
Is
didn't
that
say
your
that at all.
understanding? Well, that's
No, I
okay,
didn't say
because
that
Can I
at
that's
add
all.
what we're
something,
doing.
Spartacus?
No.
Yeah, sure,
Wait a
go.
minute. No, wait a minute. Because that's all we're doing. We're not
I
here
know.
to present a model. That doesn't change the validity of what we're saying about the globe model and reality and observation.
But however, if you want to be in this like I don't know what's the proper term, because look, to me the whole point of science, right, philosophy too, right, love of knowledge, philosophy, is to discover things, add to the knowledge, right, go
Yeah.
beyond what is prima facie the case that humans have agreed on for
Okay, so
fucking
join us.
millennia.
Start to
No,
find
I
the
am
truth
there.
about
I am
reality.
there. We are
No, you're
just
not. You're talking about
expanding that
models.
knowledge. We are expanding
You're
that
talking.
knowledge
No,
with
you confine
creating
yourself to a
models from
model.
the observations that make predictions which are testable, right, falsifiable, and they have been falsified many times. We had
Yeah, like
wrong
the
models,
geometric horizon
and we
has been
have
falsified.
no, that's not true. You haven't
Yes,
proven
it
this.
is.
I've not seen any flutter. But you again going into the fucking thing. Look, so
you
I'm
guys don't
again.
claim a geometric horizon anymore. You guys claim only an optical horizon,
But that's
non-physical.
any experiment involving that on Earth
So
would
boats
have to
don't go over
be
the
dealing
horizon
with.
anymore.
But again, wait.
Boats don't go over the
Spartacus.
horizon. The sun doesn't set over
So-
the horizon anymore. None of that happens anymore, right?
Sure, I'm gonna let her
no,
start. He wanted to chime in again.
So, if you want to be able to make the claim that your observation are worth something, then you need to be able to fit them within a context and a model where all your observations are compatible in a flat
No,
Earth. Because
incorrect.
if you observe the Earth as flat, then it would mean that everything else that you see happening around the Earth can happen when the Earth is flat.
So if I see, so if
That's
someone
the
makes the swan,
inconsistency.
so if someone makes the claim that all swans are white, and I see a black swan, can I not claim that the statement "all swans are white" is false unless I go and I don't know,
Make a
create models
model.
of every possible variant of swan
No,
that
what you
might
can say,
exist?
say
I
is
can
from my
falsify.
observations,
Let
all
me
swans
finish.
I have seen are white.
No, you can't because you've seen a black swan, so that claim would be false. That's
Well,
what
then
I'm
you
saying.
cannot
So we can
longer
make
say
an
that all swans
observation.
are white.
Exactly. So we make an observation that doesn't fit the globe model. We can no longer say all our observations fit the globe model, correct?
Because you're relying
So
on
we can
your
get rid of the
observations
globe
being the
model.
only ways your senses, your
So what we're
direct senses,
saying
your
is-
sight, your touch, your feelings,
So
as
we can
being
get
the
rid of
only
the
way in
model.
which you can make
How are you going to
observations.
throw away observation?
Wait,
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that there are things that can be true but
What
be
I'm saying is,
unobserved directly.
I need to finish. So what I'm saying is, when we
To a
observe, not
miller's
all
earth.
swans are white. Not all swans are white, and not all surfaces are a globe matching a curve. Not all the observations we make are matching the globe model. We have to
No.
discard that model, and then that doesn't mean that we then present another model. We say, okay, well, this model was wrong. So what do we have?
Well, okay, so for example, if you say from your personal senses and observation that the Earth appears to be flat, then, and you go from that logic going, well, I have no other reason to believe that the Earth is not flat, then it should be that you should be able to, everything else you experience in your life needs to be compatible with that. And if that is not the case, If you experience
Right.
things that cannot happen if the Earth is flat, then
Yeah.
you can no longer claim that the Earth is flat
Right.
because your
But
other
I've yet
experiences
to
have told you
experience
otherwise.
something. I've yet to experience something that I could say this would not work on a surface that's flat or
Okay,
level
so
with the water.
if the Earth was flat, there would need to be a certain way that the land masses of the world are arranged, right?
Sure.
In a I'm asking you, do you believe in a specific type of projection for the flat Earth, or do you not have an opinion on that?
No, I can't go and get that view.
All right.
I know who
So
can though. NASA and DoD both have full Earth maps that they've described as flat. So are
okay.
they wrong?
Well, you can test this yourself, right? So if you take out any map
Yeah,
of
you
the
do a
Earth,
FOIA. Do a FOIA request and see if they respond.
Well, no, you can't do what you were claiming or asking me if I believe like what are all the land masses arranged like from a top down view. No, you can't
no,
verify.
not from a top-down view. No, it's just you can experience this by traveling with a car
Well, you
and
can travel
looking
in
at
a
the
car,
distance that
yes.
you're traveling. Yes. So
Yeah. On a
if
flat
you
surface.
want the Earth to be flat
I don't want
and
it to be.
travel the
That's it.
distances that you actually do on a road trip, for example, through the United States or through Australia or through Eurasia, then the Earth's shape would need to be of some sort of like peeled orange.
What are you talking about?
Basically, the distances that we experience while traveling on Earth as individuals are impossible in a flat Earth model.
What's your basis for that claim?
Can you show the
Well,
model?
I'm using the disk model as a reference here.
Okay, so
Well, that's
using
not
the model
claiming
you
female.
came up with.
Well, no. Well, it's just, there's no flat Earth model that I've been presented with which accounts for these things.
So why are you talking about models then, and why aren't you talking about observations in reality?
Because my observations, what I'm saying is that I have experienced that example that there is a certain distance between Washington D.C. and San Francisco, or that there is a specific distance between, let's say, Stockholm and Ibiza, right?
Right.
And
But have you experienced
these
any curvature or
distances,
motion? That would be what
I
through
don't
the
need
globe.
to. I don't need to. These
Okay,
distances
so you don't.
require that the Earth is laid out in a specific way, and that all these places are in a specific relation to each other, right? And if you want
Correct.
to have a consistent, uninterrupted Earth plane, right, and have all the distances have been logged by countless millions of people traveling around the world, right, then you would not be able to, because
What's your basis
the
for this claim again?
any uninterrupted plane would have
What's the
the
evidence for
distances
this?
that we've
What's the
experienced
evidence?
stretched.
What's the
Well,
evidence for
the
this?
evidence is that people who drive from, for example, there's the Paris-Dakar race, right? From Paris to Dakar, which is a long distance from north to south. It's a certain distance, right? And we know that this distance is also the same distance that there is between, let's say, a city in South Africa and Namibia. I'm not exactly sure of the exact distances. But if any projection of the Earth uninterrupted was true, then the distance from the South African city to its analog to Paris, for example, would be different than the Paris-Dakar distance.
Right, so you just made a bunch of claims there about assumptions of how the lands are.
I think I can break it
don't
down.
understand how this
He's
gets you to
saying
the globe.
he's saying curved lines are actually shorter than straight lines.
No.
I would say that disagrees with any model I've ever seen.
No, I'm not saying that
A
curved
curved
lines
line would be a longer distance than a straight line.
No, I'm not making any logic. I'm not making any statements about curves here. I'm only speaking about flatness. And
So which
we
is
have an
long, which
understanding.
is shorter, a straight line distance or a curved line distance?
It depends on what the distance is.
Holy shit!
Yeah, but
If you're talking about the same distance, then yes, a straight line would be faster than a curved line. But I'm
Okay,
not
thank
making any
you.
But I'm not making
holy.
any statements about
See, this is
curvature
why we
here.
can't talk about this, because if you were to go down,
Why are you
down that
talking
line of
then?
logic, that you can't adjudicate the difference between a curved and straight line, I'm like, holy fuck.
No, I was under the impression you were talking about like any distance at all. No. Yeah,
I'm
if
talking
for
about
example the Paris-Dakar in a straight line is faster than a Paris-Dakar in a curved line, yes. But I'm not making any claims about the distance that it would be on a curved line. I'm just talking about points on a
That's
map
the
in
whole point
relation
of
to
the
each other.
discussion. I thought that was the
No,
whole
because
point.
I'm not
Proving
trying to
it's a
prove the
globe.
globe Earth. I'm just
Oh
disproving the
God.
flat Earth,
Okay, well, that's
Here's where
which
you're
are two
wrong, right?
different things. Because it could mean a different
Well,
shape
could
of the Earth
someone
that isn't
try
flat.
to?
I'm just saying
Well,
it's not flat.
to do that, you would need to prove the globe Earth. So, has anyone got any proof for the globe Earth?
No, because I can argue that the Earth is another shape that isn't flat. My point is
So
that
no,
your
so no
observation that the
proof
Earth
for
is
the
flat
globe
isn't
Earth.
necessarily true, given things that you could personally
Well,
experience in your
your
life and that I have
non-observation,
personally experienced in my life.
your
Can,
non-observation of the globe Earth isn't
can I
proof of
ask
the
you a
globe Earth.
question? What would you do if there was no gravity? Like it was just density, like the law of density? Would you if you didn't know about gravity, or if
How
you
can
didn't
you say density without appealing to gravity?
Yeah, why do denser things
We're not
shrink and
done with the distance
well,
topic yet,
because
by the
because
way.
how does water stick to
Yeah,
a
you
ball?
just didn't prove anything.
In any flat Earth model, there would necessarily be stretching of distances that we don't experience in our everyday lives. Basically,
And
that's the
if you
claim.
don't understand viscosity,
Yeah,
then I
that's the
can't help you,
claim.
dude.
We
Like
don't
that's how
understand.
water sticks, dude. It's viscosity, bro. It's different.
Shakespeare hates you.
Viscosity.
Yeah. Like different materials have different viscosity, dude.
Shakespeare's
Like that's
right.
why like when you're
He's
putting
right.
So
He's
for
right.
maple syrup,
example,
you know.
Shakespeare's right on this one. Good job,
Yeah.
Sage. Good job,
we
Shakespeare.
know that, for example, the difference between Bloemfontein in South Africa and Cape Town in South Africa is
You know what this reminds me of? RC,
let's
my
see
C.
exactly what it is.
Distances and directions.
Is 910 kilometers.
Is
And we
there?
know that
I
the
got a
difference
question for you.
between
Is there a
Paris and
magnetic
Berlin is
west?
also 900 kilometers, roughly. But in a flat Earth projection, this would be impossible.
Do you think there's a magnetic west?
I'm not making any statements
No,
about that.
I just heard another guy make exactly the same argument as you, and inside his worldview, he said there was a magnetic north, a magnetic west, a magnetic east, and a magnetic south.
This has no bearing.
Well, I'm just
For me,
kind of
it's like
curious.
if
Do you believe in the magnetic west? Is what I'm asking you. Do you think that's a thing?
I don't know, because that's
Okay.
irrelevant to any of my arguments.
No, I was just find it interesting that is there something going on with people who use distances and directions
I'm not
as their
arguing for
proof?
anything. I'm arguing against something. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm not positing a claim. I'm just saying that the claim that someone else is making is impossible.
Yeah,
Within their
you've constructed a flat Earth cosmology in your head, and then debunked it, and then said since you've debunked this, it must be a globe because curved lines are shorter than straight lines.
This, well, it only doesn't debunk it if you believe the Earth is flat and also is an interrupted plane and not just an uninterrupted shape of something that we haven't determined. Because any interruption, if you want an uninterrupted flat Earth with no like edges and like jagged like polygon like sort of shapes, if you don't want your flat Earth to be the shape of like New York City or something like that, or have a big gash through it at some point, right? Then you would need to stretch distances that we know are unstretchable because we have experienced them ourselves, or at least I have personally. Because
Okay, what's
there
next
are
then?
cities that I've traveled in between
Let's
at different
follow your
latitudes in the world.
Okay, let's
And
follow your
if
worldview.
the
What
Earth was
next?
like a flat plane with no like gashes through it, then I wouldn't have been able to travel those distances.
Okay, so
because
what's
they wouldn't have
next
been
then?
the same. Huh?
What's next? What happens after that? Can you draw a map
Well,
or
it
a
means that
model?
necessarily that the Earth is not a flat, uninterrupted plane.
Okay, so what is it then?
I don't know, but that's not the claim I'm making.
Okay,
I'm
you don't
adding
know.
the claim that it must
Actually,
be.
I want to address that point because the very great Leonard Susskind, theoretical physicist, talked about the idea of the holographic principle, that the notion that the Earth is flat, but so is the universe. Essentially, all of reality is flat, and what we're experiencing is a holographic projection of this two-dimensional reality.
What does that have to do with the fact that I can travel between Paris and Berlin and Bloemfontein and Cape Town in the same time and over the same distance, even though they shouldn't be?
That has to do with the fact that again, you're experiencing some of the quirks of the holographic properties of reality.
How would the holographic properties of reality explain the fact that I'm traveling the same distance in places that shouldn't be the same distance from each other?
Yeah, like I said, you have to understand when you're looking at a Pokemon card, right? If it's one of the rare holographic ones, when you shift the angle, you're going to see certain details that you wouldn't otherwise see. Like reality is a lot spookier and more mysterious than we make it out to be,
But I
right?
can't observe that, and we're operating. I'm arguing against a person who's arguing only from what they can observe, and so I'm arguing with things only I can observe,
Yeah, I understand that.
or
and
that
that's-
any human could observe. I can't
Yeah,
observe the
yeah.
holographic nature of the universe or whatever.
Right, right. But what I'm arguing is that perhaps with the assistance of large language models and artificial general intelligence, we'd be able to penetrate the deeper mystery.
Sure, but that's
So,
an
yeah.
entirely different debate, and the entire basis of reasoning that the other flat earthers here are coming from would need to be discarded.
Shakespeare is once again right.
Not necessarily, no.
I cannot observe the holographic nature of the Earth.
Let me tell you why we can't discard the views of these flat earthers, right? Because
No, just the basis for reasoning, not the views. The basis for reasoning.
Regardless, their basis for reasoning is it's what has supercharged a lot of the so-called intellectuals and scholars to rethink what they thought they knew about reality and the nature of the Earth and so on. Right? Like,
sure,
for
but that's
example,
indirect.
we could talk about like Antarctica, for instance, right? Why is it off limits to visit a certain part of Antarctica, dude? Like, I don't know if you knew this.
It isn't. You can
Shakespeare,
actually
fuck
book a
off,
trip
dude, you're
to go
trolling.
visit Antarctica.
No,
But you also don't need to
People
visit
go on
Antarctica
holidays.
No. I'm talking about New Schwabenland. If you look up New Schwabenland in Antarctica, you'll realize it's a no-fly zone. You can't go there.
It
If
might
you
be
get
military base or some shit. I don't fuck.
It's because they have telescopes and shit there. They don't
There
want
are
planes
plenty
flying
of
over.
possible interpretations of that question, but if we're still on the debate about what you can directly observe,
No, I'm
then it
not.
doesn't
Look,
matter.
is it you guys are fucking taking what I'm saying
And you can apply for
being a straw
jobs
man.
there.
No,
No,
what
the
I'm
reason
saying
is that none of the people I was talking to acknowledged anything of what I just said. So that's why.
dude, because what, like I said,
Not
like,
you, the others who are here.
Shakespeare, can you stop
What
trolling?
do you
There's
just
no
say?
more
I
global
acknowledged what you said. I acknowledged what you said. You said that you're not trying to.
By the way,
prove
bruh isn't
globe,
actually a
you're
real
trying to prove
person.
globe.
It's an AI.
And so my
You guys
personal
can-
observations of traveling between two distances which should not be the same distance, though they are, in my personal experience, means
Well, you're
that
making an assumption about some other thing that you're imagining, which isn't proving
no. So
anything.
It
wouldn't be possible.
I've
this
never
thing that I-
observed anything that would lead me
Not
to
an
believe
argument.
that the Earth has gaseous through it.
Okay,
Right.
cool.
Yeah.
What has that got to do with the Earth being?
And so my observation is that the Earth is a unitary plane. There are no gases through it. There's no.
You observe the Earth to be flat in motion.
Tectonic plates. Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
have, but I've also observed things
Oh, yeah.
personally
Well, there
that
you
would
go.
make any logical sort of continuation of that
That's
idea
where we differ, right?
impossible.
We both experience a flat motion.
Motion is
No,
relative.
I've experienced contradictory things. That's the thing.
You think that observation is impossible. I don't think observable reality is impossible. Quote.
No, I don't think that it's possible. I'm not saying your observation is impossible, but I think that the conclusions you are drawing from them are contradictory to other things that you can personally experience and that you probably have without noticing.
Well, I've not noticed any curvature, motion, or anything like that.
Mhm.
No.
But I've also
Motion
I
is
have noticed that
relative.
I've traveled between two distances that should be impossible if the Earth was a flat plane.
So your observation is impossible.
My observation is impossible if the Earth is actually flat.
So your observation of traveling over a flat surface, that flat surface is impossible because
Yeah, but
you traveled
that's
over
where
that
I'm calling
observably
into
flat
question the
surface.
idea that just direct observation is
Right,
the
but just think
be-all,
about what
end-all.
you're saying. Think about what you're saying. I traveled over an observably flat surface, and if I traveled over that observably flat surface, that means it's impossible for the observably flat surface to be a flat surface.
No.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
I traveled over an observably flat surface, and I concluded from this experience that the Earth is probably flat because there's no reason for me to believe otherwise. But I've experienced
No, you're
another
saying it's
thing.
a ball, though.
I've experienced another thing, which leads me to believe that, or that is
No, you
impossible
just
under my previous
experienced the
conclusion.
traveling. No, you just
Listen here,
experienced
listen here,
traveling over a
cowboy.
flat
I've
surface.
experienced two. I've observed two contradictory things, which means that one of
Listen
my
here,
observations
cowboy.
might not actually. One of my conclusions about my observation might not actually be the correct one.
No, well, your one observation is traveling over a flat surface. What do you mean you've contradicted
No, I have
that
two observations. I'm traveling
What's
over
the other
a
observation?
flat surface in two different places over a same distance, which
So that's
should
one
not be.
observation.
Which, if my conclusions about the first observation that the Earth is flat, should not be possible.
Right. So you're saying so you traveled over an observably flat surface from A to B. If you traveled over that observably flat surface from A to B, it's impossible for that surface to be flat if you traveled over that observably flat surface.
Okay, so if I want to clarify this, basically, I make the initial observation that I'm traveling
That
over a
it's
flat
flat.
surface. That's observation 1, right? And from this observation, I conclude that the Earth must be flat, because that is the only thing that I'm led to believe from this individual singular observation. And from this, it follows, since I have also, from my observation, no reason to believe that there are gashes through the Earth that separated,
not an
that,
observation.
that
That's
this
not
flat
like
Earth is like just fucking big fucking cuts through it.
Where
You
are
mean
you
like
not- where- you're
tectonic
not
plates?
observing-
Is that what you're saying?
No, I
your
mean like the Earth is like fucking like sliced
So
up in
your
like a really weird
so
shape.
your second
Oh, okay.
quote unquote observation is an imaginational view of an Earth with gashes in it. That's
No.
your second observation.
I
quote
see
unquote.
that the Earth is flat, and I see that the Earth has no gashes in it.
Okay.
So
What
I
about-
assume from this, and this is the assumption that you are making too from this observation, that the Earth is flat and is a
Well, don't put
unitary
words in my
surface. It's
mouth.
one
I'm not
unbroken
talking about-
surface.
I didn't say the Earth is flat just because it's observed flat. I'm saying that is both of our observation. But you're the one claiming that traveling over this observably flat surface somehow tells you it cannot be a flat surface. Which
Yes,
seems very contradictory.
because the conclusions that you draw from the initial observation that the Earth looks flat require that the distances that we travel around the Earth need to be arranged in a certain way for the Earth to actually
Right.
be
See,
flat.
this is getting to the meat of your claim. So this is what you have some imagined idea that if what I see is true, some other thing, something, you need to evidence what the hell you're talking about with this gashes in the Earth model that you're.
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about.
no.
I don't know what.
So
the hell
wait,
you're talking about.
Ardian, let me. So the idea that I'm saying here is that because the Earth is flat, and because I do not see or I observe that there are no gashes through it, and by gashes I mean like imagine if the Earth was a piece of paper and it's flat, and then I cut bits out of it. That's what I
don't know
mean.
why you'd be imagining. I don't know why you'd be imagining that. Then.
Because
claiming?
if I come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, then I have to imagine how all the things that exist on the Earth are arranged on this flat
No,
surface.
you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
you do.
That's a
Yes, you
fallacy.
That do. follows.
Why would you have to imagine? So you're saying if you understand or if you measure that the Earth is flat, not curved, you then have to imagine what the entirety of Earth looks like. Otherwise, the measurement that you just took doesn't exist.
Okay, so well, I can do this only through my personal observations, right? So I have observed that the Earth looks
your
flat,
personal
and I've
observation
observed that I've been to several different places around the world because I'm well traveled, right?
Which were all flat, yeah?
Which were all flat, yes.
Correct. Okay.
However,
that's an actual observation.
now that I have
and
to
will
think
this be an
through my
observation?
travels, I've also observed that these places are certain distances from each other.
Flat distances, yeah?
Flat distances. And
Okay.
now I have two claims, observations, or conclusions from my
No, you
observations.
still only have one. You have one observation.
I have
You
two.
have
I have
flat
two
distances
conclusions from
with
my
flat
observations.
areas. You have.
Can I
you've
please
observed
finish?
traveling over flat distances to flat locations.
why don't you let the
That's
guy
one
Yes,
finish,
yes.
dude?
And
Just keep
there are
interrupting him.
conclusions that follow from this that are necessary from this. A, that the Earth is flat, and B, that there are places around the Earth that are arranged certain directions from each other and distances from each other, right? And so
I
now,
don't know
for
what you're
these
talking about
two
now.
observations to be compatible, I need to be able to devise a map where these places are in fact the distances that I traveled in
Okay.
between them, and that these distances all fit without the Earth being stretched or without some
Okay.
distances being more like artificially longer than what I actually experienced them.
This
And my
is a-
claim
so
is
what you're
that this is impossible to do with a flat surface.
right. So what you're doing is confusing this imagination bit of your argument with an observation. So when you're saying I've got two observations, what you mean is I've got one observation of flat locations and a flat distance between them that I travel over. And then you imagine something and say, that's my second observation. That's not an
What
observation.
part did I
that's
imagine?
reality.
What part did I imagine?
This idea of an Earth that's torn up and has gashes in it, or whatever.
No, I'm imagining that
you're
it's
saying.
not that. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think what
Right.
he's saying is,
Okay, so
how
you're
can you travel
imagining.
two
Okay,
places?
so you're imagining a not torn up Earth. Then that's again not an
Maybe I'm
observation. Your observation.
elucidating my
Yo,
point.
Austin, can you
I think
just
I
leave
can
out the
elucidate your
gaseous,
point
bro?
for you.
Because like he
What he's-
doesn't get
what
it.
he's saying is this.
I can just say, basically, forget the gashes. I can now say I can rephrase this argument in a different way that will bother you less. I observe three things. The Earth looks flat. The Earth looks continuous, and the Earth has distances that I travel on it. Those are the three observations that I have. So you can draw conclusions from this. If those are my observations, that I can assume the Earth is flat because that's what I observe. I can assume that the Earth is a continuous surface because that's what I observe. And I can assume that there are distances between points on that Earth because that's also what I observe. Now, for these three observations and conclusions to be compatible with each other, I should be able to place all these points in relation to each other on this flat plane that I've observed. And they should be able to reflect the relationship between the distances in a way that doesn't stretch any of them out or compress any of them on a flat surface. What you will find, and what I have found from my various travels and distances covered, is that this is impossible to do. And this is why there's a contradiction between my observations, which means that necessarily one of them is false.
Well, saying that you haven't managed to personally map your personal journeys onto a map that you think matches doesn't qualify as
No,
impossible to do.
I've just
Because that
cataloged
would be
distances between
That would
points.
be assuming. Stop. That would be assuming that you have done this on every possible iteration of what the layout of land and
No, that's not
whatever else could be.
No,
yeah, because
just on key points.
That's impossible to do because the map I used didn't match or something, which we don't
It's
even
like
have your
No,
route
there's
layout.
no conceivable.
You would have to. There's no. No, listen. You saying there's no conceivable. What you can or cannot conceive is very subjective, right? So
Okay.
you saying this is impossible to do because I personally haven't mapped out
empirically.
a journey onto a map that
That's
I
subjective.
think matches.
No.
That's
I
not
challenge
true.
you then.
We haven't even begun to talk about Einstein, Rosen, and Bridges, dude, and the
Is it
possibility
just-
of
I-
creating
just
short-
you two talking, or
I
could
challenge
Batman say
you.
one
I
thing?
challenge you to create a map of a flat Earth in which every distance that people have experienced and
Well, I
are
don't need to
objective
because
can be mapped together in relation to each other without anything being
that's not
stretched
my
out.
claim. My claim is just the flat bit that you agreed to. Remember, it all looks flat. That's my. I agree
So
with you.
your claim
I'm not
is
making another
I am
claim.
a retard and I cannot see and I cannot think of anything else but Earth flat,
Well,
and
I mean, if you
that's
have to
it.
go
That's
to
it. You don't have
insults,
any other thoughts about it. You don't
if you have to go
conclusions.
to
You don't think about
insults,
it at all.
that usually says a lot about what your argument is.
Can I?
So,
No,
can
it's
I
just
say?
I agree with
you're
you.
acting like
I
humans
agree with
only have
you.
one observation, and that is the
I
only
agree with
observation that
you.
they
Hey, can I
Well,
say
the
one thing? The two of you guys
observation,
have been
yeah.
talking for like 20 minutes. Can I say one thing? I think the
Yeah,
point
go
the
for
guy's
it.
trying to make is there's two trips you can take that would be impossible to make on a flat Earth because it takes the same amount of time to go from point A to point B.
Yes.
As it does to go from point A to point C, even though point A and B and C should be different. There would have to be, like, if you look at a picture of a map of the Earth, if they were to
I'm
take
not
a
talking
sphere,
about the maps. I'm talking
if
about
I,
the lands
all
and the
right,
areas
let me
that you
finish. Let me
conceive
finish.
flat.
If you let me finish. If you were to take a sphere and make it flat and stretch it out, then there would be gashes like the guy's talking about. And so there's journeys that take a certain amount of time that should
Right, but
not
you'd
be
be assuming a
possible on a
ball
flat
that you
Earth.
then flatten out. You assume a ball that you then flatten out. Like, this is not what
Oh,
anyone
he's
is claiming.
describing what happens
No,
when you take
because
a
the
random
way
ball surface and you flatten it out. This is
Yeah,
just
why are
true.
we talking about a
No.
flat
This
Because the
is
whole point
false.
is you
when
shouldn't
the
be able
Earth
to
is
make the
being
same
spoken
trip in
about?
the same amount of time if it's flat.
The way
Right, this
maps
is
are
the
made are
claim,
not
but
by
all we've
assuming that the
observed,
Earth is a ball.
all
The way
we've
maps are
observed,
made, the way
all
maps are
we've
made.
observed, all we've observed, like he said, is the places he's traveling to and from are flat, and the distance in between is flat. That's what we observe. So that's what
I
I'm
also
But
observe
you're
that
reviewing.
leaving
there
the
are
other
certain distances
observation.
between these
And then you're
points.
talking about conceptual maps and squashing maps and all this stuff. I'm just talking about the land that he said is flat.
All right, so I'll make this
May I speak
really
for a
simple for
second,
you.
if that is fine for everyone?
I'm gonna go and
All right.
zoom out my Google Earth here,
So,
and I'm gonna
what
start
Forcenet is
Well, I'm going to
basically...
go on mute for a little bit. So if any of the other flat earthers are
You
here
know,
and want to
Yeah.
Earth
jump
is
in,
bullshit,
feel
right?
I'm
free.
not a flat earther. I'm saying let's go from New York to Portugal to Lisbon. It's that far away, right? And then let's go from New York. Let's take the same distance and go from New York to, say, Iceland. I don't know if it's the same distance, but it looks pretty similar. Then the distance from Iceland to Portugal should be there should be a triangle I can draw, right? Where I can figure out the hypotenuse based on point A and B. I should be able to figure out the length of line C. And you can't do that on flat Earth. It would take a different amount of time to travel from B to C. But it doesn't, because they're not any further apart. They're the same distance apart. And as
He
anyone
did mute
who's flown on a
himself.
plane, I know, but the point stands. If anyone's flown on a plane, you understand
Bro,
that there
wait,
are places.
I need to say a single sentence. So the guy in side chat who's like, which one of these is the globe Earth? None of them, because none of them are actually a sphere. These are all the attempts of multiple people that try to depict the Earth on a flat surface as close as possible. And every single one of them is inaccurate, which is why always somebody else was like, you know what, I have a better one. You know what? No, I have a better one. That's why, because you cannot depict a sphere on a flat surface. That's why you have like 50 attempts.
And the globe is not accurate either. So what's your point?
How is the globe
I-
not accurate, bro?
I
What?
see the biggest problem with the globe model is that it doesn't offer any explanation on how
You
to
guys don't even
deal
have a model.
on how to deal with disagreement. Or if
Why?
it does have an explanation on how to deal with disagreement, Michio Kaku presented one, by the way, then it wouldn't be the flat earther who's denying the model. It'd be you guys. If you're going to deny your own model, why would I accept it? You're in denial. I can use you to show you to you and show you that you're denying your own explanations.
What are you talking about?
Okay, please do that.
I didn't understand that.
I'm gonna entertain this. I want to do that. Please prove to me that I deny the globe being Earth.
Yeah, so inside the globe model, is there an explanation on how to deal with disagreement?
Inside the globe
Yes.
Earth model is
The globe model,
What's
does
the
the globe
question?
model
Sorry?
have any method to disagree with it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you denying that explanation?
Am I denying the explanation of the disagreement? I have so
Yeah.
far not heard one.
Okay, so you don't know if there's a disagreement or not.
So far, I have not seen
See,
one.
this
or
is the
heard
best part. You can get multiple people all presenting different globe models, all slightly disagreeing with each other, and they're okay with that. They can use that explanation and be okay, as long
Sorry,
as the
what
globe.
is? Sorry, what
someone
is the
else-
disagreement amongst the globe Earthers? What
Yeah,
are the
you've got
different
all kinds of different
interpretations?
things.
Well,
With
would
different
you mind sharing them?
different climate models. You got different reasons for why there's no space anymore. No
But
humans
these-
going to space.
Pause. One moment. You are extrapolating astronomical things onto the theory or quote unquote the shape of the Earth. Just because two people disagree with each other on dark matter or on anything that is far away from the Earth does not extrapolate into them disagreeing on the fact of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they're built in disagreement there.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that people disagree with each other on things that are not the globe, the shape of the earth. But you
Yeah.
were saying that
So
people
they've got
disagree with each
disagreement
other
built
on the.
in.
But wait, you were saying that these people disagree with each other on the shape of the earth. That's
No,
not the
they disagree.
conclusion.
Inside the globe model, there's lots of disagreement going on.
There is no such
And
a
there's
thing as the
explanation.
globe model. There's no such a thing as that.
Yeah, there's a globe model.
No,
It
no.
was
There's
presented by
like
the Catholic Church in the 1600s.
there is no such a thing as the globe model when we talk about other things other than the earth. If you're referring to the theory that we came up with of the shape of the earth, yes, there is one. And yes, there's people who can disagree with it. Everybody is free to do so. All you have
There
to
you
do
go.
is just point out a prediction that is incorrect. So far,
Use
nobody
that.
has ever, nobody
Use
has
that
so far,
prediction and
so
that
so
disagreement
far,
to
so
explain
far,
flat Earth.
please one moment. So far, nobody has actually made a critique that was fruitful.
Well,
I
predictions
have.
aren't the surface that
I
we're
just made one
walking
that's
on.
actually happened. I've done it.
No, predictions is the only premise that we work on in the scientific method. What is this
Mine's
answer?
not prediction. It's the fact
Well,
that
I'm sorry, but the measurements, the geometric measurements of what we're walking on aren't science. That's definitely not science.
What does science mean? The etymology.
Scientology, clearly.
Knowledge.
Science is
Yeah,
the
it means
study
knowledge.
of the physical and natural world. However, mathematics
No,
and geometry is not science.
no, that's incorrect.
See, this is
You're
a
just incorrect.
problem you
No,
have
that's
because
not incorrect.
at the
Would you
same
Science.
like a
time you'll say
citation?
science is
No,
knowledge,
I
and then
asked you.
knowledge proves things, and then say science doesn't prove things.
So
So it's a
I
broken worldview that you guys have to fix. Because does knowledge prove things?
knowledge is the highest good that we have when it comes to trying to establish empirics. We
So it'd be
establish
proof,
knowledge.
right?
We
Knowledge will be proof.
establish knowledge by using the scientific method. So,
Okay,
So,
but
what
does
is the
science prove
definition
things?
of
simple as that.
science?
The scientific method, knowledge.
Does it prove things?
No, the scientific method is not knowledge.
I disagree. The scientific method is the only attempt we have to achieve knowledge outside of our
Well,
own mind.
You can use other methods too. You don't need
Which
just
one?
the
How
science.
can you
As long as
make
the
an
same
empirical
method
claim about
matches.
anything?
As long as my method matches your method and we both get a repeatable result, you could use
That is
that.
the scientific method. What you
No,
just
no, the
explained.
scientific method is a robust, step-by-step process that everyone
You
can
said
kind of agree to.
reproducing
You could.
results.
The scientific
That's
method has
pretty much
changed
what the
over.
scientific method
Yeah,
is.
the scientific method has changed over the years to
No,
slightly.
it didn't.
Now
No, it
they
didn't.
call it a
No, it
modern
didn't.
scientific method,
No,
where
it
they
didn't.
say you can replace experiment with just observation.
No, the
It never used
scientific
to be
method
that way.
has never
The
changed.
old scientific method was you had to validate your claim with experiment. That's the only way you could do it. Other than that, it's just poetry.
The scientific method has never changed. The scientific method was invented round
Okay,
about
just stick
150
around. Stick
years
around.
ago.
You'll hear a lot of the globalists say
Like,
that
I'm
they can
answering
replace
your
experiment
question.
with
Sir.
observation. Yeah,
But
and
I-
my
but I-
feedback is this, okay? Stick around for a while. It won't be long. You'll get a globalist come in here who will tell you that they can replace all of experiment with just a single observation.
So yeah, that's fine. If you can, then we will drop
no, I'm
everything and
not
we will
talking
make a
about
new
any kind of
theory.
observation.
That
I'm
is
talking
the
about taking
beautiful
3
beautiful
different
part
flights.
about science, right?
Well, a
So
single observation is not science in the scientific method, and the scientific method is not knowledge. The scientific method is a
that is
step-by-step
just incorrect.
process.
That is just flat out
I've
incorrect.
taken many flights, and I can tell you
How
that
can you
it's
That's
establish
incorrect.
any? How can
How's
you?
that incorrect?
Look at the
Because
side
I
chat.
will ask you
What's
now
See,
a
in
look,
the
question.
white
it didn't
space?
take long. It
Can I speak now,
literally
please,
took
sir?
2 minutes
Would I
before
be able
someone
to?
had said their
Would you allow me to
observation
speak?
debunks experiment. I told you don't
Sir,
wait long
would
at
you
all.
allow
And
me to speak and answer the other man's question?
yeah, it didn't take long at all. They literally took less than 2 minutes, and somebody was already saying their
No,
observation.
Crit. I just read
So
you, dude. Look at the side
my
chat.
point to
What's in the white
knowledge is
space? What
again
is
the
in the
scientific
fucking white
method
space?
is the only way how we can establish knowledge. Unless you will show me another way how we can determine anything outside of our mind dependence that goes outside of the scientific method. I mean, I would like to see it. The reason why we established the scientific method, we discovered it, was because we had a lot of quote-unquote people that proclaimed that they had knowledge, and philosophers have agreed around about 150 to 200 years ago that the scientific method is the only method we can use to remove pseudoscience from actual science. That was the only way.
Okay, so then you would agree that the scientific method includes an independent and dependent variable.
I mean, what is this question supposed to be? This was not about the conversation. The conversation was if we can obtain knowledge without using the scientific method.
No, we were talking about science, and I said to you that the definition of science was the study of the physical and natural world through experimentation. You told me that I was wrong.
I asked you for the etymology, not the
scientific
definition. That's why you were wrong.
You then said that the scientific method was knowledge, and Crit told you that it was a Crit said that it was a step-by-step method we had to follow, and you said no, it could be done through observation only. Then you were talking about the scientific method again.
I disagree. You have a lot of things wrong. First of all, I asked you for the etymology, not for the definition. So that's why I said you're incorrect. Secondly, the point is when it comes to one observation thing that you're talking about, I said one observation is merely enough to break a whole theory. If you do one observation that goes against the current theory that you have, that's enough to completely debunk it. Number two. Number three, you did in fact say that it is not knowledge, the thing that comes out of using the scientific method. That is just incorrect. That is the only way we have to establish knowledge empirically on anything that is outside of our own mind.
Okay, there we go.
Well,
what I'm
asking is, what is that scientific method that you keep on speaking about? What is the scientific method?
I can go off the top of my head if you want me to give it to you. I mean, I might not be fully accurate on it, but first it starts with the observation, then you come up with the hypothesis.
Okay, pump the brakes. Let's start with observation.
Yeah.
I'll post an observation.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go step by step together. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. What do you observe here?
Did you send something inside chat? Or?
Yep. Side chat.
Okay. Let me see.
Like just
the picture.
Yeah. There we go. Here's would you call this an observation, or is that not an observation?
Sure, we can call it an observation.
Okay. So what do you see here? There's like some people walking.
I don't know, some type of road, I guess, or like is this an airfield? It kind of looks like maybe an airstrip.
Yeah, I could go with that. It could be an airstrip, and people are walking along the airstrip.
Yeah.
And it looks like here, right? If there's a geometric curve of the Earth that people fall behind, there's two Nephilim. There's two giants in the background.
Yeah, we also can observe that there's some sort of weird waves.
Oh yeah, that's probably more likely the case, right? There's some sort of optical phenomenon going on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the geometric physical leading edge of the globe, the edge, as if you were a globe.
We also observe
is an optical effect. It's not a physical.
Yeah, we got optical. We are observing some very tall creatures in the back on some sort of airstrip with waves at one point in distance, and the legs are missing of both the giants for some reason.
Well, are they behind the curve of the Earth?
I mean, that would be established if we would go further beyond with our scientific method. If we would analyze everything in here so far.
Okay, so let's go measure those people. Oh, they're not giants. They're actually normal sized. Huh. I wonder what could have explained this observation.
Well, see, so our observation was turned out to make a wrong hypothesis. If our hypothesis is that they are giants, well, by using the scientific method, you would discover that no, in fact, they're not.
Okay, so let's go back through. So now we got this observation. We've adjudicated that they are not giants. So what's going on here?
I mean, I don't understand how this has to do something with the conversation we had
Well,
about
we're working for knowledge, right? So now
Well,
we
you guys
know.
are all totally ignoring the fact that I've flown places that should take longer than they do.
You're ignoring it.
No, I'm
Because
saying it right now. I'm posting.
your
It's in the
knowledge
side
ends
chat.
with a question. This is the
No,
problem.
no, it doesn't.
You've
It ends with the
ignored
fact that
your knowledge.
I have a passport in my wallet
Yes,
with
and you've
flights.
ignored
can
your.
we
Okay,
just
you've
cut?
got knowledge, and the end goal of your knowledge is to ask somebody else a question about something you think you know. I don't do that. Okay, in my worldview, if I know something, like today, I'm gonna have to wear a tie when I go to work later. I'm not going to ask you what tie I should wear
totally
because
get that,
you
Crit.
don't know what tie I should wear. So I wouldn't ask you.
That is
get
a
what you're saying. That's a
mind-dependent
good
thing
point.
that
I
you're
respect
referring
that.
to. That's not
So
comparable
I don't want to end with a
empirically
question.
proven.
Like you said,
Like,
Crit, I
hey,
shouldn't.
Stace,
I
the
shouldn't end with
knowledge of what you should wear or not is
Artie,
mind-dependent
can I
on you.
respond to Crit because he was talking to me?
So if I know you
Crit,
don't know something, do I
get it.
ask you or
No,
do I don't ask you?
yeah, and with the question.
You
So
know.
let me rephrase. Let me rephrase.
I would go as far to say as that you know that I cannot know what you prefer.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I've taken flights and I know exactly how long they took. I could put a stopwatch in my hand, and it would be impossible if the Earth were flat.
Okay, use that then. So now you know inside your worldview that
no, it's not in my worldview. It's with a stopwatch on my hand and a flight that I've taken.
Everything you've experienced, your knowledge, your worldview, your proof.
No, it's not my worldview. It's my experience. Yes,
okay,
my
yes.
experience.
So your knowledge says that Earth cannot be flat.
My knowledge doesn't
so then
say that.
If you
the
ask
somebody,
so the stopwatch told you that the Earth can't be flat.
Any kind of watch can tell you that.
Okay, I give up, dude. If you're talking to a stopwatch, I would call that schizophrenic.
Okay, can we actually go back on
so, Crit, where are the
thing
places
that you were
you've
talking
flown
about?
to? Give me some of your flights. What destinations have you done? I've done London to LA before. I've done Cape Town to Melbourne. Where else have I gone? Well, I think
this is
those are
not
the only
an
ones
argument
that, really
they hear for the first time. May we please, I just want to hear what they have to say about the scientific method and
go
knowledge.
ahead.
That's more
but
interesting.
That's the fact. The fact is that there is something in there, and it should take longer to go from. It should take longer to go from the tip of South America.
I have heard
to the
that
tip
argument
of
a billion
Africa.
times, bro. Come on.
Why?
You're not gonna convince them this time. Trust me.
Well, he can't even convince himself. I would be more convinced if he convinced himself.
I've been on the flights before and I've timed them.
Then why aren't you presenting this instead of a question?
That's what I'm presenting.
You're presenting an I don't know. If you don't know, then how do you know if you don't know?
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I do
you
know.
did present it as a question. No, you did though at first.
I did, and I apologize for that. And I said, let me rephrase it so it's not a question.
All right. Can we now go into the thing with the giant and shit?
Yeah, you want to go back to the scientific method? Okay, so we've adjudicated through measurement that these people are normal size. They're not giants. Even though they appear to be giants, right? They appear to be. These are very large individuals, like Nephilim.
Let's go step by step. We first observe that they seem to be very tall in our observation. Then we make a hypothesis that they are therefore tall. Then we go up to them and measure them, and we find out that no, they're in fact normal-sized humans. Is that good enough characterization?
Yeah, that you went up and you so the hypothesis could have been that maybe they're doubles. Maybe there's a miniature human of them running a miniature. There's a giant, and then every giant has an evil twin that's a little guy. So we didn't measure the correct one because by the time we got there, the giant had wandered off and the miniature one was left behind.
Yeah, sure.
You can come up with all kinds of weird shit, okay, and just go through and keep adjudicating all this stuff.
I know. That's why it's called an hypothesis, because it isn't true.
So how would you have to falsify it then? How would you falsify that giants have evil twins or good twins? That some are big. Because you could ask them, right? Say, hey, Mr. Little Evil Twin Giant.
Can we stick on the example with the people in the back?
Yeah, exactly. So you measure them.
The hypothesis of how do we establish if they're actually giants or not? Would just
we measured them.
For example, yeah, that would be
Okay,
one
but we
of
have to falsify that too. So how would the measurement possibly be wrong? There could have been another lookalike, a twin. See, right now
Well,
there could be right below his legs, behind the curve of the Earth, there could be a little guy who looks just like him.
yeah, what you're doing right now is appealing to skepticism, though.
No, it's
Like,
appeal. You have to
That'd be awesome, though.
falsifiability. You have to have falsification.
Well, it's
How would
not
you
science
falsify?
unless it can be falsified. If it can't be falsified, it's no longer science.
But first of all, you need to make a positive claim of it. Like, that's the thing.
And a
What you're
negative.
doing is
You got two. You got the
you
hypothesis
wait.
and the
But
null.
let me explain
And the
He's
something.
null
right about that. You
hypothesis.
try to
Let me
disprove.
explain something. What
He's-
you're doing
that's
is you're
true.
appealing to skepticism.
Two
What you're
hypotheses. No, two hypotheses.
No,
One
you
that
try to
would
disprove
validate.
your hypothesis.
Yeah, one that
But
would
one-
validate your cause and effect, and the other one that would not validate,
Invalidate it. Yeah.
invalidate
Okay,
your cause and effect.
So the problem is that there is no reason, there is no observation for your belief to be real. Like, that's not an actual thing that you came up with on your observation. It was something that you came up with your reasoning. Do you see what I mean? And your
No,
reasoning
the
is not based.
observation is that it could
Please,
be
and
below
may I
the
just
horizon.
finish? Please,
No,
please,
because
may I
you're
just
not
finish?
following along. You're trying to
I
just
am,
grease
I
the
am.
skids to make it seem like you can't observe something that you can't observe. Duh.
Yeah,
That's why we're
you
looking
cannot
for we're looking for
exactly.
explanations that would
Exactly,
prove that
but
could
this is
match
the
this.
problem. This is the problem. You're starting off of something that you haven't observed. Therefore, you are not using the scientific method when you give me an appeal to maybe there's
No,
a
I did.
unicorn who made
I
the
added
evil
in.
brother,
We
and
went
so on
through the
and so on.
process and we measured the guy. We measured a guy who looked like that and his
Yeah,
normal height. So now
okay.
we have to fit that observation into the photo. So what else could explain this then? Is this a
There could
very
be
big
billions
guy
of other
and a little
reasons.
guy? There's also a little guy here somewhere, but
Yeah,
he's too
okay.
far away so you can't see him. So how would you invalidate that? What would be the hypothesis and null hypothesis for?
Clearly,
You could ask him,
clearly,
right? How about if you ask him? Could you say, "Hey, man,
clearly,
do you have a big brother, like a really big brother who's like a twin?"
no, that's
And
not, that's
he
not
tells you
needed.
no, right? He tells you no, he doesn't have a very big brother.
Okay, sir,
So then what
that's
you now
needed.
you add that into your hypothesis. So he's
So
not
my
so this
mere problem that I have with you is that you are trying to extrapolate some evil brother, mythical, magical stuff that is not observed. If we
no,
see
because
these
it was
people
observed because
in
we
the
measured
back,
him. We
if
measured
we
him, and
see
what was his height? Was his height like five between 5
his
and
height
6
was
feet?
normal,
Yeah,
normal
okay, or
size.
within normal, right? Within tolerance. But
Yeah,
yet, if we push that back through the scientific method and observation, it doesn't match because we clearly see a very big giant
So
here.
okay, so what
So
is
how would you
happening right now?
explain that? Then we got to have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. So the hypothesis would be there could be some
You're not
atmospheric
letting me answer,
lensing
man.
effects going on. The null hypothesis is he's got an evil twin giant. He's still a
Sir,
giant here.
sir,
We're
one
still
of the
working on
hypotheses.
the framework that it's possible that this is a giant.
I need a minute. I'll let you finish, and then I need you to grant me
I'd like to
30 to
respond
1
to
minute of speaking because you interrupt.
Okay, Crit. I'd like to respond and
Can
say
I? May I? If I
you have
speak,
invalidated
I
what
want
I
you
said.
to first acknowledge that you're gonna let me speak for 30 seconds in a row because I'm getting constantly interrupted.
Yeah, go for it, Artie. I'll let you speak. Dude.
Will I get those
this is
30
all.
seconds?
Are you able to
No,
present
this
a
is
I don't know
stupid
if
hypothesis?
Crit
fucking
will.
dope.
I
This
will
is stupid
respond to your
fucking dope, I
question,
think.
but I need 30
It's
seconds
not a
because you
question.
know
I'm
that
just give me your hypothesis.
Are you gonna? Are you gonna
I
give
would
30 seconds?
appreciate
Or
if you
not?
let me speak, and then I will give you.
How about
It's
this? Give me a
circulative.
hypothesis or don't. You do you.
I would like 30 seconds, and then I will give you a hypothesis.
Okay, fire away, dude. Let's get to it. Let's cut to the
Okay.
chase. Okay, time is money.
Thank you. So, as we first time established that we observed these people to be tall, we had the reason to believe so because it was based on our observations. When we went up there, we did another observation and we figured out that they are actually normal sized. So, the first hypothesis, which was based on the first observation, was incorrect. They were, in fact, not tall. That's the whole point of a hypothesis. A hypothesis does not mean it is true. A hypothesis means we don't know yet, but we think this might be the case. Now, once we actually did that, you are now appealing to something with the evil brother and so on. This is kind of like saying, I observed something being dropped in the back, so I think it was a unicorn who did it. Now, what we call that is appeal to ignorance. You have not actually observed a unicorn doing it. So this observation that you're coming up with, or the hypothesis, is not actually based on your observations. So for the first question, the hypothesis, he was a very tall guy, and actually we were wrong. Once we did the scientific method, we proved ourselves wrong. The second one, I will not engage with.
So you didn't come up with a hypothesis then. All that
I just
for
gave you one.
long-winded, that it's not a giant, is your hypothesis.
The hypothesis, firstly, was it was a giant.
Well,
and then
you
we were
fucked up
incorrect.
because I can see it's a giant. It's definitely a giant.
Yeah,
This
but we
guy's
went
huge.
up. We
Look how
measured.
big he is. Part
Hang
of
on,
his
can I-
legs is hidden behind the curve of the Earth.
Why are you guys talking about giants? And
You seem to not understand what hypothesis means. Hypothesis is just our fucking explanation to what we are currently observing.
You can see this guy disappearing bottom up. He's
Yeah.
clearly a very huge dude. This is massively tall. And
Yeah.
he's got a female version too. So you know that they
Yeah.
could have offspring. Because male and female.
I'm literally telling you that the first observation would be correct, and the first hypothesis would be correct and reasonable to make, to say that this is clearly a giant. But once you actually go up and you have an observation that contradicts your first observation, or a prediction, it could also be called, you therefore have to drop the hypothesis. It is not correct. You didn't
So now he
establish
can form a
knowledge.
new. So now he can form a new hypothesis, and his new hypothesis is that maybe there's something happening with refraction that's causing this, and his null would be that maybe there was a giant person there, that maybe that person moved away from where he
And
was
now
looking,
you're
and
appealing
that
to
it was
something
a
you didn't
twin.
observe. This
Yeah,
is
I
again
did
what I
observe.
said.
I did observe the giant.
You didn't observe anyone go
So
away.
my
You're just
old
saying maybe.
hypothesis that I
Okay, no,
disvalued.
one moment. You're appealing to a maybe. That is not an observation, please.
Yeah, a cause and effect relationship here.
You
So
are
what else would
stating.
explain?
You
So
are
my old
stating.
hypothesis became my null hypothesis, and I developed a new hypothesis.
Which
and the new
wasn't based on an
hypothesis,
observation,
yeah,
sir.
this observation right here.
Again, you stating that maybe he went away and somebody else came is not based on our observations, but it's based on
Or
ignorance.
he's hidden behind the curve here.
Still ignorant, sir. You don't know if he's hidden or not. It is not an observation. You didn't observe the thing you're referring to. That is
Well,
the problem.
it's some explanation. That's called the null. The null
It doesn't
hypothesis.
matter. A
It was
hypothesis has
falsified.
to be on basis of an observation. A hypothesis cannot be presented on basis of ignorance.
Yeah, that's why when you look at the heliocentric model, they tell you God did it.
I'm sorry, we jumped really far right now.
Yeah, because
I hope
All right,
do
if
you
you don't
understand
mind,
what I'm trying to say here?
if you don't mind, let's go, but let's take it back another way, and
Yeah, go
let's
ahead,
take it
AJ,
back.
tap in. I don't see. He doesn't seem to be able to follow the scientific method with me to get some sort of knowledge
Thank you for the
about who
atom.
these two people are.
Thank you for the atom, sir.
Well, I'm going to go back to something really simple as what we claim as gravity. So if we drop something, say
Why
I
do you
have
go to
a
gravity?
pen
Can we stick
in.
first on the topic of scientific method and
Well, this is what I
hypothesis
am doing. I am
observation?
sticking on the topic of the scientific method, if you just
Okay.
let me finish.
Okay.
Okay, so I have my phone in my hand that I'm using right now, and I let go of my phone, I drop my phone, and it goes down. So I've now witnessed a phenomenon or an
Observation.
occurrence. Something that I've dropped has gone down. So then what's my hypothesis from there?
So here comes actually the interesting part of flat Earth. You know, in the beginning, like flat Earthers, like they used to say that the Earth is traveling at 9.8 meters up a second, right? That was actually
No flat earthers actually do really say that. That's a bit of
okay. If you
bullshit.
whatever you think, let's say no flat Earthers thought of it. Let's say I made it just up because I don't care if flat Earthers actually believe in it or not. That was not my point. So this explanation, this hypothesis that the Earth is traveling 9.8 meters up a second was actually a pretty good hypothesis. Like, believe it or not, that is actually a good explanation. It just doesn't work for every scenario, and that's why it failed. But like as a flat out first thought, it is a pretty decent hypothesis because it would explain your observation, right? So what's the point? Yeah, you saw something dropping. You clearly observed that it fell. Now, what's your hypothesis?
Well, that's what I asked you. What would the hypothesis be if we're going to go through it step by step? What would the hypothesis be from there?
I think that the Earth travels 9.8 meters per second. That would be a hypothesis.
What was
Did
that?
you
Sorry.
really make this man make your
I believe that the
hypothesis
Earth
for you?
travels at 9.8 meters per second upwards. That would be a hypothesis.
Wow. Yo's getting sunned. That's hilarious.
Okay, so the cause of the object falling is
Yeah, I don't
because
think it
you're
was
saying the
falling.
Okay, we witness that it's falling, but your hypothesis is that it's not falling, that the Earth is actually rising up
Yes.
at 9.8 meters per second. So the cause of the effect, according to your hypothesis, is that the Earth is traveling upwards at 9.8 meters per second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is there any
Okay,
problem with this hypothesis?
so now from there we have to test this, and to test this we have to use an independent and a dependent variable.
Well,
So
let's do it.
you need to manipulate your cause to see if it causes the effect. So how now do you manipulate the Earth traveling up at 9.8 meters per second?
You drill 17 miles into the ground and then you flip it.
I do not know this manipulation variables that you're referring to. The next step after the hypothesis is test with an experiment, right? Where we should try to isolate that thing as good as possible.
Well, that
And I will
experiment
do that.
includes,
I
and
will
the
take
most
I will
that
take the
experiment
dependent
includes,
I will
and
take the
the most
dependent
important
variable to
step
be.
is the
I'm answering your
dependent and
question, sir.
independent variables.
Can we all
Yeah.
talk at the same time, please?
So I'm saying that I will take the dependent variable to be the phone or the mass of whatever I'm dropping, and the independent one is going to be the Earth. So there you go. I'm just going to drop multiple things. I will drop first. I will drop a feather in a vacuum. Then I will drop a phone, and I will drop after that, let's say, a ball. And all of them come out to be 9.8 meters per second falling.
Okay, so you've proven an average speed, but you haven't proven the cause of that average speed. And again,
He did. He proved the
you
cause was
need
him.
to.
He dropped it.
You need to.
I just
You
proved
need
He
to.
was the own causal agent in
Hang
his own
on.
experiment.
One at a time.
You need to manipulate that cause, and you're saying that that cause is the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second.
I do not need to manipulate a cause of the independent variable.
Yes, you do.
Well, then, can you give me an example of how we have done this for anything else? Like any theory that you appeal to?
Global warming.
Do you have any
don't
theory
need
on your hand where you have manipulated
I don't
the
need to. The
independent
fact is
variable?
that the scientific method, the most important step is to vary the cause to see if it is causing the effect. That is just a fact of science.
Well, and then I'm asking you if that's a
I feel
fact
like I'm
of
losing
science.
brain cells by the second.
I would like to hear a theory where somebody manipulated the cause of the independent variable. Like any theory. Do you have one per hand?
Yep. I can give one that other flat earthers would give. I'm not
Tell
saying
me.
that this is a fact, that this
You
is
saying it? Wait, what?
okay, so we can have a look at electrostatics, yeah?
How
So
did
we
you
can put
manipulate
something
electrostatics?
I don't know
we
if this
can
is a fact, but I'm going to say
we
it anyway.
if we say that the cause of something going up or down may be an electrostatic charge, well, we can then put something
Did you
into a Van de
manipulate
Graaff
the
generator.
electrostatic
We can
forces?
add electrostatic charge. We can manipulate that charge, the cause, and we can see that when we manipulate it, we can in fact make things go up, go down,
How
or
can you
hover in
manipulate it?
place.
Like your hair, you add electricity to your body and your hair rises.
So you're manipulating the electric components? Or are you just
My
manipulating the
hypothesis.
amount of
My
electricity that
hypothesis.
is going through you?
He's heating up
My
the air.
hypothesis, if you want to listen again, my hypothesis is that things go down because everything is electrostatic in nature, and the electrostatic charge is what's making things attract or go down. So
Okay.
then I put
Can you
my
flip that
item.
electrostatic charge?
Now I put my item into a Van de Graaff generator and I manipulate my cause,
Can you
the
flip
electrostatic
the
charge.
electrostatic charge?
Can you what, sorry?
Can you flip it? Can you make it go the other way? Can you make it into a negative? Can you control it?
Yeah.
Can you manipulate it?
He's just asking you the same question you asked him for real, for real.
Yes, you can. That's what I'm saying. You would manipulate that charge and you can make objects heavier, you can make objects float, or you can make objects levitate, or you can make objects go down.
So what you're doing
yes,
is
you can manipulate your cause. So now I'm asking you to do the same thing for
no, sir.
your
What you are
No,
manipulating
sir.
is
You have to
what you are
manipulate your cause to
manipulating is
get the predicted effect.
what you are manipulating is the dependent variable. You're manipulating the amount of electrostatic force that goes into an
I'm
object. You're not actually manipulating. You are not
manipulating my
manipulating the
cause.
independent variable. You are
No,
not
you're
manipulating the independent variable unless you're changing
correct.
the power,
I hate
like forces of the electrostatic forces that you're appealing to. You're not manipulating the independent, but the dependent one. And
right.
that is what
You're
I did as well
manipulating
when
the
I dropped
atoms,
the
not the
feather, when I
object.
dropped the phone, and when I dropped the ball. I did the exact same thing.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
If
did.
you throw a ball up, it's different than if you just that's the same thing as you were saying the electromagnetic bullshit you was talking about. Like same,
It's
Listen
like
again.
going into this very simple stuff, like all the way back to 5th grade science. What
No, you're
causes
trying to
plants to
take
grow?
that shit
You
and
add water.
assume,
Did it? Okay, so
a
adding
further
water would be my
Father.
I mean, I agree that we are
because you
currently on
can't
5th
judge
grade
the Earth
science, but I think you guys weren't allowed into the 6th grade.
curvature or what have you of one plateau because the Earth has
that
a
would be a
multitude of
testable
plateaus.
observation. If you think anyone here is sub 5th grade, would you continue to talk to them?
I think all Americans are sub 5th grade, even if
Oh,
they
okay.
finish high school.
That works.
So
yeah,
you need to manipulate the cause, and the cause in this case is the electrostatic charge that we're manipulating now to make things go down.
You didn't
or
manipulate
up.
it.
Something
No,
that you can't do with gravity.
You manipulated the
atom
amount.
or the
You
object.
manipulated the amount of static charge that is in the
just like
object.
you manipulate the amount of water you would add to a plant to verify.
Yeah, and I can manipulate the amount
Just
of
like
weight.
you can't manipulate your cause of gravity.
I can manipulate the amount of weight that is on the object that I toss towards the ground.
No,
for example.
because
you would have to manipulate
cause.
the Earth moving upwards or downwards. You'd have to change
That's
that
right.
to get a predictable result.
And you are testing if electrostatic forces are causing gravity, and you're not manipulating the electrostatic force. You're manipulating the amount of it that is appealing to the
That's your
object.
independent variable.
Exactly,
That's
and
not
so am I.
an
I am
independent variable.
You'd have to manipulate the amount of Earthrise.
I'm using the
boiling a
velocity.
pot
I'm using the
water that
velocity of the Earth, and I'm trying to establish if me changing the variable of the amount of weight that the object has.
Earthrise. You have to manipulate the Earthrise to get a different
How?
predictable result.
You do not manipulate.
Your cause was
This is not the
Earthrise.
same. You
your
present me
cause, your
contradicting yourself.
independent variable, your cause would then affect your dependent variable, how fast things fall to the ground.
Sorry, why is the independent variable called the independent variable?
Because it's a cause.
Yeah. Okay.
The
And so,
intellectual giant is stumbling.
Can you change the independent value?
You
Are you even supposed to?
manipulate the independent variable to get a predicted
Do you need
effect.
Do you need to alter the independent value?
Yes, you change, vary, and manipulate the independent variable.
Really? You need to be able to manipulate the independent value.
The independent variable is what is manipulated. The independent variable.
And why is the dependent variable called the dependent one?
because that is what is dependent on the independent variable. The dependent variable will change as predicted by the amount of how much you played around
Are you
with
sure about that, sir?
Yes, 100%. There's
So
no
what
doubt in my
actually?
mind.
Well, then I will give you a doubt. What actually happens is the dependent variable is supposed to be changed so that the independent variable will make a different effect on the dependent one.
No,
And then
you're way
based
wrong,
upon that
dude.
effect that it has on the dependent one, you can then come up with the theory if it is actually being caused by it or not.
You're
So if I
way
take,
wrong,
let's say
dude.
Yeah,
I
you're
believe
so.
in.
This is,
Yeah.
dude. I can't decide because you used to be a smart guy, but now you're really brain
Damn,
farting
dude.
fifth grade shit.
He's coping.
Whoa, let's keep it
Well,
PG.
I
For
have
real.
to admit that
Oh,
you are
fuck
contradicting
mouth.
yourself.
Mama.
You are using the independent variable as the one who needs to be manipulated. That is
The
not the case.
independent variable is
The
manipulated.
independent variable manipulates the dependent one, not the other way around.
Yeah, you like if you think sun makes plants grow, the cause, sunlight, the effect,
Yeah.
plants grow, you change
Yeah.
very manipulate the amount of sun the plants get, and then
Exactly.
so
Exactly,
you
sir.
manipulate your independent variable, the amount of sunlight.
No, I do not. You don't actually turn the sun off. You
No,
do
you
not
change
turn
it.
off the rays.
You give it
You do
sun
not
and you
turn
give
off
it
the
shade.
fucking. You do not turn off
You put
any
it yeah,
X.
you put it in
Please,
darkness.
sir. Please, you do not turn any
Or
rays off.
water.
You do not. You
Or
do not
water.
manipulate.
If you think
do not.
water makes plants
One
grow,
moment, man. You
the
do not
cause
manipulate.
and effect,
You do not manipulate the
you
actual
manipulate your
sun.
independent variable, the amount of sun.
In the example that you just gave
The
me with
amount of
the
sun.
plant. Yeah,
The
in
amount
the
of sun.
example. Yes.
Let him
in the
talk. Jesus.
Yes, in the example that you just gave me with the sun, you actually are not manipulating the sun as
The
you are
amount of
telling
sun.
me to do.
How much sun does it
You
have?
just manipulate the dependent variable,
Yeah,
how
which
much it
was
is
your
being
Earth
affected
rise. So
by
change
the
in the
independent
amount
variable.
of Earth rise.
And I am doing the exact same thing.
No, you
I
have to
am
change
cha-
very manipulate the amount of Earth rising.
I am in the case
Stop.
in
Dude, you're doing
the
the thing.
example that you are
You're
giving
being
me.
rude.
In the example that you are giving me with the sun, it would
You
be
know
if
what?
I would make
Listen.
the
Someone
same
post a citation.
if I would make the same critique towards your example that you gave me, it would sound something along the lines of this. Have you changed the sun? Have you manipulated the sun? No, you haven't.
Yeah, I did.
So
The amount.
no, you haven't.
So one
No.
plant I gave 6 hours of sunlight.
He doesn't
Another
mean
plant
sun. He
had
means
8 hours
sunlight.
of sunlight.
That's
And
different.
another plant. Yeah, you change very manipulate the amount of sun. So in your hypothesis, you'd have to change very manipulate the amount of Earth rise. So here, you're going to drop an object with this amount of Earth rise going up. You're going to drop an object with a different amount of Earth rise, and then expect to get a different result each time.
So my point is again,
you would change
just like
very
how you
manipulate.
just like how you put a shadow on the plant, like you cutted the let's say the impact of the sun rays onto the plant. I am changing the shape of the objects that I'm dropping, and I'm also changing the weight of the objects that I'm dropping.
You're doing it wrong.
If there's actually gravity, they are supposed to be attracted to each other, right? Because of mass. So mass plays a role.
Okay,
if
so
I live
change
on a
very
flat,
manipulate mass then.
if
If mass is your cause, is mass your cause or is mass your effect?
if I believe that the Earth is just rising at merely 9.8 meters per second, I will actually do the exact same experiment and conclude that all the objects, despite having different weights, which should affect them differently, are dropping at the same rate, which again proves my point.
So mass is your cause. So you manipulated mass and your effect was what? Nothing? You had no effect.
Exactly. So therefore gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, in your worldview, you manipulated masses and mass had no effect on the dependent variable. Everything dropped at exactly the same rate. So mass is not your cause
doesn't play a role.
of the effect.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and so I came up with a new hypothesis.
What's the new hypothesis then?
That the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters
per second. Okay, so how did you manipulate the Earth?
I do not need to manipulate the
Earth. Just like in your first example, you had cause.
Just like how this is again the same thing that I asked you. How did you manipulate the sun? You don't manipulate the sun. You manipulate the effects of the sun
the
of
amount
the dependent
of
variable. And I'm also
I could place plants in that get full sunlight during the day. I could put plants where they get a lot of shade. I could put plants where they get no sunlight. They're completely blocked. And
I'm
then
telling
you
you.
watch. Each day you go out there and you measure the height of the plant. Which plant had the best growth? The one with the most sunlight
Exactly.
got the best
Sure.
growth. I changed, varied, and manipulated the amount of sun. The
The
plants
amount
that
of
were
sun.
in shade,
Exactly. You
yeah,
changed, you altered the amount of sun. You changed and
the
altered the
independent
effects.
variable, the cause. Sunlight.
Exactly. And I can do the same by using different heights on the Earth. I can do the same by sending something up.
So
and
height.
looking
So
how
your
long it takes to
independent
go
variable
down.
is height.
I can do many ways how the
So your
rise of the
independent
Earth will
variable is height.
affect.
Okay.
I can use many
Plant your
ways.
flag. What is your
I can
independent
use
variable?
I can use I
Your
can use
independent
many
variable, your
ways.
cause. What is your
I
cause?
can use
Your
I
cause.
can use
What is your
I can
cause?
use I
Say your
can use
cause.
many
Can you let him
ways.
finish?
Give me your cause.
Velocity
Your velocity is cause. So velocity causes what?
causes
What's the effect?
the effect is our observation that everything goes to the Earth.
So velocity causes velocity.
No.
Velocity causes what?
Velocity causes velocity and something being remaining in its shape, remaining in its velocity, which is no velocity, then therefore the velocity will catch up. So the Earth rising
So
up
velocity
9.8
causes
meters per
no
second.
velocity.
No, that's not what I said. I
Okay,
said that the
what causes
velocity
things to fall? That's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for so
velocity.
velocity causes things
There
to
is no
fall.
fall. Sir, I told
Okay,
you this
it
long ago
rises
already. I told you long ago already. You have a mistake where you think that things are falling. No, they're actually standing still
No,
in
and
space.
okay, so things are standing
They are
still.
standing. They are standing
Okay,
still
I'm
in
looking at
space,
an object right here.
and the
I
Earth
got.
and
When's it
the
gonna
Earth
start
goes up.
falling?
And
Okay,
the Earth goes up.
I'm watching an object right now on my observation. I see an
Yeah.
object right here. When will it
Is it
start
standing
falling?
still?
Yeah, it's stationary.
Now, please take it in front of you.
No, I haven't observed that yet. I'm waiting for it to fall so I can make an observation. When does it start falling?
It doesn't fall.
Okay, so it does. You don't even have observation.
No, I do have an observation.
Okay, I'm watching this object. How long will it take for it to fall?
My observation is whatever the object in your hand is.
It's not in my hand. It's just sitting here.
Okay.
I'm just looking at a rock. I'm watching a rock. How long until this rock starts falling?
Towards where?
Okay, you said things fall down because of velocity. Okay, I'm watching things.
I never said they fall.
I'm looking for something to fall. Do you know anything that has fallen?
So falling is the wrong semantics here because
velocity. I'm looking for things to change their velocity.
They will not change their velocity. The Earth is constantly going 9.8 meters up. So the second there's a area between the object and the Earth,
let's change,
they will actually go towards the Earth because the Earth is going up.
We're going to change, very manipulate that.
Manipulate
so now,
it. Remove the table.
You remove the table. Is that the Earth?
Table, yeah.
The table's the Earth.
Yeah, it is part of the Earth.
So the table is part of the Earth.
Yes.
So if I remove the table, I've removed part of the Earth.
No, you remove the factor in between the table and the object. The table will still be there.
I'm the cause. So if I move the table away and then something falls,
no, you're the manipulator.
I change, very manipulate.
No, you're
I don't
the manipulator.
Move the table.
You're not the cause. You're the manipulator.
I don't move the table now. What
happens?
Okay,
then don't move it.
Okay, and what happens?
Everything will continuously go with 9.8 meters per second through space.
Okay, so if you don't move it, and if you do move it, you get exactly the same effect. It's always just moving at 9.8 meters.
If you remove the table, what will happen is the Earth will catch up to the object which has no velocity. Since the Earth has 9.8 meters per second velocity.
Verified how? Where's your observation of that? You observe the Earth.
Let it go.
I'm not. I have to leave it alone. I'm just observing at this point. I'm not manipulating anything yet. Just observation.
I'm telling you to manipulate.
I don't want to manipulate it because I want to observe.
Why?
I'm step one. Observe.
You can't cause observations with manipulations, right?
No, you could, but it's going to change your result because you are the cause.
They are called predictions, right? Have you ever heard of that?
I'm the cause then. If I pick up this object,
that doesn't make you the cause, that makes you the manipulator.
I put energy into it by lifting it up. If I remove the energy I put into it, it goes back to where it was. Okay, I'm
leave
just
it
watching.
At the same height.
Okay, I'm looking at it. When's it going to start moving?
Don't lift it. Just leave it at the same height and remove it from the table.
Okay, so if I remove it from the table, what happened? What if I don't remove it from the table?
And
Just
then it
gonna
will
watch it.
continuously go through space-time with 9.8 meters per second.
Okay, verified how? Where did you observe that?
By the prediction of manipulating the status of the object
Okay,
that
I
we are
didn't
currently
manipulate the
talking
status.
about.
Now what?
You did manipulate it?
I didn't. I'm just
You didn't?
observing.
Well, then,
I'm just
then
observing.
okay,
I'm
so you will
sitting
never
back
get
here.
actually to a theory. You're
I
just like
popped up. I
sitting there and
popped up my
sitting.
chair. I'm looking for an observation. I got this idea somehow because someone out there told me that the Earth is moving at 9.8 meters per second upwards.
Yeah.
So I want to
Yeah.
look at that. I want to see. Okay, if I would see that, there'd be some proof of that.
You know what an
I would look
experiment is, sir?
for observations. I would look for an
Do you
observation that
know what
matches
an
that.
experiment is,
Is there
sir?
an observation that matches 9.8
Yes.
meters per second?
Yes, there is.
Okay,
Yes,
where is
there
that?
is.
Where's that?
It's called an experiment in which you
Okay, no,
take
we're
the
not at that
object.
experiment yet. We're at observation. I'm looking for an observation.
No, we are
Where do
beyond.
I see things falling at 9.8 meters per second?
Many times when things break off of houses, when people fall, when they suicide.
Okay, so people
birds
fall.
dying,
Okay, let's
birds
go over
getting
that, right?
shot,
Someone fell, okay? How
you
did they
shooting
fall?
a ball up.
Did they jump? Did they jump off a building, did they?
Yeah.
So they walked upstairs, okay? What rises, what goes up must come down. So they
Yeah.
walked up these stairs, and then they
Yeah.
jumped off the building.
Yeah, and you observed that they fell at 9.8
Yeah,
meters
but I
per
also
second.
observed that they walked up the
Yeah, but that
stairs.
doesn't change the observation that they
Yeah, it
still
did
fell.
because each step they took, they increased their elevation. What if they just walked down the stairs? They
You
walked up or
still
they
are
walked
proving
down.
my point. You
So
observed
at
that
what
they
point did
fell.
I observe the Earth moving at 9.8 meters per second? I
In
observed
the
them walk upstairs. I observed one person walk up the stairs, another person walk down the stairs. One person walked up a few stairs, stopped, sat down, and then walked back down. One person walked all the way up, all the stairs, all the way to the roof, and they jumped. Okay, which one of these observations matches 9.8 meters per second?
The fact that when he fell at 9.8 meters per second.
What
If
about
you
the
go
guy who
into a
didn't fall?
car,
There's
if
the
you
guys
go
who didn't
into a
fall
car,
too.
if you go into a car and you
Okay,
jump
a car
at, let's
now.
say,
A
yeah,
car.
for
Okay, so we
example, if
got a
you're in a
car.
car,
Okay.
or let's say
I'm
in a
observing
train,
a car. Okay, I'm
yeah,
looking at a car. At what point
yeah,
does
and
the
then
car
you
start
jump out
falling?
of the car. What happens?
Okay, so
You
I
fall down.
jumped out of the car, and what happened?
You fall down.
Yeah, they fall down to what?
Why don't you fall forwards?
So I'm in a car. I get in. I jump into a car, and I jump out of a car. Okay,
Yeah.
at what point
Why
did I
do you
observe the
fall
Earth?
down?
I
Why
observed
do you not
someone.
fall forwards?
I observed someone jumping into a car and someone jumping out of a car. At
No,
what
you
point did you
observe
observe?
someone. You observe
Where's the Earth?
someone.
Where's the
You
Earth in this
observe someone
observation?
driving at,
Okay,
let's say,
someone's driving.
150
Okay,
miles per
someone's
hour.
driving. They're driving
Yeah.
at 50 miles per hour. Okay, I'm observing someone drive
Why, when
at
he
50
leaves
miles
the
per hour.
car, does he not continuously go with 50 miles per hour forward, which is one of our laws? Why does he fall towards the
Okay,
earth?
what law? What law is that?
Motion law. I
The
don't know
law.
the English name
Okay,
of
so
it.
where's the law of motion? So if he's moving, he's in a car and he's moving with the car.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what
Objects in
happens?
motion stay in motion. That's the law he's referring to.
Okay, what happens next? What do I observe next?
Well, he opens the door. My expectation would be that he will just keep on going with 50 miles per hour forward, but he doesn't. He falls
Okay, so
towards the
why?
earth.
What? Because the Earth is moving upwards,
Yes.
or did he just get out of the car that's no longer moving?
Well, then he would
The
be
car
still
was the
going
cause.
forward.
So you can manipulate the car. Let's see here. We'll have one car
Yeah,
move
why
at
does he not
50
go
miles per
forward?
hour. We'll have
Why
another
does he not
car
go
move at.
forward?
We'll have one car go at
Why
50
does he
miles
not
per
go
hour.
forward?
We'll manipulate the car. We'll have one car move at 50 miles per hour, another car move at 40 miles per hour, all the way down to 0 miles per hour. And
So
then
why
we'll
does he
track.
not
Each
continuously
person will
fall
jump out of the
forward?
car, and
Yeah.
we'll write down exactly what we observe.
We
It
will
seems
observe
to
that
be
each and every one of them will fall
time to
towards the earth
remove
at
the car.
9.8 meters per second. Now,
No,
why are
what
they
you
not
observe is
falling
a person
forward?
jumping out of a car
Why
and
are
then
they not
and then coming to
endlessly
because they're not
flying
moving. The car was
forwards?
moving, so the car was
Why
moving, not the
why
person.
are they not endlessly flying forwards when they
Yeah, but
jump
you
off
can
the car?
see the car not endlessly flying forward either. The car will stop too.
Yeah, because the Earth is going up at 9.8 meters per
Okay, where
second.
did
It
you observe
causes
that?
friction.
Where did
It
you observe
causes
that?
friction.
Where did you
Why
observe the
you
Earth?
just said it
Where
yourself.
did
Why
you observe
doesn't the
that?
car go forward?
Where did you
Because the
observe
car
that?
would
Where did you observe
if
that?
the Earth would
Any
not go up.
object falling accelerates downwards at 9.8 meters per
Okay,
second
show me an
squared.
object falling.
Yeah, any object falling.
Okay,
So you
which
can look at a
object?
tree, an
I'm
apple, etc.
I'm looking. Okay, I'm looking at an
You can look
object
at a
right now. When is it
raindrop.
gonna
You
start
can look at
falling?
a feather in a vacuum. Look at
Okay,
any
when I'm
observation
looking
you
at an
want.
object right now. When is it gonna start falling?
So whenever it falls.
Okay, it's not falling. Now what?
Well,
It
what
never
do you
fell.
mean?
I'm looking at an object right now. It never
It's
fell. It
still
stayed.
It's still going downwards, accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. There's something
Okay,
called like another
how
object below
how
that
do you know
object,
that? Where did you
preventing
observe
it
that?
from going
Where
downwards.
did you observe that?
I'm observing right now on
You're
my
observing
desk.
what? Where?
I just told you. Are you not listening?
Okay, so you're observing something falling, even though it's not falling. It's still
I
falling.
said I'm observing something accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second
Okay,
squared
where do you observe that?
on my desk.
You're on your
Like
on your
like I
desk.
just said,
You see
on
an
my
object
desk.
that's stationary. There's a stationary object, and you're
Do
observing
you
it
not?
not
So do you
stationary.
not understand the concept of motion?
Yeah, say I don't understand the concept of motion. So I'm observing something not moving, and I
Does
see the
something have
object's
to
not
be?
moving.
Yeah, does something have to be moving to be accelerating?
So right now I'm observing something not moving. Is it moving or not moving? If it's not moving, it's not moving. Is it moving or
It's
not moving?
accelerating.
Okay, so it's accelerating. So is it moving or not moving?
It's accelerating.
Okay, so that's not moving. Okay. Dude disqualified. Anyone else want to try? Let's go step by step. You want to do science with a flat earther. We start with observation, make a hypothesis, adjudicate with experimentation. Let's go. Come on.
We tried that, and then they just deny that they've got to manipulate the cause.
Yeah, that was the best part too. They come up with a whole hypothesis with a cause and effect relationship, and then tell you the cause is completely irrelevant. You don't need to do anything with the cause at all.
I
No,
do have a question.
then they try and manipulate the effect.
Then they manipulate the effect, putting themselves as the causal agent, and then saying they didn't do that. Well, if you didn't do it, who the fuck did?
Okay, the meta is gay, dude. I do have a question for our flat Earth friends. You know, it's a simple question.
Hey, your mic is really bad. It's muffled. I don't know. Anyone else hearing them okay? I can.
I do. Let me try.
There we
Is
go.
it
You're
better?
good now. No, yeah, you're good.
Okay, good, great, buddy. I do just a simple question. I'm not really hot on either side of this issue, but this is just something I thought about. Can we see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
What's
From
a
the south?
hemisphere?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either. So I would say from a place I don't know, I would say I don't know if you cannot know. If you don't know, if there's observation of something in a place where I don't know.
Do you believe that there is a hemisphere or no?
I would say, what is that? What is a hemisphere?
I don't know. Do you
Okay,
know
I don't
what
know
the,
either.
Do you know what the globe Earth explaining is?
What is a globe Earth? What's that? I don't know what that is
Are
either. Can you show me
Are
that?
are you a globe earther or are you a flat earther?
Flat earther.
Okay.
Can you show me this
Do you-
globe you're talking about?
No, the belief of the globe Earth, right?
Okay, so you have a belief that I don't share. Is that okay? Does that answer your question?
Well, do you think other people believe in the globe Earth?
I don't know what other people believe in. Lots of people believe lots of different things, and they can do. You do you, boo.
This is so funny, dude.
It is. It really is, isn't it? It's really that simple. If you believe something I don't believe in, is that me or you?
Do you believe in anything?
Okay, let's try step by step, right? You believe something that I don't believe in. Is that me or you?
That's both of us.
Okay, but your belief or my belief, which one is it?
I don't believe anything.
Okay, there
Do
you
believe
go.
anything?
If you don't believe anything, then you, not me, you don't believe anything.
But how
See,
can there
this
be
idea,
me?
this is like a pawn shop, to quote CB. This is where you bring all your shitty, crappy ideas here and try and pawn them off on me.
How
Your
can there be
idea,
anything
your
if there's
idea
no
is
belief?
you don't believe anything. That's good.
Do
Now
I
follow that
believe
idea.
anything?
You said
He
you
tried
did.
to sell you a used hemisphere. I've heard of
But do
used
I?
globe salesmen, but that's new.
Yeah, I used hemisphere salesman. No, I'm not buying your pawned off shitty idea that you don't believe in. If you believed in it, then I would be like, oh, that's interesting. If I cared enough, I could ask you about your belief. If it sounded like it matched my observable reality, I could adopt your belief using logic, reason, or science, one of the three things. So, but you don't believe your own ideas. So if you don't believe it, I can follow your logic, and I don't believe you either.
How can I believe something if I don't exist?
That's the next step. If you can't find a reason to believe something, don't believe it.
But then I don't exist.
Then do that. Try that for a while. Just walk
If
around.
Don't exist.
Well, if hemispheres don't exist, how did you bring them up?
He doesn't exist. Even his
Don't worry,
worldview.
Crit. I got this one. You can use a colloquial term and still not hold the stance that it exists in reality.
Yeah, I got that. Unless it causes cognitive dissonance, then you'd have to explain that.
Yep. These stupid sphere earthers, they just believe anything. What doesn't gravity do?
It's a
Seems like
magical
gravity is-
force. It's a magical force that's not a force. But you can think of it as a force. And
Yep.
then it causes things to fall, but you observe them and they don't fall.
It's almost
maybe
a
all
force.
this gravity is killing their brain cells at 9.84 squared meters per second.
Oh, that's the
Maybe
TV.
that's what's happening.
But yeah, it's almost a force as great as the force that this paper mache desk decoration creates. You
I
know,
was
the
going to say,
spinning of that. My goodness.
what's gravity not doing? Gravity's not meeting the scientific method standard.
So I was willing to go with Aiden or Arden and say hey, dude, check this out, right? Your idea is outside the scope of science. Can we go someplace else? Can we go to logic or reason? And he wouldn't even get there. He wouldn't even go that. He just decided to change all of science and say that you don't manipulate the independent variable any longer. You just don't do it because it's just facts are facts, and that's just it. You only can do is observe an effect and then claim your effect is really your cause after you did that. I'm like, dude, that's not workable, homie.
Yeah, at the
And
very
then
beginning
proceed
of
to
it,
tell us that we didn't get past the 6th grade.
yeah, he ended up doing the very thing he assured us he was not going to do. Bastardize the scientific method.
Well, that's why I went down that path, because I knew he was going to be the first one to do it when I did.
Yeah, we're looking for knowledge, okay? Science, okay? So, the root word. This is the topic that Ardian brought up. That knowledge and science are intertwined. They're the same thing. And the problem was, though, he also said that knowledge is not proof. Because he said that knowledge is proof, but it's not proof because science doesn't prove things. So this is a contradiction, okay? If science is also knowledge, and knowledge proves things, but science doesn't prove things, then science can't be knowledge. But science is knowledge.
How do you know it exists?
Testable, repeatable, and observable. I could do the method, you could follow the method, and you could get an observable result. And that observable result could then be adjudicated versus my result. And if I and you get the same result, what a coincidence. Okay, well, sure, that's just a coincidence. Let's move on to the next person. AJ does it. He gets exactly the same result. Wow, this is really interesting. What a coincidence that everyone's getting the same result. Let's just keep going. You go on and on and on. Eventually, a few people get a different result, but most of the people get the predicted and repeatable result. You can then say, I wonder if something was wrong with those people's scientific method. Was their methodology a little bit screwed up? Let's check it out. What did you do? Let's see. You followed this method, you got a different result. Oh, I see what they did. They picked up an object. You weren't supposed to do that, homie. You weren't supposed to manipulate the thing you're observing. Because as soon as you manipulate the thing you're observing, you've changed the observation. Okay, so that's why they got a different result. They manipulated their observation. They done fucked up.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it also has to be something that's physical and occurring naturally. So something that's physically manifest that we can touch, something that I can hand you. So again, in the case of gravity, we've got the bending of space and time, a concept, not something physical.
Is the ice wall true, or is that
What's that?
No one here claims an ice wall.
Okay, so it's untrue.
Well, we can't go there to verify an ice wall, but we know that water is contained by a shoreline, so there must be some type of shoreline that's containing our water.
Okay. Well, I'm tagging along.
Life exists.
Hey, there's
Places.
3 guys muted. If you guys want to talk, let me know. Send me a DM and we'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I don't even know where to start with you guys because I don't understand anything about this shit. And I'm just like, hey, what do the flat Earth people believe? How can I get on their level? But it doesn't seem like you guys answer questions.
Well, you said you don't believe anything. So how are you supposed to believe something inside your worldview? You don't believe anything.
Well, you demolished my worldview, dude.
You want me to explain to you why I believe something. I can't. Okay, I can't explain that to you because inside your worldview you don't recognize belief. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, I would say, are you able to understand belief long enough for me to explain to you why you would believe something if you believe it? If you don't believe it, then no.
I mean, I believe in Jesus. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good, great.
I could show you, even if I didn't believe in Jesus, what he said was very powerful and amazing impact for the rest of humanity. He said, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. So I could say, even if I don't believe Jesus, I can still believe in what he said. So in the fact, cause and effect, Jesus is believable. Even if he didn't say it. Even if you could prove, if you could go back in time and prove there was no figure who said these words, I could still say, well, somebody must have said them. Maybe it wasn't that person, but I still believe in what he said. Do you want to be? How about this? Let's do a cause and effect relationship. Do you want to be treated the way you treat others?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there you go. So you believe that.
Sometimes, right? I mean, sometimes I don't treat people.
Yeah, and you forgive the trespasses because I forgive those who trespass against me.
Yeah, amen. Right? Do you believe Jesus is God?
Yeah, I mean, we're going outside the scope of the room. Okay, so if you want to do religion in Jesus, I'll ask you to exit stage left.
Okay, you don't want to talk about God?
I would say that the Bible describes the earth as being flat.
Can I reply to that, or is that off topic?
Yeah, I think we're going to move on. So put a pin in the religious stuff and let's get back to the earth. What do you know? Is knowledge proof or is knowledge not proof?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, hypothetical for the room. Anyone who wants to chime in. Is knowledge proof or is knowledge not proof? Like if you know something, is that proof or not proof?
I don't think it's necessarily proof.
What would it be then?
It's just information.
That could be true or false?
Yes.
Okay, so a belief then.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I mean, what would you call it then? So it's knowledge is information that could be true or false. So you'd have to believe it true or believe it false for it to be what it is, or is it just a vacuous truth? It just is what it is, or it
I guess
depends on what the definition of is.
There's
Why?
conditions.
I guess there could be different types of beliefs, but I'll let this other guy.
Okay, yeah. Was it Tarkalos, whatever? How do you say your name, dude?
Tark.
Just Tark? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you stepping in?
I said there's conditions to, like, you have reasonings to what you choose to believe is true or false. There can be. It's just your experiences gathered up decides your belief in if it is true
Yeah,
or
your
false.
lived experience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is really powerful, which is why people in a lot of social circles, social science circles, talk about lived experience and what it's like to be in certain communities. So in your community, your lived experience, do you experience the Earth as anything other than flat and stationary?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't view it as flat and stationary.
What? No, your experience. We're talking about experiences now.
Well, my experience is no, not really, because I've flown several long distance flights, and to my own eyes, I've seen curvature of the Earth.
On an airplane?
Yeah, high altitude.
How much curvature did you see?
Very minuscule, like slightly.
Like, can you quantify it?
Not really. Probably like
Okay.
a very
So
minuscule amount.
it wouldn't be enough, though, would it? Because if you were to follow that logical conclusion,
The
let's say,
most,
what was your
yeah.
field of view? Let's work out the math, right?
A
How
fucking
far?
small ass window.
Be a small ass window in a small ass world, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't match the globe model, would it? So there must be some other explanation going on here, then.
Well, there, at least to me, I could tell there was a curve. To other
Yeah, but that
people,
curve
maybe
wouldn't
not.
match the heliocentric model, the globe model. It'd be a very small world.
Yeah, if that's the curve of
Depends
the
on your
Earth,
height.
you're describing seeing a tiny Earth, not the
A very
3959.
Yeah, a very small Earth. Because if you look out the field of view from your window, and how about this? When we go back to the scientific method, what if everybody looked out their window and they all wrote down what they saw and they drew it out? What would that look like?
Ah, fuck if I know.
Here, I think I got an image here. Let's see if you agree with this or not. I gotta find it. I haven't used this one in a long time. I'm not sure why I
Things
saved
are
it.
always as they appear to be, right?
Okay, here we go. Here at 30,000 feet. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, boss. So Turk, do you see this?
Yeah.
Let's say we all drew out our view of the airplane. Is this what you would get?
More so the bottom right, yeah.
But in the very bottom is what it would look like, right?
Yeah.
Does that match a globe?
I'd say the bottom right has a curvature.
No, the very bottom. The very bottom.
The very bottom. Hold on. Oh. No.
That's not what you're seeing there?
No, not really. It looks flat. Or not flat, but smooth.
Yeah, so if you were look at how much curve you're looking at there. Then draw that curve out and go out each window and draw the curve that you see. It doesn't look like at the bottom?
No.
What would it look like?
It would look more like the bottom, but like this is if you're drawing a 2D circle. This isn't a 3D model. If it was a 3D model, it would make more sense because you're looking at both depth and length and width. Like you have a depth to that image.
Okay, let me try something else here. Hey, check out this video. This is a guy on your side. Okay, he believes the Earth is a globe, and he's going to explain to you with math using circles of equal altitude, exactly what the horizon would look like. Give us, it's uploading right now. Give it a second.
I mean, just think about this though. Not to beat the tiny Earth dead horse, but say you're out looking out the window and you see like two little towns that are next to each other. In reality, you know, they're pretty far away. But if one is on the left side of as far as you can see left, and the other is on the right side, and you see the curve of the Earth there, well, complete the circle. You know, the Earth is supposedly a 3959 mile radius ball. Well, if the curve of the Earth is in between these two towns 5 miles away, complete that circle and you have a tiny Earth. Just as you can see a curvature of something through a camera lens, you can also see that out of a plane window. Do you get that whole completing the circle thing? Or I guess he's probably watching the video.
But it's not. It's taken. I don't know why it's hung up. It's sitting at 75%. And it's not going the rest of the way. I think
Yeah,
my
but if
internet connection's a little shitty.
if you're claiming to see the curvature of the Earth at that elevation, you're describing a tiny Earth. Let that process.
Yep, these Globers believe anything that just helps your little tiny brain. If you believe that that's the Earth, then your brain is just as tiny as the new Earth, buddy.
Well, I mean,
You gotta know.
it's quite the
Well,
story
what is
they
your
laid out
claim?
for everyone.
What is your claim? Like, just
There we go, Tark. Hey, watch this video. It just dropped. I tagged
right.
you too.
Hi, flat Earth people. I don't know if you remember me, but I used to go by the name Satoshi Nakamoto.
Is that knowledge or not knowledge?
I don't remember you, bro.
I love this guy's responses.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
You know, I had a dream once.
What do you think of the video, Tark?
1 second. Let me look at this last part.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done with it. I had watched it. Maybe I usually.
I had a dream that God stretched out the earth flat, and he made it a globe.
Middle
And
Earth.
you woke up.
Like that, like what you did describe, like between the second and third age of J.R. Tolkien's Middle Earth. It started. Come on,
was a
man.
devout Catholic. He
Come
was
on,
a devout Catholic, right? Maybe
Yeah,
the
he
Holy
was.
Spirit moved on him and revealed something to him.
In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit. You know, Tark is a Wes Anderson fan. I can tell that from his PFP is Fantastic Mr. Fox. So he's probably pretty astute in his visual abilities.
Says he's a pagan, right in his profile.
Yeah.
Earth is
Pagan gods do you
flat.
follow? Just now I go a little bit off topic. Just I want to lighten the mood a little bit. Would you mind kind of explaining this pagan idea that you have? Like, is there a certain pagan god that you follow that?
I ascribe to Norse paganism with Germanic paganism, since they're essentially the same. But I believe, obviously, Wotan or Odin is the higher god and has more authority than the other gods, as he's the strongest. I believe in also an ancestral spirit kind of thing. Like, I believe your DNA passes down memories.
Yeah, you're a big ass yapper.
Okay.
No,
But
that
I
is
believe
something. I read a study about this about a guy called Stevens. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but there's like he wrote like 15 peer-reviewed papers. There's a whole book about it, about showing how like people's birthmarks. He thought those were injuries that were life-threatening injuries
Yeah.
from relatives. And I've always used to bring this guy. It's been a long time when someone has said they only believe things that are peer-reviewed, and I used to just drop. Here's 15 peer-reviewed papers talk about psychic injuries passed down through DNA. Do you believe it? And they're like, "Fuck no." And I'm like, "Okay, you
Well,
I
just
don't
shit
know.
yourself."
It's
well,
hard.
the Akashic record supposedly holds all information that's ever been, supposedly, and so
Yeah.
people claim to be able to get access to it, like whether that's fucking reality or not.
Yeah, the Akashic records are real. That I've been there in astral projection.
Well, I've astral projected, bro, but it was like 17 years ago, and it wasn't on any psychedelics, anything like that, above my body. And then I saw a blinding fucking tunnel of light, which was literally, it was like a magnet attracting me towards it. And I knew eventually, when I sort of realised, I knew in my mind that I wasn't wanting anything to do with it, and started shouting at the top of my voice, "I'm not wanting to die. I'm too young to die." Started fucking screaming at the top of my voice. The next minute I was back above my body, and my vision literally slowly came down to my head and popped back into my eyes, and I sat straight up and told my mate about it. And he's like, "Shut the fuck up." He's like, as far as he was concerned, I just clasped my fingers behind my head, laid down, and sat straight back up and told him this big story. But to me, it was several minutes at least I was in this fucking situation. And that's the fucking gospel truth. Forgive the religious pun, but that fucking happened to me, man, 17 years ago.
I can scientifically back that up, buddy.
But I'm in the middle of trying to get a haircut, man, and it's been half done. So I need to go back in. Right.
I concur with you, dude. Scientifically, I had the same scientific experience, individually, independently.
Do you know
Yeah,
that?
man.
Is that knowledge then?
I don't think there's any knowledge other than God knows that God exists. Everything else is just belief.
Just belief, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I accept your worldview. I would say I disagree with it.
That's okay.
But I understand where you're coming from.
So what I think God is pure consciousness that is just observing itself, saying, "I
Okay,
am."
well, do you know that
I am
though?
who I
See, this is how your worldview kind of falls apart. Because do you
No,
know that,
God knows.
or do you
God
believe
knows
it?
that. No,
Okay, so
God
you
must.
don't know it though. You only
Yes, I
believe
know.
it.
I know nothing. Right? Only God knows
But do you
that.
know that, or do you only believe that?
I believe it.
Okay, you don't
God,
know it.
no, I don't know it. God
Okay, I
knows.
get that works.
Do you think God can know things?
How about, are you talking on Discord right now? Do you know that, or do you believe it?
I believe that.
Have you ever eaten food in your life? At one point in your life, have you ever eaten anything? Do you know that, or
I believe.
you believe that you don't know for sure if you've ever eaten anything? You just believe it.
No, not for sure. No.
You must not have had your coffee yet today.
I'm a real man, and I put 3 tablespoons. That's how you do it.
Black, hot and black.
How do you know you're not in a simulation?
He doesn't know that either. He only believes things.
I like the possum profile picture.
That's my point. It's like, how do I know this isn't all just illusion, man? So I can just
Yeah,
believe.
do you believe that, or you know
figure
that?
out and rejoin the conversation.
I can't know, but I do presume, which isn't a knowledge. It's just a belief.
You just believe it.
That's some ultimate thing must know something.
Okay,
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I just vehemently reject it. That I think you can know stuff, and there's things you know, and there's things you don't know, and there's things you know you don't know, and there's things you don't know you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, and you
Yeah,
don't
you
know
really
that you
don't.
don't know it.
There's information out there that you're not aware of, and you also don't know it. It's a lot more. That's probably the vast majority of information out there.
Yeah, the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns.
What do you think about machine elves?
Machine elves.
Yeah, we used to call them like little goblins or gremlins. Like why some reason a machine would just break down out of nowhere. You're like, why did it do that? You know, like I can't find any fault. All the parts are working, and then you put it back together, and suddenly it's happy again because you appease the machine elf. The machine elf, like Warhammer 40K has this. They call it the
will of the machine or some shit.
yeah, like the oh crap,
The
what's it called?
Adeptus Mechanicus. And all that.
Yeah, and you're the machine spirit. There it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you like you it's funny because like if you read some of the novels, it talks about one of their soldiers, Imperius Malilish or whatever, and he's talking about how he disassembles his laser gun and cleans it, puts some oil over it, a little bit of incense, and then he says he's appeased the machine spirit, and now his laser rifle will kill the heretic, the mutant, and the alien. And I'm like, dude, you did some light maintenance on your weapon to make sure it's functioning properly. Like get the fuck out of here. That's like, and they believe that shit. And people talk about like, oh, I wonder what a space race, or like a space galactic empire would look like. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be the most amazing thing ever. This massive galactic human civilization. Maybe start reading some of your fan fiction because a lot of these are a grim, dark world with a lot of. Yeah, that's what makes it fun because you're like when people talk about some sort of utopia, Star Trek level utopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, rethink that idea, okay? Because there's a lot of other ideas out there.
That it's like the same thing with the it's not the Hubble Space Telescope, but it's the satellite they sent to the unknown. It just passed, I think, Pluto. I can't remember what the fucking satellite is for the life of me, but it contains the golden disc where it wrote the location of Earth and all this other shit. That is if you believe in space and all that. But and they send it straight out into space thinking, hey, this is a good idea. Everyone in space is friendly.
I have this really burning question. So NASA is
Here, real
indeed-
quick. Sorry, real quick, atheist.
Hey, go ahead.
Torture. Give me a second. Admin question here. Hey, King, can you stop streaming your video game? Thank you. We just don't want this to become like a video game channel and shit. If people are streaming evidence or observations and stuff, it's kind of a fine line. Thank you for complying.
Hey, someone mentioned
go
that
ahead.
everyone in space is friendly. Maybe because space is gay, right?
Possibly.
So under the understanding that NASA is deceiving people and all the governments are, I think they are. I mean, I think we shouldn't go into the Bible, but I think there's reason to believe that. But my question is, if the projection is that Mr. Godman Elon Musk is going to take us to Mars and we're going to be this space faring civilization, there's a few options. One is they just admit, hey guys, okay, we got far enough. We can't actually go to space. Don't expect to go to Mars on vacation. The other one would be is they just keep amping up the deceit somehow. They just keep convincing people more and more. They hire people to lie and say that they en masse went to outer space. What do you guys think about that? How did they resolve that issue?
Like how space isn't what it's cracked out to be.
What
Right,
is
like
the question again? Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. So if NASA and Elon are deceiving people about the nature of the cosmos, about the nature of the space, eventually people are going to expect to eat. If it's 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, people are going to expect that yeah, we go to space like Star Wars, we go to space like Elite Dangerous, and when that doesn't happen, right? What do they do, right? 300 years from now, they're trying to deceive you.
Possibly the
How do
same
they
thing they're doing right now. Possibly the same thing they're doing right now. Because remember, since the 50s and the 60s, they've been promising this. We're gonna have Walmart in space, McDonald's, 7-Elevens. There's gonna be all this space travel. They've been doing this before the 50s, and we still today not there. And they're still promising and promising. And in 20 years, they're gonna be promising the same thing and repeating and rinsing. Rinsing and repeating, the same shit.
I don't think the government ever promised to have a moon colony anytime soon.
Do you think in like 300 years?
Possibly. But I don't think it's going to be like Star Citizen. I think we're going to be relying on nuclear propulsion or just simple space travel that's available to us right now until we find some groundbreaking technology, slip space or some shit like that. It's not going to be very fast. We're going to see cryo space, like cryo sleeping advancements to combat that, but it's not going to
Wait,
be a good
Are you a
space.
Glober? Are you a
Space
Glober?
literally cannot even exist according to the laws of physics. How do you expect space travel through a vacuum in a rocket?
Because it propulses.
It's a nice word.
Yeah.
But how do rockets work in a vacuum, bro?
Because it
Gas spread omnidirectionally, does it not? Like, so if
It's
they started
directionally,
spraying
yes.
stuff, so it's going to spray everywhere, and what's it going to press against?
A vacuum. It will still
That's what I'm
push.
saying. There's nothing
It will
there.
still push.
There's nothing in the vacuum to press against. There's no air particles. Like rockets work and planes work on Earth because they've got particles to spread, like to press against. Like they fire flames at the other side of them and they fucking press against the air molecules. And if it's fast enough, they gain thrust. In a vacuum, there is no thrust possible, man.
I'm not a nuclear physicist. I don't know how it works.
I mean, the Earth wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be
I'd have to
breathing
look
gas
at
pressure right now if there was a vacuum called space enveloping the Earth. We'd be fucking dead because we wouldn't have ever even lived because there'd be no oxygen here. Like gas pressure needs containment, so you definitely cannot be enveloped by a vacuum. If you just need containment on normal air pressure down here, we need containment for pressure. Why would you think that a near perfect vacuum called space could envelop us and somehow maintain our barometric pressure that we've got?
I got onto that, but I'm just eating right now. Give me a minute. All right.
We're supposed to have 14.7 psi on average at sea level barometric pressure, and it is a gradient, so it gets less dense as you gain elevation. But beyond the Kármán line, space is as good as a near perfect infinite vacuum.
I don't know
How's
the physics on propulsion. I'd have to research it.
No, you don't need to
argue.
realise that.
I
I'm
kind of
talking
do.
about the Earth. Like,
Can I
forget that. I'm talking about the Earth. Gas
Kevin, I
pressure
wanna just
needs
one.
containment. So we
I don't know
definitely
if it
cannot be
acts
a
on
gaseous. Bro,
pressure.
we cannot be a pressurized system if we're enveloped by a vacuum. It's impossible.
I think this guy
Entropy
needs
must
an
increase.
analogy, bro. Like, just tell him like if you have a tire, well, can you inflate the tire
Right.
without the rubber, like without the rubber surrounding the
No,
tire, the housing?
like, or if you got a puncture, like when you got a puncture,
Like, will
can
you have
pump it
air
up
pressure in
without
your
pressure?
tire without the actual housing for the tire itself? Like, can you just have like an air tire? You obviously can't.
That's
So if you got a puncture,
different. That's not a
you,
good
you
analogy.
It's
cannot
not
pump
different.
The Earth
It's
is
not a
It's the
good
flat.
same as
Prove
a
me
can of
wrong.
beer. Bro, if you've got a can of beer or a can of soda in your hand and you open the can, you equalize the pressure, the entropy increases, and then the beer goes flat eventually because you need to have containment before you can hold pressure.
Notice which way
Yeah,
those
that's
bubbles
right,
go
right?
up. Make an observation. Like you got a pressurized can of soda, beer, whatever. You pop that top. which direction do the bubbles go?
Up.
Up,
They go up.
and
Up.
and
Explain
there's
that
force
with
on the table.
gravity.
That is that is
pressurized.
because the bubbles are lighter than the atmosphere, so they're gonna float up. You know how
What?
a feather will float in water and a rock will sink in water? It's the same shit with air. If something's lighter than the atmosphere around it, it's gonna float up, and if something's heavier, it's gonna float down.
Where's
So
gravity?
where's the gravity then?
Are you
Where's this
talking
mass
about
attacking
weight or
Earth?
density?
Both.
Hey,
Yeah, but
let Mayhem get in here.
where's gravity and the idea that gases go in all directions?
Just think about
Gravity,
it this way.
because
Whales.
yeah, and I'm just saying gravity has to hold things down to Earth, right? Like not let the gas expand out into the void. So in order for gas not to expand, somebody's got to be holding it back down. So if your answer is gravity or gravitational fields, well, you're gonna have to provide evidence that that is the case in reality.
Look at it this way. Like the only reason whales are as big as they
Hold
are
on.
right now is because of buoyancy. They don't feel the pressure of gravity crushing their bones. That's why when they beach themselves,
Yeah, but
they
we're
can die with
talking
their
about
own
gas
weight.
pressure. We're talking about gas pressure on. Well, the topic is gas.
Yeah,
pressure.
but this is another proof of
No, it's
gravity.
not.
Like
Whales are not gas. Whales are not gas. We're
Apparently,
talking about gas.
propulsion is not
Okay,
dependent on
real quick, Epsilon,
air
you're
or
hot
anything.
micing. And remember, one mic at a time, okay? Billy, everyone wants to
Scientific
hear what you have to say, but
orthodoxy.
don't interrupt, okay? Go back and forth, okay? Big boy rules.
So scientific
Okay, I'm
orthodoxy
sorry.
doesn't say that outer space is an absolute vacuum, right?
That's a straw man claim. Nobody said that outer space is an absolute vacuum. However, it's described to us as a vacuum. That is, you can look it up. Don't even
It's
take our
less
word for it.
pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's not.
Or it's more. It's more pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's
It is not an absolute vacuum.
Yeah, it's not.
That is
People
false.
still think that the Earth is round.
But pressure and propulsion does not need a vacuum to work or a pressurized system to work. It doesn't. It's based on Newton's
But
third law.
explain the whales though. Why do whales get crushed under their weight?
Talk about
Because
whales.
there's
That's a
gravity.
non-sequitur. It's not. Let's not talk about whales. We're talking about the gas pressure. If you guys want to stay on point, make
When
sure
you go lower in water,
the
have you guys
topic is
ever?
gas. No, the topic is gas pressure. It's not water. It's not
Sorry,
whales.
I'm eating at the same time.
It's
But
gas
have you ever
pressure,
jumped in
guys.
a pool?
Are
and
these
then-
guys listening? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, remember, one mic at a time, okay? It's gonna get tedious, so I gotta keep reminding you of a very simple rule. If somebody's talking, you're not talking.
Wait, my mic turns on randomly, even though I'm not talking. So,
All right.
yeah.
So let me just state it again for the room. The question at hand right now is gas pressure. It is not whales, water, rocks, the moon, the sun. It's gas pressure. Stay on point. Do not use another analogy that has no relation to gas pressure. Is that cool?
Okay, so when you're free diving, right, and you hold your breath, this is a gas in your lungs, right? And you go too deep into the water, you can crush you like your lungs will expand and expand and expand because of the pressure from the water expanding your lungs because your lungs want to go up. And if you go up too quickly, go up like to the surface too quickly, you can like I forgot what it's called, but like your lungs can literally burst out of you because of gravity. Period.
It's
It's not because of gravity.
That
Okay,
was
then what is it because?
It's because of pressures, external pressures.
Yeah.
Whenever
caused by
you go
gravity.
up whenever you go up in depth, there's less pressure, your lungs expand, your body is less compressed. When you go down, your lungs compress, and it's a lot easier to adjust to that. Your lungs can't handle a rapid ascension. What is it? Fuck.
Ascension.
But hold on. Let me
Thank
add
you.
to that. Let me add to that.
Yeah, but whales. Think
There's
about
also
whales.
hold on. There's also an issue of like temperature. There's issue of like
Yeah.
capability. There's many other things that a container is only. For example, you know those guys that went down in the submarine and imploded.
Died. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was They went lower deep into the ocean. Temperature changed, but the containers remained the same. So what happened was there was too much gas pressure, and they imploded, and that's where they found the debris. This is
Did you know?
this
That's
is
a
a
good word right
fact.
there. It's implode. It's not
Did you know?
It's
the
imploded.
person was
Imploded,
actually
yes.
the person was actually using the wrong analogy when they said the lungs explode. They don't explode. If you're going down into the water, they're gonna implode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Anything with
yeah.
pressure.
Explode, implode.
Yeah, anything that has
But you
pressure.
get what they're saying.
If you
Yeah,
have
you
gas
get what I'm
pressure,
saying, right?
yeah, but no, like the reason why I'm saying the
Yeah,
difference.
but no.
Go into the depth of the water, right? And you have gas pressure. Well, the lower you go into the water, the more pressure is going to push onto the pressure of gas. So it's going to anything that has gas pressure in water, the lower in depth you go, it's going to implode, not explode. Explode means that if you the idea. Now, I'm not saying this is true, but the idea that if you go into
But you
space,
get the gist that I was saying,
right?
right?
So I'm going to show you the difference, though, right? If you have gas pressure in a container, and let's say the idea of space, you send that container to space, what's going to happen is it'll explode in
Yeah.
space.
Okay, hold on. So we
It's
were using the
it's the opposite.
atmosphere. We were
It's the
talking
opposite.
about the atmosphere in space. What happens is when you go higher and higher. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. But what happens is this is why we have like global warming, which is a real thing. Yes, gases are still being released, but that we're contained through this thing that we call the atmosphere. Once you go higher and higher above that, you have this thing we call space, and I know that's what you guys are talking about with the vacuum. The only reason we have gases that are contained, to answer the original question, is because of our atmosphere, which does exist.
Yeah, but
It's not flat.
Actually, the
atmosphere
electromagnetic
is a
field.
gas. The atmosphere is a gas.
Atmosphere helps, yes, and the
Hang on,
electromagnetic
hang on.
field is produced through
Hang
that.
on.
Yeah.
1 second. Atmosphere is a gas itself. Gases don't contain gas. It either has to
Well,
be contained.
let
So
me give you an example.
Well,
you're talking about delta X, which is the gas pressure that we
One
already
sec.
have. But what we're needing to find out is the X, the pressure of the gas. How do you get that in the first instance? You need to have a containment. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It is containment. You have to contain the gas in order for it to have pressure. So in the first place. So you can't have gas pressure unless you have the container that surrounds the gas.
Here, 1 second.
So if you don't have that, gases don't just like press on each other. That doesn't work that way. You have to have containment, physical containment.
Which is created through
I
these
mean,
gases.
kind of. They're more like
That's
a
like
liquid.
how it happens.
They're like a liquid though. They can level out because you'll have propane. Propane is heavier than regular air, and so you have propane buildup in basements from water heaters, and that shit can light up, and it's a big problem. But gases can actually separate into layers.
Yeah, I know, but you still have to be contained in order to have gas pressure in the first place. The pressure is attained when the gas is inside of a container. So in order for you to have that pressure, the gas inside has to have something to press against. So it presses on the walls of a container. So in order for that gas pressure to be achieved anywhere, you'd have to have containment, like a physical containment, not just say that in any instance, like anytime you achieve pressure in any instance, you do have to have containment. It has to be contained. You can't have gas pressure without containment. And that's the most important part of this whole equation.
So, yeah, I get what you're saying. It can also be because of gravity though, because our atmosphere.
No. Magnetism has nothing to do with gravity. So I just put on the side chat the atmosphere, how it's made of gases, which is a chemical processy, and then the magnetic field, which is also a chemical processy.
And it's also gravity.
It's not well in some sense, sure.
Yeah,
But
it's a very
magnetism
small
itself
sense.
has nothing to do with gravity.
Right, that's a
Yeah,
claim.
I
Okay, if
know.
there's
That's the claim
magnetism,
that's
how's
on
your
the table at the moment,
magnetism?
right? So
Sorry.
you have to figure out if that's the claim on the table that gravity is a container. Then what everybody needs right now, not just words, but a demonstration of gravity being a container. So you have to, in other words, when you say gravity is a container, okay, everybody can hear you say that. Now demonstrate in some way, right? In some way you could test
This is a problem of scale.
gravity being a
This is a
container.
problem of scale.
No, it's a problem with demonstration because if
It's
you
not a
That's
it's
the
not a
point.
container.
It's a
if
scale
you cannot
problem.
demonstrate it, if you
What do you
cannot
want me to do?
demonstrate how
Create a
this,
fucking sun and then show you, and then like create a sun and then have something
no
rotate
gravity,
around it.
right? But gravity is the container, and
It's not.
that's the issue. How
It's
can
not a
gravity?
container.
It
It's a
is.
force. No, it's a force.
It's a force.
So
It is a
how
force.
is it containing the gas?
It's
No,
not
no,
containing
no.
anything. It's
That's different.
attracting it.
It's what?
Gravity. You have a center of mass, a center of gravity, and those atoms are going to be pulled by that center of gravity towards the Earth. It's a minuscule amount compared to your electromagnetic field, which does a majority of holding the Earth's atmosphere together because it protects the Earth's atmosphere from solar flares and solar radiation, which is very, and solar
Yeah,
winds,
that
which is
sounds
very
like a cool
dangerous.
story. That sounds like a cool children's story. But
What
what
do you
I'm asking
mean?
for,
No,
what
it's
I'm
not a
asking,
cool children's story. It's the
Oh,
way that we are able to
no, sir.
It sounds like Star
okay.
Wars.
Not a cool.
Use
No,
the
dude,
gravity.
Let me tell you what's happening.
magnetism is different
So let
from
me tell you what's happening.
gravitational
So
pull.
there are
It
claims on
is,
the
yeah.
table. There are claims on the table that gravity's doing something. What
Yes,
I'm asking for is now demonstrate that claim in a physical form.
that's
Like,
why I made the
It's
joke
not a
with you.
container,
That's
though.
why I made the joke. Like, what do you want me to do? Create a sun? Because
is
you
that
don't
my?
believe that you'll jump. You can
It's
jump
not a
up and
belief.
down, and you're pulled
See,
to.
this is the thing. This isn't built on a
It's
belief.
not a container.
Listen, this is what I'm saying though. Every time you have gas pressure, you need a container.
You
So if
don't,
you're saying,
though.
yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Name one instance that you can demonstrate that doesn't need a container when you have gas pressure. Name one instance you can demonstrate. Demonstration with what I can show you in every demonstration that gas pressure needs a container. Like every time I have a
But see,
propane tank,
what you're
every time.
doing, okay, I see what you're saying, but what you're doing
Yeah.
is that the gases still
What
not
about
in
a
the same
gas
sense that
giant?
you.
Huh? I
That's
didn't
What
hear
still
about
that.
a gas
contained.
giant?
No, no.
In his worldview, it's still contained. A gas
Yeah.
giant. Is
Bubble underwater.
No, he said something about a gas giant. Say it again.
Yeah, a
You were
gas giant.
interrupted.
I'm curious.
Not you, the other guy.
No, he was the one that said gas giant. I never said that.
Bubble
Oh,
underwater.
like listen. So, okay. So there's two things right now. You either have gas pressure being contained or gas pressure not being contained. My argument is that gas pressure needs to be contained by a container, by something physical. So in every instance that I can demonstrate to you guys, I can show. Every time I have gas pressure, I have a container. Every single time. So with gas pressure, I need to show you a container, right? Like a tire that I put air in and it's pressurized, like an air tank that I put air in for the scuba tank.
Okay,
Everything that I
let
show
me.
you has
So
gas pressure and it needs to be contained. Now you're saying on the other side, no, you don't need a container. I'm
Mayhem,
like,
let me give you perspective. Let me give you perspective. This is why I use the concept of scale. Like I cannot create in the way that you would want to see it with your eyes. I cannot create this. Let's just say there's particles that exist in space outside of our atmosphere, right? What ends up happening is they don't become gases if they're not interacting with things that the magnetism that we have on Earth, the other gases that exist on Earth, like carbon dioxide and all these things, right? You can't have the same instances without the instance to create this
all right,
circumstance
I
in
hear
the
what
first
you're
place.
saying. You need to be planetary scale. I hear you loud and clear. But what I'm
Okay.
telling you is this. If you're not able to demonstrate it to somebody, it becomes a belief system. It doesn't become something that you can demonstrate. It's basically you saying, "Trust me, bro." And I'm like, "I don't want to trust you. I want to be able to prove that gas pressure
Well, in
is
that case, okay, I hear what you're
Okay.
saying now. Let me respond to that real quick. I hear what you're saying right now, but if you were to use that same logic, you shouldn't be talking this language that we call English, which is a Germanic language. We can't communicate then because the communication wouldn't. I would be just believing that someone told me that this language exists. And why am I using these words? How can you understand that I'm using these?
Yeah, the
Have you
equation.
ever hiked up a mountain?
The
Like,
equivalent.
come on.
I don't want to get off point what the gentleman just said.
No.
So
This has to do with it. Have you
it's
ever hiked up a mountain?
I can't rebut him. Like I mean, it's cool. Can
It's
I
the
just
same
rebut him?
thing that you're using English. You're
No,
using
it's not.
English. It's the same exact thing. Yes, because you're using this language to communicate this
No.
nonsense.
One second. What I'm
Okay.
asking for is a physical demonstration of something being like the case. So if I say that gas pressure can be without a container, I need to demonstrate that to you to prove its
I
existence,
understand.
right?
Okay.
I
So
understand.
a language, however, is something that was something that people agreed upon. So like you say, okay, I think this language is what we're gonna talk
Science is
English,
agreed
right?
upon. Science is
Right.
agreed upon.
No, it needs, but science is not. There's a bit of misunderstanding. Like you guys think science is something that it's not. Right? Currently, right now,
You think language is something that it's not then in this
it's not a
case.
belief system. Like science is not just a belief system.
No, but then I could say the same thing as you. You think English
fundamental-
is something that it's not. Why don't we use French? Do you say parle français alors, huh?
Like
There's
if you-
difference now. Now
I don't
there's
know
a
why-
difference in the way
Hey,
that
can we
speak.
can we keep the conversation to English only as per the
No,
rules
it's
of the
just
server?
you
Thank you
can't
very
use
much.
these arguments and then not understand like the
Epsilon, you're
scale
not
of what you're
okay.
using.
You got it, Epsilon. Listen, you got to respond to what Miggy's saying. Okay, not what you want to respond to. Respond to what he's saying. Okay.
I am engaging with
Epsilon.
him, but go ahead.
Or not Epsilon.
Are you really?
Okay, Bubbles.
So
Have you ever
back?
hiked up a mountain? Have you ever
Are
hiked
we,
up a mountain?
are we back? Sorry, I was just gonna say, are we back on point? Because the gentleman went off to languages. I really wanted to stick to demonstration of the thing that's in question right now.
Okay,
The
why
thing
did
is-
I use languages as an example? Why did I
The
use
thing-
languages as an example?
Because it's a non sequitur. Languages have nothing to do with a demonstration.
No,
of
because you're saying that you cannot if
Can I finish?
scientists.
Can I finish telling you, because you don't understand if you keep interrupting me, sir. Well, all I'm saying is that if we're talking about a physical demonstration, and I'm saying it cannot be, and you're like, yes, it can, just because, bro. I'm like, no, I can show you that demonstration that gas pressure needs a container
Okay,
by
gas
actually
pressure.
showing.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say just because, bro.
My
I never
God,
said.
Have you
if
ever
just
been
hold
up
your,
a mountain?
Hold your peace, bro. Like what I'm saying is gas pressure needs a container. If I'm telling you that I could demonstrate that to you, but on the other side, you're like, you don't have a demonstration. You just say, believe me, bro. That doesn't work.
I understand, but the reason I'm trying to what I'm doing, it's not about languages, and I'm not trying to mock you or anything. But it's just it's interesting that you have such a belief or you stand by language so much so, but it's wrong for scientists to or people, the average lay people, to not stand by what professional scientists use or what they believe in, what they study and do for a living for years and years. It's been a long time. Aristotle was the fucking first scientist. It's been
not about
so long.
a demonstration. If somebody made a claim about something happening in reality, and you're like, no, I don't
But
think that.
what's this definition of reality? Reality in your perspective means that you have to experience it always.
Listen, if somebody has a demonstration of gas pressure, right, how it operates, it needs to be, and you say no, I don't think gases operate like that. I think they operate differently. Then somebody tells you, okay, show me how you think.
No, it's not that we think they operate in one way or another.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Okay.
So if somebody was to tell you, no, just believe me, brother, I'm just telling you how gases work, and you're like, well, you haven't demonstrated anything to me. How
do gases work? Because I tried to explain this through our atmosphere and why when you go up to space, particles are moving in different ways. It's
Okay,
Go
this
ahead.
is how you can actually demonstrate it everyone has experienced this. You walk up a mountain, you start to lose breath. You go even higher up the mountain, you start to lose breath even more. The higher you go up the mountain, the less air you are able to breathe. So as time, and people have done hot air balloons where they've gone even higher up and they are unable to breathe. Eventually you get to a certain height where you can't breathe because there's not enough air. We've even had people that done skydiving with.
I know what
yes,
you're talking about, sir.
We've had people done skydiving. The bubble.
Okay, Raptor. Now listen to Miggy's response.
I
Okay, you got a chance to talk.
I'm gonna repeat it back to you.
The container that you're talking about.
Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So all I'm saying is I understand what you're saying. That what you're talking about is a gas pressure gradient. It means that it varies. Like on the surface, we have the highest gas pressure, 14 psi. We're breathing in and out of our lungs. So I understand. With elevation, there's starting to be less and less air that you can breathe. There's a gas pressure gradient. I understand what the gentleman's saying. I know that.
Okay.
Where we're going with this is at some point, according to the rhetoric, right? The globe Earth is saying that there is a place that you get to where it's super low pressure. They're talking about right above the exosphere, right? That's at the very top of the globe Earth. You have you pass through the Kármán line, which is the limit to where space begins, and then further past that you have outer space. But at where space begins and where the satellites are orbiting the Earth and all that, low Earth orbit, they're telling us that it's about 10 to the -6. So it's really close to getting up there at super low pressure, right? And I'm not saying it's absolute zero. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, however, is that there's a pressure. Okay? We all understand. Every flat Earth person that's in here understands that. So as you climb, it's going to be harder and harder to breathe. We know, but the thing is, you still have the gas pressure, even if it's lower. What we're saying is, in order to have that pressure, it needs to be contained. So gas pressure gradient is delta X.
No, you don't need a container if the container is gravity.
No, hold on. I don't know what he's talking
The
about.
container is gravity. Gravity is the container.
Right,
Because
that's the
gravity
point.
is the container.
That's
As you approach the limit to the gravity, you approach the outside of the container, which is the atmosphere.
Yes, that's the claim that gravity
And so you can walk up a mountain and experience this in a balloon, or in a tire. It is evenly distributed throughout the entire container.
I understand.
On Earth, it is not evenly distributed throughout the entire atmosphere. As you go higher in the atmosphere, you are reaching the limits of the container.
All right,
where in any container,
that's what
show
he's
me
saying.
show me a container where
so
there is a concentration gradient of pressure.
Well, listen to me when I says you're claiming that gravity is a container. What I'm asking for is the demonstration of gravity.
Go walk up a mountain. You can
That
feel
is
the
the
pressure
Raptor,
decrease.
Jesus Christ, please.
It's a gradient.
So
it's
Mayhem.
Yeah, exactly. You show me a container.
Okay, hey, Raptor. Okay, you're not listening. Right, who's the other guy who wanted to talk?
Yeah, so Mayhem, you're still, what you're saying, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, and what he's not engaging with is you're saying that there still needs to be a container, right? You're saying regardless of anything that he's saying, there is a container.
Put it to you this way, right? Like in a propane tank, it's separated into different layers. I mean, and you can do this in an aerosol can. It can separate in different gradient pressures. The very top of the can, you'll have a different pressure system than you do at the bottom. Of course, that's natural. If it separates in gradients out, that's still fine. The thing that I'm saying is that overall, there is a container. And so the claim is gravity is the container. That's the overall container. So what I'm asking for is the demonstration of of gravity being the container. Like I was saying, I only can show you guys that I have like a physical container.
I understand.
You're asking for a
Step
false
on your
dichotomy.
chair and then
You're
jump
asking
to the
for
floor.
one
Demonstration of gravity.
No, he's talking
situation that's
specifically about
completely
gases,
different
though.
than another situation. Because the situation is, show me a container where there's actually a pressure difference when it comes to gases, straight gases, not solids to gases like in an aerosol container, or a liquid to a gas like in a lighter, but a gas to a gas where there's a pressure difference in the container itself. I know of no container where you do that, but on Earth you do see that, which is a completely different scenario.
Okay, you're asking for the demonstration of a gas pressure gradient inside. We have some that actually can post some side chat.
Jump from the floor.
You understand what I
then you
said?
land again.
He's
That's
speaking specifically about gases.
You asked
Like
for a
in his
demonstration.
way, it's literal
Hello?
gases.
You asked for a demonstration of that, right? You like, I have never seen this ever in my life.
Where
however,
a gas, you have a container, two
I
sides
understand.
of a container. One is a lower
I
pressure
got
than the
you.
other.
I got you. What I'm asking for right now is there any flat earther in here who can put a demonstration in the side chat for the gentleman? Because he doesn't believe that exists. We know that it does. We've seen the demonstration of that actually being the case. You can have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container. It's possible.
Where?
You can.
Where? Show me
It's
this.
very minuscule, but you can. It's not like a liquid. Actually, even
Okay,
liquid
so
kinda
why
has
is
it,
there a
but it's
pressure
more
difference?
into viscosity, which is a whole nother part. There's a lot to fucking physics.
Okay, show me this example. You're not giving me an
Earth.
example. You're just saying, believe me, there's an example. You're
Well,
doing the same thing that everyone else is doing to you.
The reason why Earth is a mixture and it isn't just flat in terms of separation of gases is because it's unstable. It's always constant and moving, so there's always going to be jostling around. If you have a fixed container, you can imagine if Earth was more of a fixed container, it would eventually equalize if everything was inactive. But it doesn't.
Well, that's not true because we do go towards that. We do go towards equilibrium.
In the great fucking cosmos scheme,
Yeah, but that's why what he's asking, and I try to engage in that, but Raptor took over. But it's
Yeah,
fine.
I know.
It's just, dude. You can't. The scale is the issue, and
It is.
It's hard to explain these concepts
That's
without
what
being
makes
able to
it
use
a belief system, isn't it? Because
Well,
you have to
that's what
believe.
I'm saying.
It's not
You can't compare two completely unrelated situations and say that they're the same thing.
There's a lot of
No,
factors
wait,
going
no,
into
they're
play
all
with
related.
Earth.
Everything was related that we
Yeah.
that,
Well,
that are
then
saying.
show me a container that has a concentration gradient. That would be a comparable system.
To Earth? You're looking to compare something to Earth?
Yeah, because if on Earth you can
can't.
walk up a mountain and have a lower pressure. You can hold up a
Yeah,
can,
Okay,
go
so
to a
which
higher and lower pressure.
direction?
Show me that in a container in a real life demonstration where that happens, where then
Okay,
that's a
Wait,
comparable
I'm confused. Do you believe
situation,
in
right?
flat Earth or are you a ball earther?
Yeah,
Raptor?
he's all over the place. It's hard to tell. Raptor,
No,
which
I'm
direction do
saying
gases?
if you're trying to
Raptor,
say that
listen,
we can
listen.
only believe in things that we see,
Raptor, pay attention, okay? What direction does gravity pull things?
I hold up an object, goes down.
Okay, which directions do gases move?
Well, it depends on the gas.
Okay, they move all directions, right?
No.
Okay,
density.
it doesn't?
Yeah,
The gases
it depends
don't
on the
move
density.
freely in all directions?
If you get a CO2 filled balloon, it will go down.
Okay, the states of matter, right? So you've got liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, which direction do gases
Even
go?
what's it called? Sulfur
They go
hexafluoride.
down.
If you look at sulfur hexafluoride, that can easily float on top of CO2.
Yeah, but it'll eventually go up too.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will. It won't
No.
stay all the way down forever.
No.
It'll float
Because
around.
there are also other factors
is
that go
gaseous.
into that, like wind and a
Yeah,
lot.
for your claim to be true, it would always be at the bottom level.
No, but there's other
There'd be a
things
permanent
messing with the
bottom
wind.
level
Yes.
of
Have you not heard
hexafluoride
of
all across
people?
the Earth.
Have you not heard of people getting carbon dioxide poisoning because there's little gaps?
Yeah.
In World War I, that you would have gas accumulating in the trenches because
Is that gas still there to this day?
It dissipated.
Wind.
Yeah, which way did it go?
It
Wind
spread out.
blows
It
away.
tried to
It
equalize.
moved freely in all directions.
No, it
No,
equalized.
wind.
Yeah, freely in all directions.
No, equalizing isn't freely in all directions. It
It went.
equalizes.
Some of it went up, some of it went down, some of it went right, some of it went
Yeah,
left.
I'll agree in this aspect that Earth has a. It's not an actual barrier. That's the thing. It's kind of like this zone where it becomes so fucking blended. Not to mention that there's other aspects involved in space, like solar winds, which is a very big thing when it comes to atmospheres. This is why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. It's because
Okay,
the
let's stay to
magnetic
Earth.
field.
Okay, we're just on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so first premise is that gravity is a force that pulls things downwards. The second premise is gravity will affect gases, but gases move freely in all directions. So you
Not
can say,
carbon
but
dioxide.
you're able to counter that premise because you have a gas pressure gradient.
Fill up
They're
you
able
can
to.
buy
They
fill up
don't,
a carbon dioxide balloon and you can demonstrate this. Like you can do this on your own.
Okay, here let's look at
Carbon
gas
dioxide
pressure.
balloon.
Okay, so that's a container.
Gravity pulls things towards bigger objects, not
A
down.
balloon would be a container. Okay, so
Well,
now
what
we
about
got
helium?
gas.
Helium goes up.
Helium
you
would
fill up-
also be
you
a
fill up
helium
air
balloon would
in
be
a
a
balloon.
container.
Does it rise to the surface? No, it falls.
That would be a container.
A bubble.
A
How do
balloon
bubbles
is a
fall?
container. Is a balloon a container or not a container?
Balloon is a container.
Okay, so
you're
you've got a
falling into
container,
it.
right? So now you've got gas pressure is a force exerted on gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of the container, okay? So your claim is that gravity can be a container. Can you show me a balloon of gravity without the balloon?
Yeah, the Earth.
The whole Earth. You're just going to present the whole Earth as a balloon.
Can I say something real quick? I wouldn't necessarily say gravity is your container. I'd say more so your magnetic field is your container because your magnetic field is a.
No, magnetic field just maintains
It
from the
blocks
solar
out
winds.
solar solar waves,
Solar
which
winds.
affects. Yeah. Winds.
But it's not
That's what I mean.
keeping in the planet. It's just keeping it from being blown away. That's
Yes,
different.
Okay, but look at the
is your
logical
barrier,
fallacy.
so
Okay,
to
hold
say.
on. Pump the brakes here on all these other speculation. So, Raptor, you're in a logical fallacy. It's called presuming the same cause. Okay, you said that Earth is a ball because Earth is a ball.
No, I'm going with the whole like mindset of. Wait, what?
Okay, so you're saying, did you miss it? You said if Earth is a ball, then Earth is a ball. If Earth is a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, how about rephrase it then? Let's see.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about a ball.
Okay, so Earth. You said Earth is a balloon. Sorry, you're right.
I said Earth is a container.
A container, a balloon. And Earth is gravity then? I'm trying to follow your logic. If I got it wrong, okay, no
all
problem.
matter has gravity. So since all matter has gravity, the Earth would also contain gravity, and so then the gravity would be. Two things can have two different properties.
Is matter also force?
Two things can have two different properties. You can have color and texture. They are independent of each other. Color and texture are independent of each other. They are one thing, but they can have different properties that are associated with them.
Okay, so I can have competing properties.
How they're not competing properties. Like color and texture are not competing properties. You can have something that looks smooth but not be actually smooth. They look and feel this two different
like
properties.
Sandpaper.
Yeah.
Like sandpaper. Okay, so sandpaper
so
would be what?
Matter is not gravity. Gravity is a property of matter. And matter has other properties that are associated with itself.
So we can look at the states of matter. Do you agree that there's different states of matter?
What is your definition of states of matter? I want to make sure.
Solids, liquids, and gas. Or there's some other ones,
plasma,
but they don't. Yeah, they don't matter for this conversation.
Einstein, plasma is quite prevalent.
Yeah, condensate, and there's a couple,
Bose-Einstein condensate, and then then you have the tri-point where it's all three at once.
Okay, but let's just work off solids, liquids, and gases and branch out from there. Sound good or not?
Okay, what's the point?
Okay, so here from NASA.gov, right? Solids, hard, shape, fixed volume. Liquid, shape of the container, free surface, fixed volume. Gas, shape of the container, volume of the container. So can you use these states of matter to make an observation of Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. What about liquid? Is water, do you understand water to be liquid?
Yeah.
What will you describe the surface of water at rest as?
Actually fairly curved.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, I give you a drop of water. Look at it.
Okay, a drop of water. I'm talking about large bodies of water.
Like put some oil on a piece of paper, on a wax paper. You see what happens.
Okay, how about your whole sink? Like
viscosity.
You do drops, right? I drop one drop of water in my sink.
You're talking about okay.
Let's keep dropping water.
If it was flat, it would stay flat, right?
Is it flat?
No, it's round.
What is it?
You're asking me if you're trying to get me to say it's flat, but
so water's not flat.
Water, and that's the shape of water.
Water's not flat.
You're trying to get me to say the water is flat.
I'm not trying to get
round.
you to say anything. I'm asking
it's
you
round.
Like, that's a very quick, very easy question.
Yeah, and I told you what it is, and then you're trying to come up with a different scenario in which it would be
So when I posted
this
NASA.gov, the phases of matter, you see the liquid example as curved. You see that as curved, do you?
Yeah, liquid's curve.
Okay, where do you see the curve there?
I get a drop, bam, it's a curve.
Again. Here it is. Look at the states of matter right there.
I get oil. I put a drop of oil on some wax
The middle
paper.
one. The middle one right there. Where do you see the curve?
All right, let me look at the picture. I'm not looking.
He's demonstrating how the mere acknowledgement of reality is so devastating.
Okay, that's a drawing.
Okay, so do you have another conceptual idea?
Look at a test tube. They'll form a convex disc.
You're trying to
exactly.
Surface tension, gentlemen.
That's surface tension, yeah. So here, let's go with that.
This is with gravity acting upon it. I hope you know.
So here is gas, here is a liquid, and here's a solid. So you see the curve A convex curve.
You're looking at
Don't worry
cartoon
about what I'm doing.
representations.
Just talk.
You're
Just
looking at
talk it out.
cartoon representations and trying to treat those as like actual observations of real life. Cartoon representations are
Sure.
cartoons. They're not real life.
Let's make an
So the
observation.
If you
globe Earth
actually
isn't real
look
then.
at real life, it's
The
not
globe Earth
flat.
isn't real? By your logic, the globe Earth isn't real because they're showing us cartoons every day.
Oh, the good
Okay.
point, Mickey. Yeah, let's address that.
Yep.
So
Well,
you got
you were
cartoon
talking about
globe.
how a container, that's a
That's your
real
logic.
life example.
That's your logic. You just
No,
sabotage yourself.
I'm
Yeah,
talking about
it is.
real
Let's
life
follow this all the way
representations
through,
of
okay?
comparison. You're saying that a container
Raptor,
is
holy
a,
shit, dude. Do you just not stop? Like verbal diarrhea, okay? We're exploring your worldview. You said cartoons aren't real.
they're representations of
Is
reality.
this real? Is this real? Is this curvy water for you? So you'd use this as your proof of curvy water.
Wait, what do you mean by a cartoon?
Oh yeah, we
Wow.
could probably explain. Can you define your terms? What do you mean
Wow,
by
this
cartoon?
is really dumb. Like,
No, I'm asking the flat earther. What do you mean by cartoon?
this is
I'm
dumb.
using
Like, you're
Raptor's
trying
version
to.
of cartoon.
This is dumb.
What's
Like,
Raptor's
not gonna
definition
lie.
of cartoon?
This is
The
becoming
drawings of these
Globe
states of
Earth,
matter. He said these are
surely
cartoons.
Globe Earthers, they
Well, drawing of
realize they
states of
believe in
matters are
cartoons.
cartoons. So what's the point of this?
Because it's exploring his worldview.
No, it's not. It's just.
Well, no, his worldview doesn't hinge upon like whether or not something's a cartoon. Like we all know that cartoons obviously don't exist in the tangible world; they're just representations or approximations of reality. So I don't
Okay,
understand your
does this
point really.
represent states of matter then? Do these cartoons represent what you observe?
They could represent some potential states of matter, but not always. Like we said,
Okay,
there's a.
which one?
There are
So again, when you're
properties.
looking, so in particular, when you're looking at like something more of a like the water one, not every instance of water is going to be flatter like that. I mean, because I just pointed one out to you, looking at like when you put water in a graduated cylinder, or you put it in like a test tube, that it won't actually like be entirely curved. So that completely blows out your entire worldview.
No, it doesn't. I call that surface tension.
Oh, so you mean the
it's not
water has
flat.
properties?
Yeah, it has states of matter have properties. Yeah.
So, but in this particular instance, water has the property of some surface tension, meaning that not all instances of water will be curved, or not all instances of water will be flat. So you're saying there's variation
large
between
bodies
the
of water at rest.
Do we have
yes,
any,
there's
do we have
variation
any,
between the two.
May I ask, do we have any instances of water adhering to the 39, 59-mile radius spheroid?
Yeah, so the thing in contention isn't that water has physical properties like you're talking about with adhesion and cohesion inside of a meniscus, like a test tube. The question right now remains is if we have large bodies of water. I remember I said large. I didn't say meniscus in a test tube. What you guys fail to realize is that over a body of water, you'd have surface tension and it spreads out. That means that surface it will remain flat and level. Now, you guys want to go back to your meniscus example and use that as a gotcha. It's not. That, of
Well,
course,
it
is what
is.
water forms its own bond. So we understand this. This is the physics of water. Now, what you guys are disputing right now and are trying to insert, this is called sophistry. You're trying to make it sound like water's only curved, and it's not. So if you guys don't admit
No,
that
I
over
disagree.
large bodies of water, the question here is large bodies of water, do they form convexity on their surface? Now that's to you guys. Now
Yeah,
that was
so
the
you're
question.
misrepresenting
Now,
my
how do you
point.
answer that? You can't answer it with meniscus because I use large bodies of water. Go.
I think it's pronounced minuscule. But okay.
No, large bodies of water. Go. Any globe earther in here.
Oh, I showed a video before on a lake. Yeah, the curving, no problem.
Is the lake curving? Okay, so now what we need is there's somebody that
I'm
is
playing a
certain
game
the lake
though.
is curving. So we need the demonstration following that claim. Now the demonstration. So we made a claim that lakes are curving. So now we're gonna have to find out how did he
I didn't
the
say
gentleman who
lakes are
just
curving.
spoke. How does he know that lake is curving? We need a demonstration now by that gentleman.
Well,
Either he
the
needs to
issue is
show
that
us.
if you don't believe in
Post the
gravity,
video.
this entire model kind of falls
No.
apart. So
We're asking for the gentleman who made the claim that lakes curve. Now we need him to demonstrate
No
that.
one
I
said
didn't
lakes
say
curve.
lakes curve.
he didn't say that, but I mean, if you
So do
the whole
lakes
entire
okay,
well,
do lakes curve, yes or no? Do they curve?
what do you
Yeah,
mean by
some.
lakes? I don't know what you're saying.
The
What do you mean
guy
by
said the
curve?
lake curves. The water
I don't
on the
know. I've
lake
looked at
curves.
waves. They're
He
pretty
didn't say
curvy.
that the lakes curve. You said that he said the lakes curve. So
Okay,
don't
so
put words in his mouth.
now the question is, do lakes curve? Any
What do you
body
mean by
any
curve?
large body of
No.
any large body of water does it
curve.
They would curve if it's in a cylinder form.
Don't
Cylinder
keep going
shape.
to cylinder. Don't keep going to. Don't misrepresent my example. My
Well, no, but
example
what do you
was
mean by curve?
my example. No. My body. The what I'm saying is large bodies of water. Are there any convexity on their surface? Large
what's your definition
bodies
of
water.
curve?
No, but I'm
Okay,
trying to ask you,
that's
what
a
do you mean by
disqualify,
curve? 'Cause I need to figure out what you mean by
Okay,
curve, and I can
Einstein.
give an accurate
Einstein.
representation.
Let me run something by him, like 10 seconds. Einstein, you've seen the pictures that NASA presents of water ball Earth, correct? The marble. Hello?
Who?
Have you seen a
What's that?
depiction of this globe that's been propagated? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to?
You, Bongo. You. Go.
Oh, you mean the
Have you seen this
blue marble
this
thing?
globe that you don't like to talk about? Have you seen any depiction of it?
Yeah, are you talking about the picture that NASA put out, which
I'm
was
talking about a
basically
picture.
a
I'm talking about
collage or an
paper. I'm talking about paper mache. I'm talking about anything.
Yeah, what do you? I've seen depictions of it.
Like,
Sure.
okay, well, okay, I'll simplify it for you. If someone
I
painted,
just agreed. I said yes. I've seen depictions of it. You don't need to simplify
okay,
it.
if someone, okay, very good. On
So
this
what's your point?
depiction, silence, please. We heard you tap danced for 30 seconds. Okay, so if you have a basketball and you paint this Earth that you imagine on it, correct? The blue parts would be the curving water. So in reality, is that water curving in adherence to this water ball Earth that's claimed?
Well, I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Oh Lord.
Answer his question, please.
Yeah, to me, to answer your question, it comes to the assumption that we both agree in gravity, and it's an actual thing. If you don't agree on that, we can't have this discussion.
Space-time later,
I know.
pal.
I know. If you don't, well, actually, I'll
you were
simplify it.
You were the one
Yeah,
that was
I'll simplify it. Hold
you
on,
were
wait. I'll
confused
simplify
about
it.
what curved was.
Yeah, I'll
You were
simplify it. I'll
confused about what
simplify it.
curved was.
No, he
I'll
knows what
simplify it so we
curved
can understand.
is. He's just confused
Yeah.
about your
You're
definition of curve.
You're obfuscating because
I'm
you
not
don't want to answer
obfuscating
the
the
direct
question. I'm
question.
trying to make sure
He's
that we are
trying to
working
answer.
under the same type of
No, you don't.
axioms
You
so we can
understood
move
what he
forward.
said.
Your
You
word
understood what he
salad's
said.
not
You're
going to work,
diverting.
pal.
You're
I-
diverting
No,
right
he's
now.
not
not
diverting.
trying to divert. I'm
Give him a
trying to answer
minute.
your question in the most intellectually honest way
Do
I
bodies
can.
of water
Well,
curve? Yes
stop
or no?
tap
Give
It's a
him
dancing.
a
closed-ended.
I'm
minute.
trying to answer
It's a
your question in the
closed-ended
most
question, dude.
intellectually
You don't need
honest
to
way
ask.
I
You don't need
can.
to ask any more
Okay, just
questions.
do
It's
it then.
closed-ended.
Just do it then.
Yeah, I am
You know what
doing. Do you
curved
believe
means now.
if given the assumption
He's
gravity
swinging
exists,
off
if there's an
salad.
acceleration, then yes, it would curve.
What?
We're talking about
If given the
You're
fact
talking
that
about
gravity,
I
I'm
said
sorry,
here
I
in
was answering your
reality.
question. Hold on.
Here,
If given
okay.
the assumption
Here
that
in
gravity
reality.
exists, then yes.
Here
We're
in
not
reality.
assuming. We're not
Yeah,
assuming anything.
if given the
This is a
assumption,
creative writing workshop.
Why
I know.
would you
If
not
given the
assume a
assumption that
property
gravity
of Earth?
exists,
Okay, so
yes, it would curve.
thank you.
Pour
Your word
water
salad's
onto
close
your
volume.
counter and watch the edge of the water. It's going to curve.
Well, no, they're talking about large bodies of water, and if given the
Pour
assumption that
larger
gravity
thing on your
exists, then yes,
Go
it
to
would
your
curve.
It
There's
will
no
always
problem.
go to your sink. Go to your
But
bathtub.
no,
Go to a
this
swimming
entire
pool.
problem hinges on the fact that whether or not they think gravity exists or is real. If
Oh
they
wow.
don't think that, well, then this entire model falls apart and it wouldn't make
Space time?
sense to them.
No,
Space
it's
time?
the claim. It's the claim that large bodies of water curve on their surface, and you're not saying yes or no. You're saying ambiguous because you don't want to be held down accountable to. If you say that large bodies of water curve, that somebody can actually test that, and that's where you're
Am
going
I
off
being
the rails right
ambiguous?
now and trying to make excuses and stay ambiguous because you
No,
don't want people to hold you down to it.
I rarely
Clearly
clearly and
ambiguous.
succinctly answered your question by stating, given the fact that gravity is a thing
Yeah, you
or is
stumbled.
real, then yes, it would curve. What is the
Yeah,
disconnect you're having here?
we're talking about reality.
So are you
Yeah.
Reality.
saying gravity does not
Okay.
exist?
So now we've
Is
come
one.
back to my main problem is that you don't think gravity exists. Okay, that's fine.
No,
This
no, 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 no,
conversation
no. That's
can't move
not the main
forward.
problem.
We're talking about
The
the
main
nature of
problem is
It's
water.
not.
convexity. No. 1 second, guys. The main problem here is convexity of water. So if convexity of water is the case, then how can that be tested?
No,
Now
you're
we're on
talking
to
about
convexity.
surface tension and adhesion. We're talking about
So
something completely
you
different. We're
said
talking about
convexity.
large bodies of water. That's what you
Convexity
said, right?
yeah, convexity, because the man just told you, he gave you a depiction of the Earth. He's like, yeah, the Earth as a depiction, as a globe. I know what you're talking about. So now we're talking about large bodies of water having convexity. Large bodies of water
No,
having convexity is a claim. So how can we
I'm not. We're
demonstrate
not
to
talking about.
everybody?
No. Again,
How can
so
we
I'll
demonstrate
reiterate.
that
Does
I'll
you're
simplify
rumpusing
reality
again.
me
match
because
the
you have to?
cartoon?
You're rumpusing me because you
We're
have to.
not. I'm not.
You're doing that
We're
because
not
you
talking
have
about
to.
convexity. We're talking about large bodies of water.
No,
which wouldn't really have
having
convexity
curved
due to the fact
surfaces.
that the surface tension on water is not strong enough to produce convexity to that degree. Now, the whole entire point of me stating that whether or not you believe in gravity is dependent on whether or not you think something is curved is the fact. I don't know why I keep bringing that up, but it's the fact that if we're on a sphere,
you just did.
If gravity exists, or if you think gravity exists, then it'd be no problem for like the water to be curving due to the fact it's on a 3D object.
Yeah,
that is entirely dependent on whether or not you believe gravity exists. If you don't believe it exists, then we can't have a conversation.
Okay,
No,
so does reality match the cartoon?
Yeah, if gravity is taking hold of this water ball, then you're going to be able to demonstrate that the water ball has convexity on its surface. And so we're asking,
No,
if that's what
it
you
wouldn't need to
believe,
be convexity.
if that's what you believe, you're going to have to provide evidence of that
No,
convexity.
I would have to demonstrate to you gravity exists.
No, you don't, because you can't prove something that doesn't exist. It's like me telling you,
so
I can
you
prove
don't
to you,
so you don't
I can
believe
prove
that
to you
there's an
that rainbow
acceleration
unicorns.
downwards?
I can prove to you that rainbow unicorns exist. So I have to prove that to you before we get to the next.
Well, no, but do you not believe that like acceleration downwards exists? That's not, like that doesn't exist to you?
No. You believe that there's convexity on water surface
No,
of large
I'm asking
bodies
you.
of
So
water.
you don't believe that
You see how
objects fall down to
you
the
want to
ground?
shift
So
you want to
see
shift
how
the
he's
burden of proof.
obfuscating and just being
No.
so
You're a
like
sophist. You're a
dishonest?
sophist. You want to shift the burden of
Projection.
proof
No,
to
the
me.
definition of gravity
No.
is
You're a
9.8
sophist. You want
meters
to
per
shift the
second
burden of proof to me. The burden of proof
squared.
lands on your shoulders right
That
now
is the
because you
definition of
believe
gravity.
that the
No, I'm
surface.
asking you. Look, this
I'm
conversation
asking
is
you.
very easy. Do
Where's
you
your
believe in gravity?
demonstration?
Yes or no?
Where's your demonstration of the Earth curving like you say it is with the
You're
bodies of water?
anti-gravity. That's what you are. You're an
No, prove
anti-graviter.
it.
Jesus
Prove
Christ.
it. Prove that large bodies of
You're
water
an
are curving
anti-graviter.
on their surface. Large bodies of water curving on their surface. That's all you got to
You don't
provide.
I
believe
already
in
showed a
gravity.
video
You don't
that
believe in
shows that
gravity.
actually.
You see? I'm
Look at that. This
demonstrating to
guy doesn't
everybody
I
in
believe
here
in
already
listening
posted
to
a
gravity.
video
you.
that shows the
He's a
water
Everybody
curves.
that's listening to you are listening to you,
Everyone
not
that's
able to
listening to
provide
you
evidence
realize that
for
you
the
don't
bodies
believe in
of
gravity.
water
The
having
Because it's a
gravity
convexity
simple
on their
concept. You
surface.
can't just drop an object and watch it fall
Well,
to the
there it
ground.
is,
Like,
guys. He hasn't provided
look at
evidence,
that.
so now he's just gonna sit
You're
there
You
without
can't
his
making
even, you can't
yourself
evidence.
even
look like
answer
a
the
fool.
Your
question
goose
if
is
you even
cooked.
believe in
You're gonna
gravity
sit there
now.
without your evidence, aren't you?
Look at that. You can't believe
Guys,
in
can we
gravity.
have a conversation, please? Look, I posted a
Yeah,
Yeah, the
his
video that
goose is
conversation
cooked.
shows.
is he's not providing evidence of the curved bodies of water.
I
That's
provided
it.
evidence for his claim, which I agree with. That some
Okay,
large
where
bodies
is
of
it?
water curve. My video shows that. It's timestamped. It's in the chat there.
See, how come you couldn't provide that evidence that the gentleman just did? I'm questioning that.
Oh, don't make it personal. What does it matter if it's like?
Okay, so now the gentleman who presented the evidence for the video, what are the measurements for the curving bodies of water with drop over distance, please?
I don't think he did any measurements.
Okay, so we're just gonna look at a video and say, I believe this video is what it is without any measurements. What are the measurements
Is
of
that what
Earth?
most flat earthers do?
It shows
No, the measurements.
It
Listen to me
shows
very carefully. The measurements of Earth are given to us in Google. If we look at the radius, the diameter, and the circumference, we have metrics to go by. So now we have metrics. So now those metrics, those values have to be correct. So when we
You're
go, like the
pulling this
gentleman just talked about,
conversation into
he
another
just talked about
direction.
a video he's going to show us, right? So now let's take those measurements and see if they fit his video. Do they measure up to the video? Yes or no?
Oh my
Well, I'm sorry.
God.
So why would we need measurements when we can see that there's been obstruction there,
That's
right?
the claim.
There's
The
a
claim
hidden
is the size of
there's
the
a
Earth
hidden
is the
height
geometry.
obstructed, right, of objects, right?
It doesn't matter. The claim is the geometry of Earth. They're claiming
That
that the Earth is
shows
of a
that.
certain set. Listen, dude, it's of a certain size right now. The Earth, right? They're claiming that it's a radius, diameter, circumference. The radius is 3959. The circumference is 24,901 miles. All these metrics and values that are given to us, we have to go and test them. So if you're saying that shows curve right there, then we need to go and test that video to see if it's true or not. That it's
Well,
following
no.
the same geometry as they're giving us. That's all
Well,
I'm
wait a
saying.
second. No, no.
where
The question
this
was
conversation's trying to
show
go.
evidence of water curving, right? Like large bodies
No,
of water
they
curving.
geometry to
That
be.
was the
We have to
claim,
test
You're
it.
and I
leading.
provide evidence of that.
You don't have the evidence that the geometry is what they're telling us. That's what I'm asking.
That's a different
You're
question.
just
Now
saying
you're
that the
moving
Earth is
goalposts.
curving, dude. That's all you're saying.
Okay, so this is not evidence of Earth curving to you, not at all.
If it is, it would be followed by data points, which is like the metrics of the Earth, followed by you saying, look, from where I'm at to where that thing is over there, there's a certain drop rate over distance. You'll be able to tell me that in detail and would be able to find out for sure how much it's curving from point A to point B. But you're not doing
You
that. You're
can.
just saying check out my video, dude. I'm gonna show you curvature, and then after that, everybody just believes, oh yeah, that's curvature, without any measurements whatsoever. We don't know the size
So
of the Earth from
you
your
gotta
video.
have to take into
Well, wait, you're
consideration
like trying to
viscosity
like.
and fucking gravity.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about convexity.
Gravity is a
The
major
geometry.
So
component
wait,
of all
yeah,
this. If you do
it
not
does
believe
exist.
in it,
No,
Convexity
it's
does
not. It's a
exist.
derivative
Wait, oh,
topic.
wait, can
it
Gravity is a
Okay,
derivative
here,
topic
hold on.
to the. It's a derivative topic to the geometry of Earth. How big the ball that you're standing on? That's in question. How big is the ball that you're standing on? We're trying to figure out. It's just
as
like me
well
telling
as
you,
what
well,
materials it's
how
made
tall
out
are you?
of.
I'm asking you a question. How tall are you? You're gonna be like, well, you have to know gravity to know how tall I am. No, you don't. You just need to know how tall you are, and then
No.
somebody else can measure you and say, yeah, he's that exact tall. I know how tall he is now. So
If I was the size of a
we're
lake, I
just
think that'd be a
measuring. We're
different
just
situation,
measuring
wouldn't it?
geometry.
It's like
That's all
So
we're doing. We're
what if
measuring
I?
geometry.
Okay,
the
wait.
fuck?
We can get like from the video. I don't know if Mayhem. Did you watch the video, the clip at least? Like the
Okay,
dance?
Spartacus, we
No, I'm
talked
gonna
this
be
more.
honest with you. I haven't seen it. I'm on my phone, but I will look at it. But however, I will
No.
say this though: presenting any
You can make
evidence like I asked
calculations
for.
from the video. That's what just what I want to say. Like because it does show objects of presumably known distance. Sorry, known size. Like there's a boat there, like a tourist boat that goes in a lake, and it's being obstructed when the camera goes down. Right. So you
That's
can
fine, but we
calculate.
don't have any metrics, dude. Like we don't. We're just going off of you saying that this video shows curve.
That
There
is a
it is.
metric, a known
Like
Well,
boat
who?
it does
You're
size.
just
show
saying,
curve.
whoop,
Like
there it is. I'm like, dude, where are the data points? Where you're standing from the shore? What's your elevation height? How far are you looking through? Did you talk
well,
about
wait.
any other values
Well,
like the time of day?
Mayhem.
There's nothing. There's no data, bro.
Well, Mayhem. Look, at least this is a step towards like providing
I don't
evidence.
disagree with you. I mean, I disagree. No,
Right.
I'm saying, look, if you're presenting something, the next logical step is how can you figure out some measurements to this? All I'm
The
asking,
data.
listen, to anybody that's here, all I'm asking for is when you put something forward, put your best foot forward. Don't just say, here's a picture. Believe me, bro. Like, no, I want you to do due diligence and lay it out to me. If you have an argument, if you have some evidence, bring it forward. Otherwise, you're
Well,
just saying, believe me. You know, I
well,
can't
no.
do that. What
Well, we can
logical
do a
person's
step at
gonna
a
do that?
time. We can do a step at a time, right? So I heard somebody
This is
ask
a
for
straw
evidence
man
of like
argument.
large bodies of water curving on Earth, right? In a global Earth model. I provided that. Now you ask for like a more detailed analysis of that evidence. Sure,
What did you
that's
provide?
fair.
Did you provide
That's fair
something?
enough. We
No,
can
he
we
just
What did you
can
provided a
provide?
video.
Notes going over curve?
Yeah, he just provided a video,
we
and he wants us to
can
Okay,
believe
well,
without any data.
we
Spartacus,
can look at the
perhaps,
video.
perhaps
It's a short
enroll in a
clip
Drawing
there.
101 course. Some of your confusions will be cleared up there.
Wait, say that again, sir. Are you addressing
I
me?
said maybe think about enrolling in a Drawing 101 course. Some of your confusions may be cleared up there about perspective and things of that matter.
Yeah, but
Who is
we're
gay?
more concerned of like there's no data here. He just wants people to believe based on a video.
Yeah,
And based
Spartacus,
and,
we
and
were
based
talking
on that
about.
logic,
Video
yeah,
is
based on
data.
yeah, hang on one second. Based on that logic, everybody who's shown a video about anything ever, we have to just believe the video, like Bigfoot, like Loch Ness
No,
monster, like
no,
anything that you put on video, we just got to take it for what it is. And
no,
what
no,
I'm
no. You
asking
can bring
for
up.
is if you're saying that there's convexity, listen, I want due diligence involved. Then go ahead and give me some data points. I'm at this elevation height. This is how far away that target distance is. And then therefore we see at that level where the horizon is and that boat's going over that's the curvature, because now we know from where I'm at to where it's at that there's a certain drop rate over the distance. Like you're not doing anything like that. You're just saying, here's my video, believe me, bro. That's all you're doing.
Okay, wait. So what
That's
if
it.
we showed you? What if we showed you that it like
You hear what I
according to this
asked for, bro?
measurement?
You heard
Oh,
what I
wait.
asked for. I'm wanting the
Yes.
measurements, the data
Yeah.
points. I'm not wanting you to
Great.
give me more beliefs.
And I want a fucking supermodel,
Data,
dude.
Spartacus, we
We
talked
don't all
about this
get what we
morning.
want in reality,
Remember, we're
unfortunately.
following
Why
the
not?
NASA.
Why not? Why not,
Spartacus,
bro?
we're following the NASA method. Remember, you only trust God. Everyone else has to bring the data. The JPL
Okay, wait.
written
Well,
right
first of
in
all, no flat earthers bring data in this discussion on the table. On
All right,
this
but that's
table
not the
Okay, that's
claim,
a
now.
though.
disqualify.
The
Wait,
Spartacus,
what?
you're dumb.
claim is that Earth is a globe, and we're being taught that in schools. We're being indoctrinated that the Earth is a globe. We're not being indoctrinated that the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? In every single institution, there's people believing that the Earth is a globe because that's what they're being taught. Not they're being taught flat Earth. They're not being taught flat Earth. They're being taught globe Earth. That's why I'm bringing it to you like this. So if that is the case, where is the evidence for it? Otherwise, it's just another belief system, another religion. And we don't want that. We want critically thinking minds to engage in this conversation so that everybody can know that it is indeed a globe with the truth. Yeah, and why would you be fearing that? Well, you guys just want all the data. Yeah, that's what we've been asking for. The data. Show us. And no one wants to step forward and say, I got it, man. I got you right here. And that's my thing is, why are you guys shying away from that? If it is indeed a globe, then the ball would present itself geometry, like with, radius, diameter, circumference. It would be right there. And everybody tap dancing and moving around that like it's not relevant. What? Anyway, that's what we require. We require the data points. If you make your observation, you have your video, show us the data that we have drop over distance over that distance that you're seeing the boat disappear. And if it's not the curvature of the Earth, then it has to be something else.
Yeah, he disqualified because in his worldview, he said flat earthers do not bring data. And he didn't bring any data. So he just is a concession that he's a flat earther.
Guess that's the end of that.
His goose is cooked.
Yeah, I always say that, huh?
I love that one. I know, it's so good. It's so good.
Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
Miggy.
can't tell you. I got a dude earlier today to say that he's not sure if he's ever eaten food before. He's not even sure if he's himself. He could be somebody else. I was like, your goose is cooked.
Yeah, every question you were asking that guy, he literally just said, "It's my belief."
Yeah, but he also didn't believe you could have beliefs.
Yeah, just a very inconsistent guy.
But yeah, that's what I told him. At least I understood it. Like, you understand where he's coming from. That he can't know anything, and he doesn't even know that he doesn't even know that. His goose was cooked. Are you on Discord? I don't know. Have you eaten food? I don't know. What's food? Do you know what food is? No, I don't know what that is either. Do you know that you're you? I don't know that either. I'm like, so what do you know? I know I can't know anything. And you know that. No, I don't know that either. You're done, dude. I get it, okay? There's no point in talking to you because inside your worldview, you've got no knowledge whatsoever. There's nothing you know. You just be telling me about some random thought that passed through your head, and it could mean something, or it could mean nothing at all.
Isn't that what you're doing though also? Because you don't have the proofs for the flat earth. So you're doing the same, you're just arguing different points.
No, I know that the earth is observably flat and observably stationary. I know the earth measures flat and is measured stationary. I know I can use the earth as flat and stationary. So I know by all practical purposes, all measurements, all observations, the only logical conclusion I can think of is the earth is both flat and stationary. There's no doubt in my mind. 100%. The earth is both flat and stationary.
I have a question.
You have the math for that?
You said meth?
You said you know by like measurements or the math.
Yeah, you can
behind it.
measure. You can measure the earth.
Do you guys think satellite images are
Hold
real?
on. What is
Not
the
of
math
the
of the
actual-
flat Earth? Because they both say the same things. They both have their own mathematical model.
Yeah, so go test it.
One. Yeah, you could test the geometrical sphere model. I just never heard about the flat Earth math model.
Well, that's what you do. You test the claim presented, the 3959 mile water ball.
But they've tested it in geometrically.
Yeah,
in
do you
like
want to go
line.
through this? If
In what
I'll
way-
go through this
in
with
what
you
way?
if you don't spurg, okay? to make a deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, you have to promise that you'll be able to go step by step, mathematically. Only talk about the math, not talk about me and my mother and how I got dropped on my head and how I should jump off a building or drink bleach. Okay, we'll go step by step, and it'll be by the end of this conversation, there'll be no doubt in your mind that the Earth mathematically measures flat. Are you ready to do this?
I'm ready. My body is ready.
Okay, let's start with Kansas. Okay, do you know where Kansas is?
Decantus, Kansas? No, I don't.
No, Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas.
Do you recognize that Kansas is on Earth?
Correct.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm listening. Okay, here we go. Do you recognize that a pancake is flat?
Sure.
How about this?
It's like a disc, right?
Yeah, so let's do this. If mathematically you could assign flat a value of 1.0, okay, can you do that with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think is flatter, Earth or a pancake? Which is closer to 1.0?
Well, that's why I'm asking what do you think Earth's
Yeah, that's what
shape
I'm saying.
is?
Let's go through it, right? Which one do you think is flatter mathematically? A pancake or Earth?
Let's use a pancake or something else because Earth's shape is under debate right now.
Yeah, but so let's look at, because we talked about Kansas being on Earth, so we're using Kansas.
Oh, well.
So right there,
if you
simply put,
if you blow it
here,
out,
look at simply put in layman's conclusion. Simply put, our results show Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. With a degree of flatness could be mathematically described as damn flat. So let's just call this an anomaly, right? We'll say Kansas is just like a disco ball Earth, right? We only got one spot, and this one spot is damn flat, mathematically damn flat. In terms of math, okay? We've assigned this portion of the Earth as damn flat. Let's check other portions of the Earth, right? You think we can do that? Let's check some other states. Let's see here. Oh, it turns out there's states even flatter than Kansas, starting with Florida. Wow, that's interesting, because what do they do in Florida? Do they do something special in Florida that they don't do anywhere else?
I
What do they
wouldn't.
do in Florida?
I don't know if there's like a mathematical constant of the curvature of the Earth.
1.0. 1.0 would be flat. Anything lower than 1.0 or higher than 1.0. So if you went below 1.0, that'd be convexing downward. Over 1.0 would be convexing upward.
But we understand that matter does go up and down. It's not completely flat.
Yeah, it's not completely
like,
flat, but it's
technically
flatter than a
nothing-
pancake. But the Earth
nothing
can be
is
described. The Earth
That's
can
the
be described as
positive.
flatter than a pancake. Okay. So it's not perfectly
Yeah,
flat.
yeah.
I got you, but it is flatter mathematically than a pancake. A literal pancake. I could right now. You could cook a pancake, right?
Yo, Chris,
And-
when you're done, let me take up on the 3 points when you're done.
Okay.
But that doesn't prove it's not a sphere.
No,
it
we're
just
talking about the
proves
math.
that.
We're talking about the math now,
Uh-huh.
right? Okay. So how about this, right? You've got Florida, which is even flatter than Kansas, mind you. Okay. If Kansas is damn flat, then Florida is like damn flat. So let's look at a rocket. They say, "Oh, flat earthers, jump on a rocket."
All
Certainly,
right, I
Kobe.
got the counter argument.
Okay.
Let's say you're
Hold
on
on.
a
Mickey wants to take
basketball.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey wants to take
Let me
over.
just say real quick. If you're
Okay, go ahead. You
if
get the
you're
last
on a
word.
basketball, if you're on a basketball and you're like a microscopic cell, like you're really tiny, and you're on any place in that sphere, doesn't it seem flat to you? Because as far as you can see, it's flat. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. It could be like some kind of like disc shape. It's not like a sphere. Because all we've ever seen is a circle, like a perfect circle. You look at the moon, you look at the earth, it's a circle. We don't know if it's a sphere, and I think this is what's fucking everything up is why does the water have to be flat? Why can't
I'm
there
gonna
be
clear
a
everything up for you in just a moment. Were you done, Crit?
Yeah, tap in.
All right. So the claim is, and I'm not saying you're making it right. The claim is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, roughly or chubbier at the middle, according to the rhetoric. You agree with that or not? Hello.
what? What'd you say?
The
In the
Earth is
middle?
a spheroid according to the rhetoric, according to like what they tell us, right? I'm just going based on what they're saying to us, you, me, and everybody else on Earth. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. It's like a pear shape. It's chubbier at the middle. You agree with that or not?
I'm in this camp of I think we're being lied to on some things. I'm not for certain, but I'm leaning towards spherical or the pear. We can say right now I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so if you're leaning towards that, then I would ask you a question. Hopefully, these three questions are going to shed some light on your thought process. The thought process that you think that the Earth is a globe, right? Or a oblate spheroid. All right. So, number one, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Let me explain to you, okay? Because do you know what drop over distance is, or do I need to explain it to you?
You can measure the drop over distance from satellite images.
Yeah, I know. Like some people know what that word means, or words mean, but I'm asking the gentleman if he knows what it means. Sir?
Yeah, I brought it up earlier. I don't know if there's a constant for that. It says there's some kind of equatorial polar radius curvature constant number, but I don't know if that's the one. But no, you're saying no one has ever
But
done
you know
that?
what exists.
Oh,
But no, I'm saying you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what
yeah.
specifically I mean by drop over. Okay. So my question to you: has anybody ever measured that any time in history? And if
Yes.
so, hang on a second. Don't jump. Just hold your horses. Let me finish explaining. If somebody has, what I need from you is the primary source. I need a citation and then a demonstration. Let me explain. Relax. I need a primary source, as in who said it, a citation, where it's been said, and also followed by a demonstration how we can test it. Three things. So if you know, I need those three things from you. If you don't know, just say I don't know and I'll go to the next question. I'm not going to hold it against you. I just want to know if you know yes or no. If you don't know, just say I don't know. We'll go to the next question and we'll go to the third and we'll finish. But the faster you're honest and you want to go through it, the faster we'll get through these questions. Do you know?
No,
If you do,
I
like I said, I need.
personally don't know about that.
Okay, so let's go to the second question. The second question is that axial rotation or the spin of the Earth has been detected. So we have to know who. Let's say it's kind of like the first question: who's ever measured axial rotation anytime in history with any device or people or persons, right? Who has done this so that we can test to see if the Earth is indeed spinning like they tell us. They're telling us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So we want to know how did they figure that out? And if you know, please tell me. If not, say I don't know. I'll go to the third question. Same thing as the first: primary source, citation, demonstration.
I understand where this is going, but
Yeah, just
yeah,
answer the question. If you don't know, just
no, like I don't know.
okay. So third question. The third question is that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure that we breathe. According to the rhetoric, they're telling us that the globe Earth is an open system. Now, that open system has matter and energy transferring back and forth through the system. Rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon. Rovers can land on Mars. Satellites can go into low Earth orbit. Now, with an open system, matter and energy can transfer back and forth through this open system. Okay, so if we do live in an open system, the question would then be, if we're breathing gas pressure here on the surface, about 14 psi in and out of our lungs, how is it possible to have gas pressure that you and I are breathing without a container? Because in every instance we have gas pressure, it needs to be contained.
So I would say that the space it is the gas pressure. It's a low density, and it's so massive. I was thinking about this earlier. Think of
Yeah, but the
the
three things
air and the
sir, I'm just saying
ocean.
the three things are before you go on, the three things are required: primary source, who said it, citation, where it's been said, and then a
Yeah,
demonstration
but
to provide evidence.
all right. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, but then you don't have yours when I ask you like why this happens or this
Yeah,
happens.
sir, we're getting through this. We're getting through this. Do you know? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, it's because the space is low density, and
So
it
what is
pushes
what is the
on.
primary source? If you
It's out there. I'm driving right, now. But
so you don't.
that's what they
I know,
that's what
sir.
they've come. That's what the spherical Earth people have come to the conclusion of.
Right, but
And
what I'm asking for is something specific. If you don't have it right now, and if you don't know, then it's simply just say I don't know. That's all I'm asking for.
sure. I don't have it. But it doesn't mean it's not there. Like
That's
just
not
like
the
the
question.
flat Earth.
That's the question, sir. It's not. It's not based on that. It's based on either you know
All
or you
right,
don't.
continue.
Okay, so you
I
don't
think.
know, right? Was that the answer?
Well, I could find it and come back. Do you want to like pause and then
I
come
can.
back in a few hours?
I can. I will.
Why don't we just continue? I don't. Let's say I don't think I have a true hard primary source and actual evidence of this,
Okay.
and but I would assume it's like you can kind of see it when they measure matters and stuff like that. It's like kind of self-explanatory when you're dealing with masses. That masses are affecting each other, and then it's easy to say that the mass of the space is affecting the Earth, but it's also multidimensional. The Earth, I believe, is spinning, and then if gravity exists, I got to look into that more. Or at least gravity is just force between masses. Doesn't actually mean it's like if the Earth is spinning because there's like some fast-moving magnet in the Earth that's spinning, and then the sun has a magnet that's spinning. So it's pushing it a certain distance away in a direction, and then the magnet or the metal inside the Earth is spinning, and it's holding things. It's adding like an extra layer of force on the Earth. Meanwhile, the space pressure, the density of that is also pushing onto the Earth.
That was rough, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna pass it on to somebody else. So, guys, go ahead.
Yeah, he'll come back. He's going to polish that up a little bit and come back. It's a little rough around the edges, okay? So like when you get a chance, right, maybe like work it through and come back. This is a continuing conversation, okay? Nothing's got to get resolved today.
No, my point is, why does the water level have to be flat? I don't think it does. Even on the disk model or the flat Earth model, it could have curvature. They're trying. I think that's like a trick.
Do you go
The
to a
physics,
swimming pool
the
and
physics
say,
of water is
this
flat,
water
bro.
has to be level? I mean, it's not like you go up to a
Yeah,
lake or like like a
matter.
pond of water. You say, why are you level? You're gonna ask the water that? That's just what it is.
Okay, so then the spherical people are saying that the
That it's not
water
level.
makes a curve all the
They're
time.
saying the bodies of water are curved for some reason.
6 inches per mile.
But aren't you saying it's
No,
flat all the
2
time?
inches per
Or
mile
no?
squared.
Flat
Well, we
Earth doesn't
observe it to
go.
be. We
So you
observe
go
the
to a
lake to be
lake that's a
flat,
mile
yeah.
across, and you put a laser an inch above the water, and you can't see it on the other side, even if it's 5
Yeah,
inches
well,
above
they've
the
done
water.
this. They've done this, and the lasers go further than should if it was curved.
So guess what, guys?
6 inches.
Guess what, guys? God has granted me a gift. Who was here earlier? I know AI was here earlier. Who else was here earlier?
I won't.
When
Yeah, you were granted a gift. I was in your home area today.
yeah, I'm so upset that I couldn't meet you then. That was like, oh, he's gonna be in Brooklyn. It's bullshit.
One day, one day. So remember earlier and this is like basically the the premise that all the globe earthers have been running with in the room, right? Like they'll either ask the question or assert the question and say, "Oh, why is the sun setting? Oh, why is the boat disappearing behind the horizon?" Now, or they'll make the assertion, the boat goes over the horizon because it's curved. How do you know? Because what else disappears when you go beyond it, right? You guys heard that earlier, right?
I'm
Or
sorry, what else disappears?
Yeah.
is that the feeling? Does everybody, even the globe earthers, you think that because it looks like it's going beyond a curve, it is, because what else would it be, right?
Yeah, like no, it's like curved. What else would it be? Like it clearly is curving,
Okay,
or
who
it's
else?
like the flat Earth people think it's curving because
Who else
matter
agrees?
is like raised.
Who
I
else
mean, why
agrees
do
that
they?
it's curved because the horizon blocks boats, because that's what it looks like? Who else
I
agrees?
mean, I think it's curved because in the northern and southern hemisphere,
That's
the
not what I
scales
asked you. I don't
create
need a
an.
red herring. Just focus on the
What's
example
that
because I'm
Earth?
trying
I
to get
mean,
through to
I'm
Do
something
just
quick.
the sun. Do the sun. Maybe that's more pro flat Earth. Like, why is it blocked when it comes up?
Why can't you guys, it's hard, it's like being in a classroom full of fucking first graders. Can you focus? Yes or no? The horizon is earth curved because it looks like that. Yes or no?
I don't know what you're
Yo,
saying.
it's crazy. Did I just come in during a quiet time, or is it because they know that I'm about to ensnare them in a trap? Like that all scared to put their, you're gonna say it eventually because you fucking guys have nothing else, and I'm
You
gonna
got 'em.
embarrass
You
you every
got 'em.
time I step in here. So
It's
You just said
because
we
it's
have
curved.
nothing else.
you can
I don't
admit it
know.
now, or you can admit it. You're breaking up AI. Damn, even in Brooklyn, that's crazy.
Hey, you just said we have nothing else, but I just gave you something else, and you said it was a red herring?
That's because the
Yeah,
Globies
I
can't
asked you a
accept their
question.
claims.
I asked you a question. I said, do you guys think that the horizon is Earth curved? Do you think that boats disappear beyond the horizon? And then you started to talk about something about the north and the
Well, you
south.
were asking why people think
No, I
that.
didn't ask why people believe in the Earth.
But then you
No.
said that's the only thing they have. But I gave you something
No, that's
else,
not what I
and you
said.
said that's the
I
red
said that's
herring.
the only argument they got as it pertains to the horizon. We have a
What about
geometric argument.
what
We have
about
a
all these other
geometric
different
we have
things?
a geometric argument. They just have a
Wait,
perception art.
there.
We have
Can
a
I ask you
geometric.
why
Oh
does
my
the
God,
northern and southern
Jesus
hemispheres
Christ!
start
We have a
rotating in the same way?
geometric argument. We have a geometric argument. All you guys have is a perception argument. That's exactly the conversation I had earlier.
But
I'm
whenever,
asking
can I ask?
anybody who was in here to agree that that's how the
But you,
conversation
You're,
went.
you're not making
Both
sense, right?
perception.
Because both arguments are impacted by perception. So
You know
what you're
what?
saying is
Guess what?
essentially gibberish.
I'm gonna wait for you to make the claim then.
Make
Somebody
what
in here
claim?
is gonna be the dumbass to make the claim. Don't worry about it. I'll be waiting.
What claim? I'm
Okay,
confused.
let me ask the question to the room then. Why do the boats sometimes appear to disappear from the bottom up on the horizon?
It depends on what you're viewing it with.
My eyes.
Okay. What's the limitation of your eyes? What limitations do your eyes have?
What does the
Well, just the
limitation of your eye
standard
have to do with
limitations
the?
of
Hold
the
on.
eye.
Hold on. Is the if you were looking at a building, right? You know what a building is?
No. Clarify.
Somebody has to mute him.
What do you mean mute me? You asked me if I know what a building is.
Somebody has to
Ask
mute
you
him. Somebody has to mute him.
for what reason?
This is not we can't move
Bro,
forward with a
stop
person
all
like
this yapping, my nigga.
that. Silence him as well.
Elijah, man, have you
It's
just
'cause
come to
they
the
can't,
sad
they can't, they
realization
can't.
today that that like both things you keep saying over and over again are affected by perception?
It's like earlier how they couldn't accept to agree that they believe the sun is moving because they think the ground is the thing moving, and they can't
They will,
accept that they claim the water is
No,
curving.
it's these
Calling
fucking
them
globe earthers, man.
they
Absolute
will not
fucking.
make a single claim. They're scared to death of their claim.
Could I
They
ask a question
refuse.
about the sun?
So you guys are scared to death about. You're not. Look, see. Guess what?
I thought we're talking about
When
the
a
sun. I
globe
thought
earther
I'd
comes in, when a globe earther comes in, and I don't have an argument, guess what? I'm hella intrigued to see where they're trying to go. You know,
Can
I'm
I ask
trying
a
to go
question about the
somewhere, and you
sun?
guys are like, "Oh no, flat earther might say something that's gonna make me stupid. Let me stop him at all costs. Siege that man."
What do you mean? I am a
Could I
flat
ask a
earther.
question about the sun?
Go ahead.
I'm just. Thank you. I was wondering. Around, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, I'm not trying to instate. I'm just curious about how it works. Is
Your
it the
mic
sun that
completely
moves
cut
around?
out. Repeat it.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. Is it the sun that moves around on the Earth, the flat Earth model, or
we
what?
observe, isn't it?
What are you talking about? What do you see the sun do on a daily basis?
Well, I guess I see from my perspective the sun moving around, but I'm wondering physically.
that's what we.
Obviously, from my globe model, I believe that we're going around it and we see it moving around in our sky. But
Oh,
I'm
that's
wondering.
fine. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I get
But
where
yeah,
you're
I'm just
coming from.
wondering.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem with reification fallacies. See, I don't have a celestial view of the
I
Earth.
don't know what that means.
Therefore, I don't just make claims about what the sun is and what it does.
No, I was going to ask a question relating to that because the moon changes shapes during the month, right? And I was wondering, does that mean there's sorry?
Does it? That's odd.
I mean, yeah,
What
the
do you mean it
shadow
changes shape?
of the Earth.
Even it goes through
on
its
the moon.
phases,
It's
and you're
not. It's
assuming.
not the shadow.
They're
It's
just
not. I'm
shaping
sorry.
the
It's not the
slideshow
shadow.
on the
It's not.
PowerPoint.
It's not the shadow of the Earth, my guy. You're wrong.
Oh, what is it? I was just asking. I
It's
was just asking how that works in the flat Earth model. I wasn't trying to be
No,
malicious.
no, like I just told you, I don't have a celestial view of all of these objects, so I won't be making shitup.com. But
Oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
In the heliocentric paradigm, though, the reason that you have moon phases is because of the angle to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth. You're welcome.
The angle to the sun. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you know about your religion?
I was just asking if you could explain that better because I didn't really get it because of the angle to
Yeah,
the sun.
in the heliocentric model, the
I don't know
shadow on
what
the
the
moon has.
heliocentric model is.
You don't know what happy trip around the sun day is? Happy birthday because you go around the sun. That's your belief, right? That you're moving and the sun's not.
Why are you saying? I don't know what's happening. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your religion. How much of it don't you know?
The sun's moving
I'm not
too.
religious.
Okay. All right. So, from our perspective, the reason that the things in the sky appear to move, according to your religion, is because we're spinning. Right?
Wait, do you not think the Earth spins even?
Why would I think the earth spins? That's your religion.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't feel it spinning.
yeah.
Well, do we have any evidence that it's spinning? Does anyone want to provide that?
Wait, so let me get this straight. So
No.
you think that the whole majority of the entire world, the education systems, are
I don't give a
promoting
shit
the
about
world
them. I don't appeal
pretending
to I don't appeal to any ad populum fallacies, which means most people believe something, therefore I believe it. I don't give a shit about that. But back to your misunderstanding about your own heliocentric paradigm and worldview. So, did you
What
understand
does that mean?
that
What does heliocentric mean?
I just told you?
I didn't
Sun-centered.
get it.
I don't even know what
Sun-centered.
they think they believe in. This is the issue because we're trying to discuss the globe model, and most people don't understand the globe model. Even the globe
Oh
believers.
no, I just
the
don't
majority of
know
our
what
believers.
heliocentric
I
means.
just told you,
Yeah, that's the
sun-centered.
foundation.
Now
of
I
the
know.
globe
You
model.
told me it means sun-centered. Now I know that. I
Okay,
just didn't
great.
know that word.
Okay,
It's
that's
okay.
great.
That's okay. I'm just pointing out.
So now that
But that
you
doesn't.
know, now that you know, Do you understand the answer to your question? You asked what
Yeah, I get it.
causes
You
the
think the
phases,
world
and I
isn't
said.
round, but you also have absolutely no knowledge of the world itself yourself.
So now you're being,
That's what you just said.
now you're being an asshole. No, I didn't say that.
I'm being an asshole. You're calling everyone in the chat retards basically constantly.
No, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about what I don't believe. That's
What?
how you feel. I know
You
shit
just
about
called
the
me
earth.
rude, and then you're like, "All these guys are idiots. These guys coming in here doing false fallacy, heliocentric." That's you, dude.
Is that what you heard? I don't remember hearing the words idiot come out of my mouth.
You have definitely said idiot. I'm sorry.
No,
bro.
at some, yeah, not just now though.
I'm fine with it. Just I think you should chill out. Like no one hates
I
you.
was chill just now. I didn't call anybody an idiot.
You have been
Sounds
calling
like
people
a
idiots.
sounds like a Freudian slip of where his mindset is at.
So, again, this is a detraction away from the reason I came in here. They're scared to death of their own claim. They don't even know what it is. I
Can you
mean,
make me scared to death
it's
then? Can you like ask
it's
me
35
something?
other. Jesus Christ, it's 35 other. You don't have anything to talk about, sir. Sit down. You don't even know about the
But you're
heliocentric model.
just literally monologuing about people are coming in here and they're
What
telling
do you
us we
know?
don't know
You
anything.
don't know what a
Like start a
heliocentric model
conversation.
is. What you don't know what a heliocentric model is. You don't know why there are phases of the moon as per your own religion. So what am I saying that's wrong? I didn't put anything on you. I didn't add anything extra. That's
No, I'm just saying you're not
exactly
like
what you
actually
just.
making any
Why are you
conversation.
talking
You're
when I'm
literally just going,
talking? I
all of
paused
these
for
people.
literally 5 seconds. I paused for 5 seconds. Why were you talking when I was talking?
Hello, we back?
You don't know your own claim. You don't know what heliocentrism is. You didn't know why there are moon phases. So, what did I say that was inaccurate?
So can we have a conversation about a topic now?
Is the
I
Earth
already
flat or
said it. We were
round?
already having one, but you didn't know anything.
Well, no, I just didn't know what
And just
heliocentric
to say,
meant.
You didn't know why
just to
there
say,
were. You thought that the phases of the moon were due to the blocking of the sun's light by the
Okay,
Earth.
Well,
right,
yeah,
we
that's
get
what a
it.
lot of
He's
people
clueless.
think.
We get it. He's clueless. So, how about clueless boy who doesn't know what these things mean? How about you just ask a question, and then Elijah will
I did
answer.
ask a question. I did
How
ask a
about that?
question, but no one answered it.
I did ask.
yeah,
How
Ask your
about a new
question.
question? How about a new question?
Okay, here's my question, okay? No one responded to it. I was wondering why in the North Pole and the South Pole the stars rotate in different directions. That's all.
Oh, do they go east in the southern hemisphere or something?
I'm not sure which way around it is, but they go different clockwise.
Well,
in
you
different
should know
directions.
because I for sure know that the stars go east to west everywhere you are on Earth, which is the
Not
same
in the
Elijah,
direction.
North Pole. No,
Elijah,
they
can
go.
you answer my question, please?
I'm just how rude of you to steal the other guy's moment in asking a question. He's trying to seek
That dude
clarity
can
for
wait.
his
He can
worldview.
wait. He can wait.
You see how disrespectful the Globers are to the Globe Earthers? That's crazy.
I'm Monday.
You
Okay,
gonna let him step
yeah.
on you,
We
bro?
just like
You was talking when I was talking. You gonna let him just take your spot?
he been yapping this whole time. I think I deserve a turn.
Go
yeah,
ahead,
you
King.
can
Ask
jump
your
in a
question. You can
minute.
answer my next.
See, he just said it's okay. Do you see how nice these globe earthers are?
To
Thank you,
Globe
man.
Earthers, of course,
Just
but they're
do
bigots
it,
and
bro.
assholes when it comes to flat earthers. But go on.
Okay, so Elijah, I'm not taking like the globe earth stance or anything. I just want to
I don't
like
care what you're doing.
see.
Ask your question, sir.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. So I just wanted to know what is your like. What would you say is the best proof of flat Earth that you can provide?
There's no curvature.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice and short, like that. So
I
with the
can
guy who
I
was
can
asking the
debunk this.
questions, with the guys who was asking the questions saying I don't know anything, it's fine that you don't know anything about the globe, but then that does mean that when you're asking your questions, you should be showing a little more humility in your understanding of things. So when you're saying like, oh, so you're saying everyone in the entire world is lying, I mean, you don't even know what you think they're lying about or that you think we think they're lying about. So you just need to ask really open, broad, honest questions without any preconceived notions. And then your next question about the stars rotating is obviously just something you've maybe read or seen on one of these anti-flat Earth websites or Professor Dave videos, which again, if you don't know what the heliocentric model is, bro, you're not going to be arguing north and south star rotations. Like, start small. Start with like, oh, what do they claim the Earth is then as a globe? What are they telling me I live on? Because you don't know any of this. You don't know the size of the ball they claim. You don't know the speed that it's supposed to be claiming. You need to start figuring that out before you start trying to have this like position of, well, it's obviously a globe, so why do you flat earthers think this? You don't even know what globe you think you believe in. So I would be asking way more basic questions if I were you. Don't go to the northern, southern star trails. I mean, that's just my advice.
Different directions.
Hello. You can prove curvature exists because matter curves.
Yo, I don't even know what the hell.
You keep, think about it. Think
Come
about
on,
it.
bros.
It exists on
Come
both
on.
flat Earth and spherical.
Yeah, curvature
No, like this
exists.
curvature thing doesn't prove it.
Curvature exists. I like a good fat ass, but we're talking about the geometry of the Earth. Please pay attention.
Oh, dude.
I
No, dude. All
understand
the
that.
car tires that I'm looking at are squares. They're locally squares. They're only circles when you look far away.
Because the mass and the matter of the object is different, so it forms different shapes. Different shapes exist. Different
But how
curves
is the Earth
exist.
a spinning ball? That's our question. How is the Earth a spinning ball?
How? Well, how is it flat? Like, I mean,
Well,
you
we see it flat.
you can't use like curvature as argument. We have to compare
Hold on.
maths
Hold
at
on,
that point.
bro. You're not cleared. You're not cleared to participate until you answer this question. Is flat a shape?
Flat might not exist because everything's 3D. I mean,
Wow.
That's not.
Wow.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Bro.
Well,
You
frozen lake.
can moan
A
a friend
frozen
if
lake
you
is
need to.
definitely flat, but okay.
listen, don't get emotional. Don't get emotional.
Mirrors are definitely flat, but okay.
They're only Elijah. They're only pragmatically flat.
You don't understand that they could be
get an
flat
answer to
or
that
curved
then?
down, curve upwards.
Is flat a shape? Was the question.
I mean, a mirror can be a sphere as well.
No, is flat a shape? Is the question? Yes or no?
No.
Runku.
Well, do we agree? Do we agree? No, flat is not a shape. Okay. Cool. So we're not claiming a shape.
Flat is an adjective.
And that's a description of something.
Yep, of a noun. The noun being earth, a flat earth.
So we see the Earth being flat. How can we say it's flat? Well, why wouldn't we so far? What else have we got? We don't have curvature.
See, what they want to do is they want to talk about noun. And I go, no, dude, that's grammatically incorrect. That's a malformed logical sequence. Unless you said a flat earth, it would be an apartment building named Earth, like where my bed sit is.
Yeah, that of your house, right?
Yeah, I called
Earth is your house.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you sound like a good participant.
Oh yeah, don't talk because you might get named a troll. Okay.
No, well,
Yeah,
maybe
like-
he's not a good
like,
participant.
Crit,
I'm
are
gonna
you
wait
there?
for somebody to finally come in here. Should be any minute now. Somebody's gonna make the claim that boats disappear behind the horizon. Because what else would it be other than Earth curve? Somebody's gonna make the claim. Don't all piss in your pants at once. You're
Why
saying
can't it be
Longmorning.
curvature? What's wrong with curvature?
No,
I'm pro
you're not
curvature.
you're not satisfactory. I'm not gonna release the trap card on you. So
Could I do my question?
How flat does Earth have to be? Sorry, I'm not trying to shut down the conversation here.
how flat does Earth have to be? What do you mean?
Well, no, it's just a question, right?
Well, sea level has to just be level. And that's how flat.
In order to, I don't know, flat as in, so there's no
Flat
trees,
as in
or
zero, flat as in zero, as in sea level. You know,
He
things
said-
that are above sea level are higher in elevation. Things that are lower in elevation. You know, that thing. Zero,
Bro
flat,
said
level.
flat as in no trees.
flat,
I think
yeah,
we're here
flat,
saying
flat,
there's no trees.
yeah. And then there's no mountains. Your stairs are virtually falling apart.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, bro. There's no mountains. That's what we're saying. You've done well. Well done.
Okay,
You're
calm
a
down.
concrete-
Who's pissed in
you're
your
a
coffee?
concrete thinker. It's Saturday.
What,
You
I'm
guys.
just
I know
agreeing
you're
with
looking
your
for you're
high-level
looking to
thinking.
moderate, but calm down.
What?
You guys need to go to church or something.
I wonder if this
You
argument
know, I'm just trying
boils
to
down.
participate in your conversation here.
Okay, are
Okay,
you
well,
stuck
no,
in the
obviously there's
concrete thinking
topography.
phase?
Yeah,
Where's
there's
the other?
topography.
My bad.
So I'll ask the
No, I mean, it's
question
not an
again,
honest
right?
question, is it? I mean, it's not.
I'll
It's
ask
not
the
an honest
question again.
question, is it?
How flat does Earth have to be, right?
Where's the other black guy? He sounded genuine when he asked the question. I don't think he thought I was just gonna say there's no curvature. I think he was like, "Oh wow,
That's
that was quick."
King. Yeah,
Where's the
he's
black guy?
deafened.
Come here.
He's muted. He's deafened and muted right now.
That was all he could take. His one flat Earth proof for today. I respect it.
Okay,
Has
brother.
anyone watched The
Are we
Matrix?
talking about the? Yeah, we watched it. What's up?
I mean, Neo pretty much proved it, right? When he was flying.
Proved what? Proved what?
That the Earth was flat when he was flying.
Why?
Oh, he's gonna say it. Say
No?
because it looked that way. Say it.
So there's some people in here that haven't watched fucking Matrix, right?
No, say it. Say it looks anything because it looks that way.
Dude, we watched The Matrix. Neo was flying. You say that's how he proved the Earth was flat. How could that be true? Go ahead.
You
I
guys
know,
are
dude. I
using the
thought I was gonna
Matrix to
hear.
prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna hear something profound, some new insight into a cool fictional story that I enjoy. But I guess I'm just gonna hear you choke.
Yeah, no, this guy's a
Yeah,
globe
that's
Earth
what I'm doing.
believer.
I'm choking.
Obviously, this guy's a globe Earth believer. Clearly, not a flat earther.
No. I'm trying to help your cause.
What, by embarrassing yourself?
So you haven't watched The Matrix then?
We're just here talking
so
about.
how did Neo?
Sorry,
How did Neo prove? How did Neo prove the Earth was flat by flying? What does that possibly have to do with the shape of the Earth? Especially
I don't know.
considering
Go
that
and
they
watch
were
the movie again.
especially that they were inside a simulation, right? So anything he does in that simulation has no bearing on the external object known as the Earth from the simulation. So I don't get it.
But then flat Earth doesn't really matter. You're just essentially peddling simulation theory.
No, it's all about
And-
mind over matter. If it don't mind, I don't matter.
Oh,
Nah, like
you're under the,
I
you're
understand.
Under the assumption, yeah, you're under the assumption that modern physics and evolutionary biology and psychology are all conspiring together to move the Overton window towards subjective idealism, where essentially reality is going to be a subjective construct of a sentient entity in the first instance. I guess you're not up to speed on the latest hotness.
Why do you talk like that?
So there's 37 people in the chat right now, including myself.
Dude, I talk like that because I feel like I'm from the future, because I know all these things, and all the Globers that show up here don't seem to. It's like they're stuck in the past.
Well, I'm a Glober myself, but I understood everything you were saying. But it's almost like you're using just words that you didn't have to say it.
Yeah, but you're a Glober in 2015. That's the problem.
What?
How do you not use words to communicate a message?
I know. I'm using larger than average words.
No, you literally just said no. All you said is that the world is some subjective, idealistic. The world is going in that direction, meaning, and then you go off it's just I don't understand.
Did you
why you need to say
the word?
The world as
subjective
in the people who live
idealism?
in
Yes,
it.
I do know what that means.
The world as in the people in it, because he was talking about the psychology or psychosis of Globers and stuff.
Which is subjective. But even you're using his own
No,
words.
it's not
Even what
subjective. I
you
can
would
prove
believe.
it objective.
No, you can't. How can you objectively? What are you trying to prove objectively? So we're on the same page.
You asking me how?
No, what are you trying to prove objectively?
Well, that you people have psychosis.
So we have psychosis because I'm guessing you're going to say we believe in science, or
No,
so
actually.
So what are you going to say?
I didn't say any of that. No, because you guys actually deny all forms of evidence.
What objectivism? What objectivism? You were on your way to saying this, and I'm curious.
You see,
What
you're
objective belief?
demonstrating it right now.
Okay, I apologize. What objective belief in my apology?
You don't have to apologize. The point is for me to
What objective
demonstrate
belief?
Objective belief. Those two things don't mix.
Okay, what objective? Doesn't make sense. So what do you mean object? So I'm using your words. What is objective that you can? What was this objective thing that you were trying to?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
This was earlier. I was part of that conversation already.
Well, answer the question.
We already came. Yeah, you can. There's always a container, and my argument before the other guy started talking, and I let them do that.
Hey, we're talking about objectivity.
Look, there's
right?
always a container. Space, in some sense, is a container. What's your point?
No, space is not a container. Space
because you don't believe in space. So how do you think
it's
a container?
Excuse me. This is the psychosis again. Because every time I begin to talk, you start talking again.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, don't apologize for your psychosis, sir. I'm just trying to demonstrate something.
No, I apologize not for my psychosis for interrupting you, but thanks for telling me I have psychosis. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have to tell you. I'm trying to demonstrate it.
Okay, go ahead.
So
stop all the yapping.
Oh, you're back. I was asking for you.
That's the guy you want right there.
Yeah. So after this guy, you guys both have equally bad mics. To be fair, AI is on your team right now in the bad mic gang. So check this out. Space is a place for gas to fill. So it's a bit.
That's not true.
It's a bit.
That's not true.
Whoa. You want to get some.
Space is a place for particles. Space is a place where particles are not interacting with each other as much as they do on Earth. No, I'm correcting you. I'm just correcting you.
No, you're not correcting me because I was just going to ask you, well, do you want to get citations or what? Because, here's the thing about citations. You can either have citations that are also backed by demonstration, and you can have citations where people just say shit and don't.
I understand, but the issue.
Why are you cutting me off again? Because you think you've spoken to me, you bigot. My name is Elijah. You don't know me. Have the conversation.
Okay.
Bigot.
Okay, Elijah.
That was so inspirational. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, forget you. Ask me another question.
Who's you? Sorry.
Dang.
I'm tired of you, the other guy. Ask me another question.
Me? Who's you?
Who, me?
I just demonstrated. Look again. Psychosis. Who in their right mind can
All right.
ask who me, and then the
Hey,
person say not you, and then they go me again, other than a psychotic person.
you're in a psychosis. You're just projecting, by the way.
Oh, okay. Says
Are
the
you talking to
person
me?
with says the person with
No, you.
such an original icon.
Talking to me?
You believe
I'm,
in flat Earth, you're in psychosis, like you don't have anything
hey, black
substantial.
dude, ask me a question.
Who, me?
Aren't you black?
I'm gonna kill all of you guys.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you feel that way. Psychosis. Go ahead.
Okay, so what would you say is your favorite thing about globe earthers?
That they're psychos.
They're curves.
I mean, they all act the same. No, you know what? That's a lie. That was a
How
bigoted
big is the
statement from
ice
me.
Are
ball?
you?
I was a bigot. Oh shit. Y'all
How
caught
Yeah,
big
are
me.
you
is the ice
globe
ball?
phobic?
My favorite thing
Are
about
you a
globe
global
earthers.
homophobic, sir?
Now I would say there's a difference between anti-flat earthers and globe earthers. So my favorite thing about globe earthers is being able to expose them to something that they never heard, and that, oh shit, I never knew this moment that inevitably comes from them. I love that because they have the ability to learn.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I was asking before, if you're in the South Pole and the North Pole, the stars do rotate in a different direction if you're looking up. Also, if you're south or north of the equator, you see different stars in the sky.
So why do you
Like
think
the
that is?
why do I think that is? Because of the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
You can't see
Oh
over
right.
the
Okay.
equator.
So where's this curve
Why
of
would
the
he
Earth
ask
in
the
that,
same
JJ?
question though? That's
Sorry,
what
one
I.
at a time.
But I'm just wondering why you would ask the same exact question after having an answer. But go on.
You didn't answer it.
Well, it's psychosis.
Yeah.
I definitely did answer you, so you just didn't like it and decide to ask again as if I
No, I
didn't answer.
genuinely d't hear a response.
I think
Well, it goes to
Cyclone
the
is trying
same
to
point
reply to him,
anyway.
right?
Yeah, well, it all goes to the same point anyway. You make the assumption that that is occurring due to a curved and in motion Earth, and we ask, okay, what evidence do you have for this curve in motion? And you don't have any.
Well, how else
You just point at the
would you
stars
explain
again.
it?
Yeah,
How else would you
yeah,
explain
exactly.
it?
You just point at the stars again. I don't need to explain it. You
Okay,
pointing at
cool.
the
So you don't have an
stars
argument
and
for it.
saying,
Cool. Thank you. I win.
well, I didn't say that I didn't, but I'm not needing
Okay,
to
then
give
give me an
one
argument
because I'm
for it.
pointing out
Wait,
your assumption
give
of
me an
the
argument for
curvature
it.
and the motion of the Earth,
Give
which
me
is
an argument for it.
unsubstantiated.
Give me an
What I've
argument.
learned from flat Earth is that it's not necessarily that the Earth is flat. I think it's just more of a not believing what you're
What you
told.
should learn is that you shouldn't start speaking in the
Isn't
middle of
that what it
someone
is?
else's
Like, just don't
sentence.
believe what you're told, right?
No, Chuck.
Hey,
No, that's not
excellent.
what it is.
Can I have a response to my thing? You didn't give me an argument for why we see stars in different places.
Well, we listened to your argument, and your argument's unsubstantiated, so we're left with no argument.
No, I gave you a perfectly reasonable response. The
No,
Earth
no,
is
no.
a
You
curve.
made a claim. Yeah, you made a claim, but you haven't substantiated that.
You can see
How
the
do you
North Star from the
substantiate
North
that?
Pole. You can't see it
No,
south
no,
of the
no. But
equator.
you're saying that that's because the ground is curved and in motion. So what's your evidence for that?
What's your evidence for it being flat? Like, there's more evidence just with
Okay,
that.
see,
spot.
you're trying to, but
Without-
you're making the claim, bro. You're saying, "Hey, I observed the stars doing this because the ground is curved and in motion," and I'm
Yeah,
saying, "What's your
that's
evidence for the
okay. Okay,
ground
this
is
is my
curved and in
argument. Okay,
motion?"
this is my
And
argument.
you're saying, "What's your?"
This is my argument, right? You can see the North Star on the north because you're on the top of a round ball and you can't see through.
Yeah. So we're back to where we started. So
No,
what's
no,
your evidence for that round ball of the ground?
no. Let's just say that is my evidence for that.
And that's not
That
evidence.
is my
That's a
idea.
claim. That's a claim.
What is your what?
Do you
But
understand the
you don't
problem
have
of
any claim.
underdetermination?
You don't have any reason for that.
Problem
So
with
what is
making
your
a
reason?
claim about the Earth being a spinning ball and not having any
No,
evidence.
see, this is what happens when you guys don't have an argument for anything. You just guys want to talk about like
He
light.
doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Hey, this
The
is Orange
argument
Elijah.
is that it's just a PowerPoint slide. Like, it doesn't matter. You can come up with anything unless we see substantial proof for either side.
That's right. Well, we're looking for the proof that the Earth is a ball that they've told us, because that's what they're telling everyone in school. We're looking for that proof. Does that exist?
Yeah.
So, they've been shooting up GoPros like independent schools, and it takes pictures of the Earth, and it looks very globe.
Very specific topics that you guys like talking about. But if I bring up the North Star for some reason, you guys are immediately like, back up and prove exactly this, like what you want.
Yeah, prove your spinning ball or something.
No. Just tell me how it would work on a flat Earth model. That's all I want to know.
What
Then
would
I'll
work?
believe
How,
you.
wait, what define work?
Define work.
Yeah.
Just tell me how I explain how that would work. Explain it to me.
Dude, I said define work, not just ask me to explain how it would work. I said
You know
define
what work means.
No, I don't know what you mean by it, so I'm not going to waste my time. You need to tell me what you mean
Okay.
by it.
So I guess if I was a flat Earth person, I would explain this exact thing working by, like, I guess the stars moving randomly to where they want to be seen, and like random light.
Wait, dude,
what do you mean random?
Oh my god, can you guys stop like asking word definitions? I'm not a fucking dictionary. Just fucking answer the question.
In order to have a conversation with you, we have to agree on definitions. So that's why we ask you the
You're gonna like
definition.
ask me the definition of the word "the"? Are we gonna go down the entire sentence? You know what
no,
work
your
means?
definition. We're asking you for
Okay,
your
I'm
definition.
sorry. Do you guys not know what work means?
Is that Chris? It's Chris.
Oh my god! So let me
Eric
help
Harris,
you out.
bro. It's Chris.
Let me help you out. So you're asking to explain the
What's up, man?
causal mechanism for why the stars do what they do.
I'm asking why you can't see the North Star south of the equator.
Oh, well,
and
that's not
dude,
explain how they work, you idiot. See, so if he would have tried to answer, it wouldn't have been sufficient. Because exactly what you just said is not even sequitur to your premise. Jesus
I'll
Christ.
answer you.
Guys,
I'll answer you.
truthfolder.com, dude.
I'll answer you very
Truthfolder.com.
simply. Hold on, I'll answer you very simply. So your question is, if I'm correct, why can't I see the North Star from a particular location? And my answer would be because no resolvable light from the star is reaching your optic. There you go. That's how it works.
So you're just saying the light doesn't reach.
Well, you asked how it works, and you didn't define work.
No.
So I
I'm
gave
happy
you
with
the
that. I'm
answer.
happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. You answered it. I love that.
Good.
Thank you. I think it's stupid, but thank you.
Well, dude, it's not stupid. Dude, you failed to define the boundaries of work. I gave you an answer that is sufficient. For you to tell me that that answer is stupid proves you don't know what you're saying.
Are you an astronaut?
I'm not very good at defining.
He's controlled that position. He's like in the space station right now, looking at the globe.
I can't
due
wait
to your,
to get both of you in here to ask
Right,
the question.
I have a not boring question, Elijah. Hold on. Do you think the moon is 200,000 miles away or no?
No.
So can we not bounce radio waves off of the moon or no? Is that not a thing that happens?
I guess you do something that would be called bouncing radio waves off of the moon, but you were doing that before they went to the moon, so
What are you on about? What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, because before they went to the moon, they claimed they were bouncing radio waves because of X, and after they went to the moon, they claimed that it was the retro reflectors that they were bouncing the radio waves.
No.
off
You're
of.
talking about the lasers. I'm not talking about retro reflectors. That's the lasers. I'm not talking about bouncing lasers off the moon. I'm talking about bouncing radio waves. You can do that. Any ham radio enthusiast or hobbyist can do this with an EME antenna.
Okay,
Can you
so
prove that with empirical evidence?
What does that mean?
You don't prove anything with empirical evidence.
Why don't you go through the method and tell me exactly how it's done?
Yeah, sure. So you can look up what an
give me
EME
a
antenna is. You
paper.
set it up in your yard, right? And then you have whatever piece of radio hardware. I'm not a ham radio enthusiast, but I know people who can do this, and I can send you to a Discord server where they do this. But
Send us to a Discord server, buddy. Show your evidence, buddy.
sure, bro.
Here's the problem with you
Yeah, you
globe
can-
workers.
I will link the Discord.
Don't link it. Don't link it. It's a rule against linking. DM it
Well,
to
it's
everyone.
called Ham Radio Crash Course. They can explain
Yeah.
the technology and how EME antennas work. But what you do is
well, we don't-
enthusiasts
we
do
don't
this.
need to know
Regular
how they
people,
do
they,
it.
they
Seems like
point their
curiosity.
they point their antenna at the moon. They bounce radio waves back, and because we assume that radio waves are on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So it travels at the speed of light. We can time it, right? And it takes I forget how many seconds to get back to us. So I mean, I don't know, to me that seems like evidence that the moon would be 200,000 miles away.
Well, would a
Who
medium
knows?
interfere with the time it takes?
Would a medium?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I say one thing? I'm sorry.
Well, I just asked the fucking question.
You can't.
I just want to say
No.
one thing. The
Unless
thing
you're
is,
talking about like
I
water.
just
Are you talking about
asked
like
the
water?
question.
Is that where you're gonna go with this?
A different medium.
So
A
like
different
water.
medium.
Yeah,
No, like water, but any different medium. Would that interfere, like hypothetically, with the reading? Oh, okay.
maybe.
Do you know the medium between here and the moon?
No. Let's just
Oh,
say no for now.
I thought so. Okay.
But why would it be any? I guess we would need evidence of a different medium, right?
No, we would just need
Hypothesize.
to know the medium between here and whatever the moon is to make an actual factual answer, to come
Yeah,
to
you
an
just
actual conclusion. Otherwise, there's some assumptions in there, and I just don't like assumptions. I don't like them. They feel icky. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, isn't that reasonable?
It literally, I know, right? Like these flipping spear archers just say anything. The flat ones are the good ones.
Well, he
So-
just made a claim assuming the medium between the Earth and the Moon, and then confirmed that
I
he can't
disagree.
verify what the medium is between the Earth and the Moon. So we can move on to another point if anyone has one for the globe.
Well, I don't think we can because I don't know of any
Hey,
mediums
DM
with
me
like water or like
Slum,
glass or something.
Slum, dude. DM me that Discord link.
I don't know who's
So
talking.
you know how you said
Crit.
you know how you said you don't know. That's the answer we were looking for. There's nothing
Well,
to
I
do.
mean, I assume. I mean, I believe I do know, but
You assume
Your assumptions and beliefs don't matter.
assume what?
Very cool. Let me hold on. I'm trying to do like multiple things at once here. Who wants the link? And I gotta
Crit.
go to this server. Crit. Gotcha.
Crit one says so. You can do
notice
that.
how
Now,
that word assume jumped in there. Oh, so you don't know then, huh? I'm not. I mean, because I'm not
I
making
do
the
know.
claim.
I believe I do know.
Well, how do you know? You know what a priori means?
Yes.
So how do you know?
It's knowledge you come to through not empirical means, just through the brain, right? It's
could we get a globe argument that
perceptions.
doesn't assume that doesn't
Mhm.
where you don't pretend to assume and know everything about the Earth and the universe?
I'm not
but
making an
we
argument for
get
the
a
globe.
globe argument.
No. I didn't say anything about the globe, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine.
I'm just talking
Well,
about the
could we
moon
get
being
someone?
200,000 miles
Could
away.
could we get an argument from someone who believes in the globe then?
By the way,
I'm just interested in this
wait,
moon.
by the way, hold
I'm
on.
interested in the moon
Did
topic.
you know that? Did you know that they include R in the speed of light? In some instances, I don't know about all instances, but for example, like with GPS,
Talk about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a scientist.
R the radius of the Earth, which is begging the question. So if you were to do some calculations with that
You can
baked
get the speed of
in,
light without knowing the radius of the Earth.
well, I didn't say get the speed of light, did
So
I?
what are you talking
I
about?
said they utilize, didn't I?
Utilize it for what?
I just gave you an example, GPS,
Okay, I'm not
which would
talking about
mean that they're
GPS.
begging the question. Okay, I'm just saying with satellites, okay, and supposedly receiving data, sending data and receiving data, with elevation angles no less, but I digress from that. They assume the radius of the Earth to inflate their numbers, or let's say inflate, to get their numbers of distances where the uh where the satellite is in geocentric, stationary orbit or orbital orbit, wherever it is. So, in theory, you could do the same thing with the moon, right? If you're including the radius. So that's why I asked. Go ahead and link the method that they, couple with
Well,
ham radius.
I sent the one guy the Discord server. I can tell you.
No, I don't want.
I can send you a link to. I can send you a link to like about EME antennas if you want.
If I
I
may-
don't want to know. Look, stop.
I'm going
I
next.
don't want to know about EMT antennas. I want to know the method that they use coupled with the technology. That's what I want to know.
What method are you? What are we talking about? What method? They use it.
Oh
like,
my jeez.
they
Yeah,
have-
forget
they
it.
have
Go
some
ahead,
piece
ask
of
the question.
hardware.
Forget it. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
why
it.
are we
Don't worry
talking to
about
this guy? Why are we talking to this guy?
Let me.
Listen, we need
You
to
just
point out
kind of proved the spherical Earth. By the way,
No, remember, he wasn't trying to prove the spherical Earth. This is the whole problem. We're asking here for fucking half an hour. Has anyone got any arguments for the globe? And then we get a 5-minute ramble about what the moon is doing, what the stars are doing, what the planes are doing, and at the end of it, they say, "I wasn't." At the end of it, they say,
All
"I
right,
wasn't
no
trying
complaining,
to
no
prove a
complaining.
globe. I wasn't even trying to prove a globe." Well, why aren't you trying to prove the globe? That's the question.
I think it was.
He just proved it with his little formula about the radius of the Earth
No,
and the
he wasn't trying
distance.
to prove the Earth.
I know, but he did. If you think about that equation and the speed of light, they
proves the
use the
Earth
radius
without
of the Earth.
trying.
It's
a
about
constant.
that
there's a space
fellas.
and there's a moon that exists.
It's you got to take it step by step, fellas. So first you start with the bouncing radio waves off the moon thing, right? And then you
No.
do that
What
at
you're
other
doing is you're
points on
starting
the
with an
Earth
assumption
the
of a
time is
globe.
so that
No, your
implies
actual starting place is the assumption of a globe. That's what you're
No, I
doing.
haven't assumed
You're
that.
assuming a globe and then assuming a moon at a certain distance. That's what your assumption is.
You make
Okay,
testable.
Cyclone, what's the distance of the moon for you?
To knowledge, right?
I'm not making a claim about the distance to the moon. Why would I do
Oh
that?
my god.
Yeah. Oh my god. Why am I not making a claim about the
No,
distance
you
of the
fucking
moon?
mute me. Like I can't say anything, and I don't know when to say something.
Well, I don't know. Ask an actual question, a genuine question, or make an argument for the globe. Don't give
Dude,
us the
I
5-minute
literally
ramble
just
and then
tried
say I'm not.
to.
Sure. So I just have a question. I have a question that could be related to this globe Earth thing. Okay, it's not definitive proof or anything, but so why do you think it is that? Because so people have made novel testable predictions, right? They're like, if the Earth is a globe, we'll see that the time it takes for the radio waves to bounce back to us is going to be different at different parts of the Earth, the globe, and it is. So that's their novel testable prediction.
Right.
Usually that's
No, we're not doing this
criteria.
kind of radio wave thing. Unless you've got something to present, some actual information, data,
think I have presented
links to a test, links to a test with the formulas they're using, what equipment they're using, what method they're using. Until you've got that, you've got nothing to discuss. So, someone ask
Sure,
an actual question
all this
or
stuff to you.
present something. Well, go and get a link then and shut up.
We
until
don't.
you've
We
got
don't
it.
want to link to ham radios. That's not what we're asking for.
You need to give us a link to this exact thing that you're talking about.
To how they do Earth to moon to Earth bounces. I can link you that if you want.
Okay,
Well, then
the
you would have something to
epistemology has
discuss.
to be included, not just they did it and they were successful. We want
Sure,
the
I
epistemology
can
to
send
go
you
with
like
it.
YouTube videos of guys doing it if you want. Like, unless you think.
Not doing it. We want. Yeah, look.
What are you talking
Okay,
about? Like,
fam.
I can send you the method and
Okay,
the
fam.
demonstration.
Okay, fam.
Well, just
Okay,
send through
fam.
everything.
Send it.
Just do it. Shut up and do it.
That's what I'm saying. But he said he didn't want it.
I'm just
My
I'm
God.
being clear about what I want because you guys talk
All right.
fast and then all of a sudden you're like, well, that's not what I said I was giving you. You know, and that's annoying.
Gotcha.
But by the way, what you said was an affirming the consequent fallacy anyway.
Please explain that.
If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is a sphere, and you said it, then these ham radio calculations would blah blah blah.
So that's not a real fallacy, right? So that's
What do you mean that's not a real fallacy? Hold on.
Science
So the way you said it was wrong.
Hold on.
predictions, right?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I explained the form of the fallacy, and then I used your words. You guys can't just
Yes,
keep
and then
coming
I
in here.
told you you were
You
wrong.
guys can't just keep coming in here and saying, no, you're wrong, when that's exactly
Why
what
don't
you
you try
did.
letting him finish his sentence?
All right. So they've proved the speed of light. They've measured it with a camera that takes 1/1,000,000th of a frame.
Hey, with the Coca-Cola bottle.
But hey, man, if there's a firmament, that means there's the waters above the earth, right? There's the waters above the firmament, and that would change the speed of light because it's passing through.
You know that?
Yeah.
You know that? Do you know that? Is
Dude,
that
it's
what
in the
you're
Bible.
claiming?
It's in
Is that what you're claiming?
All right, but then you come down
Is
to
that
two
what you're
different
claiming? Look,
evidences.
it's
You
a
have
listen. You
the
can
majority.
either go with the Bible or you can even go with the priests of the textbooks in the schools. But do you know that though?
Know what?
This is what I'm saying.
Anything you're
Their
talking about.
skepticism.
Sure, dude.
The problem is that I had this conversation earlier with one of you guys, is that in that case, then you wouldn't be using the language English to be able to communicate what you're communicating. Because
No, that
if
makes
you're that
absolutely
much of
no
a
sense.
skeptic, no, if you're that much of a
I'm not
skeptic,
skeptical.
then
What
you
am I
wouldn't. No,
skeptical
you
about?
have to be in order to believe in
I'm
flat
not
Earth. You
skeptical.
have to
What
be
am I
skeptical.
skeptical about? I want
Because you're
information.
saying that you need objective proof, and you still haven't answered that because you went on this tirade with this guy, and there's
What do
no
you mean?
object.
I literally asked him to give me the epistemology.
It's
I
not
didn't
about
say,
asking.
"Ooh, you gave me." I didn't say,
Yes,
"Ooh, you
yes,
get."
and
Shut up.
and if he
Shut up.
was to say,
Shut up. Shut up. I didn't say, "Ooh, you gave me information and now I'm skeptical." I'm asking for it.
the only reason I allow you to tell me to shut up when I'm clearly making my point is because I'm going to get muted. So you need to shut up now that I'm able to talk, and let me also finish my statements, and stop being rude to me because I have not talked to you in that way. I've never insulted you, never told you to be quiet, none of those things. So please have respect, and I do my best to do that with you guys, yet I'm getting muted. So let me speak. Anyways, as I was saying, when the same type of skepticism that you are trying to oppose on people that believe in a globe earth is the same rule that you should apply to the language that you use to learn any sort of language, mathematics, even be able to be on Discord right here talking through what we call a microphone, and communicate these things. You cannot have this sort of skepticism on one thing and then not have it for another. That's my point.
Okay, I just told you I'm not skeptical.
You literally have to be in your skepticism is a certain type of skepticism. You
No,
have
it's
to
not.
be in order to believe. You're saying that you need objective proof, and when I ask you, okay, your objectivity is you going out and being able to prove these yourself, you as the person, right? It's not like you
Well, do
like
you know what
someone
that
else.
do you know what that means? I mean,
Yes, you
maybe
have.
maybe
Okay,
you
you tell
think
me
it's
what
a
that means.
foolish endeavor because you don't know enough about what you would expect on a globe. I spent years looking into it, aka not skeptical. I dove headfirst into the information. You just I don't know what you did. Okay, to be
Yes, we're
fair.
on the same
I don't know
page.
what you know, but I do know what I know. I know enough
Yes.
about the globe and what I would expect because of what I learned about the globe and the
Yes.
geometrics to figure out
Yes.
that yes, what?
I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not.
No, I do agree with you. And I'm
No,
going to
you
tell you
don't,
how I
because
agree
you
with
don't
you.
know what I'm saying.
I do
I
know what you're
haven't
Yeah,
saying.
even given an
stop with
example.
the color commentary. He's trying to say something. He allowed you to finish your point, and now Elijah's trying to make a point, and you, yes, no, stop with the color commentary, please.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
not skeptical. I don't care about affirming the consequent fallacies. I don't care about begging the question fallacies. I don't care about reification fallacies. I'm not a skeptic because I can identify when these fallacies come across my table. But what I have
Yes.
done is I've looked into the claim. The claim of geometry that the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, that is something that is falsifiable that I can actually test. Secondly, I love science as well. I know the difference between science and pseudoscience. I know the difference between an experiment and a pseudo experiment. And I don't shy away from those conversations either. I'm not the skeptic, sir.
Okay, so what's happening is that the way that you're able to communicate that, right? The way that you were saying to me, I've done my own research and these metrics are wrong. But you got to realize the metrics that you may be using and you're told to use can be different from other people's metrics. For example, if you
Not
have,
quite. Not
if you're
quite.
using,
One
Not
nigga at a
quite.
time.
Not quite. I can tell you why, or I can let you go on, but
Tell
you're
me
still you're going to be wrong
Tell me
because
why.
there's only one epistemology for doing what I did.
What's the
It's a one
epistemology?
size fits all.
One size fits all. Okay, I can understand that. I
Yeah,
can see, but
you know
one size
why? Because it didn't come from me. It's not like it came from
from
me.
God,
It's a
yes.
standard.
Okay, so one size does not fit all. First of all, that's why
What,
we have
according
systems.
to you, but what am I saying is one size fits all?
But
In order
you're
for you to
okay.
refute
So
it. What am I saying? One size fits all.
That's all you're
Specifically.
saying. That's all you're saying. And what
Okay,
I
so
would say is that I would give you the
would
complexity.
you like for
Hold
me to
on.
elaborate? Would you like for me to
Okay. Yes,
elaborate?
elaborate then. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So they say that the Earth is sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, the consequence of that would be a geometry that blocks my view to distant objects. Now, geometric means Earth measured. So there would be a tangent to a tangent point, that tangent point being the globe, aka the horizon. I would be able to test that claim,
Yes.
which I did.
Yes, but you see,
So I'm using a standard that
Yes.
everyone can use.
Yes,
Sure, my
their
height is
height.
going to be different. My
Yes.
elevation is going to
Yes.
be different, but it's going to be using the
Yes.
same standard.
Yes.
Which is your height, which is also a metric. So you have to
Okay, that's
realize
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height includes anyone who will utilize the method. It's supposed to be varying heights. You're supposed to be able to figure out based on how high you are what you should expect to see. So everyone's going to have a different answer based on how high they are.
But think about the horizon.
But the result should always be the same.
Think about the variables, though. The variables can include even minute time differences. Right? Small time differences that do affect when you're able to see this horizon. The issue that you're having, the issue that you're having is that you're not understanding how many variables actually go into calculations.
How are you going to tell me that? How are you going to tell me that?
I'm not. I'm telling you that because I know that you don't understand that.
No, no, you don't know that.
Okay.
No, you don't know that because you don't know 2019.
Okay. Do you know how we found the planet Neptune?
I'm not done.
Do you know how we found the planet Neptune?
I'm not done. 2019, 2018, 2017. For other flat earthers, 2016, 2015, 2014. The standard was the same in people's argumentation against flat earthers using the same thing you're telling me I don't know enough about. No, I've been watching the argument long enough to know exactly what I'm talking about.
I think it's yeah, I'm not sure what to say to you, man.
Well, you don't know enough. You think that I'm missing some kind of variables. You have no idea.
I try to explain to you, but
but that's a high level of skepticism because you're trying to explain something to me and you have no idea who I am and what I've done.
But you're saying think about your initial argument.
You're
Hold
talking
on.
about skepticism.
Yes, because you have skepticism. You are a skeptic. No, I am a skeptic. Yes, I am a skeptic, but I'm not the same type of skeptic you are.
No, I'm not a skeptic.
You have to be in order to believe in flat Earth. What do you mean? Because you don't believe what scientists. You don't believe what scientists.
Look up the definition.
Do you or do you not believe what scientists said about the Earth being globe?
The definition.
You guys are going in circles, bro.
Yeah, I'd like to
I
bring
think
it back
I
to the
think
important conversation here, which is why you don't think the
yeah.
Earth is 200,000 miles away from the moon.
So
What?
look at this. The definition of skeptical.
Bro,
It means
AI was
having
trying to say something, guys. Come on, be fair. AI was trying to say something, guys. Come on.
what's up, AI?
I was just going to corroborate Elijah's story for being in these arguments for 7 years or greater. That for the first half, the entire arguments were that the globe geometry to the horizon was a geometric location in free space that obstructed your view of objects in the distance, and then that was disproven, and then all of a sudden it became, oh, what about all these variables? But I will tell you this, it's not about variables, it's about invariability, in variable, invariable.
Can I respond to that?
Invariably, hold on, I'm speaking, friend. Thank you. Invariably, whenever you give an observation that supersedes globe geometry, the glober just claims optical effects now. That's what's happened. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, so you're saying optical effects because you knew where I was going to go with that immediately. Like when you use a camera, right? Because at first you had something like you have your eyeballs, and then you're looking into the distance, and then you're looking into the distance, and then things start disappearing over the horizon. You're like, oh man, there must be some sort of curvature. And then now this is the birth of globe earthers, right? Let's just say. But then you guys are saying, well, pull out a camera, and then if you zoom in, you can
No,
see
no,
this. No,
no.
is that not what the point was? Okay, what are you
Well,
saying then?
don't be a bigot. That's what flat
I'm not
earthers.
bigoting. I'm asking you what you meant.
Okay, well, I'm specifically talking about a cutoff point. You're talking about pulling out a P900 and zooming in. Okay, but there's no specificity in that.
Specificity in terms of what?
In terms of what you're looking for.
Yeah, but no, it shows you that these variables do exist. It means that
Oh my
we
God.
also, when you use that P900 or that P90, the Earth is huge, man. And even
Yeah,
that
that's what I
P900
mean.
will
That's
make
very
a better
specific.
camera. Will make a
That's very
better camera that
specific.
will be able to go to the true curvature of the Earth. One day we'll be able to get to that technology, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth bends.
Are you for real? Like
Yes.
I'm okay, so you don't. How long have you been in this room? Have you not heard any of the
I heard
arguments
about
that?
flat Earth like 3 days ago, and I couldn't believe this was a real thing.
Oh, okay. You know what? I am being a little too hard on you.
No, I'm giving you science. I'm
I
giving you
apologize.
what's
Listen,
wrong with what I just said.
let me explain how to piss me off the fastest. Being in category error. First of all, science has to do with cause and effect relationships. Okay? The earth is a concrete noun. It's a thing. Okay? Chill out. It's not science.
What?
Chill out. We're talking about geometry. You probably have went a long time hearing that flat earthers are retarded, but the reason that this room is so fucking explosive and the conversation is explosive is because you're probably missing something. I'm trying to give you the benefit of
What
the
am I
doubt
missing?
because you said that you're 3 days in.
No, into understanding your belief system which I will never
I don't
change
have
my
a belief
belief.
system. So are you going to, this is what I mean by don't be a bigot. If you say you're trying to understand my belief system and I tell you I don't have a belief system, the best you
But
can
you're
do,
also not a skeptic.
the best you can do
But
is
you're also not a
validate or,
skeptic if you
oh
don't
my
have a
God,
belief
why are
system.
you're not, it's like
Oh,
you're
my
not trying
fault.
to have a
Sorry. Go ahead.
it's like you don't want to have a dialogue with me.
Epsilon, which game are you playing right now?
I can help him out. He's just claiming that the Earth is flat.
Epsilon,
Yeah, like I'm
which
just
game?
saying. Okay, but how are you not a skeptic if you have
Who's
no belief
Epislum,
system?
dude? Who's Epislum?
How are you not a skeptic if you don't have a belief system?
So you didn't hear what I said?
Yes, I heard everything you said, and I answered with,
No,
"How
you're
are you
not
not a
listening.
skeptic?"
I said you're not trying to have a dialogue because you keep talking over me to tell me what you think that I think.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I think we should go over the definition of skeptical.
I'll mute him if he doesn't answer my question.
Oh, him?
Yeah,
The guy we're talking to?
yeah. Which video game are you playing right now, Epsilon?
Why does it matter?
Which
Oh,
video game are
we're
you
not
playing
even
right now?
talking to him. Who
So he's
cares?
definitely playing a video.
He's not playing. He's not paying attention to you. He's clearly not paying attention.
No, I am paying attention.
No, that's the other guy that answered you.
No,
Yeah,
the
I am
guy that you're
paying
talking to, Elijah, the guy that you're talking to for I don't know how long now, Epsilon, he's been playing a video game the whole time you talking
But
to him, bro.
am I not engaging with what Elijah is saying?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, you kind of
Okay,
don't understand. You don't understand
doesn't
what I'm
matter.
saying, and it's going to require you. Like, I don't know if you can play a video game and have this level of conversation.
Exactly my point.
Sorry,
But I'll
give me
go.
one second.
I'll say the definition anyway. Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not expressing doubt. I have already sought to validate claims that I have invalidated. There's no doubt here. But you don't know that.
My headphones cut off, so I needed a second. I'm sorry.
Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not doubtful. I already set out to prove the claim true or false.
Mhm.
There's no
Yes,
skepticism anymore.
I understand. I understand. So what
You
I
don't
would say though,
understand. You
okay,
don't
can I
understand.
respond? Okay.
You don't understand. I need a concession from you. Or I need you to go, well, clarify, what did you have doubt about that you feel you now know about? If we're having a real conversation, that would be the thing that followed.
I no, because the fact that you said you want me to ask you what you had doubt about, this means that you were skeptical because you had this thing that we call
Yeah,
doubt,
I'm not
which is
skeptical.
skepticism.
What part of that don't you understand? I'm not skeptical because I used to be and then I did some shit.
But you had doubt in the first place in order to
Hey,
do
hold
that.
on.
Keyword was.
Epsilon.
Uh-huh.
Listening to you guys go in a circle about what skeptical means is tedious.
I wasn't the one that wanted to have this
This is brain
conversation.
rot.
Hey, bro.
He doesn't know what
you
skepticism
keep
means.
it doesn't matter, dude. It's highly
Okay, but
irrelevant.
I'm trying to get to that other conversation, but he brought.
Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Now we can talk about the moon. Thank you.
Well, Elijah wants to finish his point, which is what he did to remove his doubts and validate a proposition for himself. I think it takes less than 30 seconds to explain. It's rather simple. If he wants to do that, that would be great.
One of the recent things I did is I went to Coney Island. I saw New Jersey from the beach, and I know that the horizon is supposed to be, with my height, roughly 3 miles away. Now, New Jersey is 6 and change miles away, and the horizon was far beyond that. I'm no longer skeptical about there being a geometric horizon. I know there is none.
Okay, so Elijah, I have a question to ask you. Elijah, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, could you redo that little 5 to 6 minute demonstration you usually do so everybody can truly see the truth about the flat earth?
Well,
Video?
one thing, there's a quick question I like. So if something is flat or curved, that's a true dichotomy, right? It's either flat or it's curved,
Yeah, I would say generally so, yeah.
or it could be boxed. I don't know. Flat or curved. So when people say, okay, well, you're just disproving the curve, well then, but how do you prove it's flat? Because there's no curve.
No
How
curve.
do people not get that?
I mean, you literally said it yourself. It could be a cube, dude.
But that's not the point. The point is it's a sphere, right? If it's a sphere, it has to have a curve. If there's no curve, there's no sphere. End of story.
Dude, it's an oblate spheroid that's double flat, flattened at the poles.
Oh my.
Maybe it's like non-Euclidean or something, dude. It could be a square and a circle.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, though. That's the point.
Yeah, we are. Oblate spheroid.
No, you guys are. You guys are.
My great-great-grandpa discovered the North Pole and the South Pole.
Whether it's an oblate
Governor?
spheroid or a perfect
Jesus
sphere,
Christ.
it's going
Oh,
to
Amundsen.
necessitate the surface is curved. Elijah's pointed out that there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth. So whether it's a ball or an oblate spheroid, there's no curvature to be observed or measured or practically used. No curve, no ball.
Period. Yeah.
It bulges at the equator.
That's brilliant. Then you're going to need
Because
to
it's
have
centrifugal.
curvature on the surface
Saying
of
an
the Earth.
ellipse is a crazy concept here.
You're still going to need curvature over the surface, aren't you? But being as it's not
I like the
observed or
topic of the oblate
measured,
spheroid.
still going to have curvature, isn't it?
Yeah, because it spins.
Isn't it, my friend? We're not talking about the motion of the Earth. We'll beg that question later if you want to. But if the surface isn't curving, then there's no ball.
Well, I
The
live at the
consequence
ocean
of
and
the-
I see the ships disappear every day at the horizon.
Okay, so
Elijah
how do you
did
know? How do you know that that's curvature?
Because it's 6 inches per mile. I've measured it.
6 inches per mile. What?
No,
The curvature is.
What are you
don't-
talking about? That's not even right. It's 8 inches per
Forget
mile
it.
squared.
He's trolling.
Jesus
There's
Christ.
no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Someone
yeah.
told me it was 6 inches.
That'll be your girlfriend.
Yeah.
She
I was gonna say that.
That was the best one. Good. That was a good one. I'll give you that one.
I'm glad you
very
said it,
great.
not me.
I mean, it was like an alley oop though. He did set him up, but it was a good one.
Yeah, that was great. You got me.
Oh God, that is crazy.
This is
That
nuts,
is
dude.
crazy.
So Elijah's observation earlier demonstrated that the horizon was well beyond the geometric limit. Well beyond the
Word.
geometric
This
limit.
again? All right.
Yeah. Well, this is what you necessitate for obstruction of things at distance. You know, the boat that someone mentioned earlier, that would be physical obstruction, like
I
your
know,
friend
that's,
walking
it's
over
always
the
the
hill.
same thing though. Like we've literally only proved that 3 points on the Earth are flat. Like this.
No, this is
that-
every point. This is
No, it's
every
not.
point over
Like
any
3
distance of
photos. It's
water.
always the same 3 photos, dude.
I didn't even present a photo.
What are you talking about?
I'll put a photo of what I saw the other
That's
day.
what he's talking about with the boat.
Well, what about specular reflections? Like
Their
for
brain exploded,
for
dude.
example,
There's a picture.
the Bolivian salt flats. You know how
The salt flats
flat
are made of
it
salt,
has.
dude.
Are
You
you
know
talking
how
about mirages like Schlerin?
Bro, do you
You
know
know
the
how-
Bolivian salt flats though? For real?
Do you know how flat the surface has to be to get a perfectly symmetrical image of the sky?
Yeah, mirror.
Yeah, nearly as flat as your mom.
Dude, it's 100 kilometers, bro, which is like 62 miles long. You could see across it, which is like 3 inches of rainwater, bro. People go down there all the time with their fucking Instagram shit. Like, it's real. It's a real place. They call it God's mirror. The fact that there's no convexity at all or concaveness to the mirror reflecting the sky says so much right there. 62 miles.
Yeah, it says that area is flat. There are flat areas. The idea, though, is that the entire globe would be round.
Hold on,
right?
62 miles,
on
right?
the whole. Right?
62 miles, right?
Okay, look, check this out.
Go
Check
ahead,
this
go ahead,
out.
Elisha.
The Earth is huge.
Two
man.
thirds,
So the whole-
two thirds of the ocean floor are made up of abyssal plains. Then there's like, I don't know, 1/5 or 2/5 of the Earth's surface that have surface plains.
Right.
Like, what do we tell? Is the Earth a disco ball? Like, what are
Yeah,
we
where's the
talking about?
ball? Where's the ball at that rate? Where's the curve? Like,
Fuck that shit.
We're on the
73%
ball.
of the surface of the Earth is water. Hold tight, my friend. 73% of the Earth's surface, we are told, is water. That water's not curving. So if the surface, 73% of it isn't curving, how the very fuck can it be a ball?
Right. Or an oblate spheroid at that matter. Like, there's no way. Just look at fucking geometry, bro. It's just like there's no fucking way. Like I
Oh,
don't get.
we're definitely talking geometry here. So, why is there a horizon at all? Right?
Oh my
I
goodness.
mean,
What the
when
fuck is he talking
when
about?
I
So
go
what?
up
If
when
no,
I
let me
go
ask
up
you.
in a
Let me ask
plane,
you a question.
why don't I
Let
see
me
like
ask you a
to
question.
the
If
end
the
of the
Earth
earth?
is, let me ask you a question. If the Earth is flat, and you believe there wouldn't be a horizon, would it be all sky or all ground?
I'm not saying there wouldn't be a horizon. I'm asking
So you just
why I
fucking
don't see
asked,
it.
why is there a
No,
horizon if the Earth is flat?
Okay, like what you said was that like okay, the Earth would have this if it has this curvature, I shouldn't be able to see this far, right? So I'm giving it to you. Okay, you can't see that far, but how come you
Mm-hmm.
can only see 18 miles? Let's say. Right? I mean, you agree you can't see that far, right? In all the pictures, it's like,
25 miles.
yes, you shouldn't be able to see quite as far as you can, but you can't see like a ton further. You can't see 150 miles. You know
So
what I
is
mean?
that is
So,
that is that
my
if that's
question
the
is just like,
argument,
why? Like,
if
what is
that's
the
the
explanation for
argument,
that? It's a good faith question. Like, you may
Our
think that
eyes
I'm
can't
not,
render
but
that
I'm
well,
far,
I'm
bro. It's
about I'm
simple.
about to answer. I'm about to
okay.
answer
Cool,
you.
cool.
It's an optical limitation.
Okay.
So it's not a geometric limit. It's not a
So
physical
so I can
geometry
see the
limitation.
sky over the like there is a horizon line. I can see the sky over it. So you're saying that like what's
Just
going
think
on?
about
My
a
eyes
flashlight,
can't see
It,
bro.
land. They can
it
only see blue sky at that
it's
range.
an optical limitation.
Yeah.
Seeing is that we already know and prove that it's not a geometric one.
Yeah, just think about a flashlight, bro. You can't see it
What?
at a certain distance.
No,
You know.
you didn't prove that at all. Yeah, you just showed that the curvature was not what we expected at various points.
Okay, but if you use, oh my God, what do
What?
you think if you see a radius? You know how if you know how big the radius would have to be if the horizon
Okay, I
was
want you to take
literally.
a piece of paper.
I was
do you
literally
have a
answering
do
you.
you
I
have a
was literally
oh, go
telling
ahead.
you something.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Go ahead.
So do you know how far or how big the radius of the Earth would have to be if the
Hold on.
horizon?
Don't tell them. Give them
Okay.
3 options that are vastly different from each other, and see if they can guess.
All right. So check this out. At 1 foot off the
He's
ground,
literally saying to troll me. I
at
am not going
one.
to be trolled, so I'm not going to
All right.
answer this question. I'm just letting you know up front.
We'll
Yeah,
see. We'll see. At
yeah.
1
Like
foot
he's
off.
literally just said, "This is a trick question. Don't
Chill
tell
out.
him that."
Chill out.
No.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
just. I'm gonna give
like
you
I'm the
options.
interlocutor. Like I don't
I'm gonna
care.
give
Like I'm
you.
just not going to
I'm
answer
gonna
the
give you
question after
options.
somebody says that. No, I'm not going to
I'm
accept
gonna
your
give you
options. I was
options.
literally
All right.
just
He's
advised not
spiraling.
to by my lawyer over here.
Yeah, he's spiraling. Come on, guys. He needs help. He's spiraling. So
Oh, it's
I'm
a
gonna ask somebody else.
spiral. Oh,
I'm
it's a
gonna ask
spiral
some.
object.
I'm gonna ask
Okay,
someone else.
okay. Here's the thing.
Yo, look.
What I would like to ask you is this,
Jedi,
right?
This
mute
guy's
Do you
him,
have a
please.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ. Go ahead,
They
Elijah.
get so scared. Why are they so scared? Soldry, why are y'all so scared?
Yeah, so I'll play the game.
I was just calling. What?
Why are y'all so scared?
Why are you scared to tell me where you got 8 inches per mile squared from?
I didn't get it, bro. I got it from your mama.
Apparently now
You
I
don't
have
have a
6
source?
kids.
It's dead wrong. I want to know where you
Oh
got
my
it from.
goodness. Bro.
I actually did want to
Let's
listen
answer
to
the
that. I
question
wanted
on
to.
the
Guys,
table.
I wanted to listen to where they were going with that.
where did we get the 8 inches per mile squared from?
No, wait.
That
He's trying to. He's trying to
would be
answer.
the
Hold on.
globe.
Let AI. Let AI. Let AI.
Okay.
Well, I think
AI.
what Elijah was trying to say is, how big would this radius of the Earth have to be if you had a horizon greater than 10 miles at a 1 foot height? And if I'm not
You went back to
mistaken,
that.
it's either A, 3,959 miles, B, a sandwich, or C, greater than the distance to the alleged moon. Which one? All right, with that, I yield the floor.
What?
Yeah, you jumped into the conversation a bit late, so maybe that
Uh,
doesn't ring
well,
true
that
to you.
wasn't an answer
You
to
asked
where
the
you
question,
got 8 inches per mile squared from. So
that's
Did
fine,
I?
I'll answer it for you. That would be the necessary consequence of a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. If you go onto your computer, go Google Earth curve calculator, that's the model of the Earth. So 8
I
inches per
don't
mile
think it
squared
is.
is the model. Well, then go and check it.
What
Luckily,
Don't
I
care
Okay,
what you
well,
believe
8 inches
unless you
per
can
mile
provide.
squared, that means it's a parabola, not a sphere.
Yeah,
Well done.
yeah, a parabola that's good enough for at least 1,000
No,
miles. It would be
No,
at
it's only
least
good for about
1,000.
100 miles. It's only
Well,
good for about 100 miles.
good
Then
thing
it
I'm not
substantially
making
drops off.
observations larger than 100, but it's 1,000 though. You're wrong. It might be 2,000, but I think it's 100. I mean 1,000.
okay. I sent it
Look,
in the chat there.
you know what?
That's
You know what?
what it would look
Check
like.
this out though. Check this out. I go with San Diego State. I go with Andrew Thomas Young for all of my formulas. So what are you talking about?
Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah.
She's talking about other type of 8 inches.
No, well, I mean, we got that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're asking us about 8 inches per mile squared because I don't use that anyways.
Well, I heard it. I thought it was you that said it. Sorry.
But what's wrong with it?
It's wrong. That's what's wrong with it.
Okay, what's correct then?
How is it wrong? How is it wrong? Explain.
It's a parabola, and that is the equation for a parabola, and the Earth is not a
So which one is the correct
Can you
one?
make a can you make an equation with the circumference in the with the circumference of the Earth and tell us go ahead and make an equation that would
Yeah, what's the
express
correct one? Yeah.
how much curvature there would be in 30 miles.
In 30 miles?
Please. Yes,
Well, I
please
have the
do it.
equation here. If you
Please
want me
do
to
it.
tell you.
Please do it. How much curvature
the-
should there be in 30 miles?
So the equation, which is
Not
the
the
correct
equation.
one.
Not the
30
equation.
miles is such
How
a
much
minuscule.
would 30 miles? How much curvature would you have as a singular observer from one point to 30 miles away? How much curvature would there be?
I don't have that right now. What I do have is the equation. Which, well, I don't know why you don't want me to tell you.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I just want the answer. I mean, Jesus fuck. Take 5 minutes, I guess. I'm still gonna want the answer.
Alright.
Well, to be fair, you did ask her for a formula, and she said, I have an equation. So the original context was not how much curvature, but rather what formula would you use rather than 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Fair enough.
If we're wrong, what's the correct formula to use?
Well, just use the formula, please. Just use the formula.
Whatever it is, yeah.
The formula, whatever it is h equals radius times open parentheses 1 minus cosine of, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's a
that's
thorn
exactly
or
the
zero.
fucking one that I use from Andrew
That's the
Thomas
one.
Young. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That is
Now,
not 8 inches per mile squared, though.
like I said, I don't use it. But anyway, go on ahead.
So I'm talking to the person that said it. Like,
All right, can you just give us the answer
there's at
already?
least one
Jesus
person defending
Christ.
it.
Just give us the
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, I'll give you it. Okay, we got to focus on this for a second before we get too chaotic here. Chart out your formula and then chart out 8 inches per mile squared. Put them alongside and tell me at the range where the invariability becomes greater than 1 inch differential.
That's more specific, but I like it. Are you willing to do that?
Let's be more liberal since the one other formula is observed height and speed. Do it out until you get 1 foot differential. Okay?
Can you do that?
I'm grabbing it in Desmos, so let me.
Cool.
I love your voice.
You.
Oh,
Oh, jeez, something caught in my throat. Oh boy.
We're still gonna end up with a rate of no matter what
You can.
formula that we
I'll be
use.
fair, but you're horrible right now, brother.
Yeah, get the 8 inches out of your mouth.
Oh shit.
Don't measure any
Jedi,
curvature anyway.
no. Can't hear you, bro.
There's the problem. The reason why flat earthers exist.
Jedi, no. Can't hear you, bro.
I can understand him. Funny enough.
So, if I'm roboting or I sound shit, I won't interrupt.
Yeah, it's a bad robot.
It's not even like roboting. It's just like just taking out part of your sentence. It's weird.
Damn CIA.
It's the technology that we use from scientists that we deny believing in flat Earth.
No, nobody do this. That's a completely non sequitur. There's the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. Technology doesn't have to do
Yeah,
just because
enjoy your very nice headphone and your internet.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you being
I
a
just
bigot?
had to talk shit for
Why are
1
you
second.
being
I'm
a
sorry.
bigot again?
I
But you're a
just had to talk
bigot.
shit for
Why
1
do you
second.
want to be a bigot?
He's a little punk.
Like, you don't even look. As a matter of fact, how could you be so confident knowing we're daring this girl to do what she's doing? Like, don't you think you might be missing something?
Nah, he's playing League of Legends or whatever the fuck he's doing.
Oh, right. He has no fucking idea what we're doing. That's right. Why would we be wanting this girl if flat earthers came out with 8 inches per mile squared for some fucking reason, and it was us, it really was us, right? Why would we be asking her to make whatever fucking formula she wants to compare it to the 8 inches per mile squared if she knew better than we did?
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing something wrong, right? Like, by all means, teach us, right? I'm willing to learn something. Let's see. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, I'm willing to
I
change.
highly doubt she'll come back. You know why? Because the Antichrist Christine, the Antichrist girl, she told me the same thing, and I said, so go ahead and make a formula and tell me where the horizon would be for an observer of whatever height. And she just started calling me. She said that I was. She felt bad for me, and she literally muted me. And I was like, yeah, I didn't think you were gonna read those results. But that's what gets me about these globe earthers. They think they know shit, which is fine for me because I'm like, yay, new globe earthers that have never actually really came across real flat earthers who debate and do this for real. And they end up fucking putting their foot in their mouth. That's why I'm still begging for someone to do what they did earlier, still waiting on that, for them to say, yeah, boats go beyond the curve, because that's what it looks like. I cannot wait for that to happen, so I can trap card.
So to the 8 inches
Wait,
per
Elijah,
mile
you just
squared.
said that you got muted on this other server because they couldn't answer what you were saying. It's crazy. I was
No,
trying
it
to
was
talk to you, but I got
the
muted.
same server.
Oh,
It was
I
the
got
same
muted
server.
too, dude. So I'm like you too, just on the
You
other
weren't.
side.
You wasn't presenting anything though.
I didn't have a chance to.
No, you were just saying how skeptical I was, and you wasn't using the definition of skeptical correctly.
Okay.
Hello.
Well,
So that
I'm
8
curious
inches
for
per
her
mile
answer.
squared.
No. She's lighting up. She's lighting up, boys. Be quiet. What's up?
The Desmos formula that I got here doesn't
Mhm.
really account for the squishiness of the obliteness of it.
Oh, okay. We just want
So
figures.
it's not gonna be
We
like
just want figures, love.
you just want what?
We just want figures, love. That's all.
A what?
Whispering.
We just want the fucking numbers.
Oh, there's a
Oh,
lot of
Jesus.
numbers
When
here.
you're trying to send him, he's single and he wants your measurements.
We
The
just want
numbers.
the
There's
correct
Go
formula.
on.
quite a few
How much
numbers.
curvature is in 30
Give me the
miles?
numbers.
Go on. How much
So what
curvature is
often
in
happens?
30 miles? Or or at what point is the differential more than 1 foot? Go on.
Let me learn how to use this Desmos thing then.
What
Because
often
it gives
happens
me a
with
lot
the 8
of.
inches per mile squared is engineers will use that, and that's just kind of a easy measurement, and it's only accurate within about the first 100 miles. Past that, then you have to use the actual Earth
1,000
curvature.
miles.
So
I,
not
you know
1,000.
what? I'll even say 500 miles.
Hold on. Plot me out the circle formula for the radius of the Earth, and then plot the parabola 8 inches per mile squared against it, and tell me when the invariability becomes greater than 1 foot.
I'll have to wait when I get back home. I'm just walking the dogs right now, but I was playing in AutoCAD to make that comparison, and it was about 100 miles where it would start to show that there was a big difference. So
All right. We want to know when it reaches 1 foot, and then we want to know the percentage at that range.
okay,
In miles, right?
wait until I'm done walking the dogs. So
Fair.
You want it all in miles, right?
I'll tell you why. I vaguely remember Chris Van Metre doing this in the past, and he got
It does.
1,400 miles before the invariability was greater than 1% or something like that.
And I'll tell you what I do remember clearly. No one has ever actually, because a lot of people have made this challenge. Literally coming into our Discord server 24/7, flatearthdiscord.gg. And they would say 8 inches per mile squared. Did you should flat earth? And we're like, okay, well, you go ahead and you create a formula and you apply that and tell us how, tell us what's what. And every time they go, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. And then we never get the result. They never come back. So I'm salivating at the mouth for this will be my first time someone actually does this and they don't run away. I don't think you will, right?
I'm
give me a
trying to
chance.
learn
But
basic math here.
here's
It's
a
been a
quick
while since I've
question
done
for you
high
though.
school.
And breathe.
Yeah, right, bro.
1% of 3,904 miles. Because you asked for a foot and then said 1%. Isn't that substantially different?
What?
What the
You
fuck
talk
are
about
you
the
talking
radius?
Oh God.
Dude, that
Yeah,
was
well, you
painful,
asked for.
brother. Before I answer that, I just want to say,
Yeah.
the 8 inches per mile squared came from globe sources, right?
Yeah, it's
In the
engineers,
past.
so they'll often use it as an
Yeah.
easy rule of thumb for like short distances,
So let's
Yeah,
start
not
with
for
that.
large distances.
Let's start with that and pause this little math excursion. But please let's get to the end though, because I swear to
Oh,
God,
yeah, but
this will be the first. But you hear what this guy just said?
yeah, I
Soju,
heard it. It's painful. It hurt me in the soul.
Soju, what do you think about what the guy just said? Seems to me like he said that
I
Globe
can't
Earthers
breathe.
used it as a something for simplicity. You hear that?
I
For
mean,
short
that makes
distances.
sense. I mean,
For short distances.
you're using like much simpler math than like big trigonometry thingy.
So it makes sense now. So it makes sense now. All of a sudden, it makes sense.
For short
What?
distances. Try to
Yeah.
remember that.
How short is 30 miles short?
No. But what this
Compared
all
to the Earth,
means,
yeah.
it's fine. But what this all means is that saying that 8 inches per mile squared isn't a circle formula. I mean, what does that prove? 8 inches per mile squared is used for what it's used for. When people are doing advanced observation scrutiny, they don't use 8 inches per mile squared. They use the more advanced formula. So I don't know what the contention is here.
Well, quite often what I've seen online is there are people who are flat earthers who will use the 8 inches per mile squared and try to use that as justification for the drop that they see when it's not the right formula for longer distances.
Here though, like for instance, when you look at
That's
Canigoo, when you look at
anecdotal. That's
Canigoo,
anecdotal. So.
when you look at Canigoo and the freaking horizon is supposed to be 116 miles, that is not an 8 inches per mile squared formula. Jesus
I
Christ.
don't know what formula they used. I'm just saying that there have been some people who do that, and that's what it's in reference to.
Right, that's
Why
why I
does that
wanted to
even
ask.
matter? Let me go to a church and just start talking about how there's some Roman Catholics that were out there burning people at the stake and shit. They're like, how fair is that? Let me walk into a Catholic school and hey, which one of you guys are out here diddling boys? How fair would that be? Like, okay, yes, we're flat earthers. We don't have to be
I'm not
charged
painting
with
you all with the
everything
same
somebody
brush.
on the internet says. You guys got
I'm
to
not
get that
painting you
through
all
your
with the same brush.
minds.
No, it's fair. That's fair. You all shouldn't be painted with the same brush.
Thank
I
you.
was just talking to the specific point of the 8 inches per mile squared. That's all I'm talking to.
Okay,
Right.
that's like
So
so 2017, bro. Like, get with the times.
A very, very similar brush.
it
Someone
doesn't matter
explain
though
what's wrong with it,
because
though.
hold on. No, we got to talk about this.
You've got daddy
So
issues and shit, the same as all the
yeah,
others.
dude, just chill. Bro. For goodness sakes.
You tell him to chill, you fucking faggot.
No, I'm telling you to chill, bro. Oh, what did you? Who is speaking, dude?
Oh, the hand guy. He has a hand. He has a
Gansey?
hand.
Oh yeah, you're banned. There you go,
Unhand that
brother. How
man.
about that? No, he's banned.
D2A.
Yeah,
D2A.
banned.
D2A. Ban that man.
One, you're being a dick, and two, you violated the server rules, so you're banned. Thanks.
Fortunate for you, eh?
Now somebody else has to take over my point because I got to be busy in the back chats banning the sucker.
I have some questions.
Thanks, dickhead, for making me waste my time banning you.
I forget his point. Who remembers?
My question was, what is wrong with either or what's the contention between using
Nothing
8
really.
inches?
Nothing really. That's what we're trying to find out right now. That's why we're waiting on Sodri.
I think I got it. Hold on.
Awesome.
I think I can do simple math.
Yay. But I thought the point of you using your advanced formula was not for simplicity.
Well, I'm using a different one to be honest. Because I think there's an easier way to do this one.
No. Okay, you know what? Do whatever you want. I don't care at this
Do
point.
it out to 1,000 miles observation, right? And then tell me the variability for the two.
I'm doing the
Let's make
30
it
miles
simpler.
right now, okay? And so I thought about this, right? 360 degrees is 39.59 miles. So X is 30 miles. I'm gonna get a way to fucking derive this.
What?
I haven't done math since
I would have. How are you
10th
sitting here
grade.
telling us we're wrong and you haven't even checked?
It don't matter,
Because I'm
dude.
using
Just
a
let
different
her play out without too much stress because I like where this is going.
Yeah. This will be like, isn't this a first AI? Like, you know how many people have come in over the years and then just like straight up dipped?
100.
Well, I know that there's an answer somewhere in here because there's no explanation in the flat earth for why like things disappear in the horizon.
What?
What do you wait, whoa, is she doing it? Wait.
She's doing it, brother.
What'd you
So
say?
I'm gonna find something.
No, stop. What'd you just say?
What did you say?
What, that like things disappear in the horizon from the bottom up, right?
Why is that? Does that mean it's a globe?
I don't see how it would be flat if that happened.
Because it looks that way?
What?
Because it looks that way, right? It looks like it's disappearing bottom up, therefore it's a globe, right? Because it looks like that?
Few other ways you could arrive in the conclusion, but
Just say yes. Just affirm.
yeah. I'm just adding new ones. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
yo, guys, I'm sharing my screen. I've been waiting like 2 hours for this. No, yo, she just entered the trap card.
Well, that's
Elijah, I told you you were gonna enjoy it.
Oh, and
This
I
is
waited for the
this is
perfect
totally not
moment.
disingenuous. Let me see this.
What is
What?
not? What?
Elijah's being totally genuous.
Yo, hold
Am I
on, son.
misinterpreting it then? Because
Oh God.
let's
No,
see.
He just wanted to show a point, but he wanted a person who believes in the globe to say that the bottoms of boats disappearing looks like the Earth is curved.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully this will be juicy. We've been waiting for 2 hours.
Yeah,
So
let's see this.
this is April 13th, 2018, right? So look,
Mhm.
why do some people believe the globe
Stop
is
moaning.
flat?
Yeah, no, I know philosophy too. She's fucking amazing.
Please don't steal my joy. Everyone else just please, like, be quiet.
Oh, sorry, my
Why
bad.
did he
That's
say
the
me
same
so
guy
horny?
that. Yeah, that's the same guy that was blasting music. I don't know why he's still here.
Oh
Nah.
yeah, get that fool.
What's his name?
Why what's his name?
I'm gone.
Bad boy, what you gonna do?
Okay,
Okay.
I want to
Why
see this
do
video. I think I've watched this one already because I watch philosophy too. But
amazing. So this will
yeah,
be
let's see.
even
Let's see.
more juicy. Look, because that would make you a hypocrite then. Either that or you weren't paying attention.
Oh
So
yeah, I mean I do forget things. Let's see.
why do some people believe the globe is flat? What is the philosophical position known as direct realism? And how can optical illusions help us learn about what science is? Ooh, that
Mhm.
was such a disgusting
Oh wait,
description.
is 2018 before? Play. Is 2018 before
2018 is before
Abigail?
2019, yes.
No, because the philosophy tube transition. I don't know if this is before or after.
All right. So the title of
Come
the
on,
video is
Elijah, can you
Flat
stick
Earth.
it in?
The title of the video is Flat Earth or Why Do People Reject Science? So she just said the horizon and boats disappearing bottom up proves it's a globe because it looks that way.
I don't know that
So,
for certain. Okay.
well, but you did say it. It was good enough for
I
me.
did say it. Maybe it could be disproven. I'll see.
It's good. Yeah, but see
You know,
what you
she
said.
definitely knows more than me.
What you said represents literally every globe earther in here. To be
Straw
honest,
man.
no, it's not. We were just having a conversation about this thing. Everybody says, "Well, if it's not a globe, what could it be?"
Your opinion is
It
just
looks
one
like a
brush
hill is
now.
getting in the way. There's a hill, there's some cars.
All right.
The car goes over the hill, there's obstruction. That's exactly what the horizon looks like.
All right.
Y'all say that all the time.
Then we're doing this. All flat earthers say the moonlight is cold. Just play the video, dude.
I don't.
All right. Well, to be fair, all globe earthers do believe that there's a geometric horizon. Like, there's no way around that. You can't say all flat earthers in the same respect because we don't have a claim about the geometry of the earth. Well, you could say all flat earthers say the earth is flat. That would be accurate. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna play the video. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Y'all ready for this?
You're
ready.
My bad. I'm tripping. All right. You hear what he just said?
So you're a direct realist?
You hear what he just said?
Yeah.
He's describing you. I've never made this argument, but he's describing you.
Huh?
Yeah, because it appears that the horizon is Earth curved, therefore it is.
But can't you say the same about your position that you're looking at it and it's
No, because
flat?
I've never made that kind of argument before.
But you're looking at
Quote,
it and you see
quote
it's
me.
flat, right?
Quote me. Quote when I've ever said I'm looking at something and it looks flat.
Right, so your whole thing is a calculation, right? Just to be sure.
No. Quote me doing the same thing you just did.
No, that's impossible, you know that.
Well, okay.
I don't have shit
Just
recorded.
take it on faith. Let's take it on faith. Tell people, so I know how honest you are. I don't know if you care about that, but I remember every interaction that I've had with almost everyone. Tell me that I told you it's flat because it looks like that.
No, I'm asking you.
No, tell me that that's what I did. Same way you did.
I don't know. I'm like
Oh,
asking you for
thank
you to
you very
clarify.
much, guys. The movie's over.
I asked
How
you, are you a
wonderful.
direct realist? This
How
isn't that like
wonderful.
you're a child, Jesus. I'm just trying to talk to you.
Oh my
God
God.
damn.
You're a loser. Not a loser in life, but like you lost. You lost just now. You lost. Take the L.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, just take the L. It's okay. The 8 inches L.
Wait, what's the argument against direct realism?
I don't know. I
know
asked if he was a
actually.
direct realist and now this guy's having a meltdown. I'm not
You know
sure.
what? I'm gonna be honest with you. In my flat Earth group, 24/7, flat Earth Discord.gg. Now in there, one of my tags is direct realist. Can I be honest?
Lol.
Can I be honest? If if what this guy's describing is direct realism, then I was sorely mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Because clearly I don't reason the way you just did. That it looks like that, therefore what else could it be? Because it looks like that.
Well, that's
I
not like a
never
philosophical
made
thing.
that argument in here. I've never made that argument anywhere.
You know, I was like that before I joined all these other thingies, and my current logic to that conclusion is that there's I haven't seen any other hypothesis, to be honest.
Well, I mean, yes, so it looks like that, therefore it's Earth curve, right?
You can like word it however you want. It can't
No,
work on a flat
those
Earth.
are your words.
Like there is no other shape of the Earth. Maybe
Those
it's
are
like
your
a
words.
somewhat curved flat Earth or something.
Those are your words, bro. Yo, you got that math?
Dude, compose yourself. All right, listen. You're assuming that the consequence that you're looking at is necessarily caused by shape by saying I don't know another shape of the Earth that could produce the same result, right? So you are limiting it, not it itself. You're imposing a bias in your very language.
Okay, it still makes me like correct though. Like, is there another shape?
Did you like that AI, by the way? Was that worth the
Oh
wait?
no, it's more important what she just said. Which I just told her she's assuming that these effects are caused by the shape of the Earth. I then said that's not necessarily the case, and to claim it must be is biased. And then she asked me, well, is there another shape?
But yeah, if the Earth is flat, shouldn't you see infinitely far?
No. Why would you ever assume that?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Why would you? Okay, wait. Well, hold on. Okay. Do all optics have angular resolution limits?
I'm not sure what that means.
Shit, man. How
Right,
old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh, listen, Alex,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
explain it
All
to
right.
you.
Okay, my bad. I will definitely fall way the fuck back. My bad. First of all, whoa. Back it on up. Back it on up. Back it on up. My bad. I'm gonna put some more respect on your name, young lady. My fault. Okay,
We get
for
it, bro.
everything
We
I
get it,
said.
bro.
But
What is this reaction?
you're mad young. You're a baby, so let's
I'm
just chill.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
He
Yo,
thought he was going to convert you to flat Earth and then ask you out.
nah.
Yeah, after all
Don't
the
even say
flirting,
nothing
why
like
are
that.
you like
That's disgusting.
53?
Yes, I'm too old. I'm
53.
I'm 53.
You're 2 years old.
Elijah, you've been in this shit for like 3 days straight. I've seen you in here every single day for like 3 days.
Yeah. So
The problem is that you're making arguments from ignorance, and that's why Elijah is backing out, because he may be thinking that you are more knowledgeable in the topic, but you're just arguing from ignorance, and he has to back it up. I mean, he has to step back on the
all
argument.
of that, all of that. Yes, Jim. Everything. Almost everyone said AI and GMP.
Oh
So
my.
you believe in the flat Earth?
Oh Jesus! There's always
We're
one of
gonna.
those in
No,
the middle of every conversation.
I know, right? It's always a
Fucking
Yo, so check it out. Okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, okay, when the hell did you do the math? If you haven't done it in a long time, last year? What the fuck?
She did it
Hey,
tomorrow. She
I'm
did the
still
math
waiting on it.
tomorrow.
I'm still waiting on the map.
Yo,
Did I miss?
So
Did I miss the
I
part where
found the
she
8
presents
inches.
her?
I found the 8 inches, and it's 8 inches per mile, not per mile squared.
no, it's 8 inches
What?
per mile squared.
It has to be per mile squared, otherwise it'd be a slope.
So
Oh
it's
my
either a
goodness.
slope or a parabola.
Yeah, we already
Holy
established
crap.
it was a parabola, but the question is,
Mhm.
what you're not even dealing with that. You went off to do your own little formula to tell us what the drop would be for a 30-foot observation, or what AI asked you, which is the difference um in 1,000 miles, or whenever you get up to a difference of 1 foot, what the percentage would be.
Yeah, I don't think my math skills are that big. So I was trying to make a new thingy.
Why would you
All right.
question ours?
No, I can't even like. It's
Well,
no.
I
There's just
looked
no
at
way
how
to
it
go.
looks like. That's it.
I have to take this L, like, cause I for damn sure, I'm not confident that this is gonna end any different than it has the last 3 years. So it's like,
It
Yeah,
will.
sure.
Yeah,
But,
no, it won't. Yeah.
but look, it's very simple. You could just go to Google right now and pull up an image where somebody has already overlaid a parabola on a circle, and you can see that a parabola fits a very large amount of a circle relatively accurately to what would be useful for you to make observations, right? So 8 inches per mile squared or a parabola in place of a proper circle formula, it's efficient for many purposes. So there's no real reason to decry it as being wrong. It's not so much wrong as it is just used for certain things. And then the more precise modes are used for different things.
No, I got a question, AI. Is there? How can we observe 1,000 miles or more, like, optics wise? Is that even possible?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
you can go up to high altitude and use infrared.
Okay. So the
Yeah,
higher
but
the
how?
altitude,
So for
more.
example, there are videos out there. One is from Taboo Conspiracy, and then I can't remember the other guy, but there's
Jay
many.
Tolan, Jay Tolan
Yeah,
Media.
there's also eyewitness accounts from the SR-71 pilots, etc., where
Right.
all of these men either have video or anecdotal evidence that they've seen greater than 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Which
seen
is
pilots that say 500 miles.
almost 1/4 of the circumference. Like that's damn near 90 degrees. Something
No,
is
no, no.
turned away from it.
That's not 1/4 of the circumference.
Yeah.
That will be the radius.
No, yeah. What 1/4 would be 6, 12, 18, 24. Jimsy, wake up here. Oh, I'm
Oh
tripping.
my.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. You're right. I'm wrong. Never mind. Never mind.
Hey, you wanna
Never
bet? You wanna bet?
mind.
We
You
all
wanna
make
bet
mistakes.
Delete. Ah.
Okay, guys, we all make mistakes.
Hello,
Yeah.
woman. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
How old are you? Are you also 19?
Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
never mind. I don't want to talk
Nice
to
and
anybody who's
fresh.
19.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my
I was,
goodness, dude.
you lucky I can't ban you right now. I'm in dad
Well, you
mode right
can't.
now.
Well, you can't say
Everybody
that.
chill the hell out
What, dude?
and
Do
watch
you
your
think a
language.
19-year-old's like a child? That's an
Dude, you're
adult.
the only one. You're
an
the only
adult,
one with
retard.
the naughty mind at the moment. So
I could know because I'm still
Ooh,
guilty about saying the voice thing. Like
you're a
I'm so
naughty boy.
my
Using
mind
my
is so
voice?
fucked up right now.
Do you think I sound like a child?
yeah. So the only person, right? The only person who's misbehaving right now, Elijah, is you. So if anybody needs to be banned, you need to look in
That's
the
so
mirror and slap yourself.
disrespectful.
Yeah, see,
Ban
That's
me.
really
you're straight.
disrespectful, bro.
Someone detain me, please.
I'm
You're
just
being
I
a
here to,
deserve it.
creepy
listen.
pervert.
Eli,
If
what
I
about
don't
the
I'm
hold
here to
myself
DMs?
educate
accountable, no one
myself.
will.
All right.
And you're all
All right.
talking shit.
Let's go back.
Hey,
Eli, what about the
hey.
DMs?
All right, let's bring it back to the topic.
Bring it
Go
back.
ahead. Any questions?
We don't know what to.
What was
Who's
your
this?
guys'
Who's this
reasons
new
for the North
19-year-old?
Star?
Who's this new 19? Do you have a question, new
All
19-year-old?
right. Don't worry
No,
about it. So,
listening. I
does
don't know why Elijah just fucking started.
do you
Anyways, I'm
have a
sorry.
question
New
about the
topic.
topic of the voice channel? Do you have a question? Yes or no?
Yeah. So, how flat?
What the fuck?
Flatter than a pancake.
Who?
What have we established? Is it flat? Or is it
Flatter
like
than a pancake.
Okay, thank you.
They can't answer questions. You guys are coping. You guys don't have like a single factual reason why it's flat. I'm like
Can you
waiting
be
for one.
specific?
There's all this math that proves the Earth is spherical.
How
All right,
does-
let's go with what was your reason for the North Star not being seen in certain locations? of the
Nah,
Earth?
Grog. Before I even finish, how old are you? I don't trust none of y'all now.
I'm 19.
I didn't ask you again, man. Go away.
I have a
That's
question.
Grog.
You asked Grog, and you asked
Like,
her
you guys
earlier, and you
something
asking
so
her
rude
again,
to the
bro.
woman just because she's a woman. Something so
My
rude.
goodness, dude.
No, because how
Dude.
old you guys are depends
I
on like
unmuted
my level.
you so you could do the exact same thing.
No,
I don't know
but
why you takes me seriously because I'm okay. Anyways, I have a question.
why?
Oh my god, hold on.
Okay, one at a time.
What
One
is
at a time.
the government
I just want to
hiding?
know what level of argumentation I should apply. That's why I'm asking Grog or whoever. I mean,
I
cause
mean,
damn, man, I feel like my last whole thing was wasted. Like I got to do it again when the night
no.
gets
All
here.
right, let's concentrate on the question, Elia.
Yeah.
What is the government hiding
We don't
from
know.
us?
I trust the government,
Can
so
we try and find
We can't
out?
leave
Because
there.
I just want to know. I don't know. It's like bugging me. I'm
I trust
scared. You know?
I trust the government because government comes from God anyway. So
That's true. Yeah.
Let's go to that guy who just said there's not one factual evidence that the Earth is flat. Who said that? Alpha God?
Yeah,
I forgot this
Right?
the
buddy
was
here,
you, right?
Elijah, said he had a formula, and he's not a skeptic. He can't produce any of it on either
No,
side.
Elijah's been
I'm
hugging the
very
mic for the
confused.
past 3 hours.
so what, Jimsy? Jesus Christ.
Where is this North Star
Do you have a
located on the
question?
flat Earth map?
My fans are asking questions.
What?
Stop suppressing my voice.
All
No,
right,
go
all
ahead.
right.
Go ahead, Jimsy. No, I don't. Go ahead, Jimsy. I'm just kidding. I'm about to play Call of Duty.
You need a Call of Duty break, but come back in 30 minutes after you lose in Call of Duty.
Yeah, actually,
Wow.
using Call of Duty there.
So you can get a win here again, because you got a win earlier. So now you can get a
Yeah, you can get a
loss
double
in
win.
Call of Duty and then a win here.
I gotta stay well rounded, like the
Alpha
not
God, do you
globe.
got a question? Or you just you got a question? Like an actual question?
Do you think that when when videos have like when video games have like a global Earth, do you think that's like? Do you think there's something behind that?
propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, it's propaganda, of course. It's like media, you know. like anything that has a global Earth.
Sí, es propaganda, sí.
Whether they mean to or not, they spread misinformation.
All right, no one else has a question. Can I
The
ask my
the
question
only
again?
thing that is
No,
the only thing that is apparent is that we can't leave the Earth. We're trapped here. We can't escape the Van Halen radiation belts. Flat Earth is most likely misdirection from the truth that we're trapped on this hell planet in a
Do you think there's
simulation.
something better
Why would it be
outside?
misdirection from that? Because what we always say is that the Earth is contained. So we're basically saying the same thing that you are. You're trapped, so to speak. So why would the surface being flat be a misdirection from the same thing that we're actually saying?
Yeah.
Because there's more empirical evidence that suggests that it's spherical. So you need to be at least
Like what?
open-minded that it's spherical or
Go
that
ahead.
it's flat.
Go ahead. Start.
Please present it.
There's lots of math. They're talking about these stars debunking you guys. We can go. I don't believe the
Present
horizon.
one piece of empirical evidence, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You got the floor.
Well, I'm on like a bunch of Adderall right now. There was this math formula. What was the math formula?
You guys ever heard of chromosome
proved it.
banking?
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
If you look at every
pretty
single
lit.
math, okay, what was it? There was one. I think I was looking at. They can take pictures of the sun and the moon and stuff, and they can see its rotation. They can look
Oh.
at certain star constellations.
Well, you're already talking about the wrong thing. I was asking about the Earth. Can they take pictures of the Earth being a globe?
Well, that's why I say we can't actually do that. We can't go out past the Van Halen radiation belts and take a picture of the Earth, and we haven't really ever
So
been to the moon.
where's this empirical evidence then for this globe that you
But
just
that's
told me
true.
you can't look at?
What I'm saying is that you guys are being disingenuous when you're not
No,
taking
you
into
are.
consideration many different variabilities.
You
and
barely know
options
anybody
that
in here. What are you saying, you guys? Talk about the topic at hand and the evidence or the lack of evidence. Don't start saying
Yeah.
you guys this and you guys that.
Don't interrupt me.
You know
I'm
what is
saying
actually
most
disingenuous though
of you.
is to judge a room full of people out of hand that you literally just met as disingenuous.
Alright,
And
but
then also
this
to
is
say
like
that there's empirical
emotional
evidence for
argument.
something that a minute later you tell me you don't actually have the ability
There
to
are
see.
they use mathematical formulas to predict where things are in space, like in the Earth's space.
Okay, show them and then
And
show me how that ties into the
I
conclusion of Earth being a
literally.
globe.
Okay, well, they use formulas that relate
You
to
just
the Earth's like radius, etc.
Yeah, so do
What
we to show that it doesn't have one.
But I don't see any of this, and none of you can reiterate it. Like the guy was saying something about 2.5 times the person's body in some kind of math formula, but then later he claimed that he didn't have this math formula, like it wasn't his, and
Okay.
I'm
sounds
just
like
confused.
Yeah.
I'm really confused here because when I go into like science or like really boring stuff like physics and how things are created, I don't really care about it because it's already been discovered. They're
You
already
go to
doing it.
science? What do you mean you go to science? What science?
Yeah, can you
I-
please
I like-
elaborate?
Listen, man,
Like
you're
if
kind
you look at
of just
modern marvels,
You're kind of
look
just
at modern-
waffling though. Like you don't actually think that anything you said here is globe proof, do you?
No way.
Well, I think
well, you don't think it is either. I am open. You are not
Yeah.
open. You are being disingenuous.
Bro,
What do you mean?
You just said you had
Because-
hella
Stop
empirical
being
evidence.
disingenuous.
Yeah,
Would that
you're actually the
there's
one who's not
hierarchies
open.
and
Listen, you're the
there's-
one who's not open because you just keep summarily like shutting down what I'm saying
There's
to
no
you when I'm actually
counter-argument.
asking you for the evidence that you for the
It's
thing that you
all
claim
over.
the Earth is.
It's all over there.
I'm open
It's
to
all
it.
over.
I'm open to it.
It's
That's
all
why I'm
over.
asking you for it, but you're not
Yeah, I'm
providing
open
it.
to it too.
some
Show
people
us,
here are trying
please.
to prevent us
But
from
you
talking
should have
about
looked
real
at
things.
least. You don't
Can you
even look.
please?
Like you should know both
Alpha?
sides of the argument, and then you're not
Alpha.
making an actual argument either, which
Well,
is like
please
really
educate
confusing.
us. Please educate us. I'm willing to learn.
So-
Go ahead, bro.
I have
Please
to
enlighten me,
basically I have to study this now so I can like debunk it, which I will do over the course of
Okay,
like, the
maybe
next
you should
not a
month.
do
very
that
open
before
mind,
you
though.
say anything. Then
But
Yeah.
you guys claim that you can debunk everything. So like, if someone came with
When
like,
did I do
let's
that?
say,
No one said that.
You're being
You're out of line.
yeah. Listen, hold on, Beast. You're being disingenuous
Sorry.
again because I never said that. I never said I can debunk anything. The only thing I've done so far is ask you for the globe evidence, and you've been really evasive, which is pretty disingenuous.
so my point is though, you can't debunk the spherical Earth. So
Yeah,
we
we
need to
can.
be open to both spherical and
No,
flat.
we can debunk the spherical Earth that's been given to us.
How?
The 3,959-mile radius claim of the globe Earth is easy to debunk. You just go out to a body of water and see if it's curving the way that it would be if the Earth was that. It's not. It's doing that.
Is this
Get rid of that
radius
guy.
curve a perfect circle curve? Is it a pear curve?
Well, now
Is
it's
it
slightly
accounting for,
pear-shaped,
like
but
landmass?
overall, it's slightly pear-shaped, we're told. But we can see way further than that radius would ever allow us to if it were true.
So that proves it's flat though,
Bro,
because
what happened if like the Earth is not flat, but it's like a big trombone?
that's what I'm saying. Like, why does that prove it's flat? Maybe it disproves a spherical Earth, but it doesn't prove that it's flat.
It disproves the globe Earth claim that's on the table, the one that we're all taught about.
No, maybe it just disproves that one formula of the curvature. There could be a more correct formula of curvature. There's more
No.
empirical evidence that supports the spherical.
Okay, then why
There's
don't you
very
go
little
ahead and
flat Earth.
why don't okay, you seem to know a lot about this after just hearing about it for the first time. So why don't you go ahead, give the formula we use, tell us why it's wrong, and then tell us the one we should use
I would
instead.
like you to tell me the formula.
Okay, well, there's a few we can use. I like to do a geometric horizon test. The formula for the horizon on the globe is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's where it must be geometrically if the Earth is the thing that you keep shilling for it to be. If we see much further than that, we're not detecting any convexity of the surface of that body of water, which means that the oceans aren't wrapped around a sphere, and the Earth therefore can't be a sphere.
I want you to like
Real
link
simple.
me if you have where your sources are and like this information because I am very interested and I'm gonna like look
Okay.
at it. So we have the geometric horizon formula, and it
Yeah.
seems to coincide with the flat Earth. What else do we have?
No measured convexity of any body of water at rest.
Wasn't there a convex in the one circular fucking tube or flask or whatever? You're talking about like large bodies.
Yes, like you mean like a graduated cylinder, a meniscus?
Yeah, I mean there it's pretty deep. Like, could it be graduated?
Well, I mean that would be the wrong direction for the curve to be. That would be concave, right? It should be convex if it's a ball, or well, if we're on the outside of a ball.
If water balls up on the floor, it makes a curve, right?
You mean like a water droplet?
Yeah.
Okay, a water droplet does do that, but like a bigger body of water obviously has a horizontal flat surface, right?
Well, okay, so then we have to think like, why is one curving?
Hold on, that's not true. That's not true. I have a counterexample I'd like to offer for entertainment
All right.
by the panel. So, when I overflow my toilet, right, it's very convenient for me because the water that all overflows just is in a big ball, and I can just pick up that one ball and chuck it outside rather than getting a mop to mop up the spill.
That's the best way to do it. Everyone
All
knows
right,
that.
well, so if we have a large body of water and it's not making this like easy ball formula, it would almost be like more like pear-shaped almost, but like squeezed a little more. Or is it
Pears are
like
curved
flat?
too, though.
That's like rectangle-y. Maybe it's like rectangle. Okay, so I have like fun questions. You guys believe that there's like an ice wall, correct? Or maybe there's like infinite land that we're not allowed to go to, or it's up for debate.
No, that's not what we're here to say. We're just talking
So-
about the nature of water at rest and how the Earth can't be a sphere if water is the way that it is. That's all.
Flat water.
Plus, when you say ice wall, that's the surveys of the Antarctic area that label it an ice wall. That wasn't anybody in here. The surveyors that explore these areas, they set up certain distances and all that kind of stuff, and they say, hey, there is an ice wall here. I mean, that's what they label it. So what do you want me to do?
I think this water argument, I think of like the physics of water, and it's in the ocean, and it's following this flatness, I guess. It's like very flat. Look out, it's flat. But then you don't see things under the water. Like there's some kind of blockage there.
What about compasses? North, south, east, west?
Yeah, compasses they figure work. Like that works. But supposedly stars don't actually work. Like a compass would work. All right, water can curve though. Water can curve in big bodies of water. What number of waters does it take to like get flat? Like this doesn't make much sense.
Well, if you're at the North Pole with a compass, you could walk around the North Pole and you just prove the Earth is round.
What? What did you just say?
Wait, you do a circle that is round, therefore it's a sphere. I mean, you could do a circle
like if you go
east
around
to
the
west.
Earth at the equator,
You can
or if
you
you
can
go around the Earth at
do
the
a
45th
circle.
parallel, or if you go
You
around the
can
Earth
go
at the
east
poles,
to
you just proved
west.
it's round.
You can go east to west around north, right? You do a circle, even though nobody does that. I mean, you could do it on an airplane, but not practically. You don't do that. But you can do a circle. That doesn't mean
You'd end up
sphere,
at the
bro.
same place you started out at. Like if you went around the equator,
Okay,
you'd go through the same
go
place.
to your table.
We're going round in circles.
Go to your
We're going round in circles.
Hello. Go to your table. Go to your table and do a circle, and then you end up in the same area you started, right? Circle.
That's literally what I just said. I
That's
said
not
we're
a-
going round in
That's not an
circles.
argument for the freaking globe.
With a compass.
But
Yeah, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Yeah, there's
All
no
right,
way
but
to
then they
determine
say
if it's a ball
if you're-
or if it's a globe or if it's a disc.
if you're looking
It doesn't
south,
do anything.
if you're
Hold
looking
on, I
south, you
wanna
can't
answer
see
this
this
question.
one star.
Dude, you didn't answer his question, so you don't get to speak. I'm going to answer the question. Okay? He said, if you run around a track, did you run around a globe? Well, that depends. Were you holding a compass in your pocket? Because if you have a compass, then you're going around a globe, right? But if not, you're just going in a circle, right?
No, if you went around the equator, you think you would fall off the edge.
What?
And the Globetrotters say people in here are retarded, and listen to this guy.
I'm a baller.
The compass works
Globetrot.
for both models, right? The compass works for both models.
Yeah, using the compass argument, right? It points in the direction of like the North Pole or some bullshit, right?
Yeah, and the South Pole too.
Well, there is multiple locations that people label the poles, and in the north they talk about geographical north, that is the position in the map, and then magnetic north, which changes positions, right? So when you're talking about the compass pointing to a position, you don't even know what that is until you get there.
It's the magnetic north, yeah.
So you don't even know where that is until you get there, and then you have to figure that out.
And talking of which, until you get there, have you been to space to see if the Earth is flat?
We're in space.
Yeah,
We're chasing the
there is
sun.
space between you and I. I'm very glad for that. There is
No,
space.
you haven't
yes.
answered my question. I
The
proposed
sun
you
is
a
orbiting
question,
the galactic center. You
and
can
now
look
you're
outside
avoiding
and see
it.
the Milky Way outside. You see all
This happens every time.
What's your
Yeah,
question?
can I?
Yeah, the geese
No,
galloping.
we-
Instead of us staying on one topic at a time, you guys want to come here with 20 different questions, one after the other one, and you want to answer for all of them immediately.
Yeah, fair.
Trolls.
Because you can't answer a question. You're just like, oh, it's a troll.
Okay, I'll just answer it really quick, and then we can finish up his point. No, none of us have been to space for the same reason you have. None of us have been for the same reason you haven't. It doesn't exist.
We're in space. The Milky Way is in space.
No.
You're not in the universe?
Space is fake.
No.
Just deal with it.
No.
Actually, space is fake and gay.
That's right. So they should accept that a lot around here.
Hey now, I am not crazy.
Okay, is the last conversation over?
I hope not. By the sounds of this so far.
Nope. Water is still flat and level.
Yep. 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in flat level water.
Until you jump in the water,
guys, bring the conversation back to reality instead of the Globestars taking the conversation to places they never been to, they never will be, and La La Land, amazing.
Well,
can I just stop the circle jerking real quick? I have a question.
I have one point. If you go way high in the sky and you look down and they take a picture and it just looks like a circle, you can't really see the sphere. It'd be like looking at a basketball from a far enough distance. You wouldn't be able to see the curve.
There's a picture called Earthrise. Look, Google Earthrise, and you'll see the Earth is round.
That's really good proof of curve.
I just have one thing to say that you could use 8 inches per mile squared, and nobody can 100% factually tell me different.
So if I turn flat Earth 180 degrees, what happens?
If you turn reality in your imagination, if you do things to the realist level, I mean, what is going to happen? You can't do that in reality. So what are you trying to get
there's
to?
buildings and there's things like that nature, right? It's still just going to be
turn reality 180 degrees.
Yeah.
If you turn reality into whatever imaginary thing you have in your mind, doesn't work in reality, right?
No, it's not imagination. It's reality, like you were just saying.
Did you just ask what happens if you turn around?
Yeah, just turn flat Earth 180 degrees, and you're gonna get floods.
Okay.
You try it and let.
Yeah, let us know when you find someone who can turn the Earth around.
Did you just ask what happens when you turn around?
That's what I heard at first.
I think that's what I said.
You might need to
get in.
Inject your ears or something, I don't know. Sort of syringe your ears.
Yeah, I think you're kind of roboting.
AI, you're cutting out and coming in kind of, I don't know, weird, but nobody can hear you correctly, so go ahead.
Someone tried to call me.
This guy debunks your 8 inches per mile BBC. He says that on a far enough graph, you do see this curve after 100 miles.
Okay, here's the Earthrise.
Okay.
There's a picture of the Earth from the moon right there.
I'm not.
Yeah, well, Earthrise is a combination of color and black and white photography.
Well, you're not saying that picture is real. Look at the Earth in that picture, bro.
Yeah, it's new.
He's a cartoon earther. Are you a cartoon earther?
Is this really the evidence?
I guess so.
Are you arguing for cartoon Earth? Go ahead.
I mean, you don't
Where's
think
the source of his compass?
I mean, here's the source.
Oh, hey, Bigfoot.
It's from NBC.
Let's just say that picture is real, right?
Right there. I just showed it.
Isn't the moon face locked, right? So wouldn't the
Earth
have to be above your head?
Because we stole the core.
Hold on. Wouldn't the moon have to be, or wouldn't the Earth have to be directly above your head if you were on the moon, because it's face locked?
We stole its core.
How is it at the horizon?
Giant
doesn't make any sense.
Theory.
Doesn't make
This is a
any
giant
sense.
impact theory. We stole the core. That's the going thing now. The
What
Earth
the
has
fuck
2
is
cores.
this
That's
guy
why we
talking
wobble.
about? Is this guy
We
retarded?
wobble. It's giant impact theory.
I mean, he's a Bigfoot believer, so make that whatever
No,
it is. So
I grew
Bigfoot,
up where
since you're
Bigfoot sightings
LARPing
are.
and trolling at the moment, you're gonna be muted until you get serious, okay?
Yeah, I already did that. He's boring.
Yeah.
Can I ask my
They're not even
question now?
funny. Yeah, go ahead. You actually had a question like 10 minutes ago.
Right. So, how does light know? Let me phrase this differently, actually.
Take your time.
So there is a limit to the horizon in which we see, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a limit to our eyes.
Yeah.
It's just not
Us.
tied to what they claim the globe is, which is the problem.
Right.
Well,
The
us
limit's
globe
not
earthers
because of
say
the.
there's a curve, right? But what's the explanation for things not being there in the flat Earth?
No, you globe earthers. See, look. You globe earthers that follow religiously but don't know anything about the globe. That's what you guys say. What people who know about the globe have expectations of what the curve is, i.e., you know where the distance to the horizon is, or at least you have an assumption of it. And we're saying that doesn't exist. Everyone knows what a horizon is. Everyone knows that you can't see forever. But the reason that is the case is not because of the claims of the actual geometry of the globe that they claim out there. It has nothing to do with that. You can test it, you can double check it, you can go figure that out for yourself. That's why most of us are here.
So is your question
What does it have
basically
to-
not able to like render that far? I mean, it's just
Okay.
I don't know the word for it, but
Well, I make games and it's I get that, but also we see the sun and moon though.
Young lady,
No.
why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered film cameras? Why?
Sorry, can you speak English?
Why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered zoom cameras? Why do we need those?
To be fair,
My goodness,
his English was before America's.
Exactly.
You was gonna say that?
But it's a good question. Why do we need those optical? Why do we have to look through lenses to enhance or magnify our vision? Like, why? It's because there's a limit to it.
We understand that, right? It's pretty simple that we have a
yeah.
limitation to our view, so therefore we have optical equipment to help us see further. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is that certain things are visible at greater distances than other things.
Like what? Give me an example. We're talking
Like
about
a
a very, very tall mountain.
cityscape can be
in a
seen from
bumblebee.
very, very far away, but a
That's
boat might
because
disappear around like less than that.
it's bigger. That's because it's bigger, probably. So we
Mhm.
see everything in angles, and it's probably occupying a very large angle. We understand that things with distance disappear to our eye. For example, we can't see birds fly away forever now, can we? But we might be able to see that mountain 30, 40, 50 miles away because it's bigger.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, we can see more with higher elevation, right?
Of course, that's because we've increased our angle of view across the surface. Again, that's angular. It's like climbing a tree or being in an apartment building and being on the first floor and then going upstairs onto the third or the fifth floor. Doesn't mean that the road that you are looking down is curved, right? It just means that you've increased your angle of view across that surface.
I mean, but then
Yeah, you go
is
to
it
a
a
taller building, you
distance
can
thing?
see.
So it's an angle thing then?
Yeah, we see a lot of things in angles. We have an
Mhm.
angle that we also cannot resolve, which is 0.2, I believe.
Something
You
like
know,
that.
things
Yeah.
with distance get smaller.
So it doesn't have much to do with distance?
Well, things with distance get smaller, don't they? These
Yeah,
toy cows that I have in my hand are small, but those far away in the distant field are huge, but they look about the same size, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
you
a
can.
car on a highway. Just think about a car on a highway.
Hey.
Long stretch of highway, right? You know how big that car is. You've seen a car close up. You know it's bigger than what you're seeing, but because it's so far away and it's at the limit of your view, it's gonna look small. And that's if it was a mountain, it would look way bigger. But up close, a mountain is fucking huge. I mean, I don't understand what's there not to get.
Well, like if we're comparing a ship to a mountain, the end of a boat, which is like where it like completely goes away, that can come before the beginning of like the shoreline of a mountain that's way farther away that we can see.
And depending on how high you are above the surface you are looking across.
Like a tsunami?
Huh?
Is it like a tsunami?
What?
Well, like a tsunami.
Oh, you're saying how it looks small when it's
No,
farther away, or
You know it's a tsunami, right? Like a tidal wave, like that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm so sorry. She's talking about mountains. She's talking about oceans. I assume it was a
Sorry,
tsunami.
guys, let me interrupt very quickly. Young lady, I do apologise, I don't know your name. Would you mind conducting a thought experiment with me? Just very simply.
Yes, go ahead.
Young lady, that's not you.
That's not you.
Oh,
My bad. Sorry.
I didn't hear young lady. Sorry.
That's fine, not a problem. We're just going to do a very quick thought experiment. For example, you and I are on the Bolivian salt flats, and I've got a brick. Now, I take this brick away from you on the surface until you can't see the brick anymore. Would you agree that there's an area of distance where you will not be able to resolve that brick? I put the brick on the floor, you can't see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. What would happen if I was to build a wall, a tower of bricks, maybe a house or a building or a cathedral? Would you agree that even though you can't see that bottom brick because it was in an area too small for you to see, you would actually see the tower of bricks? You might be able to see the top of the cathedral, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is how things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. People like to say that I can't see the bottom of that boat at sea. Usually they're standing on the shore, so maybe 5-6 foot above that surface. And of course, if I was to move a brick away at a distance, you would not be able to resolve that brick. But if I was to make an angle bigger, build a wall or a cathedral, you could probably see that wall or cathedral, but still not be able to resolve that bottom brick.
Right, but that doesn't really explain it.
What? That you can't see the
Me not
bottom
being able to
anymore?
resolve it because of I think you're talking about Gestalt laws. That doesn't really translate to what we're
Why,
seeing, which is them like going down vertically.
Well, this again is perspective. You've been on the street at night, right? You'll notice the street lights above your head appear to descend down towards the horizon. Now, the road that you're on isn't curved. They haven't changed their altitude above the surface. Let's call them 15 foot above the surface. But due to perspective, they appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. In the same way, the floor seems to ramp up to the horizon, the midpoint of your view, which is a huge problem for a curved surface that is always curving down and away from you. But ultimately, this is just perspective. You've been in a corridor before, right?
I do like in that this lamp example, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know about you, but I see scale. I don't see them like going down in position. I see them getting smaller.
They appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. They're getting smaller, aren't they, with distance?
Yeah, they're getting smaller, but they're not moving down.
In
which is what you see
reality,
with
they're the
most.
same size, though. Yeah.
Yeah, they appear to get
Global warming.
smaller.
Yeah, but boats aren't just getting smaller; they're also moving down vertically. So.
Yeah. So is the road curved, or is that just perspective that we're talking about?
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just perspective then. So these things appear to go downwards, even though they haven't changed their height above the surface. They're still 15 foot above the surface where that light is. But where you are, in the distance, those lights appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. It's perspective.
No, they only appear to descend if the road descends. They just like that's what I'm talking about. Street
road
lamps,
isn't
they just
descending.
get smaller. You don't stop
Yeah.
seeing their base. But with boats, you do stop seeing their base.
Boats? Oh.
Or ships, I guess, yeah. Because boats are tiny.
We've just
Okay,
lost the
please explain more.
resolvability of the control titan, my friend. We just did a thought experiment where I pushed a brick along the floor and you couldn't see it anymore, but I made the angle bigger and you could see the bricks above it, but you couldn't resolve that bottom brick.
Are you talking in the horizon then, still?
Yeah, why not? We're just pointing out
Like-
that we see things in angles, and with distance, you're not able to resolve certain things, especially across a surface, depending on how low to the surface that you are. Now, I've done this experiment myself. I've been to an ice rink. I've put my head sideways on the floor, and I wasn't be able to resolve the blades on the skates at the distant end of the ice rink. The ice rink's level. I've got a narrow angle of view. My eye can't resolve that very narrow angle of view, which begins at the surface. But I can see the skater's shoes. I just can't resolve the blades.
True.
Well, you're not being able to resolve the blades. That's. I don't know if you're not understanding this.
I don't know if
Please
you're
explain then.
understanding what I'm-
Please explain.
I'm doing my best here, cause
We know.
Well, I'll submit to you, my friend, that you actually already conceded the necessary elements. You just haven't put them together yet. You already admitted that an object lower in your field of view approximating the center would disappear at range. You then agreed that if the object was bigger, you'd see the whole object, but you still wouldn't see the bottom portion. So you already conceded, just
In
by
the
optical
horizon.
effect alone, that the bottom would disappear. Just as he explained to you with the people at the ice rink, he lowered himself down to the ground to look towards their skates, and when he did so, the skates occupied a low angle in his field of view that fell below his resolution limit, and he couldn't see the blades of the skater's shoes. He could only see the upper portion.
Yes, but
In her
you don't
defense,
see
she had
those
no,
street
she
lamps.
had no idea what she was agreeing to. She had a different perspective from what was talked about. So, ma'am, please explain your perspective.
Like the only problem here, yeah, things get smaller in distance, obviously, like by your perception, but you only see ships go down vertically in the horizon, right? If they're really far away, you see like the ships go down, right?
Nope.
But
in the
So I
horizon.
go to a lake. I go to my
yeah,
lake.
that kind of makes sense. That does kind of make sense. They disappear into the horizon. That's what you meant.
yeah, or onto
Listen,
it. Yeah,
at my
those
lake,
words, right?
at my lake, the boats disappear from the side in, and they disappear from the top down, depending on the day.
Yeah, so you're looking them from behind. You're behind the ship, and it's in front of you towards the horizon.
I'm looking at them.
That's what she's
in the
talking
side.
about.
Like, they still go down from the bottom up, which I don't see anywhere else. Because like
Right.
the distance that I'm looking at, like the last street lamp I can look at, that's still a very small distance compared to what I'm looking at if we're talking chips. Because those do just go down. After a while, they just go down. But lamps, they just kind of scale to non-existence. But boats go down.
So you know, water consistently moves, even though you don't paddle. It consistently moves, right? There's current.
Mhm.
Yeah. So how would you tell, like, if you're on a ship, right? For example, you're on a ship. How would you tell you're moving just looking at the land?
What?
Right? You would pick a like a landmark or something, and then you'd picture behind it. All right, that's a tree behind it. And then 5 minutes later, oh, the tree's no longer behind it. That's how you know it's moving. The current is constantly going. Know what I mean?
I really don't.
I'm sorry. Sorry, my bad. I thought we were talking about currents.
No.
So has anyone got any questions?
I mean, they're kind of. I'm still kind of perplexed here. Why street lamps don't get down, but boats do?
What do you mean they don't get down? What does that mean?
Yeah, they don't like move down into
Alright,
the
the
floor.
confusion about street lamps aside, does anyone have any globe evidence?
Are you talking about a flat Earth?
That's what the channel's about.
Oh, what the? Okay. What the?
I
I'm sorry.
have a
My
question.
bad.
New
Wow,
epiphany.
serious? Like that must be it. It's gotta be it. All right, let's go.
What?
Sorry,
Do you
my
guys
bad.
think?
Just continue.
Do you guys think the moon and other planets, like, do they exist, and are they spherical or flat?
I think Wolfgang just asked if any Globy has any actual globe evidence.
When you look through a
evidence, I heard questions.
telescope, you can see a spherical
be-
Saturn
He
and a
might be
spherical moon.
retarded because if he heard a question like, "Yeah, any globe proof," and then he looks in the sky, he obviously doesn't understand the question.
Oh,
No, you're
First,
wrong.
we need to
You're
start
wrong.
there.
You're wrong. You're wrong,
Do you
brother.
at least believe in the
If you ask,
spherical planets
hold
and
on,
moon?
Brennan, friend. I'm just trying to, give the Glovers props for consistency. If you ask for globe proof, it almost always is talking about the sky.
Yep.
Because we can't leave the Earth.
So how does looking at the sky help us determine the shape of what the ground that
Well, we could assume two variables, that the moon is a ball and Saturn is a ball and the Earth is flat. Or we
Hey,
can
I see a
assume
bird in the
that
sky. We must be birds. Yep.
they're all balls, right? You can't deny telescopic information. I mean,
You
is
can't
it
render 3D in a
is it a
telescope. You need
hologram?
2 eyes, bro. You're being
At least,
disingenuous.
even if it's a
hold on,
hologram,
just-
like just
no
like
one, no one
answer.
asked you to. No one asked you to assume the Earth is a globe. They asked if you could prove it.
I'm asking you what you guys believe because you have beliefs, much like we have beliefs, and this is a battle of religions at this point.
great.
Do you believe?
The thing in the sky is the thing under your feet. You're adding those beliefs into other people. Okay, the thing under my feet is the thing above my head.
Those things
Those are your
exist.
beliefs.
It exists in this reality. So you're disregarding factors of reality that you can see
No, the
through a
thing is that
telescope.
you're looking into cartoons and you are trying to grab
not
those
this shit
cartoons and say
again.
these cartoons that you see in the cartoon world is the actual thing that you're experiencing.
So you don't think that they added
Alpha.
No,
planets
reality
into the
is not
simulation yet?
cartoons. You got that right.
I've-
Reality is not the cartoons that you have in your head. So no.
There are some physical
Let me
constants.
just seriously ask you, Alpha, because this is bothering me because I hear this shit all the fucking time. Okay, how does looking at the sky and the objects in the sky help you determine the ground? Like anything about the ground? That makes no fucking sense.
That goes
We
to what I
can
was
come
trying to
to
tell you,
multiple
because
conclusions.
he's been looking to cartoons and he's been told that those cartoons are actually the things under his feet and the things above his head. And he's saying, look, I've seen the cartoons, therefore, this is the reality that I'm in the cartoon. That's the
Okay,
problem.
can you let the other person answer?
Hey,
'Cause
sorry,
all
brother,
you
but
say is
please
cartoons.
prove your point. Like you can talk
if
about
you
cartoon,
look
but
at
you
an
have to prove your
object,
point so we can understand.
if you
What about the cartoon?
he's just
Like,
Hold
what's
on,
the
putting
reference?
his head in the sand.
Let's actually listen to your reasoning, Alpha, because I am so confused how people keep pointing at the sky and saying this is what, because the sun looks like the sun, we're on the sun.
Cartoon.
I'm just trying to narrow it down. I
You
want to
keep
know
talking
like
about
what you
cartoons.
guys.
You sound delusional.
Please, let me talk to this guy.
Just give it to him.
I want to
Sorry,
know.
no,
There's
yeah,
either
yeah.
like three
Yeah.
options. It's a cartoon.
help
It's either we're all balls, or there's balls and it's flat. Because if you
I'll
look
tell
at a
you what, I'll
telescope,
help
it
you.
shows that they're
I'll help you.
balls.
Okay,
I'll
so
help
hey,
you.
no disrespect to you guys, but I
friend.
believe the world is round. I believe it's
My
actual
friend, I'll help
globe.
him. I'll help you. Even if the things in the sky are spheres, How do you confirm that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere? Because
Right.
ultimately, you're just pointing up into the sky and making a declaration. The things
I
in the
already
sky,
said.
dude.
I'm
Because
trying to.
you've ridden the
I'm
plane
just
before,
trying
right?
to narrow it down. I'm trying to narrow it down.
Awesome, and you get to
What do
narrowing
you
it down
guys
by
think it is?
confirming the surface of
But
the Earth is like those
you
things
guys
I
are
When you
just
go to
afraid
a
to
mentioned.
certain
answer.
altitude on the
Afraid
airplane,
to
you can look
answer.
outside
Afraid
and
to
you
No, we're
can
answer.
not,
see that the
dude.
world is actually a
Plead the,
sphere.
you plead the fifth. I understand.
Guys,
Order.
you're asking him to answer you, and then as soon as Jedi starts answering you, you're talking all over him. So we're gonna have it one at a time.
My apologies.
Jedi is gonna go, and don't interrupt. Wait your turn, and we'll get to you.
We'll give you that we make observations and those things up in the sky look like spheres. But how do we confirm that the thing that we're standing on is also a sphere? We're not just going to blindly declare that everything is a sphere without confirmation, right? Verification that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere. Otherwise, I can go to the woods, see a squirrel in a tree eating nuts, and therefore what? I'm a squirrel in a tree eating nuts. I can look at myself, I can measure myself and prove that is not the case. So yeah, the things in the sky might be spheres, but we want confirmation of the claim, not just a blind assertion.
Right.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Go
all I
ahead.
wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. That's fair, actually.
All right. So my question is, so if the question is, how do we know it's a sphere? Well,
Yeah, how do you know?
how do we know it's flat as well? You know, like, is there proof that it's flat?
You can't
It's not an
ask.
argument. That's not an argument. Come on.
That's not an argument. This is
I mean,
wild.
I'm sorry, man, but there is no proof as well. So it's a legit question.
So you don't know it's a globe then?
Right.
Because there, you know, if there's a negative, there is a positive. There's black, there is white. So if there is flat, there should be an argument. There is round, right? So if there's proof that it is
But you said you
round,
believe it's
where's the
round,
proof that it is flat?
right? No, you said you believe it's round. Why?
I mean, that's just what it is. That's what
It's
it
not
is.
an argument. That's not an
Don't you
argument.
go around like
That doesn't.
that's what it
It's
is
not telling me
nowadays.
why.
Yeah,
Nobody's
that's what
going
people
around and they're
say.
like,
That's
that's
what
all right.
people say, but
All
that's
right, let's
not
go up,
proof for that. Right.
throw it up in the globe, right? They'll show you
To turn
Google
around
Maps.
and say,
Show you
sorry, my
Google Maps,
friend,
and they won't show you a
dude,
flat Earth. They show a round Earth.
So you're appealing to authority. Okay.
No, I'm from Asia, but I live in America now. But when I go to Asia, I have two routes I can take, right? So I can take from the West Coast or I can go from the East Coast. And if I was gonna go from the West Coast, it would be faster to go home. But if I was gonna go from New York to go back home, it would take much longer because I have so many other stops. From the West Coast, I can go just to Hawaii and go home. But if I was on the East Coast, I have to stop a whole lot of other countries before I can go home.
awesome. Have you
So
ever
that's
been
just what it
around?
is. Like it
Dude,
sounds like a globe, you know.
dude,
I've never
have you got
been
a
in a
table?
satellite, so I cannot
Let
see the globe for
me
myself. But
help you, my friend. You're just going around in a circle. Would you agree if I've got a table, I can walk around the table?
yeah, like which one is shorter, which one's
So
faster?
you're just going around in a circle. One way around the circle shorter than the other way around the circle. You know what
Are
a
they the
compass
same
is, right?
distance?
Hold on. Why? You know what a compass is, right? Points north, you go east to west around that central point. You know what a pole is? You can use that pole as a magnetic point, for example. Let's make it iron. You can point your compass to it and you can walk around it in a circle. Now, the floor that you're on doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere for you to walk around in a circle.
All right. And there's absolutely no proof yet. So it sounds ridiculous, to be honest.
Really? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
four
Hold
sides.
tight.
4 sides.
Good. Three.
Right?
Three sides.
Or is it
3
actually like a
vertices.
circle?
What if it's both somehow?
Hold tight.
Like
We're
God
talking about
created it.
navigation. Hold tight. We're going to be talking about navigation. Have you ever heard of navigating by the stars?
Yep. I'm
Awesome.
from the
You
islands, dude.
understand?
I told you. We navigate from the stars. That's
Awesome
that's
stuff.
how my
Hold on,
ancestors
my friend.
pretty much
I just
found
need
our
yes and
home.
no. Dude, we
Navigating.
just need yes and no so I know that you understand so I can continue with explaining things to you.
Oh
So
yes,
you
please
have heard.
continue. My apologies. Continue, please.
No problem. No problem. You have heard of celestial navigation then. Brilliant. You do understand that that's using elevation angles to stars on the premise of a right angle triangle, right?
Never heard of that.
So you've never heard of an elevation angle. There's Polaris, it's 45 degrees above the horizon. For example, celestial navigation, navigating by the stars. You said you knew what it was, mate.
No, it was natural. Like
Well, there's a reason why in
they
Polaris is
navigate by
important.
stars, meaning like there is one star. The Earth is positioned in one place, right? It rotates, but also the stars that are in the globe's vicinity rotates. So the stars, you can navigate using the stars.
Yeah,
So
you
it's in
can.
like,
Do you know
oh,
what a sextant? Sorry, my friend. Do you know what a sextant is?
A what?
Sextant. It's the angle measuring device you use when doing celestial navigation.
How do you use that tool?
Yeah. Can you
How do
measure
you
an angle, my friend? Very simple question. Can you measure an angle within your triangle if one of those lines is curved?
measure an angle in a triangle if the lines are curved?
Yeah.
That's not possible. I mean,
I
Right.
know.
it is. No, please
That's the
explain
problem.
then.
All right, my friends. Thank you. That's the
I'm curious,
problem.
like, how the fuck does that work?
Exactly, bro.
Exactly. So, being as we use angle measuring devices known as sextants to navigate with the stars based on a right angle triangle,
When you
if the
say
surface,
angle
hold
measurement
on, my friend,
devices,
please.
can you please
If
explain what
the
does that?
surface,
What is that?
dude,
So we know.
He's
shush.
trying.
Being
What
as
is
you've
it?
just pointed out, my friend, please hush. Being as you've just pointed
My
out, it's like
apologies.
impossible to measure angles in triangles if one of those lines is curved. Yeah, that's going to be my fucking point. Because being as the surface of the Earth is said to be curved, then we wouldn't be able to use angle measuring devices to measure elevation angles up to stars, rendering the sextant fucking useless. So celestial navigation is based on the premise of a flat horizontal plane for you to measure an elevation angle up to a star at a known time of year, so you know
Right.
your location.
So if the Earth is flat, that means it is endless.
No, it doesn't at all. But do you understand the point that I just made before you start scuttling off to something else that is fucking irrelevant?
How is it not endless if the world is flat?
He's just going to scuttle off to something that's fucking
No,
irrelevant.
stick to
Do
the
you understand
angles.
my point
Stick
about
to
the
the
triangles?
angles.
No, like, because if it was round, you would come back around, right? But if it was flat, you would somehow reach the edge, right?
Wolfgang, please.
We have
you cannot
both,
be
right?
me.
We're in a technological age, right?
Blessed. We were just on a point. You've just jumped to another one. Let's just stick to this one for now.
Just make believe.
Well, you were asking how the triangles work on a curved surface, weren't you?
I mean, no, I'm asking legit question for a flat Earth.
And it's more for you. How does it
You
work
were on
on a
the
curved
table, right?
surface?
For example, okay, I will put an example. We have a table, and this table is a flat table, right? It's a little bit wide, but it's long, all right? But it does have an edge, all right? They have an edge on one side, they have an edge on another side. So you can be spawned on one edge, and when you go all the way towards the other side, you kind of reach the end, and then you reach the ocean. So when you
We're
go
not
past that
talking about
ocean,
that.
where do you go?
We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the surface generally
We're in
being
total
not
denial.
curved.
That's what it is.
How could
Yeah,
that be?
I'm
Oh
looking
my
at
god,
flight
dude!
paths.
All right, man. I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, you
Bro.
stay blessed, bro.
Yeah. I mean, man.
Look at the
No, hey,
flight
nothing. No
paths.
offense, bro. This was very. This is very curious. Very interesting topic, and I don't know much about it, but
Take your time, bro. You're
yeah.
good.
Well, keep asking
No
questions
offense,
and we can
brothers,
discuss it.
but please, if keep doing your thing, because I'll stop by again, and I want to hear more. All right.
Yeah, just listen
Beautiful.
in.
So,
Yeah.
Peace.
right on, brother. I'm gonna bounce. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
All right.
Take care,
Right
bro.
on, brother. See you.
Flight
Peace.
paths don't work on a flat Earth model when going from Chile to
Peace.
Australia. It says
There is no flat Earth model.
of flight paths.
Theory, maybe we're going to be talking about angles of declination magnetic declaration corrections. Yeah, you don't know what
They
you're talking about.
they like timed it out, and then it's like a 0.97 accuracy of like a spherical model with the directions and stuff like that. Okay, it says over Alaska, then continue all the way until we get to Sydney. This is
It's
Chile
like
to
these people are
Australia.
grasping straws. You know what I mean? They don't even
Do
know what the fuck
airlines fly
straws they
between
are.
the two
Like,
cities?
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, you'd just show us a measurement.
They do the whole thing over the
Let's be real.
Pacific Ocean.
Well,
Takes
where do they
12 hours.
measure it? Where do they measure it though?
It goes from Santiago to Sydney.
No,
Uh,
I mean the curve that you're assuming.
They have it. It coincides with the model, whereas the flat
So
Earth
then it
model
should be
straight.
measurable.
yeah, if it coincides with
It is
the
measured.
model,
It
what do you
says
mean?
Okay, so who did that?
12.5 hours. Like
Who
a bunch of
measured it then?
airplane pilots.
No,
Airplane
I'm
pilots.
talking about measuring the surface, not
airplane
flying
people.
over it.
Oh, so you're saying they're like messing up the map, but they've made
No,
like
I'm
a
saying
like a
I'm saying no
model
one's measured any of the curve that you would be assuming in this argument.
for the flat Earth. Like
No, we
they've
don't claim
measured.
curve. That would be on the globe side.
Well, if you're the curve is like a stupid argument because things curve.
What do you
Like
mean?
planes can.
No, it's not an argument. It's your base assumption.
It's saying that if you were in a flat Earth model, you would go
Yeah, I don't
right
care about what it's saying.
across.
What you are
But they
implying
don't
is that
do
the
that.
surface must be curved. So we're saying, okay, who measured that? That's what we're saying.
I don't care if it's curved.
Oh,
Like I think in a
right.
flat
There you
Earth
go.
model, you could argue
Well, we
that it
care
can be
because
curved
that's
as
the
well,
argument.
right?
That's what they're being
Don't
taught
you
at
think?
school. That's what you were taught in
Why are
school,
you
isn't it?
changing? Why are you changing the? You're changing the argument here.
No, that is your
No, he's
argument.
not.
And it says here that you would not have any. You would not have any argument. It said here the
That
priests of the flat Earth.
assumes the curve,
No,
though,
that's
doesn't it?
not. What the flight path or
Your argument that it
like
only
what
works on a
reality?
curve.
The time it takes.
No, your argument that this could only work on a curved surface.
I'm looking at the flat Earth diagram,
What
and
are you
it's
talking about? We're
country to
not claiming a
country.
diagram. We're not claiming any diagram.
You don't believe in any flat Earth diagram?
We're talking about the actual Earth surface not having curvature. That's what we're talking about.
I'm talking
Do
about
you know
the
what?
flat Earth picture
Sorry.
on
Do you know
the
what a
circle, which
reification
is
is?
flat.
Do you know what a reification is? If not, go and Google it. You'll find out that the map isn't the terrain. So please stop straw manning us with models, which is also not the terrain, and a reification fallacy. No one's making a claim to a model. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, this is where the confusion seems to be coming in. I mean, we're not talking about a cartoon on the internet. We're talking about the surface outside. Could you guys get on the same page?
Yeah, these are people that are flying planes over in the real world to destinations.
So
And
what?
they like see everything, and there's time. Are you guys all just trolling for like attention, or is this you guys haven't like I don't know?
Airplanes flying,
What are
dummy.
you
Maybe it's
talking
narcissistic.
about, dude?
There's all the
You're like
flight the
you're
flight
like
pass.
grasping straws,
It's
bro.
over.
Literally trying to
It's
find some
it's
type of
over.
straw man argument to put on us. Like, do you have anything, any empirical evidence to prove that we're on a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of space? That's the claim. That's what we're taught in school. That's what we're trying to figure out in terms of why the fuck is that the claim? There's no proof of that claim. But what can we do? Oh, okay, we can go outside and measure calculate the distance to the horizon. We can do things ourselves to to find out for ours. Like, no one's trying to convince you otherwise. Like, it's not a battle of religions. I don't know why people get that confused. It's like the globe's fucking belief is a belief. It's like, We all got out of that belief system. We're not trying to inculcate you with another belief system. Like, that's not the point of this.
The point is to suggest we can't leave the Earth.
What?
Or something. Because that's the only thing we can like actually deem from this. They did a GoPro rocket launch,
bro.
and it's like videotaping the sphere. Now
GoPro.
I don't know if they used a fisheye
GoPro
lens.
camera.
They
Dude.
did a hot air balloon also.
What's the problem with a
Students did
GoPro
that.
camera? What's the problem with a GoPro camera?
I don't know.
Do you see
tried,
yeah. So you notice that you see the curvature of the Earth when the camera's at ground level, kind of distorts the image, right? And you want that camera that distorts images high up in the atmosphere and declared that curvature that's a distorted image is curvature of the Earth. Please, mate, think about what you're saying.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he knows what he's saying, to be honest, Jedi.
You guys don't speak in like direct language usually.
That's pretty clear.
There's videos of the Earth being spherical when they shoot rockets and balloons.
Oh my God!
Jesus
All you do
Christ!
is look up in the sky, isn't it?
Do you think they're like a part of the conspiracy, or they're using fisheye lenses too?
The GoPro camera's a fisheye lens. You said they sent a GoPro camera up. My goodness me, my friend, why are you not following your own train of thought?
So are you really new to this? Are you really new to this? Like you've not
fisheye.
heard any of the arguments? Is that
have
the
fisheye
case?
lenses.
I don't
It
think he
could
has.
be. It could be, but we need to like. Have you guys asked the students of this balloon or this rocket?
No, because we don't need to, because we just look up what the globe says the distance to the horizon should be, what the curvature should be on the ground, and we check to see if that matches what we're observing. I was asking, are you new to this topic? Are you like really new to it?
I'm getting into it more. So for that example, this guy spent $20,000 on a laser, and his experiment failed miserably. It proved that the Earth was spherical. He shot
Okay,
the
well,
laser
actually, let me show you this. Because I just saw this today, right? And this is something that I think is worth going over for everyone. So this is a USA Today article from, I think it was last year, talking about, it's one of these fact check articles, right? You seen these? When now they do the fact check. We're doing the fact check. So they say, no, this is not a fact. We have checked the fact and it is not a fact. So this fact check is saying, fact check. Laser beam tests done over water are skewed by refraction. Don't prove Earth is flat. Now, I've posted this in the chat, and if you go on to read it, they don't say that the laser tests are actually showing a curve. What they say is, yes, people are doing laser tests where the lasers seem to be shooting further than the curvature would allow, but this is only due to refraction. And then the guy says, theoretically, if the conditions were right, you could shoot a laser one side and it would come and hit you in the back of the head. It would go all around the globe. Right, so the globe claim isn't that the laser tests are proving a globe. Even in the USA Today, they are saying, listen to this quote, refraction can bend the laser along the Earth's surface to make it appear that the globe's radius is much larger than it actually is, or even that the Earth is flat, according to Krylos, who is this science guy that they're quoting, right? So he's saying that it's actually a valid interpretation of the results of the laser tests that the Earth is flat. But what he's saying is, if the weather conditions are just right, refraction is so strong in a very thin layer of air above a water surface that a laser beam could, in theory, travel all the way around the globe, Krylos said. So this whole article, I mean, just refutes what you said right there, that the laser tests are showing a globe. They're absolutely
another
not.
thing that refutes what he said is that the guy that he's talking about didn't spend the money on the laser. He didn't spend that money. It was another group. It wasn't him that spent the money. So your premise is wrong from the beginning.
And that's totally immaterial who bought the laser. The point is the lasers that are being shot across these bodies of water to try and prove curvature are proving the opposite. And even in the mainstream, they're saying, now, you could think that this means the Earth is flat because the lasers are shooting way beyond where the curvature should be. But
I think
trust
this
us,
argument comes
this is just refraction.
Netflix University or TikTok University, and he's using that as a proof of the globe. Can you believe that?
I believe it.
Which is a huge problem for
I
line of
used
sight.
the flight
Sorry.
paths, but no one could disprove
Sorry,
flight paths. So
just
you get
I
one,
think
I
AI
get
is
one.
going to get in 2 seconds. AI, are you wanting to jump in?
That was Jedi. But I just wanted to
sorry,
point
Jedi.
out lasers being shot across distances of water. That's military technology, primarily laser sight targeting. You observe the object from a vessel at sea with an infrared camera, and then you use 3 different coloured lasers at different ends of the spectrum to account for refraction, and then up to a distance of, I've been quoted, 93 miles, you can hit your target with a laser. Now, if lasers weren't good for targeting things, then the military wouldn't be using laser sight targeting, for instance. So they work on the premise that the surface of the Earth must be level for them to observe the object at a distance of 93 miles with an infrared camera and a radar, and then target it with 3 different coloured lasers. So we can build strawmen about flat Earth is using lasers. Yeah, this is military technology. It's applicable every single day when the military like blowing shit up.
So I could just ask the guy. So given that the results of the laser test, even by the mainstream estimation, are giving us results that could be interpreted as a flat Earth because they're exceeding the curvature geometry, do you understand, Alpha, why there are people saying that the Earth is not a globe?
In regards to this laser test?
Well, in general, yeah, because we're saying that the lasers are shooting targets that should be hidden beneath the Earth curve, and in that article, it confirms that yeah, we're shooting targets too far. I mean, it's then coming up with an excuse saying, "Oh, it's actually
where's the
just
laser
light
pointing
bending."
from? It's not
Well,
pointing.
You can
You're saying
get
it's
into
on a level
all that.
ground. On a level ground, they're
You're
pointing a
missing
laser
his
like.
general question. The general question is it so ridiculous, quote unquote, for this to be in like a conversation about the shape of the Earth? Like, is it so ridiculous?
Given
No.
that the guy
It's
in the
absolutely ridiculous.
USA
This is
Today is
ridiculous.
saying that you could interpret the results as meaning that the Earth is flat, or that the radius is much bigger. That was another one of his options.
Well,
So
if
if
it's
they're
not a
saying
perfect
that,
circle, then the radius thing and the pair thing, I don't know. I'm not like a physicist or fucking
yeah,
mathematician.
no. But all I'm asking is, can you understand why people like us are here saying, "Hey guys, there's a
No,
problem here."
I was promoting flat Earth 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I was telling people the Earth is flat. There's no pictures of the Earth in outer space. It's
Okay.
all composite. And then someone mentioned the satellite picture, and I think that comes from that one that they have in low Earth orbit with the fisheye, and they generate in real time compilation of that, like circling.
So
into
when you
that other
were
satellite
arguing about
picture.
flat Earth, the evidence that you were given to the contrary was an image. Is that it?
Of the flat Earth, yeah.
No, of
That guy
the
gave me.
globe Earth, of the globe Earth.
Yeah. He gave me an image because I said there was none, and then he gave me one. What was a composite?
So
They all look
how did he
photoshopped.
verify
Here.
that that was a real photo?
No, he didn't. It
Or you
was
saying he
there.
didn't?
I agree with you on these things. This is why I think we can't leave the Earth. I think they fibbed on that. But is the Earth flat? Like, I think that's an interesting topic to be discovered.
Okay, we agree. It's an interesting topic. That's okay then. I thought you were arguing for the globe, but it doesn't sound like you are. So okay, I mean, well, you can either
leaning
ask some
towards it, 'cause
questions.
you guys' arguments are kind of like, I don't know if they're that solid. I feel like there's more empirical stuff for the sphere stuff and more inner workings like flight paths and etc.
That's
the flight path one is a good one. There's like a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff here.
But all of that requires the assumption of a globe, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's like if it works, it works. It works. It works. It's like
Why
I
does
identify
US
as a woman,
military
but
use why does the U.S. military's flight paths work out just fine and it's not on a globe?
Yep.
I wasn't aware of that one. They got the secret.
Oh, let me
Flat
post
Earth.
it for you then. Here. Let me
Please.
post it for you so you're aware of it from World War II, just for you. So it has all the flights, distances in miles, in straight lines, so they don't run out of fuel. There you go.
The thing, it's like military is all about logistics. You know what I mean? They're gonna go the more efficient
and
route.
the military always assume that the Earth is flat and motionless as a surface when they're flying over it or doing any kind of practical application or technology that requires using the surface of Earth or interacting with the surface of Earth.
Yep.
All their papers say they assume it's flat and motionless. So yeah, the military treat it as flat and motionless.
Even in NASA documents. Yep.
And, you know, knowledge is power. They want to know the terrain of the place that they're fighting on. So they know, well, they at least treat it as we know it to be, which is a flat topographical plane. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Maybe you could answer the question that I asked some of the globe believers earlier. So, do you understand on the globe side, they tell us that the sun is moving because the ground is spinning?
I was looking at the map. Do I believe that the ground is spinning, the Earth is spinning?
No. Do you believe that the sun moving? You know, we see the sun moving in the sky every day.
Yeah.
Right. So, why do you think it's moving, or why do you think you observe it to be moving? Is it the sun? Is the sun moving? Do you think the sun is moving?
One of
I know
us
it's
is
a loaded
moving,
question.
right? One of us.
Right.
One of
So
us
their
is
story. So it's either that the sun is moving, like we observe, or they say the ground is actually the thing moving, and that's what's making it look like the sun is moving. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's spinning, but not actually moving.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to take like a drone and hover above the ground so that you're not actually attached to the ground, will the sun be moving?
If I don't think it matters, right?
Well, no, because it's supposed. If it's the ground that's moving that's causing us to see the sun moving, then when you're not on the ground but floating above it, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
The pressure keeps us like aligned.
The pressure keeps us blind. I don't understand what that
aligned.
means. Oh, aligned.
Like aligned. Like we're like a cohesive unit.
Oh wait, so
This
you're
would be
saying
interesting if we were not moving, but the other stuff is.
Well, that's what we
be very
observe. That's what we observe. You don't move. The things seem to move. But the story that we're told is, oh, it's not actually the things moving like you see. It's you moving like you don't see. So I'm just saying, if you're not on that moving surface, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
Well, we would see the sun move. We could both be moving and observe the sun moving.
No, but that will be a nonsensical claim because your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal and all that stuff is pointing out to you, based on your senses, that the ground is not moving. Because if it started moving, you will feel it. Your senses will point out to you that you will be moving if you are in motion. And claiming the opposite of what you're experiencing and sensing is by definition nonsense. So whoever is claiming that the ground under your feet is spinning and moving in motion, multiple vectors and multiple speeds at the same time, and you don't feel it, that's nonsense by definition.
What about density? I think it has to do with pressure and density. It's kind of like the Dragon Ball Z.
You can pass on this one.
The Super Saiyans, they could withstand higher and higher gravity as they got stronger.
I don't really understand what you mean. I mean, I'm just talking about, they say that the sun moves in the sky east to west because the ground is spinning, right? But I'm saying then, okay, so if we're not on the ground and we're like in a drone hovering, why would it be moving east to west? If the ground isn't causing us to spin in a way that makes it move east to west.
they got it mapped out where the Earth's spinning and the sun's spinning, and they have all the stars in the sun mapped out. Like
Right, but
the
that's if you're on
telescopes
the
follow.
that's if you're on the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah.
So what if you're not on the Earth spinning? You're hovering in the air.
So if we're hovering in the air and everything's rotating around us, what would be the
Well,
difference?
why would it
Like,
be? Why would it be moving? Why would it be moving though if we're hovering? Because isn't it the ground moving that's supposed to be making the things move?
We're not hovering.
No, I'm saying
We're
if you
on the
are, if you
ground.
get like a drone and fly up into the sky, so you're not attached to the ground that's supposed to be moving, making the sun
Technically,
move.
you are somehow. We're still like you're still in the
Somehow.
atmosphere. You know what I
Wait.
mean? You're still in the atmosphere.
All right. So you think that the air is like moving along at exactly the same speed as the ground?
Correct. It's a whole unit, and that's why we don't feel it.
So there's no Coriolis effect on Earth then?
Or what?
You know, they say, well, snipers have to adjust for the spin of the Earth and all this kind of stuff.
I never heard that.
Okay, well, this is what some of them say. But you've got a bit of a contradiction there, right? Because sometimes you'll claim that it's not moving together, and sometimes they'll claim it is moving together, depending on what their story requires.
I think it's like multiple angles. Like there's a part that is and the part that isn't. That's what forms like gravity and the pressure and the masses
some of
and
it's
stuff.
moving. How does it decide which part is moving with the Earth and which part isn't? How does that work?
So,
and
like,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism between the ground moving and the air that's keeping it like locked together? How does that work?
I think it has to do with density. That's a
Density
good
of what?
question. Because we're supposed to be going like at this thousands miles of okay, so like let's say for example, theoretically we're going thousands of miles per hour or hundreds of thousands of miles spinning in a circle. That's like really fast.
Very fast.
But
sounds crazy.
The space is so massive, and I guess the pressure I would say it's like the space pressure onto the Earth.
Space pressure
pushing
onto
it.
the Earth? What do you mean? What do you mean
Yeah.
by space pressure? I don't know what that means.
So they say it's like as you get out, it gets like lower density and lower density.
So I say
So
there's less pressure as you go up, no?
yeah, lower density, less pressure, let's say. Well, think about it this way: the air, the water, right? It's heavier, has more mass. It's on the floor, and the air is out above the water, and it's containing essentially the water and the land. It's like up there, and that's what space
So-
is doing to us.
But then when it
Now-
comes to the Earth or the air spinning with the Earth, I was asking what's like the link between the ground that's moving and the air that's keeping it lockstep together. What is that? How does that work?
Well, there's a mathematical formula of forces that interact. Gravity essentially is just the interaction of mass and force, the force of the interaction that's going on.
So the air is getting pulled downwards towards the Earth, do you think?
It tries. I read it is being pulled down, but then the other low dense molecules like lift it up.
So it's going up
not-
and down.
Correct. There's like multiple
Right.
forces.
So how does something
And
go
it's going
up and down? That's confusing.
Okay, so think about a ball pit, and you like jump in it. Some are gonna go up, some are gonna go down. There's like
No, but
different
everything's
angles.
coming down to the ground in a ball pit. Like nothing's floating up.
Once
all
you
things go
jump in it, you're pushing some of them up.
Yeah, but then they're
Do you
just
think-
gonna be. Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's all right. It's interesting. I do apologise for interrupting. I just want to ask a simple question. Do all things, when we let them go down?
No, they don't. And well, let me think about that like philosophically. There's all that matter is it's in a space. We're in a space, a confined space, and everything's trying to take up space. Now, it exists. I walk through the land or the ground, and I'm pushing away air. Is that air going down? It's going everywhere, I guess. Like
It's going in
wherever
all
being pushed.
directions, correct,
directions.
right? Omnidirectional. Omnidirectional. So the
Right.
argument that the air is being pulled down doesn't hold because it's going in all directions.
I
you
agree.
remember that-
And that would mean, wouldn't that mean that it's a circle then? Because it's
No.
all directions. Like, if you think
No.
about it, there's a force in the Earth, and then there's an
No.
outer force, the outer space. One's
gonna be
pushing
saying
down, one's pushing up in all angles, 360 degrees.
No.
Let Jedi go.
I'm just gonna point out to you that within this gravitational idea, things falling at a rate of 8 point whatever it is per second. Not all things go down. For example, I've got a football and I let it go and it falls to the floor, right? But if I was to again hold the ball and pierce it with a knife, the gas inside disperses in all directions. So not everything is pulled down by gravity.
Yeah. So
But
it's going in all directions. So think about
gravity
this.
doesn't mean just pull down.
Well, yeah, gravity is claimed to be the direction of down towards the ground, isn't it? Let's be real.
Gravity,
Yeah.
vector
All right.
downwards.
All right. It claims to be the force that attracts things towards the center of the Earth.
Which would
But
be
that
down
doesn't-
wherever you are.
But that doesn't mean there's like, what's the issue here? That doesn't mean that some
Okay.
objects
Let me
can't go
point out an
o-
issue
other
to you. Let me point out an issue to you, if you will be so kind. So let's imagine I've got a container, like a barrel drum, sealed, full of air. Now the air is bouncing around in there in all directions, yeah, bouncing off the walls of the drum, yeah.
Yeah, I like this. This is cool.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just going in all directions and it's bouncing and just staying in there because it's contained. Now, if we were to pierce a hole in that, all of it would escape into the lower pressure space, which would be the rest of the atmo. So how is it then that we have this would be called gas pressure, yeah, because the gas particles are pressing off the walls of the container. But then if it's going up, why is the gas that we breathe, the air on Earth, which is pressurized, what's that bouncing off of?
So what's displacing that?
Like, why is it not just leaving Earth and going off into the lower available space of space, as the globe says?
It has lower density, so it's like going up
So-
versus like the higher.
So it goes
density.
up. So it goes up and it gets to like, I don't know how far. Why doesn't it just keep going up and out into space?
Well, I believe like we don't know what the space is made out of. I believe
No, it
it's
doesn't matter. It's just
Yeah.
going up. So what's
Yeah,
stopping
I mean,
it?
why
Because
does it leak down?
in the drum example, it would knock off the roof of the container, and that's what's keeping it there. But if we took the roof off of it, it would just escape and disperse. So why is that not happening with the air that's rising on the Earth?
I'm a trucker, so it's either like the air is being replenished by the engine of the Earth enough to replenish like just like the massive loss. But isn't there like a layer that holds in the gases and
But you know, when
some
you
kind of barrier?
equalize like a container, that happens almost instantly, right? The rush of the gas into the lower pressure space is almost instantaneous, right? It's very quick. So if we're saying that this would happen on Earth, there's no way that the Earth is generating enough to replace that rushing of all the air out into the lower pressure space, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I would say there's like an atmosphere and there's a barrier of sorts that's
A
keeping
barrier of sorts.
What's the
Okay, now
barrier
we're
made
getting
of?
somewhere.
What is that barrier? Please don't say ozone layer because
The
that's
firmament.
just more gas, which is
It's Jesus
Oh, well,
Christ.
so
The guy in the live stream just told me the barrier is air that holds air in.
you
I think
can't
it's
have
the
gas containing gas.
I think it's
Yeah, so-
space is like holding.
No, that's the lower pressure space. That doesn't hold things. That's the lower pressure space that the air would be trying to get into. Like if we opened up the drum with air, the space that it would go
They
out
said it's
into
plasma,
in the
some plasma
equivalent.
layer. I don't know what that is though. Like I really,
Yeah,
I don't.
this is the thing. So this is what you need to think about, right? Because you're new to this topic, and I'm not expecting you to have all these answers. But we're pointing out that gas pressure requires containment, right? And as we discussed, the air is moving up. Gravity is not pulling it down. If it's not pulling it down at the surface, where the gravity is said to be strongest, it's certainly not pulling it down when it gets hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air, right, where it's said to be even weaker. So we're pointing out that there's this problem because as far as we can demonstrate, in reality, you can't have gas pressure existing without a container, like a sealed container. So you've said, quite rightly, using your intuition, well, what must be stopping it is some kind of container. Now, our contention would be that, yeah, there has to be some kind of physical containment, or at least something that the gas is treating as physical so that it can bounce off of it and stay. Whereas the other story, the one that we're told as children, is that we're just suspended in the middle of a giant vacuum, when in a vacuum, gas, like on the ground, is expanding in all directions. So that's a problem, right? You understand that problem?
Wow.
Yeah, they say it's a vacuum, like a low density vacuum. That's why they can like float around.
I think like
So I
the
could
two basic.
see that being like a lie.
You can see it being a lie. Good for you.
The two basic
But
things I think people.
but wouldn't the flat Earth need some kind of, or at least, I mean, it would need some kind of container, then it would, or it would need some kind of crazy narrative.
Yes.
But we're just
Yes, we would
asking.
need. We were just saying. We're not making a big claim about anything really. We're just saying gas pressure needs a container. We have gas pressure, therefore it's logical to assume we have some form of container. Now, what the nature of that container is, we're not necessarily saying we're making a claim to, but it would have to be physical in some regard, right?
It says plasma is found in the upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere. It's also found in the Earth's magnetosphere. Magnetic field surrounds the Earth. It's full of plasma in different temperatures and densities.
So they're
Ionized gas.
essentially, yeah. So they're essentially trying to say that there basically is a container of sorts, but they're telling you it's made out of plasma or whatever, which is funny because
Maybe it's magnetic.
Goodness me. We're just gonna
Well,
have to
no,
have
there are
these things
there are two factors. One is gravity that is pulling the molecules down to the core, and the other is
well, we've
magnetic
already
field
covered this.
preventing the solar winds to blast our like atmosphere. That's the
brilliant.
theory, I
So
think.
we've just
Solar
had a
winds.
conversation. We've just had a conversation for the last 10 minutes where we pointed out that we'll give you gravity in this instance, you can have it. It's observably not affecting gas, being as gravity is just a vector downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. Now, you've also got a problem with the inverse square law of gravity, where gravity is stronger down here and weaker up there. So where the gas is produced down here in biological and chemical cycles, its first instance is to go up away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to it. But with distance where the gravity is weaker, then it starts to come back. Interesting. Can you
Well,
demonstrate
different
this
types
in
of
a
matter
laboratory
behave differently, but they're all matter, which means that it's all being pulled by a massive object, in this case, the planet.
Okay, so can you show me gas being pulled by a big mass, please? In a laboratory setting, not just your assertion
I
that
don't
it's
think
the
we can do this
atmosphere
in a
where the
laboratory
gas is
setting. I
moving
just have to
freely
take you to like
Okay,
high Earth
well,
orbit.
this is the problem. This is the problem. You just have to do something that you can never do and haven't done to
I mean,
prove
it's
your
costly,
claim.
but I can probably do it.
Well, let us know when you can do it. Let us know when you can do it
Yeah,
then.
but that's
Because
not
for now,
rejecting the argument.
we're
That's
just
just,
talking about what can be proven, which is the containers.
I
Very
mean,
demonstrable.
I don't see any containers. Do you?
Okay, but I also can't see liquid, for example, because it's transparent. Also can't see some crystals or glass, for example, because they're transparent. Things can be
I
physical and be
never made any
transparent.
claims about
Awesome.
glass or crystals missing.
Yeah, it's like.
But at the end of the day, hold on. I'm just pointing out that physical things can be transparent. You said I can't see it. Well, maybe it's transparent. The thing is that to
Maybe
have
until
gas
we prove
pressure,
it. Yeah.
it's in the word pressure, PRESS. It needs to press. Well, this is the kind of thing that we can demonstrate to be true.
I mean, we
That
using
to
our
have the
tools, sophisticated
Let him
enough, can
finish.
demonstrate
Let him
truth.
finish.
pressure, it has to have something to press upon in a fixed volume. You know, like a balloon. I mean, it's really simple, my friend. We can demonstrate this to be true
No, I
ways
agree
to have
with
gas
you with
pressure,
the
you need a
physics of
fixed
specific
volume, a
gases on the.
physical boundary to contain the gas, the consequent of containing the. But your claim is what?
What do you
Gravity,
think
a
gas
decrease in
is? Is gas
entropy.
not matter?
Yeah, is it mass? Does gas
Yeah,
have
of course it
mass?
has mass.
Yeah.
Awesome. So awesome. And does mass attract mass?
Yeah, in general.
Awesome. So can you show me mass? Can you show me mass attracting gas then, please?
Yeah, you can conduct the Cavendish experiment with containers of gas,
No, that's not mass.
not just
Containers of
metal
gas.
balls.
That's not gas. I've asked you. Sorry, my friend. I've asked you specifically for mass attracting gas.
Yeah.
We can talk about
Gas
the Cavendish
is
experiment when
mass.
we've done this, but ultimately, I want you to demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate a big ball of mass attracting gas. Can you do that?
A big ball of mass contracting
It's
other
already
attracting
it's
other mass.
already
Yeah,
on the
sure.
planet
We
though.
have
It's
this,
already
the
on the
Cavendish
planet.
experiment.
No, he said gas, attracting gas, and you
Gas
said
is also matter. It has
we have
atomic weight.
containers of gas. Could you show us the Cavendish experiment using gas?
I can probably do it on my own, sure.
Okay, well, let us know when you've done that.
Okay.
By the way, you're gonna need some containers for that gas.
Yeah, we can
just
account
so
for
you
their
know.
weight too. That's okay.
But you're claiming you don't need containers for gas.
Well, here right now, I need to condense
In reality,
gas
we do need
so that I
containers
can
for
create
gas.
enough weight to create attraction, right?
No, well, you also
But
need the
not enough
container just so
mass
that you
that
can
way.
have the gas. Because if you don't have the container, where's the gas gonna go?
Well, obviously we can exclude the weight of the container and only include the weight of the gas
Yeah, but you're
itself.
saying you don't need a container.
Well, I mean, it will be impossible to create a point in space which is the weight of the the Earth, right?
Or centrifugal force one.
What vector is
Hold
weight?
on.
Which vector is weight?
I
Which
don't understand the
direction?
question.
I've got a scale. Which direction is weight? I've got a scale and I put something on it.
I don't
The
understand.
pressure
Weight
vector
is not
is
it's an
downward, right?
attribute, not a direction. I don't understand the question.
Okay,
It's
so
a
when I
malformed
put things
question.
on a scale, dude, listen, I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. When I've got a scale and I put something on that scale, it presses downwards weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said awesome. So being as gas moves in all directions and has a pressure vector in all directions, as in within the container, it's pressing upwards and outwards too. What the fuck are you talking about, mate? You're going to need a
Mm-hmm.
container to weigh the gas, and the gas
There
is
are other
moving in all
forces
directions.
influencing matter. Never said that there aren't, or other attributes to matter.
Yeah,
And
but to have gas,
fact
you
of
need a
the
container.
matter,
That's
quote
the
unquote,
point. To have
is
the
that,
gas, you need a container. That's the point.
well, in some cases, yeah.
In all cases.
In all cases.
Until you can
Really?
show us otherwise. Until you can show us otherwise.
What do you think
please
about
go for it.
Jupiter then?
Not that's the very thing that's in contention. Being as if
Alright,
I've got
Jupiter
a
is in
football,
contention?
I realise that the football. Listen. I understand if I've got a football, a spherical object of leather on the outside and gas in the middle, I understand that the leather ball is the thing that's keeping the gas inside. If I was to remove the leather ball, then the gas would fuck off. Now let's look at Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas within a vacuum. Uncontained, there's no leather ball around the outside. So according to laws of nature, the gas would disperse into the lower part of the sky. We're going to be talking about things that we can do here on Earth in laboratory settings.
No, because Jupiter has incredibly high gravity.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So before we start going,
Good story, bro.
before we start talking about Cavendish, which is 108 years out of date and was replaced by Einstein, let's go for the hypothesis of Cavendish. Can you give me the dependent and independent variables, please? What's the
I'm sorry, I
observed
don't understand the
phenomena?
question.
We're going to be doing science. You brought up Cavendish, so I want the hypothesis. I want the variables, please. First of all, the observed phenomena, something happening. So can you point out the dependent variable for the Cavendish experiment, please?
The dependent variable? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
the phenomena,
I truly
the thing
don't know what you
happening.
mean.
He doesn't understand what the scientific method is. He doesn't understand science. I don't know. This guy. I don't know
I
if he's
mean,
worth
you
it.
can make snappy comments and just asking
No,
for
I'm not
clarification.
trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. You
I
just don't know
mean,
what
you
you're
are
talking
being
about.
rude. Let's be honest.
2
I
seconds.
guess that's like
You were about to give
Scottish
us,
rudeness, right?
dude. Listen. You were about to give us the Cavendish experiment. Okay, that's fine. You said experiment. That's science. That would mean a hypothesis test. That would require a dependent and independent variable. So please understand what a hypothesis is. Don't say that you don't understand if you're going to be making a claim to science. So within the Cavendish experiment, what's the hypothesis? First of all, dependent variable, otherwise known as the effect or phenomena, the thing happening.
I think
Dude,
specifically
calm
the
down.
hypothesis, or I guess the conclusion to the Cavendish experiment, is to measure the mass of the planet
Okay.
using this
So
experiment.
you don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is, do you?
Hypothesis, I don't know it by heart for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. It's an
In
if
specific, I
this,
know what a
then that
hypothesis
statement.
is.
If
I
or
don't know
a
for the
prediction.
Cavendish experiment.
Well, then don't make a claim to science when you don't have a standard to
I
hold
didn't
it
make
to.
a claim to
Who's-
science.
You said experiment. The Cavendish
Yes.
experiment. You proven gravity with an experiment. An experiment
No.
is a hypothesis test. Science.
The hypothesis was that the Earth has a specific mass. The experiment was made to actually calculate the mass of the planet.
Okay. A hypothesis, my friend, is an if this, cause, then that effect statement.
Sure.
Where you have an independent variable that the researcher will vary and manipulate to see if it causes the phenomena. So the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena. What's the natural phenomena in Cavendish?
Well, given that the Cavendish experiment was designed to get the mass of the Earth, like I would assume the planet itself was the observable phenomenon.
So I'll point this out to you. If you're going to be observing a planet, concrete noun, your next question is what caused planet? Please, mate, follow along. I'm trying to help you, and also suggest
But
you
the
don't
one
know what you're
underneath your
talking
feet,
about.
I said.
Okay, is that a phenomena? Something happening?
Well, I mean, the planet is happening.
And what's
I mean,
the
it
cause
continues
of
to
that
happen.
happening?
There's a
What's the
continuity.
cause? What's the cause?
What is the cause for the existence of
Yeah.
the planet?
Yeah, exactly. See, this is how your hypothesis
Solar
is going to start
formulation,
falling apart
leftovers from the
Your
solar
hypothesis
disk,
is falling apart, my friend.
coalescing into like
You
This is
don't
why
lumps of
understand
matter.
the
he can't talk about Cavendish. Come on.
Well, I mean,
You just need to
what
stop
exactly
it.
do we need to talk about?
Well, I don't know, but you're not there on the science bit. I don't know.
The fact that you said
No, he might not. He
I'm
might not
sure
be,
you
but I
might
am.
think that, but
awesome. Let's go for you then. What's the
All right.
hypothesis in the
Are
Cavendish
we going to
experiment?
calm down? Are we
the
going to simmer down?
hypothesis
And
of the Cavendish
is your
experiment
Scottish
is
friend
that
going to
the
like
Earth had
back
a
out?
specific mass, and the way to calculate it is to use the Cavendish setup to do so.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, new guy.
That was
What's the
it.
hypothesis? Dependent variable. What is it?
I don't understand
Okay.
what you mean by independent variable.
Okay, bro. We're moving on.
God.
Okay. Who's the other guy?
Einstein debunked.
Well, you
your
just muted
claim.
me for fuck all, mate.
I didn't
You
mute
already
anyone.
said
What's going on?
Einstein debunked it. It's the force between
No,
space and
that's
time,
irrelevant.
not why.
We're not going to get this hypothesis for Cavendish then.
I mean, I said
180 years
it.
out of date. We're not.
The hypothesis was that the weight or the mass, English is a fourth language. The mass of the planet is this, and then they used the Cavendish experiment. Cavendish used his own experiment, he devised it, to calculate and see if it's true.
That's not a hypothesis, though, my friend. I've tried to help you by telling you that a hypothesis is an if this, cause, then that effect statement. So the observed
fine.
phenomena is the dependent variable. The effect we're trying to figure out the cause of.
Okay. Well, I mean, I told you what the hypothesis was.
Then you
There was a
can't really
speculated
hear
mass
science
of the
then.
planet.
Oh,
The
brilliant.
planet
So we're
itself
going to
being
be
the
working on
object of
begging the
this
question
research.
fallacy that the Earth's a fucking planet. So the
Hmm?
Earth's a planet. I give you that within the calculations of Cavendish, there's an R for radius of the Earth. My next question
Yeah,
is, how was
I
that
agree.
measured to be true?
The
Yeah. So how was
radius
that
of the
measured to
Earth?
be true? How,
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know at the top of my head.
Before we. Awesome. So this is called begging the question. If the Earth is a ball, blah blah blah, we're going to be asking for direct empirical measurements of that ball, the radius, for example, or drop over distance, for example.
Mhm.
So before we beg the question, can you give me the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, please?
Direct measure of the curvature of the Earth. Why are we talking about this?
Yeah. How was that done? Because
That's what
it's
we're
flat
talking
Earth.
about. That's what we're
Yeah.
interested in.
Oh, okay. Well, go on then. I'm not
Yeah. Come back when you have that. That'd be good.
sure.
Right. Who's the other new guy? He sounded like he had some energy.
Einstein said it doesn't matter about the Earth pulling it down. It's about all the forces of the entire universe, curvature in space and time. And that makes more sense in my head.
Awesome. Is that science or is that maths?
Both of it.
Is Einstein science or is it maths?
Oh, does Einstein believe at 9.8 meters is like the force? I don't know.
Dude, I'm asking you a very simple
Oh,
question. Has Einstein given us science or is he talking about maths? Which one?
isn't math used in science?
We can abstract math from science, but they're not the same thing.
Nobody says
Science
they're the same.
varies and manipulates physically presumed causes. Hold on. And not the same thing.
Never said
Are
they
they?
are.
You can abstract math from science, that's fine. But science is well, good. So my question is Einstein science or math? Which one?
It was math. It was
Awesome
math.
stuff. And can you tell me if space, height, width, and length is physical? Is time physical? Or did Einstein just reify not actual physical things, put them together for a space-time fabric, and then assert math to them based on the begging the question that the Earth is a ball sitting in the vacuum of space? There's no science here, my friend. And it's also a reification, not actual things. Can you bend time? Can you
I'm sure
bend
they use
space? You know,
I'm sure they use
absence
gravity
of
though.
anything.
What's in science
No, we're
for
talking
like
about
calculations.
gravity. We're talking about gravity, and specifically Einstein saying that the bending and warping of not actual things is gravity in his mathematical equations based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. So there's no science here, and it's also a reification of not actual things. Space, you know, the absence of anything. Can you bend nothing?
There are plenty
Simple
of things
question
in
is no,
space.
that's stupid. No, space, the absence of anything. So no thing. Can you bend? No thing.
Well,
God, let's go
space
for the
isn't
simpler
nothing,
one. Is time
is it?
physical? Is time physical?
I don't know what you mean by this.
Is
Physical, like
time
you can touch
physical?
time?
Can you? Yeah, exactly. So can you give me time so I can put it in a jar and I could add energy to it or even paint it red, for example? Can you physically give me time?
You
No.
mean? Oh wait, you're talking about space time,
Can you
right?
Different
physically know?
creatures experience time differently. So like maybe you could somehow do that.
Yeah, that's the
No, because
issue. It's
time is a
just
constant.
So space-time
Um,
is a
it's
concept,
above
right?
us.
It's just a concept, a mathematical concept, and the point is that imagining bending a concept isn't doing anything in the real physical world.
No, it is doing things in the real world. That's how you're able to use your internet that you're using right now to spout that bullshit.
What?
Brilliant. I've got a fucking toaster there for the Earth is spinning in the vacuum of space. Come on, sunshine, hurry up.
So we need to
Why do you guys always have
reify.
to be rude and condescending? I don't
I'm not being
understand this.
condescending. This guy's saying that we have to reify the concepts of space and time into Einstein's space-time concept, and then imagine it bending in order for the internet to work. I don't see
Right.
how it follows.
Yeah, so if somebody says something dumb because they don't know anything, and you saying that's wrong, it's ridiculous. It's not condescending. It's just saying time to go back to school. Or the books.
Yeah, listen, we're not here to babysit. We're here to have an adult conversation about reality.
Thank Christ. I hate babysitting in the other chats with like 5 people in a voice. Yelling.
Yeah, this is it. We're trying to have actual, productive, rational conversations. So if you can do that, you're welcome to stay, and we'd appreciate your input and your thoughts.
So that's not necessary. So we were talking about space time, and we're talking about Einstein's relativity. The way that we have satellites is also built upon this concept. Like we are able to use the internet because we know where to project our satellites. We know how the upper atmosphere works, et cetera, et cetera. This is a globe model.
Well, I don't think anyone's. I don't know what internet are you with. You think it's coming from like a
What
floating
internet are
metal
you with? It
box?
doesn't matter. It's still there's this.
You think it's coming from satellites?
Yes, the internet. You do need satellites in order to have internet connection. In some
Not
sense, yes, you do.
necessarily.
Not
you
necessarily,
don't.
sure, but fiber
There
changed
is
that, sure. But hold on.
under ocean cables. There's a whole network
That's
web.
what fiber is. Yes, I understand.
Yes,
And
we don't
every
need
time
to-
one of these cables enters a country, it goes through a node. And there are
I
several
think
nodes.
it's called Gateway.
Yeah. So
Around
over
the-
97% of Earth's communications are done by undersea cables, ground towers,
Yep.
things like that. So terrestrial
Yep.
technology. So there's no need to assume that they would be doing this outrageously expensive and difficult method of providing communications technology to all of us.
And it's
streaming
and it's-
Netflix rather than just using cables like everyone
And
knows
it's
they do.
purely on the expense side. It's a lot cheaper to do it via the cable and leave the satellites for
If
the
that was
companies that
true,
are going to
then we
pay
wouldn't.
for it.
If that was true, then we wouldn't be using ISPs in the way that we do. Yet we still do use these satellites, which are above us.
Don't
that are
get me wrong,
circling
satellites
around.
fill the gaps.
Yeah, exactly. But these
No
things
one's
exist in
denying
the globe Earth model. That's the
In
only
the
way that they
globe
can.
Earth model,
That's the
we're
only way.
talking. We're not assuming the globe Earth model is correct, though. Here, that's not what we're doing.
Sorry,
No,
the
it's
globe
obvious.
Earth
The
model
room's
is
name
correct.
is.
The globe Earth model is correct, is what I'm.
Well, we don't assume that. We're asking for the proof of that.
I mean, you're stepping on it.
And
There's
we're
many
not,
proofs. Yeah, there's like I don't know
we're
what to
also
say.
not going to be denying. Sorry, to help you along, my friend. We're also not going to be denying technology in the sky. Right? We obviously
Okay,
understand that there are things in the sky.
There are things in the sky.
Yeah, you know, like high altitude balloons, drones, and airplanes, for example. Repeaters in the sky. We're not going to be denying those. The thing that is in contention, as soon as you say satellite, is the vacuum of space.
The reason that
what
the
do you
Earth
think that these
looks
things in the
flat
sky are doing?
in your
Are they
perspective is
stationary?
because it's so goddamn large
Wait,
that
hold
with
on.
you
Let me build
standing
on
on
that.
it, the
Let me build on
analogy of a bug walking
we
on a
build on that?
balloon doesn't even come close. The size scale that you're unable to envision is the problem here. Plus look, I'm
Well, yeah,
not the
we're just
best at
going with
mathematics.
observation and
I'm
measurement.
not the best at complex mathematics, like working out the circumference of a circle when it comes to an object such as the Earth and how large it
I
is.
promise you, the fact that you know that, you would be able to do it. You just need the equation in front of you, and then
Exactly.
just put in numbers.
But
Put in
this is
numbers, and you
what
know
I'm
that
saying.
it's
Hold
globe
on, hear
Earth.
me out. This is complex mathematics, right? The one thing I will take my hat off to the flat earthers, right, is that they are in tune enough to know that there's something wrong with the things that are around them that they're seeing, right? That they are spot on about, right? The fact that they've fallen into this crevice of the flat Earth sort of model, right, is
No, there's
shouldn't
no
be
model, and it's not a
shouldn't
crevice
be.
of a model.
Just
Elijah
hear
would
me out.
say,
Hear me out.
okay,
Shouldn't
Sorry,
be
let him go.
something to criticize these people over, right? They're smart enough to understand that the world around us, we are being lied to. We can all agree on that. What we're being lied to is another thing altogether. That's where we're sort of in disagreement and,
Well,
you
the
know,
globe,
bickering
the
and
water
so on and so
ball.
forth.
But I also
Well,
think community is important, so a lot of people get together because of
but then
community.
well,
earlier
listen.
Elijah was
Not
saying that
about
you guys are not skeptics. You'd be
listen,
inherently skeptical.
listen.
I'm skeptic of capitalism.
We're to the person who was just speaking there. Yes, thank you, appreciate you. We are asking questions of the story that we were told, and you're talking about complex mathematics. It's not really that complex, although yeah, you do have to do a bit of reading about it. But we are actually expert in the claims of the geometry of the globe model. That's why we are here, because just like you saying there, you've recognized a lack of education on the specific numbers of the globe model, right?
Right.
So you're coming at that from a position of, oh, well, I don't know this yet because I've not really researched it. We have researched it. That's exactly what we are researching and testing. The claimed numbers for the globe model, the physical surface curvature, the amount that it's supposed to drop over a distance, the amount of obstruction that's supposed to be caused over a distance. We are the only ones that are really paying attention because we are testing these claims and
Yes.
they do not match the model, right? That's what we're saying. They don't match the model. That doesn't mean, as in the globe model, that doesn't mean that we're presenting a new model or a new imaginary image of the Earth from a position that none of us can go to. We're just talking about what we can observe, what we can measure, what we can verify, what we can experience on Earth, gas pressure, how everything seems to work. And we're not just giving away our agency to a third party to tell us what our entire worldview and cosmology and origin story should be. We're trying to figure this out zetetically, right?
So-
Which means to proceed by inquiry.
Two things. You're not an expert. I'll correct you on that. You are not an expert. But under your definition of what an expert needs to be is I understand. But then what you'll find is that later on, you and every other flat earther will always be in disagreement if you come in if this is how you're gonna go forward. You guys will never come to any
We're
conclusion.
not about consensus thought.
You will
right?
never
We
have
do not,
any
we do
model,
not
though,
care
is what I'm
for.
saying.
We do not
So you're
need to rely on
skeptics. Why?
consensus.
I understand. So you're skeptics. So why was the other guy earlier arguing
I'm
that
not
you guys
speaking
were
for.
not
I'm not
skeptics?
speaking for anyone else. I'm not speaking for what anyone else
Okay.
said. I'm just talking about what I'm doing here and what all these other guys here are doing here. Regardless, I mean, over hours and hours of conversation, of course, there's going to be a few things which may be taken out of context.
I
But
understand.
the point is, we're just doing an empirical, real life on our
Empirical how?
perception, like
Empirical
what we can
how?
observe, what we can
You
measure
yourself, right?
on the
You
ground.
yourself.
Yes, all of us.
Yes. And what happens though, not all of you, because what happens is that let's say, and this already has been happening within your community. One person comes up with some idea to start forming some sort of model. What ends up happening is that some other person empirically, because it's true to them as well, doesn't believe your model. So you guys can never come to some full conclusion
Well,
of
listen, let me
you
expand
don't
on that.
have a model.
Let me expand on that. So,
Okay.
what's generally agreed between people in the flat Earth quote unquote community is that there's no surface curvature, none that can be detected. There's no surface motion in terms of an axial tilt or a vector of the Earth that can be detected or measured. Gas pressure requires a container, right? So that's those 3 points are generally agreed. So what we have evidence for seems to be a topographical motionless plane that has to be contained in some manner. Now, where we don't all agree is on aspects of the Earth that cannot be directly measured, observed, either due to the nature of them, the distance of them, the scale of them, like massive mechanisms that are occurring across the entirety of the Earth, right? We can't pinpoint, measure, determine all of those causalities. So yes, there's disagreement within the community as to what certain mechanisms are, how they work, what the luminaries are, how far away they are, what medium they're in, all this stuff.
I respect that, and there's
And
also
we're not claiming
disagreement.
to have answers to that.
Yeah, there's disagreement also in science. What I
Yes,
what I
of
think
course.
I understand. So I understand, but the issue though is that, for example, why isn't it that you flat earthers? I'm not saying this like as an insult or anything. I mean flat Earth people that believe in flat Earth. Why not come to some conclusion totally, right? And then
Because that would
create.
be a fallacy. We can't jump ahead. We can only confirm what we can confirm, right? There's practical
But that
limitations to our
confirmation
knowledge
is
and testing.
individualistic.
Here, can I try
Well,
something,
yeah.
Cyclone?
Yeah, go for it, Chris.
Okay, so I think the concept of model in scientific modeling we're too far apart in that. Because
What do you mean too far apart?
Okay, because a model would just be. Are you just talking about like a diagram or
Yeah,
some
like
sort of?
for example, me as a globe earther, I believe that the sun is 93, 94 million miles away, right? What do you think? How far do you think the sun is? For example, how far do you think the sun is?
Yeah, I wouldn't make a claim to the sun if I'm talking about the Earth. That would be two separate models or two
No,
separate
but,
things.
okay, this flat. Okay, I understand. Okay, so let's
I
assume
would
the Earth is
say-
flat. Where is the sun? How far is the distance to the sun?
In the
In
sky.
your model.
The sun is in the
Where
sky.
is the sun?
Yeah, see, I mean,
Here,
again,
okay, I
this
got
is
an
one of those
idea.
speculative.
Let me see if
Sorry,
I
go
can
on,
post
Chris.
a model, okay, that you would agree with. And see if you would say, yeah, this is a model, and a model would have a hypothesis, and I could
I
test
gave
that
you a
hypothesis.
number. What's your number for the sun or the moon?
I could just pull a
Even
random
if it is
number
a
on my
floating
ass.
ball in a
Just
dome,
quickly,
where is how far is
just
it?
quickly, let me interject this. If we don't present you with a number, does that mean that your number is correct?
I do not believe that that's true. No, I'm
Okay,
just
cool.
asking for
Because I don't believe that
something.
either. I wouldn't present a number. What I would say is, I don't believe it is a 93 million mile plasma gas ball in a vacuum casting parallel light rays on us. I would say it seems to be closer and smaller. Does that mean I know what it's made of or how it's doing what it's doing? No, that's just my take on it.
Why do you think it's smaller, and why do you think it's closer? Is my next question to that. I'm trying to engage.
Yeah, why not from there you'd go to the sun?
Why do you
and
think
look at-
it's smaller and closer?
Make your own
That's what I'm
observations.
asking.
Right. Well, for
How do
starters,
you
I
get
would
to the
say
conclusions that you came to? And
No,
what if they
no,
change?
no.
See, your
I
model,
think it's 40.
Epsilon,
I think it's
relax, dude. I'm posting the model for you in a second. I just want to make sure how much buy-in I got on you. So if somebody told you a story, they told you the sun is a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, and it's 93 million miles away. If somebody just randomly told you, well, guess what? New evidence or new data or a new story come up, and it's not that. It's something other than that. What you have to suddenly change and adopt your whole worldview to match some other guy's story.
I appreciate this skepticism.
This is a religion you have. Okay, I'm not
No, I
challenging
understand.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
No,
I
this
Pump the
guy's
brakes.
being pretty chill. This guy's being pretty
Epsilon,
chill.
pump the brakes. I'm not trying to challenge your religion. Okay, so if you
he's also
ask me
playing a
to,
video game
I
while
am not
talking to you
religious.
guys.
What do you mean by
yeah, are you
religion?
playing
Do
a
you mean
video game?
He is.
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
dude.
Dude,
There's a
please.
lot of times we see globalists do this. They're not really paying attention because they're playing a video game. They're
I've
doing
been
some.
engaging with you this whole time, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
he
we go.
was,
Well,
he
I'm
was
gonna pull
responding
something for you
at
to look
least.
at. How can I pull stuff for you to look at if you're playing a video game? You're not looking at it.
Okay, well, just
you haven't
confirm.
sent anything because I'm looking at the side chat.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Dude, come on.
Oh, just give
Seriously.
me. What's your take on it? What do you see?
I see it's that game that it's the game that it floats around and then you have to hit it one side on the other. This is like a joke. You're
Does
trolling.
it work as a model or not?
It's not a model. When I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in the scientific sense. You're
Yeah, cause and
you're
effect.
making this conversation like lower than where it needs to be.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to start at the lowest possible denominator. So this would
Okay,
not.
let's start as
so
low
this
as
would
you want
not
to
work
go.
as a
Then.
model
Okay,
for
let's
you.
start here. Okay, here I'm not gonna play anymore. You won't hear my keyboard typing. I'll be here this whole time. So you're saying this? Okay, what does this ball show you?
You're talking about the movement of the sun over the sky, and the ground being
Okay,
flat.
but why do you think the ball when I hit it and you're playing tetherball, right? When you hit that ball, why do you think it's moving in the way that it is? Why doesn't it like float up or is it because it's a flat plane? I'm even helping you here. Do you think it's a
You've
flat plane
added
that has no force?
information. Now you're talking about a different model. I'm just talking about what do you observe the sun to do? It moves across the sky, and the surface of Earth is flat.
No, we move.
Can you model
we
that?
move.
Yes or no?
No, we move,
How?
and
Okay,
sure,
can
the
you show
sun
me
does
that?
have movement,
How
but
do you know that you move?
I understand, and this is an ultimate level of skepticism. But
It's not. This is what you're asking for.
No,
Wait.
but the thing is, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Look, and the way that I understand how you're saying, what you're saying is, let me word it for you. You're saying, how can I prove myself that that the sun is, we're moving around the sun completely? Why is it that the sun is not moving around us in the stationary plane? How do I prove that model? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm being told that we are, as being on Earth, the ones moving around the sun because of this thing that we call gravity. And then we have gases, and then we have atmosphere that is being held by gravity, which is a container, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Am I on the right page?
Yeah, see, each one of those things is another thing you'd have to add to a model, and it gets more and more
No, but the thing
complex.
is, I have a
Cause
model,
and effect
you don't.
relationships. How do you know this stuff? Where does this information for that model come from? It's just a story. You're just painting.
It's not a story.
Hold on, let's let Jedi get in here.
I apologise. When we're talking about scientific models, that is something that is able to be tested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So when you make the claim that gravity's holding gases, is that a claim that I can go into a laboratory and confirm?
Yes, we do this through mathematics. Yes.
So for example, I could go into a laboratory and I could have a big mass, and that big mass would attract the gas. Now, would it?
Not in the way that you're asking
Wait,
for it, but yes.
He just said you do this through math.
No, that's the only way. That's
said
the only way
modeling.
that we
I
understand.
you're supposed to say modeling.
Right.
You've
Wait.
already
So
deflected.
now we're
I
getting somewhere.
understand. Yes,
So
exactly.
now we're getting
I
somewhere. We're
understand.
getting somewhere now.
Yes.
So the only way that you can do this is through conceptual math.
But this is,
No, the
but this
high
is
tides and
okay.
low
But
tides
okay,
from the
the
moon.
only way that you're able to utter things out of your mouth because you're using the English language is through prediction. No, it's the same thing. Guys, we found Neptune because of these mathematics. This is a fact.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
I am chill. Okay, go ahead.
Yo, hello. The Earth's not flat, man.
Thank you.
No, not thank you. I fuck your mom. Look.
So you fuck corpses. Well done. Right. So ultimately, I asked you if a scientific model that was something that could be tested, and then you gave me math.
It is tested. Yeah, because mathematics is true.
Hold on. I asked for a scientific model. You understand that science and math are different things, and science is a physical
No,
manipulation.
mathematics is within the scope of science.
Yeah, you can abstract math from science, but a scientific model, that's cause and effect relationships, right? Something that I can take into a laboratory and physically test to be true.
Well, no, mathematics is discovered, whereas science, in the way that you're trying to gauge it or what you're trying to say, is discovered and put out to the general public. That's science.
Was mathematics discovered in a cave or something?
No, the only reason, okay, for example, we have
Sorry,
how many
Jedi,
fingers? We
sorry.
have 10 fingers, right? We have 10 fingers, we use base 10. So when you use...
I have to start at the beginning, aren't I?
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding. I apologize. Let's say again.
That's fine. I asked you for a scientific model. You understand what science
E
is, don't
equals
you?
MC squared. That's a scientific model. X plus X.
My friend, would you, okay, let's put it like this. Would you understand that pseudoscience is something that is claimed to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method?
Yes.
Pseudoscience, right? Awesome. You're giving me math. I'm asking for science. You said a testable model, so a scientific model, something that I can physically test, not abstract math.
I understand what you're saying.
So you can't scientifically prove your claim then?
So in the way that you're framing it, and I'm being as good faith possible as I can. In the way that you're framing it, you are correct. But the issue, though, is that we wouldn't have the knowledge in order to be able to do anything that we have access to do today if we did not have prediction, which is everything that we do.
Like Velcro?
When you wake up in the morning and you're alive, you're saying, well, I am this age and I drink enough water, I work out, and I do these things in order to live this life. You're making a prediction which is
You're a
math.
model?
This is a model,
You're a
but you
model.
have no model.
You're
You
not
have
you.
no model.
You're a
Flat
model
Earth is
instead
not.
of you.
But no, I'm sympathizing with you, and I
Post
understand
diction.
where you're coming from. But the thing is,
Post
you're
diction.
doing the same thing every single day.
Post
The way
post
you,
diction.
even you being able to
Dude,
communicate and use
listen
the
to the
English
words.
language.
Listen to the
Okay,
words that are coming out of my mouth. That's post diction, not
but think
prediction.
about what you're saying. The words that are coming out of your
Man,
mouth, you have no proof. Do you know Latin in order to derive the Germanic language that we call English now?
This is going to absurd levels of sophistry
It's
here.
not. It's
All we're
not. It's
telling
not
you is that
absurd.
water rests flat, so that rules out the possibility of Earth being sphere.
No,
That's
I
literally
wasn't
it.
the
Why
one
is
that
that
took it to
so
this
hard for you to
point.
understand? Why do you have to talk
What?
through me when I'm saying that to you? You're telling me, no, that's not what you're saying? No, I'll tell you
Yeah,
what we're
right.
saying. We're
Water
saying
rests at
that
8
water
inches
rests
per mile.
flat, therefore the Earth cannot be a sphere. That's
The
literally
water
it.
does
If you
not
stop
Water
rest.
rests at
talking
8
through
inches
The
per
us, if you
water.
mile.
stop talking through us when we're telling you what we're actually saying, you might finally
I'm
figure out what
correcting
we're
you.
saying.
I'm just correcting you because you're wrong.
What was I wrong about?
We're
The
all
water
really
rests
heated
at
up.
8
Can I
inches
make
per
one
mile.
comment?
Well, I can't tell what I'm wrong about when all of you talk at once.
You just go one
I mean,
at a
I'm
time.
watching
Come on,
ships
big
go out
boys.
to sea right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
They drop at 8 inches per mile.
Why are we on to
no,
the
they
next
don't.
issue? Hold on. I want to respond to
That's
Epsilon.
Yeah.
that's not even the right rate of
This is
curvature
a
drop. 8
deflection.
inches per mile is a slope. This guy is demented. So go ahead and respond to Epsilon, whoever that
Okay,
was.
so
Curvature.
Epsilon, he was bringing up science, right? That was him that brought that up.
I
I've been
just got
kind of half
unmuted,
listening.
so I don't
Okay.
know.
Were
Yeah.
you talking about science and post-diction and prediction?
I wasn't the
And
one that brought this up. It was someone else, and I just was going down their like
but you
thing
agreed
because
with that. Okay,
and that's just
so
the model.
when we do those kind of things and we talk about the future and stuff like that, you need to be able to make a prediction, test it in the real world, and get the results your prediction is telling you, or whatever model you're using is broken. But if you can make observations but cannot figure out what model that they fit into, but you know they don't fit into a model that you already have, you can still have those observations and keep them there as something you know because you've observed them without having a model. You don't have to have a model to keep those ideas and remember them, right? You're asking us to have a model so that we can talk about the ideas that we've already tested.
No, I respect this, and this is what I'm saying. You guys are skeptical. I understand. This. I really respect that. I think that that's great. I think you should be skeptical. The issue, though.
Good. Okay. We're skeptical. Now,
Brilliant.
we're just waiting for the globe proof. Or are you skeptical too?
No, we're not skeptical. Why
We'll just let them have that
why do
word
you
if they
guys
need to.
keep letting them misuse the word skeptical?
Can you post your definition of skeptical?
Well, of their claim of a globe Earth, I am.
Yeah, because if you look at their model
there's
is
only
96% dark matter, dark energy. It's unobservable. If somebody has a model that is composed of 96% sky magic,
well,
I'm
it
going
would
to be
need to be a
very
globe,
skeptical
right?
of that.
It would need to be a globe in order for that to
Do you know
really
why
exist.
dark matter exists?
Excuse me. It would have to be a globe in order for that to exist. Are you guys still wondering about whether things measure to be a globe?
No, it's definitely not a globe.
So technically, you can't be skeptical of something you know can't exist, because what precedes that is there being a sphere. What precedes the sphere? The Big Bang and the vacuum of space and all this other shit. You can't be skeptical of something you know is not the case.
But you could be skeptical of the claim as a claim. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. A story.
Is this the Christian chat? I'm lost.
That is
No,
whatever.
That's what it seems like, but I'm just waiting for them to.
We're
I'd
not
like to
speaking about
respond,
religion
but I
at
don't
all.
want to get. I don't want to get. I don't want to get muted. So
We're speaking about the nature of the physical nature of things like water and gas and the earth. And all that has nothing to do with religion.
Roman Catholic Christians created the heliocentric religion. So
You could say I'm
Yeah, you
skeptical of that.
Glovers are Christians because you follow the Christian model of the universe.
That would be wrong
So
because
you are the
that would be
Christians.
wrong because Galileo was going to he was going to get hung because he thought that we were not the center
You
of the
need to open the
universe.
history
No,
book
that's
there.
literally wrong.
That was
No,
at the
that's
height.
literally wrong.
Epsilon,
You
you're
know-
not listening. You're not really looking at history. That was the height of the Inquisition. People were getting burned at the stake for having a lazy eye.
Hold on.
He
I think
got house arrest.
So then don't say that Christianity, don't say that
You're not
scientists were
listening to the
all with
story.
Christianity.
Open the history book. You don't know the
Guys.
story of Galileo.
Quick,
He
2
made-
I
seconds.
just
I think
told
Jedi's
you
trying to
that
get
what
in.
I said was
This is
true.
what happened with Galileo. Galileo was told not to release this information because it's batshit crazy. It will weaken the power of the church. The Pope told him not to do something, and he did it anyway. And for defying the Pope, for basically at that time defying God, he was given house arrest. This was at the height of the Inquisition when people were being burned for almost anything at the
And
stake.
just to add to that, I'm pretty sure that
Thank you
he
for bringing that up.
recanted. He recanted on his deathbed, did he not? Or
did.
towards the end, he recanted.
He
Sorry,
did.
I think Jedi was trying to want to get in.
Yeah, that's true too. That he took it all back. He said, "I should have never disrespected the Pope. I should have followed exactly what you said."
I just wanted
You
to
are a bit
point out.
quiet, Jedi.
I do apologise. I just wanted to point out that it was a Roman Catholic priest, Monsignor Lamette, who came up with the Big Bang Theory. That's a priest who came up with that idea. That was in 1927 or 1929, I do believe.
Yep, almost 100 years ago.
So that again come out of the Roman Catholic Church.
See, you could say, and someone at the start of their flat Earth journey could start off being like they are skeptical of claims made by heliocentric religious authorities. It would be their first step. But at some point, they're going to go through and adjudicate all these different models. And there's been about 3,000 different heliocentric models presented since Copernicus. Copernicus himself presented 16 different models. So you could say that, hey, you and me, right, are only one model apart. You've rejected 3,000. I've rejected 3,001. We're not that different.
And at the end of all of these claims, you're going to need the Earth to be a ball, which is the main point of contention.
That's the same thing. So let go of the model because the model's never going to be perfect. The model's never. You can blast holes in any model. That's so right. And that's why
Epsilon wants a model to dictate his worldview. So the
right away when I
Catholic
linked the scientific model, it's only meant to represent a single aspect, not the whole thing. The whole thing represents the whole thing. Reification fallacy down to a very small aspect, and then be like, "Hey, look at this," and then all of a sudden that proves all the aspects.
Yeah,
And
it's
this
crazy.
is why Michio Mokaku had said this is the biggest crisis in cosmology right now. The model is off by a factor of 1 with 120 zeros behind it. He said if you're off by a factor of 1, it's a huge deal.
The thing is that and this is kind of the main point that I'm saying, and I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm not in disagreement as much as you think that I may be. It's just that the way that you philosophize the way that these things come to be is different. And I understand where you're coming from. The issue is that there's no way to, in your philosophy, move forward. And
No. Listen, we're not trying to claim. We're not trying to claim how things came to be. We're not here to tell a story.
I'm not shaming. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
We're just talking about how things are, how things observe, how things measure in the here and now. We're not telling you how things came before or after, or things that we can't measure or observe. We're just talking about what we can measure and observe.
You as an
We branched off
individual.
into history for a moment there. I'm going to
You
make
as an
another comment.
individual.
100 years ago, a good number of scientists that were respected still believed in theories that aren't compatible with ideas like evolution. They didn't believe in genes so much. We knew heredity, but we didn't know how it works. And the people that had ideas but couldn't quite prove them yet, right? They were just called crazy. A lot of them were, just ignored and blackballed. They weren't allowed to join conferences or even get paid in universities. But in the last century, we've made so much progress in genetics. We have a whole bunch of models now. We still don't know a lot. But so if you go back 100 years and you tell them about genes, they're going to be like, dude, we know that the stuff your father did, you're going to be good at. Like, we know how it works. Just go away. That's what you're doing right now.
Oh, this is the conspiracy chat.
So you've got a model
you're
that
saying,
you know is wrong.
hold on,
Okay,
hold
this
on,
is
hold on.
your framework, right? You know
Scientists
that your
are not
model is
religious.
wrong, and you want me to replace it with a different model that is also wrong. It's not going to work, dude. That's an unworkable situation.
And what's funny is that we're talking amongst each other. I do not believe, you were just talking to someone who believes in your worldview, and then you said that you can conversate, but then you're both still going to be wrong. This is the issue.
The
We
model,
need some
the
sort of-
model. A model will always be wrong. It will only represent. I've linked to you the scientific definition of the model. It
But
says
you
so
want
right
us,
in there.
at this point, you want us to be cavemen.
No. See, the issue is you seem to be, you have your mindset on this wrong. You seem to be saying that even though we may agree.
Wait, who are you speaking to? I apologize.
To you, because you're saying we may agree with these fundamental tenets of the Earth being a topographical plane, but you're saying because we might have some disagreements in the other areas, that's a problem. We don't see challenging our own ideas as a problem. We see those as the way to get closer to the truth, which is
Then
what
you would be a
exactly has
scientist
happened.
as well.
Which is what we're talking about. This is what we
Yes,
are doing.
and I
We're not,
agree.
but you're framing it like that's a problem. You're saying because you don't have consensus, that's a problem. What you're in your mindset, consensus is the gold star, the gold standard, right? That's fallacious, and it's the opposite of the truth, right? Consensus is not how you breed progress.
Consensus is pretty
It's
good.
disagreement. No, you're saying it's a
I
problem that
understand
we
what
don't
you're
have
saying.
consensus. We don't need consensus. We only need. Well,
Because it
we
would
started
go
about
against
agreement
what you
about
believe
reality.
in. It would go against what you believe in
Listen.
to have consensus, right?
The reason you need consensus is because you don't have direct evidence.
Well, but then how do you have generational? For example, if I'm sure some of you guys have children, right? And your children need, a lot of the time when you're raising a child, let's just say,
Keep
this
reaching.
child,
This is
no,
deflection.
I'm not reaching, because when you raise a child, what happens is that you teach them the things that you know about the world. And
Keep reaching for that
this is
appears a consensus
consensus.
fallacy.
You have consensus in your families.
Are you
Otherwise, we
cynical?
would.
This is non sequitur. We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about genetics.
I'm giving you an example of how what you're saying is
you're giving us an
ridiculous.
example. No, you relate your discussion to the curvature and the motion of the Earth that you believe in. Then you'll be more on point.
Do apologise to interrupt as well, guys. If we're talking about scientific consensus, then there better be an experiment for everybody to agree upon. And then we would require the experiment.
Yeah, if that
Called
consensus,
statistics. That's
if
called
that
statistics.
consensus, if that
That's not called
consensus is not
That's
statistics.
literally
based-
called
that-
statistics.
I'm trying to say something to you. If that consensus is not based on science, then it's worthless. You might as well throw it out. You don't actually have any science.
Guys, and this guy laughed at me when I said statistics, but think about what I'm trying to say. Not everybody's going to agree on all things. Let's say you hate scientists. There's scientists that study the same exact thing but have two different views.
Why
Now
would we
you have
hate
a
scientists?
statistical. You have a
Why do you keep
statistical
talking
discrepancy.
about people and what people think? We're just
Because you
asking
guys don't
for the direct
understand.
evidence. Why do you keep talking in the middle of people's sentences? We're just asking
He's
for the
making a good
direct
point.
evidence. We're not looking into what people
brought it
think,
up
what
earlier.
people say, what people agree on. It's not a social question. It's a geometric one. Just provide us the direct evidence for it. If you can't do
Some
it,
people are
you
being
have to talk about
disingenuous.
what people think. You obviously don't have the evidence. And you should just wait for someone else who does to step up because it's getting ridiculous.
Hey guys, I know we're passionate about LGBT, but come on, let's calm down.
That's brilliant.
Wait, am I in the wrong DC again?
Making a good point. Some people
Yeah,
are
I'll help
being
you with
made
that.
fun of for being dumb.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt.
And
The gentleman who brought
Doping,
up
and now you are as well.
The
I want to
gentleman
be
that brought
careful, so I'm going to wait till.
Be quiet. Jedi's trying to get in.
the gentleman who brought up scientific consensus and statistics. Remember when we spoke about 10 minutes ago and we got to the agreement that pseudoscience would be something that is purported to be science but does not follow the scientific method? There's no statistics in the scientific method, my friend. If they're going to be agreeing on something scientifically, that better be an experiment that we can all repeat and validate. You know,
The
step
only
4.
reason I brought up statistics was to tell you it was a different point. Because it was a whole different point.
Non
Just be
sequitur
careful.
then.
Just be careful when you say scientific consensus, because that better come down to an experiment that you, me, and everybody can verify to be true or not.
And we're trying to follow these points through to conclusion, right? So just to segue off into another point in the middle of it, it's just kind of
Hard for
derailing.
me. It's hard for me to go down like a line of logic, and then I try to use an example, and then it becomes that I'm saying something that's like derailing.
Well, you just said yourself it was a totally different topic or example
Because
or whatever.
you guys are the ones you can ask just a straight question, and then
Ask you a
I can
straight
do.
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Yes, we use this. How do you prove a spherical radius? What's the
With
what's
direct measurement. Sorry,
with
with
direct?
direct
Okay,
measurement.
what does direct mean to you?
Well, basically, let me just get to the crescendo of my point before we go down this road. Now,
I
you
know.
say yes.
See, that's why. Answer my question. I answered yours. What does direct mean to you? And then you will
So
go
on the
back and go ahead. What does
on the
direct mean?
surface of the Earth, directly measuring it to be true. So, for example, I can measure a table directly, yes?
Exactly.
So I should be able to measure a surface
Yes,
directly,
I
yes?
agree. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So back to my question, which was malformed, just to see if you understood what I was saying. So is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape
Based
of an
on
object?
the way that you're saying, based on the way that you're framing this, yes, I would agree with you that my view is malformed because
No,
I
question.
cannot measure
Listen.
a table the same way that I can measure the
Dude.
earth.
Dude, my question was
Or vice
malformed.
versa, should I say?
Dude, my question was malformed to see if you were following. So
No, it was
science
perfectly formed.
No, listen. A scientific experiment deals primarily with cause and effect. Therefore, there couldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object.
But we're
Me
talking
and you
about
just-
direct, but we're talking about the direct influence of how we get that information,
He's
correct?
not listening, is he? He's clearly
No,
not listening to me.
he's not. It's really difficult to talk to somebody who's playing a video game. It's
I'm
like
not playing any games. I can tap my keyboard right now. I'm tapping.
So I think that the
I'm
problem
not
for you,
playing any games.
yeah, you're having some comprehension issues, and that's why this
No,
conversation isn't advancing.
he said that you need a direct influence, like when you measure a table. And then I'm asking him, okay, I understand how you can measure a table. You have that direct knowledge in order to be able to measure a table. And then what I'm asking is, I know where you're going to go with this, because how do you directly, in the same sense that I can measure a table, how do I measure that the earth exactly
Well,
is what it is? But
if you
the
don't
only thing that
know-
I would have, hold on, the only thing that I would have is an equation, right? Which was told to me by some
based on what
scientists.
measurement? Based on what measurement?
But this is where he was going, correct? Was I wrong? Was I?
Yeah, based on
You're
what
completely
measurement is that
incorrect.
equation?
Yeah, please don't think that you know what I'm going to talk about. So my question was, is there a scientific experiment that proves shape? If you knew what science was, you should have turned around and said, bloody hell, Jedi. Of course there's not. Science only deals with cause and effect within the physical and natural world. To figure out the shape of an object, you have to directly measure it. So we've been told for a very long time that science proves the shape of the Earth. But if we know what science is, we will understand that science isn't the tool for that particular piece of inquiry. Direct measurement would be the particular source, right? We would directly measure something to be true if it was a shape. You get it
And
now,
you're
do
saying,
you?
and you're saying, I'm trying to understand. And you're saying that this, if we have this direct influence for measurement, it would be apparent, right? But within science, what happens is that we change from, let's say, a round Earth to now what's called an elliptis, right? So it's not that, because that changes at the equator, right?
Let me ask you more simply then. Do we use science to figure out the shape of objects?
Do you need science to think about the shape of objects? Well, you need
Let me say-
multiple things. You need language. You need many things.
Do we use
Sensory.
science? Hold on, my friend. Very simply, Do we
Yes.
use science, a hypothesis into cause and effect relationships,
Yes.
to figure out the shape of objects?
Yes.
You don't
No.
need science to think or language.
No, we do. We do.
No,
That's
man.
why you know that a square is different from a circle.
Well, let him tell us how. Let him tell
You
us
don't
how.
need
This should
language
be
to
good.
think about.
I
Yeah,
see
because
this as
we're
a
using the thing is
disqualification.
you're using like these language things. So okay, is a square the same thing as a so science? Okay,
Listen,
science is
stop
never
right
complete.
there. Hold on, reset. You just said yes, we can use the scientific method, a hypothesis test for cause and effect, to determine a shape. Now tell us how we do that.
So when you do that, what you're saying is that we're going to use this thing called a square, and we're going to use linguistics to make this thing a square. We're going to say that this is called a square, and then that's scientific. But then that can change because
You're
now
talking
we have,
about talking
hold
with
on,
other people.
Now we have a rectangle, and that's
no.
kind of a square,
No.
but it's not quite a square.
No,
But
your
then that's
original
different from a
statement
circle,
was-
and that's different from an ellipse, and then that's different from a sphere.
Your
No, I'm not
original
trolling.
statement was, can we think about shapes without science? And then later you said you need language. No, if you are just thinking by yourself, alone,
I'm
about
talking about the
shapes-
way we define science.
Okay, if you're talking to somebody else, that's different. But if you're just thinking, if you're just sitting around thinking about shapes, you don't need a single word or letter, right?
That's because it's been proven for you already, and you're
No,
just
no, no,
taking
no,
on
no,
those
no, no, no.
belief systems.
If you look at a shape, if you see
Okay.
a perfect square in front of you, and you see a perfect circle beside it, you don't need words to see that those are different.
Yeah, true.
Let me do
I
this more
agree with
simple.
you, and that was like the previous conversation, and that's why I was saying I used the example of the table that he was
friend.
using versus the
Dude.
globe.
Let me do this more simply. You remember when you were at school?
not simple.
Did you
I
learn
think you
about?
can't. Go ahead.
Listen, please. Did we learn about shapes in math and geometry, or did we learn about shapes in science class? Which one?
We learned about shapes in I guess general study. I'm not really sure. It's scientific, but it's general,
geometry. So, for
which is
example, a triangle.
linguistic. And
Dude,
go ahead.
come on, stop spiraling for me. We
What language
understand
do
that
you
we.
speak?
I'm talking English. I'm hoping you fucking
No, but
understand,
what
mate.
language? Okay, but you know that
So, my
square
question
means something
is,
different in French, right?
before you start rattling off, did we figure out shapes in math class or science class? Which
It was
one?
general. It was general education. You should have done this in like
It was in math.
you were probably
It was in math.
kinder.
Dude, what's a triangle? Did we learn how to measure the interior angles of a triangle in
But
science
that's a
class or in math
linguistic
class?
principle. That's a linguistic principle, and you're trying to conflate the two.
I'm
That's
trying to
the
point
issue
out,
that I have
my
with you.
friend,
And you're
listen,
saying that I'm
trying to point
simplifying
out
it when
to you,
you're the one simplifying it.
dude, I'm trying to simplify it for you.
No, I don't
That
think you
science,
understand.
dude, my God, why have you got to keep fucking talking? Science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. To figure out the shape of objects, we use direct observation and measurement. Being as science deals primarily and only with cause and effect relationships, it's quite obvious to me and everybody else, but apparently not you,
Using
that
that
science.
same logic, why would you use this thing called a triangle?
Stop interrupting him. I don't want to hear you do that again. Let him finish the end of his statement before you go, or else you're just going on mute.
The only reason I'm bringing this up, mate, is to elucidate the issue of science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. Math, observation, direct measurement is the tool that we use to figure out the shape of objects. So when they tell us that science proves the shape of the Earth, we must understand that that cannot be true because science would not be the tool that you would use for that particular piece of inquiry.
Check or hold.
Valid.
Okay, so there we go. Now we got it. We got to a conclusion that everyone can agree with. Science adjudicates how and why, not what and is.
If he's muted, we can unmute him.
He put himself in self-mute.
You somehow managed to mute himself.
I think this guy, my main take is that he's just too distracted playing video games is very
I'm literally
difficult.
not playing video games. I just don't want to get. I'm just waiting until it all stops.
Okay, so do you understand what I said? Being as you didn't interrupt and everybody else was quiet, did you understand what I said?
Yes.
Good. So do we have a concession that you
No.
agree that science is not the tool to figure out the shape of objects and it's math, observation and measurement that is the tool that you would use?
So the thing is that science, you can have a social science as well, and there is not mathematical explanations in social sciences. For example, anthropology is still a science, but it doesn't need to use mathematics in order to progress forward. Science, the concept of science, is having some idea that's generally agreed upon, and then what you guys would say would be, well, I disagree about this general agreement because it's something that you're being told. And I understand that.
Do you remember about now 15 minutes ago where we came to the agreement that pseudoscience is a claim that is said to be science but does not follow the scientific method? Do you know what the scientific method is?
The Earth is
Sure.
flat.
You have like the steps, yeah.
Awesome. What's the first step?
Create like some sort of question.
And the question is about what, my friend? Come on, let's be really simple. We're going to be doing natural science. Yeah. So in natural science, what is the first question about?
In natural science, are you talking about like, let's say, rocks? Are you saying like what's natural science to you?
Natural science, you know, the study of the physical and natural world. In
Okay,
the
so
study
you're
of
saying like geology and these things, like
no,
natural
not about
sciences.
geology. No. I'm just trying to point out the
What does
scientific
natural
method.
science mean to you? And then I can answer your question better.
My God, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Dude, what does natural science mean to you? And then I will answer the question.
The study of cause and effect relationships within the physical and natural world. So what's step one of that then?
Your observations.
Of what?
Of phenomenon.
Yeah, well done. So something happening. So the next
Yes.
step, step two, being as we've got our dependent variable, something happening, what's the next step?
So once you have this, you test this.
Hold, dial it back a little bit. We've got a phenomena. What's the question we're asking?
Is this phenomena consistent?
No. What
That is
causes?
what happens.
Hold on. What causes that to happen?
We've already passed that because we already know that
No,
this
we-
phenomena is existing between two entities, or there's a difference.
no,
We have to
no.
question
We
whether
haven't-
this goes forward.
No,
we haven't.
no,
We
you're not
haven't.
responding to his question. Try again.
So we got to the observed phenomena, something happening. Step two is to make a prediction as to what causes that. Yeah.
I literally just I just said that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're supposed
So-
to prove that this becomes something. Yes.
Awesome. So we've made a hypothesis, okay? An
Do you want me to
independent
use
variable.
do you want me to use the language of the scientific method? Is that what you're saying? I thought you were asking me just personal questions and try to frame it in the way that so we can have a
Trying to
conversation.
figure out if you understand anything about what you say you
What
are
does
talking about.
a hypothesis means that you I just don't understand. We already passed this.
No, we haven't. That's why we're still here. I'm trying to point out to you that maybe you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, continue to educate me.
Awesome. No, that's fine. So a hypothesis is an if this then that statement. If presumed cause, then phenomena will happen. That's a hypothesis, right?
Say that again, sorry.
A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. If this presumed cause, then that phenomena will happen, correct?
Yeah, that's what you're assuming, yes.
Oh, no, it's not what I'm. Well, prediction.
No,
yeah,
that's
but
the only way. You have to assume in order to create the hypothesis. But yes,
that's
yes,
fine,
you're
no
correct.
problem. What's the next step? After
I'm
I've
from
created
Namibia,
the
by the way.
hypothesis. That's fine.
But go ahead.
Now we've created the hypothesis. What do we do next?
You test this.
Brilliant. In an experiment, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Something physical where you, the researcher, or myself will physically manipulate the presumed cause to see if that happens again, right?
Yes.
Awesome. What's step 4?
You come to the conclusion.
We've reached a conclusion in the experiment. Step 4 is repeat and verify. So you do the experiment, and then you give it to me, and then I
Yes.
do it, right?
But the thing
Awesome.
is that your conclusion is going to be in your flat Earth world. Your conclusion is going to be different from another
Hold
flat
on.
Earthers.
We've just gone around this circle. Science isn't the tool we figure out the shape of objects with. It's cause and effect based. This is why I'm having this conversation, to hopefully help educate you. Don't straw man
And
with
I
me.
went to
flat
Berkeley.
Earth.
I mean, I'm pretty good, dude, on my
Get
education.
fucking belligerent in a minute.
My girl's a
Don't.
master anthropologist. He has a master's in
Hey, stop
anthropology.
talking about yourself. You do that
No,
too
I'm
much.
just
You
saying,
can't
don't
hear
say that I'm
Jedi when he's trying to
uneducated.
educate you on things you still
You
haven't
don't
learned
have
after being
education.
told like 6 times in a
There we
row.
go.
So be quiet so you can listen to the explanation.
Okay.
Apparently I don't have education, though I've taken my time and patience to help you understand what a hypothesis is, where 15 minutes ago I fucking doubted you knew what you were talking about. So please don't tell me that I'm uneducated or flat earthers are going to use science to blah blah blah, because that's fucking ridiculous. I'm just trying to get you to the understanding that, being as we now know what a hypothesis is and an experiment, you know, science, anything that is claimed to be science must follow that method that me and you have reached an agreement upon. Yes?
Yes.
Brilliant. Don't bring up statistics again then. We can move on.
Okay, so what do you have to say about that? Using what you just said, we know the Earth is round. So what do you have to say?
No, dude. Wow.
That's
No.
literally
Wow.
what we've done.
No.
Okay,
No.
I think I got something for this.
I mean, I just don't know what to say.
Okay, with education comes articulation. Are you able to articulate this globetard that you're talking about?
I think you're talking to him because I'm the globetard, right?
You. No,
No,
the
I'm a
globetard.
globetard.
No, you're just you, but you're talking about the globetard. I'm just curious that you also said that your claim is that you have this high level of education. Education and articulation are intertwined. The more education you got, the more articulation you have. So I'm wanted to test this claim of yours. Can you articulate this globetard you're talking about? Like if I gave you the floor, you have unlimited time. As long as you're talking globetard, I'm listening. How much articulation do you have?
Globetard.
Or however you would frame it. Space ball, lava ball, water covered in the vacuum of space. I framed it as globetard because that's kind of what I'm hearing right now.
Okay, so what specifically are you looking for?
Anything you can articulate. To pick one topic inside globetard, and if you've got any level of education at all, you'll be able to articulate it. I predict, using a flat Earth model, you won't be able to articulate anything at all. Nothing new under the sun.
Articulation and flat Earth model are two different things, but that's why I'm asking because I want clarification. Okay, hold on.
I'm using the flat Earth model right now to predict nothing new under the sun. Okay, this is my cause and effect relationship.
I'll keep it very simple. I'll keep it very simple. The reason that things, when you look up in the sky and things are circular, is because of gravity.
Brilliant.
What about that?
Brilliant.
That's
your level of articulation.
That's my level of articulation. Let's talk about it.
Excellent. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity, please?
Yeah, just look at his claim. Like he looked at balls in the sky, and he said he's a ball in the sky. So if you
no, I am not a ball in the sky. I never said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
You're on the ball in the sky.
Well, he made a cause and effect claim.
I am on a ball in the sky. Yes, or not our sky, but I'm in a ball in space. We have a sky.
In the sky.
No. We have a sky, but there is no sky in space. This is a scope problem. This is a scope issue.
He did make a cause and effect claim, though. Balls in the sky form due to gravity. So can we start with an experiment for gravity, please?
Bings, you know what a hypothesis is now, my friend. Can you give that for gravity?
Wait, are you talking to me or them?
You said balls in the sky because of gravity. Our question to you is, do you have a scientific experiment that proves that then, please? Being as I've
E
taken
equals mc squared. So energy equals mass. What is it? Yeah, you just. I mean, people have done this. You can go through. When we drop an apple, right? When you drop an apple, it's not because we're flat.
People, not you. You didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
So you were looking for a cause and effect relationship. Your cause is gravity.
Yeah,
Your effect are
now
balls
we're
in the
going
sky.
backwards. Now we're going backwards.
No, it's
I'm
still
trying
the
to go
same
forwards.
spot.
I'm going with you forward.
No, right here. Your articulation, your level of education is being tested right now.
Dude, I'm a computer scientist.
Okay. So you
And that
said
has
gravity.
it's not I'm not gonna
Fine.
say that I'm a fucking like physicist, but I did physics.
Fine.
Like I can understand and I can give you equations
I don't.
that
Who
we
cares?
tested
We
this.
don't care
No,
about
I'm
you.
just
We just
saying
want
it
your
doesn't
experiment.
matter. No, I'm telling you, this dude.
My
Okay,
friend,
so
please.
what do you guys think? Einstein was just he just didn't say like
Shut up
Newton.
and give the experiment.
Okay, what did Newton do for you guys? Do you guys not believe that Einstein and Newton like meant anything?
Hold on.
That's
It
not an
doesn't.
experiment. Try
Just,
again.
just
No, I'm just
give
saying.
the
I'm asking you a question.
Yes. Just give the hypothesis for either Newton or Einstein, please. Just give the science, mate.
Okay, so
You making a claim.
when Newton what was the
Give the
apple, right?
hypothesis.
Hold on.
Give the hypothesis.
The hypothesis was why do things like fall to the ground, right? Why do
That's
these
not a
things like
hypothesis.
no, hold on. This is where it started. Let's go back to the fucking
Hey, there. Okay, now flesh it out. Give the hypothesis. Tell us how the experiment was done. Give us the IV and DV. Be concise, please. Don't start rambling about yourself.
Use education that you claim to have.
I'm giving
Articulate.
you it. The reason that we have the gravity that we have is because other people who were not me, which I know you guys disagree with.
I don't care
they
about
weren't-
people. I want the experiment.
The experiment is within the mathematics. And I know you guys disagree
Hold
with
on.
that.
Hold on. So we had this conversation for 20 minutes now. Maths you can abstract from science. We're
Yes.
asking for the science
I
where
understand.
something was good. So something was manipulated to see if the phenomena happened. You know, the hypothesis that I took 20 minutes to explain to you. So whether it's Newton, whether it's Cavendish, whether it's Einstein, can you give the hypothesis, please, in a very simple if this, then that statement?
So the best way that I can make this make sense is that in the 1700s we used
You're already off.
Hold
You're
on.
already
No.
off.
The way that we
Already
were
off on a
able to
tangent.
find hold on.
Just
The
ask
way
for the
that we were able
hypothesis in a simple if-then statement. Try again.
if the math works, then we are able to find a new planet. This
Fucking hell.
planet that we found was called Neptune, and we did this
Fuck.
from mathematics.
Fuck. So you started with if
I just
mathematics.
used your logic because you didn't want me
No,
to go
listen,
through this.
Listen. You said if mathematics. So that means that mathematics is your presumed cause? Dumbass.
Mathematics is a force of nature. It's not my presumed cause or anything. We can talk
So
about
why the
magnetism.
fuck?
We can talk about electrical
why
magnetism. We can talk about anything.
Dude, why the very fuck when Mean Heretic asked you for an if this then that
And
statement? You
I
said
gave him. That's how we found the planet Neptune. I gave
excellent. So
him.
you said
If the
if math.
mathematics works,
If math. You
then
said
we
if
found
math.
something called this planet Neptune.
If
That's
math.
like I don't know what to say to you.
Exactly, because you're not listening. Heretic and I asked you for a very simple if this
I
presumed
did the
cause.
I did the
Why are
if
you
this
interrupting?
then. I did that.
Why are you interrupting? Why? We asked you for a very simple supposition into a cause and effect relationship. You know, the hypothesis. So we asked you for the if this, then that statement. You
If this
started by
mathematics
saying,
works, then we were able to find this
listen,
planet called
dummy,
Neptune, which we have.
listen. You said if math. So
Yes.
if independent variable math, if I vary and manipulate math,
Yes.
why have you not followed this?
We do follow
Why are
math.
you not understanding?
We do follow mathematics.
Well, then give me the presumed cause, and my God, don't say if math. If this, presumed cause, then that phenomena.
I'm
So
not really
give
sure what
me,
you want me to say because the way that we were able to find this planet was through mathematics. So
yeah, but we've asked you.
maybe that's where I'm stumped, and I want you to
We've asked you
explain
for
to me
science.
what I don't
We've
know.
asked you for science. We've asked you for science. We've asked you for the hypothesis, not math.
Ask me for the
So what's the
hypothesis.
hypothesis for gravity
If
then?
this okay, the hypothesis is that if our maths about gravity works, what ends up happening is because we didn't know what was happening within the gravitational pull there. We didn't know. So if our maths works, then something will be discovered. And what ended up happening was that we discovered a new planet. So I'm not sure how else to say that.
Oh my God, you still don't know after 25 minutes
What do
of
you
me
mean I don't
explaining to
know?
you.
What am I not saying to you that you don't understand? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to
It's
say.
because you keep
Correlation
interrupting.
doesn't always see causation, but
It's
sometimes it
because
does.
it's because I took 25 minutes to explain to you what a hypothesis was, and you still can't formulate one.
It's a lack
That's
of
the problem
education.
here.
Yes, it is. It's an if-then statement about a cause and effect relationship in the natural world. They've told you
And I
so many
respect this.
times.
I respect that you guys are skeptical about these things. I think that
Oh
you
my!
should be this
Don't
way.
talk about
I
us
think you should
again.
be
It's
skeptical.
getting old
I
too.
know. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. The issue though is that where do you wouldn't have a
I'm
home
skeptical.
or a
You know
computer
your
to be
position.
able to be on the internet and have this conversation if you didn't trust in something or anything. In the same skepticism that you're
We're
trying
just
to.
asking for the experiment.
Dude, what experiment?
So
I can show you the moths, but if it didn't come from me, because I didn't create it, someone else did. I can't test it.
Okay,
I can test
articulate.
it because the math works, but I'm assuming that it's from some
What
other.
experiment?
We're not asking you for maths, my friend. We're asking you for science, where the researcher varies and manipulates what he presumes the cause is to see if it has the effect. 30 minutes I took to explain that to you. Why can't you give it to me pertaining to gravity?
Guess I
Newton,
don't know.
Cavendish, Einstein.
Yeah,
you
I guess I don't
But you
know.
believe it to be. Well, you can't. How can you know if you haven't been able to tell me?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Seriously, I
That's an
really
acceptable
guess I
answer.
don't know. Yeah, yeah.
I'll go with that. You don't know. Brilliant. Thank you.
Articulate a lack of articulation. You don't know. You don't have the ability to articulate your answer. So why? I don't know why you thought you could come in here swinging the big dick like somehow you're educated and everyone else is not. When you don't know this content, you've never been able to articulate it.
That
You
said,
never
I will
learned it.
tell him I do honestly respect the I don't know answer because that's as valid an
Yeah,
answer
me
as
too.
it gets.
I respect it too because it's a wake up call that he was able to get there himself. Because he's like, "Yo, trust me, bro, I'm educated."
No, I didn't say trust me. I said I do know, but this moth is on the backs of other people that I trust to have given us enough technology and where we are today.
So now you've taken back the best thing you've said the whole time.
I'm saying I don't know how to respond to what you guys are looking for. That's the truth. And I do stand by I don't know, but it's not that I don't believe in science. I just don't know how to have a conversation.
That's the most anti-science thing you can say. Science is built on a lack of belief. You don't believe it. You verify it. You don't trust it. Trusting science is completely antithetical to what science is.
I can show you how. No, everything
as soon
that
as
we
you start
do
trusting
makes
the
me trust
science, you don't have science anymore.
I can build something right now. I can build a keyboard, which is trusting science. I can show you an AMA. I can show you an MAA. I can show you MAA radio waves that bounce from the moon back. I can show you science. I can show you an engine and how it works. I can show you science. So I don't really understand what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
You haven't been able to show you a hypothesis. How are you going to show me science? Oh, go ahead, Jedi.
We're just going to be sorry, Kurt, I do apologise, mate. We're just going to be going around pseudoscience again, that definition that we reached 45 minutes ago, where something is claimed to be science but does not follow the scientific method. You remember that scientific method?
You're right. Yeah.
So the things that you just uttered over the last minute aren't science.
This goes back to the problem with modeling too, where you don't have a scientific model, but you think you do. And then you haven't been able to adjudicate this model because inside your model, which is supposedly you thought was science, it had a cause and effect relationship in it that built the model.
Do you want me to build a light for you on camera? I can build I can show you how, because I had to do an electrical engineering degree too. I can show you how a light bulb works. This is science.
Brilliant.
So what you're saying is false.
No, that's based upon known cause and effect relationships, and then we build technology off of those things that are known to be true.
Yes.
No, we
And
stop,
the cause
we
and
stop.
effect of
Sorry.
the moon
What?
existing is are waves that you see in the ocean.
Okay,
Pardon
so you have
me.
to
Say
change.
that.
Write that out as a hypothesis. This will be a wake up call right here. You said the moon causes waves in the ocean. Can you write that out as a hypothesis?
We think you meant tides, but no worries.
Yeah, waves, tides, it's whatever. Just see if you can write that the moon causes X. Okay, write it out. Let's see what it looks like.
Are you gonna go to like a gravity argument? Sorry. There's a different
I'm just seeing where you
pull.
can.
Is this
Will
gravity?
you form a hypothesis for once in your life? For
Is
one
this
time.
gravity that you're gonna go to?
No, once in your life. You said
It's
the
not
moon
if moon
causes
then
something.
waves.
Okay, the moon does something. What does the moon do?
The moon causes a gravitational pull which collides. That gravitational pull collides with Earth and the sun, and then we have these things that we call waves.
That
Okay,
mass
Or
attracting
tides.
mass.
Sorry, tides.
Sorry. Which gravity are you talking about? Is that mass attracting mass or bending?
Yeah, mass
Which
attracting
one?
mass, yes.
So the
The
one that was
moon-
superseded. Dude,
Yes.
listen. The one that was superseded over 108 years ago by Einstein and his general relativity, as in the bending and warping of space-time. You're going to go back to the old one that was removed. The one that is taught to people in primary and secondary schools, but when you get to higher education, they say, no, it's not mass attracting mass. It's Einstein, bending and warping of space-time. You're going to go back to mass
Nobody
attracting
said
mass, are you?
it's not bending and warping of space time. That's false. You just that's not genuous. You
Holy
know what
shit!
you just said
No
was
one
wrong.
said that.
Nobody.
You
That's
said-
what he just said.
No, you
That's
said
what
that.
he
No
just
one's
said.
ever said that bending and warping of space time is.
I didn't bring up space time. What the
No,
fuck
you brought
are you
up
talking about?
you brought up gravity. Gravity. You said the
No,
moon is
gravity-
gravity.
The moon
is
does
gravity
yes.
water.
The moon does have a gravitational pull. Yes.
Okay, show that. How? How does it have that?
Oh my gosh! It's Einstein's theory. It's relativity.
Which is based upon what?
Okay. What point? Okay, what point do you have?
Well, my point will be this.
How do you
I
explain
want you-
tides?
It's not my claim, my friend. That's your claim. I'm not going to be explaining something
Well,
that
I
don't know.
want to know because maybe let's say I am wrong. I believe in science. You tell me what is your explanation for waves then? I would love to know because you're making it seem that I'm completely wrong about my worldview. So how do waves form for you?
That would be wind.
Holy shit.
Okay.
So
and he could do it. You could show you an experiment. You can change, manipulate wind and create waves over water. You can do this yourself. You don't have to trust him. He can show you the scientific method, the process, the experimental setup, and you would be able to do exactly the same thing and get exactly the same results. Now you have to demonstrate your idea.
The thing is, let me give you an example of why this is a little bit strange to just say wind.
It's not strange. You can prove it yourself.
Look. When in certain places there still is winds moving in different directions that waves are not interacting with. This is a fact. So what you can here? How what's the best way I can say this? It's hard because if I put the way that you would want to see it is if I put like a bowl of water, the only thing, and then I put if I put a bowl of water, the only thing that would influence it is wind. The issue is that the scale that you guys are talking about these things are just not. They're not.
Okay.
They're not good.
Very
Sorry,
good.
I have a question.
I do apologize. That's fine. Can you hold on to your question? When you said waves, I was kind of hoping you meant tides, right?
Tides, waves, whatever. Yes.
Okay, so let's just go with tides, mate, because we can make waves with varying means. But your question, I think, was about the moon affects the waters of the earth. Raise and lower. Those are tides, right?
I say waves because the way that you're speaking about tides is different than what I would say, and I'm not trying to get caught up in this like linguistic dispute. Waves, right? The way that I think about what we're talking about when it comes to gravitational pull is things that I would call waves. I'm sure that you can have like tides that are caused by winds or any of these things. I understand that some things do. I see where you're coming from, but you won't understand where I'm coming from. I respect.
Right. Okay. Can we hold on just a second, guys? Just a second. I think we should move it on to someone else now. You've had quite a while on the mic.
Fair enough. Yeah, you guys.
So we appreciate your contribution and definitely listen in, ask questions when relevant. But let's just give a chance to some of the other new people and see if they want to ask anything.
Yeah, he's playing video games. He's too distracted.
I literally wasn't. I've been sitting here paying attention to you this whole time.
Well, I was gonna say that he actually dropped the video game and I was trying to have the conversation. So well done, dude. You actually went up the stair a few stairs. So well done, bro. Well done.
I just jabbed you. I was it was a light tease. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, don't take it that
all
serious.
good. Thank you for
Okay.
participating.
I did just want to touch point on the tides and the winds. How does wind possibly affect tides? I just want to know. I really don't. I'm just jumping in here. I just want to know what your explanation is. How does winds affect tides, raising and lowering throughout the day?
He was talking about waves. He was confused.
Well, let Jedi answer because this was Jedi's point.
Well, I just wanted to know his explanation of why tides happen. Then
That's fine. So basically, I thought the gentleman was misspeaking when he was talking about a correlation between the moon and tides. I thought he said waves when he meant tides. He asked me how tides were formed. Shit, you can have loads of different reasons. One of them's wind. So if you want to go on to tides, that's fine. Somebody else can answer that question.
yeah, I just want to know a flat earther's explanation on what tides or how they're formed, or like morning and evening, things like that.
All together now, we don't know.
Turtles.
Wouldn't a decent explanation be the moon and its gravitational pull?
It would be if you could provide a scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity that you're talking about.
That's true. I don't know.
Oh, wait,
on the online somewhere.
How many high tides and low tides does the moon pull a day?
2.
Yeah, 2. Let me see what the tide difference is.
Well, it doesn't.
When you do that quick Google search, sorry,
Yeah,
I do apologise. When you do that quick Google search, can you tell me how many tides are observed around the British Isles in one 24-hour period, please? Because it ain't fucking 2.
They even have tide watches.
Some places on the Earth can have 3 tides, 4 tides, 5 tides, 6 tides a day. If we're going to be talking about the moon
Some
doing
places
that,
can have
then
The sun, different parts of the world. Around the UK, there are mostly 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. This is called a semi-diurnal regime.
I was trying to get you to attach that to.
So for
something National Tide and Sea Level Facility.org is saying that short-term periodic rise and fall of world's oceans, they result in the gravitational interaction between the Earth, the Moon, and to a lesser extent the Sun.
So how many tides were around the British Isles? 2 up, 2 down. Add them all together, that's 4, right?
Yeah, 4 changes.
Awesome. How many times does the moon go across the sky in one 24-hour period?
The moon, I don't know. I'd have to see like.
It pulls from in front of us and it pulls from behind us.
Right, and the sun is allegedly has some extent to it as well.
And if you want to check on it, it's the one where the moon is in front of us that's the higher tide, and the one where it's behind the Earth that's the lower tide. Debunked. Checkmate.
Awesome. So
okay, it's the center.
No, that's fine. What's the cause of that then?
Hold on here. What cause attention to? You can only read so fast, you know.
Which fine.
Somebody said the word about 3 or 4 times. Begins with G, ends in avity.
Gravitational attraction between the Earth and Moon exactly balances the forces required to maintain the Moon's orbit. Elsewhere, the two forces are not in
Awesome.
balance and give rise to the so-called tide generating force. Excuse me.
Awesome. So
Yes.
no one's going to deny that there seems to be no one's going to deny that it appears to be some kind of correlation between when the moon's about and when the sea's doing something. No one's going to deny that. The claim on the table, though, is gravity. So we require a scientific experiment, a hypothesis, a valid one, a hypothesis test that proves this to be true. That we can have a correlation, that's fine, but there seems to be a claim on the table that gravity is doing that. The question is which type, and have you got a scientific experiment for it?
I don't know. I'd have to see what pulls the moon into our orbit. Let's see here.
Well, you would have to also prove that orbits are even possible, right? I mean,
I sent it in.
Well, clearly,
chat.
I mean,
I sent it inside chat. This is exactly what we were talking about before, but I'll let him finish it.
Well, clearly, if there's tides directly correlating from the moon, then there has to be some type of, or like from what they say, it's directly correlating from the moon. There has to be some type of orbit for that to be possible. So that's just kind of like a part of the theory, I guess.
So it's twice a day that.
If the Earth, go on.
No, yeah. When I asked you earlier, my phone died. When I asked you earlier how many times a day, I wasn't asking so you could tell me how many. I was trying to get you to tie that to the moon. The claim that the moon is causing that.
Said moon and the sun.
Twice a day. And so we've added the sun now.
No. I originally stated that. If you would have listened, you would have heard that. So that's on you.
Okay, so where's the evidence of that? Or just because you said so?
No, I was stating from some type of national sea level tide indication site. I don't know. They're an organization.
Okay,
I guess.
no. I'm just, dude.
I'm just reading from scientists that are smarter than me.
Okay. Well, you can go to the beach. All you have to do is go to the beach over a 24-hour period. You'll see high, low, high, low. So how many times is the moon causing that? I'm trying to get you to realize that it's just. Is it just because
figuring out now?
Yeah. Is it just because you say so?
Gabriel, I've
or
muted all of them so I can hear you. Okay.
Is there any rhyme or reason to the actual moon doing this?
It's testable and predictable.
You can say it could be something else, but I don't know. You can say that.
I can't say until I've read something about it. So hold on one second. Someone can interject while I'm doing this, I guess.
Look up tide tables.
Look up tidal nodes. Apparently, there are points that defy this moon's and sun's gravitational pull on the seas.
That is false.
Tidal nodes, amphidromic points, clack away. I know a lot of you guys are new to this, but you come in here telling the story and just think you're
Well,
telling
the only
story
reason I'm
and
just being
it's
respectful
gospel.
for a different conversation.
Well,
So someone
okay,
else
yeah.
interject, yeah.
Well, I got my phone died. I tried to jump back in. I'll be silent now, but just because there's a story for it doesn't mean it's gospel.
What about solar eclipses?
The solar eclipse, that's just the moon getting in front of the sun. Doesn't matter if the Earth's flat or not, that's the moon getting in front of the sun.
It'd pull in a different way.
Yeah, but how does that happen? You can't just say that, like, oh, the moon gets in front of the sun, but then it's like orbiting up in this dome, according to you guys, right?
Eric Dubay explains it on a flat Earth. You could look that up. It's pretty much foolproof. His explanation. It's all scientifically reproducible.
I suppose the bigger question is what causes a lunar
I would
eclipse.
love to see
That's
this.
got
Eric Dubay.
Yeah, Eric Dubay on
Do you
YouTube.
have like the video that I can see? Sorry, maybe I won't be able to spell his name.
Yeah, I could send you it.
All right, thank you. I'll watch that while you guys chat.
suppose the
Well,
better
Eric
question would
Dubé
be
is not any authority to how the luminaries work. Sorry.
One of the things they observed, whenever the sun and the moon are on the same line with Earth, their gravities act in the same direction, which is like solar eclipse, like things like that. Creating the biggest high tides, spring tides. Spring tides occurs during a new moon or full moon. On the other hand, during the first or last quarter of the moon, the Earth-Moon line is vertical to the Sun-Earth line. Thus, the lunar high tide is pushed down by the low solar tide, creating the weak tides called neap tides. There's also another factor affecting the tides: the ocean itself. Blah 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 blah. Moonquakes due to Earth's gravity. There's a whole bunch of shit. I guess. I mean, it's gonna take forever for me to fucking.
Endless
I don't know.
stories.
Yeah, endless observations, I guess.
Stories
endless correlation.
attached to the
Endless correlation. Sorry, very quick
You know,
question.
do you
Is
also know that
correlation?
there is
I mean,
huge lakes? There are also huge lakes around the world that
So why
don't
do you
have
believe
any
his
tides.
stories versus scientist stories?
Yeah, do the Great Lakes have any tides? Let me look that up.
No, they don't.
Well, I believe Eric Dubay over scientists because Eric Dubay is a real scientist. He actually goes out and experiments himself.
Have you?
Yeah, they do. True tides, changes in water level caused by
You
same
think
thing
people that study
on the Great
things
Lakes.
like they don't experiment things?
They do, but they don't experiment correctly. They might be experimenting, but they might be experimenting irrationally and illogically.
The
There's no
largest tides
experiment
caused by
what
the
causes a
told what
lunar
to
eclipse or a
experiment, right?
solar eclipse anyway. It's all kind of moot.
There is an illogical way to go about using the scientific or a false scientific method. I mean, definitely that's been proven. You could definitely utilize a false scientific method and think that it's a real scientific method and go about thinking that it's a logical principle of phenomena of
Sorry,
nature, but
just for clarity.
causality. But
Just for clarity, what is the scientific method? Just for clarity.
hypothesis,
Just so you. Yeah.
form a
Produce
hypothesis, a causality.
and which are the two constituent parts of that hypothesis, mate?
Causality and forgot the other one. Forgot what it's called, but
Something the cause something to happen. The happening phenomena.
oh, the cause and the happening. Yeah, exactly. Yep. The cause and the phenomena.
So that's awesome. So observe a natural phenomena, predict a cause, and then test it in an experiment.
Yep.
Awesome. So that's the scientific method, right?
I'm pretty sure there's more. There might be more. I think, honestly, to be honest.
There's one other step.
Yeah,
Which
I think
is
there's one
after you've
more.
done the experiment, that would be falsifiability. Verify. You do the experiment, and then you give it to me. I'll do it, and then I'll give it to my mate, and then he can. Right?
Yeah, it has to work for everybody, like the same way. It has to. You have to get the same results, and have you have to. It has to be the same variables, same experiment, same everything.
Cool. I'll ask you the same question that I asked the gentleman about 45 minutes ago. Is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh no, there is not a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. Well, or not at least the shape of the Earth, but there's not a scientific experiment that proves like. Yeah, I guess you could say the shape of the Earth or like the cosmology of the Earth. I guess you could say. There's not
Yeah.
a
So
scientific
there wouldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object. Right?
Yeah.
Does everybody agree, all globe earthers on the panel, apart from this young gentleman who I'm kind of liking? Does everybody agree that that's what the scientific method is, and science doesn't prove the shape of it?
What he's saying is false. We do
Is it?
know how spheres work. We do this. That's why when you study geometry, you can conceptualize what a sphere is. This is
Is that science?
And then we're not just
Is
a
that
sphere.
science?
We're called the Earth is what's called we're an elliptis. So it's a little
Is
bit
that
different.
science or
It is
geometry?
science. It is science. Yes.
Hold
No,
on.
that's just
Being as
math.
It is
sorry, my friend. Being as my
Maths is
friend and
part
I
of
just
science.
formulated up.
What is STEM?
Being as
Science. What is it?
dearie me, this poor guy.
I mean,
Does science deal with
say,
cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world? Yes or no?
Sorry, you're talking to the other guy or me?
Yes.
Talking to you.
Wait. So how is science not the same thing as mathematics? I'm sorry.
Because science is where you presume a cause of something happening, then you, the researcher, I'll call you a scientist in this instance, physically varies and manipulates what he into the cause in a laboratory setting. You know, an
But
experiment.
you're saying if we use mathematics, you're not indulging in science, correct?
You can abstract math from science, but math you figure out in math class and science you do in science class. They're two slightly different things.
Yes, but
mathematics is
maths
used like a language.
derives from science, which you
Mathematics is
admitted
used
to.
like a language to make your observations workable, to put it down onto paper what it is that you are seeing, so that you can work with
Yes.
it, so that you can make predictions. But that in itself is not science. Science is the scientific method. Math is directly correlated,
Yes.
like used to translate essentially like science into English or into language, so that it can be verbalized or even worked with on paper mathematically.
Correct. So how do we do this under what you guys are saying? Like, how are you guys scientifically proving something? Because then you'd be in the same boat as other scientists, or quote unquote mathematicians or scientists. So what you're saying is just as false.
No,
if
I
you're
keep
going
on.
to use this.
I've been listening for a while today, and every time the flat earthers are pointing out how whether
All right, Lou, you've
whether or
been
not
hogging the mic.
people
Step
put
aside.
on a
Step
flat earth
aside.
is not a
I'm just
scientific
kidding.
is
Sorry, Lou.
not a
I'm just playing.
scientific question. You just reverse it and be like, well, then show me what you got. We're more or less just telling you the globe side has presented the model. They've got the so-called science that they pretend they've got the science. Well, if you've got the science, then show it to us, because we're here to debunk or at least scrutinize your so-called science or your claim.
But the thing is that it's hard to be able to do that if they don't understand how mathematics is science in its own sense.
No, we understand that. We don't have to give you a replacement in order to scrutinize or to debunk your claim.
So, okay, what would be so? But the thing is about that is that it becomes. I don't want to take away from the other guy. I'm going to start talking again. So maybe you guys want to engage with the other dude.
Oh no, I totally agree. Yeah, science is exactly basically what they nailed it right on the pin, basically, with the whole definition of the scientific method and such, and the characteristics and attributes of the scientific method or the processes. And yeah, I mean, there's no way you could really like prove something unless it's reproducible that everybody could prove themselves. You know what I mean? That's the only way that you could actually like empirically prove something.
Yeah, we
really.
can. We can. I can show you a satellite that it's called an AMA satellite. It uses waves that go to the moon and they bounce back from the moon, and we're using scientific or we're using mathematics in order to see this and calculate this distance. But to you guys, what you're saying is that that's still not science because I'm using mathematics.
Listen, what math, you can prove just about anything in mathematics. You can play with numbers in order to get whatever result you want. It doesn't mean that it's absolutely true or real. For example, like you can have imaginary numbers, negative numbers. You can't have negative of something. You can't have I can't have less than 0 or less than 1. You know, if I have less than 1, then I have none. If I have less than that, well, there's no such thing as that.
No, the
Like,
reason that we're able
so
when we use negative numbers, you're when we use negative numbers,
I
you're
don't need to go into a tangent about that. I'm making a point. Like with math, you can express a lot of things that just cannot be true in reality. You can express anything you like. You can try to mathematically prove something,
Negative
doesn't
numbers
make
are
it
true in
real.
reality.
It doesn't make it real in
Okay,
reality.
Lou,
Yeah,
when
like a point.
if you
Can you
have a
point out a
dollar,
point?
Lou, if you have a dollar and you go and you give this dollar away, now you have what's called zero, right? You have zero. This is also
You don't have
zeros.
zero. Zero is not a thing. You
Hold on.
just don't have any dollars. Doesn't that mean
Hold on.
zero?
Yes. Hold on. But now we created a concept called debt. When you have debt, which I'm sure a lot of you guys are probably in debt, you are negative. This
No,
exists
you
in
cannot.
life.
You cannot. No,
If you have dollars,
Guys,
if
There's
you
no
have
such.
dollars,
It
you're
is
guys,
like
actually
you said.
holding
You
debt.
used the correct
this is
word.
math. Are you serious?
It is near.
You
It is
guys go
nearly.
one at a time.
Blame bankruptcy then.
You
Like,
cannot actually have no money, or like less than no money. You either have
Okay.
no money or you have some money.
Yes,
Less
but
than no money is just owing money you don't have,
the
which is
problem.
zero.
Okay, so this would now we can get into philosophy. You can talk about what do they call it? Altruism. Can you have some sense of altruism? This is philosophical at this point. What I'm saying is economically, in the way that we define economics, you can have
Right, it's not
negatives.
science. I agree. It's philosophical. Can you point out a point in reality, or is that just like a mathematical concept?
The concept is what you live by. Hence why
No, you
you're
don't
in
live
debt.
by
I'm pretty sure,
concepts. You live by
you don't
reality.
owe any money anywhere. You don't owe any money?
Right, but it's a
Okay.
concept.
You're in debt, my friend. It's reality.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Which is
Can I do
reality.
the
math
bank
about
does
how
not
much
think
it
it's
would
a
take for
concept.
Superman? Can I do math to describe Superman leaping over a building with a single bound?
Yes, actually.
Does that have anything to do with reality?
Not quite, but that has
No.
something to do with calculus, which is,
Right.
if
It
it,
has nothing to do
could
with
exist.
reality. That's why science deals with cause and effect relationships only in reality.
The only way that you're able to conceptualize this thing that you call Superman is because it can exist if it was under certain circumstances.
Okay,
which
well,
he
just
was
read
able
what
to
I
exist.
posted. I'm sure Feynman knows better than you what science is. Thanks.
Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm making sense, but okay.
I'm sure you know science better than Richard Feynman. Thanks. You're actually arguing for pseudoscience, making nonsensical arguments. So, well done, dude.
Within any of those maths put into a globe Earth argument, there's going to be a little letter called R with regards to the radius of the Earth. I guess our question would be, how is that verified to be true? Not beg the question and put into the mathematical equations as if it was already proven to be true. The reason why flat earthers are here is there doesn't appear to be a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to get an R value from in the first place. So I don't care what you're talking about. If there's an R in it, we want proof of R.
Yeah, show us the radius. Show us the R. Show us the R.
I think the Earth used to be flat, but it's round now.
Thank you, Sunshine. We appreciate your thoughts.
You know, one time I woke up from a dream and I thought that
You
I
know
was
that
seeing the
round
curve,
and
but I
flat are
wasn't
not
seeing the
mutually
curve.
exclusive. All right,
made
whatever, dude.
They made it a
Round and
globe.
flat, round and
Hidden
flat
from
are not
certain
mutually
lands.
exclusive.
You know, one day
Round and flat
I woke up
are
from a
not
nightmare
mutually
one day.
exclusive.
Gemsy, that's like one of the most pointless points I've ever heard flat earthers make, and you do it constantly.
Yeah, guys, I
I'm
woke up from
saying
a nightmare one
it
day.
was flat, but now it's round. Can you
Right.
make a
Since they
make a
measured
circle?
One time
what
I had a
spacecraft?
nightmare that there was a curve, but then I fell off the edge of the curve and then I landed on a flat earth. And I
Yeah,
woke up in my
Lou likes
dream.
that point
I woke up
better.
in my dream and I was actually on a flat earth.
Has anyone
You like
ever
that point better, Philo? The guy that's arguing for the not flat but round makes a better point for you than the one I was making, Lou. What do you think?
That's a
Not
question.
flat,
Has anyone
round.
ever okay, so going on the ocean, put a boat out there to where you can't see it on the horizon, all right? Maybe it's too far away. You climb up in a mile-high tower and then you can see it. Is that a thing?
Exactly.
Does anyone ever do that ever?
Yes,
Or
I
is
have done that. I have
A
done that.
mile-high tower.
let's just
Good
say, for
job, Lou.
instance, the hypothetical mile-high tower exists around the ocean,
So
Well,
or
not
right on
mile
the
high,
top.
but like maybe I'd say
in
like
your
300,
imagination, you can
300
see
feet
things
high.
that you cannot find in reality. In your imagination, you cannot make stuff that is not in reality. Well done, dude.
No, I was just asking,
not
has there
flat
ever
no
been an
more.
experiment like that? Has there ever been an experiment like that
An
where someone was
experiment in
flying?
your mind. An experiment in your imagination.
I'm
Yeah,
just
well
wondering,
done.
dude. I'm asking, has anyone ever seen an experiment like that? That is a question that I'm just seeing if
I
anyone
can't
ever
even
has ever
follow
seen
because
that.
I have.
what is your
Yeah.
so-called experiment again? Because I couldn't hear you.
Okay, how about this? This is a little more feasible. You fly in a plane a mile high, right along the ocean line, or right along the beach, all right? And on the ground, they put a boat out so far that you can't see it, okay? But in the sky, you can see it. Would that explain curvature?
No.
No, that just means you're
Like with
you're enough
binoculars and
away.
everything, you have
You've increased
binoculars, a
your
telescope, you can't see it.
good.
Dude,
Has
but
anyone
We
ever did that?
understand that
how
if you
would
were
you
to
be
get
able to see the curvature?
higher, my friend, dude,
What?
we understand that if you were to get elevation above the surface, you can see more across that surface. You know, like climb a tree or go up to level 5 of your apartment building, climb a mountain or get into an aeroplane. You've got further away from the object so you can see more of it.
Like the boat is disappeared on the horizon through a telescope. You could see, like if the boat was on the horizon, you could see the guy waving at you. You can tell the airplane with the naked
No,
eye, and you can see the boat. Has there been an
this can be
experiment
done
like
without
that?
an airplane. An airplane actually sucks because it's moving through the air. You want something stationary. So
Exactly.
you don't need to go a mile up. Take an elevated position, or better yet,
Like a helicopter or something,
have,
I guess.
have a tower, like a lighthouse. A lighthouse would be perfect. It's along the beach. You could make this observation standing on the ground, then climb the lighthouse and try to do it again, right? Now, so if you want to go so far as to like where on the ground you cannot see the ship anymore, but you go climb the tower and you can. Like, yes, this has been done, and this is perfectly explainable on a flat Earth. It has to do with your
Yeah.
angle of angular resolution, like the angle of attack, like what you're able to see, what's resolvable to the human eye. And all optics have this, and whether you're using binoculars or using a telescope or anything like that, they all have their own angular resolution. Like you'll be able to see farther, but the limits of your eye will still like what's resolvable. The angle will still come into play. If you go to an elevated position, you'll be making that angle greater and therefore able to resolve it better. But there's a like kind of a point at it's very acute angle of like I think it's like what 0.022 or something like that degrees. It's very acute. Where all of a sudden things are just no longer resolvable. This can be demonstrated on like smaller scale, like closer objects and stuff too. Like it's been done with just a coin and sliding it across a table at level height where yeah, like it just disappears when clearly there's no curvature involved. Or there's an RC boat video that we have where just on a very small glassy like pond or river, this thing in a matter of a couple hundred yards completely vanishes from the site. But it has to do with the angle that you're able to view it at and what's resolvable. It has nothing to do with. I mean, Globers love to claim that the only possible reason why something disappearing bottom up is because they're going over, or it's falling over the curve of the Earth. But that's just simply demonstrably not true. We can do this in smaller scale not experiments, but tests to see like where clearly the curve of the Earth, the supposed curve of the Earth, the claimed curve of the Earth, just couldn't explain it away.
Would they have to? They would have to account somehow. I don't know how they would work, but they would have to account somehow the angle of directly up. I guess like a perfect 90 on each side, and account for that too. I mean, that's the only way it would show.
I mean, we spent since like 2015, 2016 talking about this stuff with Globers, like making these kind of observations and them making the same and going back and forth, debating with them about them. This has like been a long time going that we like. This is nothing new. There's all kinds of Earth curve calculators. that you can type in your elevation and the distance to what you're looking at and what the expected drop would be or how much hidden and all of this stuff. It's very precise. It's gone nowhere since 2016, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know how to work. Someone smarter than me would know.
I liked Eric Dubé's 100 proofs that Earth is not a spinning ball. Or 500 proofs or 1,000 proofs.
Jemsy, by the way, I didn't interrupt you. I waited till you were long done to tell you that your point sucked.
Your points suck, and I don't point it out. But you suck.
Yeah,
and
man,
and
yeah.
you are fucking drunk, and I don't point it out. I thought my point was good.
You want it talking about how round doesn't mean flat, like nonstop?
No, you just
Great
shut the
point.
fuck up when I'm speaking and don't talk about me and shut up. How about that?
Flat like a pizza, flat like a coin, or round like a pizza, round like a coin. Yeah, one of the best flat earth freaking arguments we've ever used.
Yeah, that's silly. Why are you talking about pizza? Do you think Earth is a pizza? That's stupid. Are you hungry after the beers? Are you like hungry now?
Dude, first off, I ain't drunk. I ain't been drinking. Secondly,
Mentally you are damaged by the drunkenness that you do almost every week, so that has an adverse reaction to your
okay.
responses.
But because I drink sometimes, I am just my points are no good.
Yeah, your points are not good. Shut the fuck up.
Would any flat earther be like? Would they consider going up to the space station, International Space Station? Would you guys ever like, if you had the chance, do that for free?
Typically,
What would
the
that
answer
prove?
there, like I mean, it. I would, yeah, I'd probably take up the offer to like see how it got fudged. You know, either that or, you know, the other risk is like, you know, people with a more paranoid mind think that would be their way of getting rid of you or something. But
true.
Accidents happen all.
Imagine a flat earther saying he wants to go to space. How stupid is that?
No, I'm not saying I want to go. I know that it
That is
can't
one of the
happen.
most
I would like to.
stupid
You're
arguments I
not
ever heard
fucking
a flat
listening,
earther
dipshit.
saying. It's just stupid, dude.
You're not fucking listening. No, to try to, if it was offered, yeah, I'd probably try to call their bluff.
It would be. I mean, see, like, let's say they would take a flat earther and they documented the entire thing. I feel like there would just be so much skepticism involved with it. It wouldn't matter anyway. It would just have to be everyone's personal experience to see it, and then.
What will we see if we go to the ISS or whatever is up there?
Like, let's say you did a spacewalk at the International Space Station. You would probably see a globe, most likely, from my opinion.
How do you know that? Why do you expect that to be the case? Have you done it?
No, I have not. I just can infer from the pictures taken from that.
Well, how would you go about verifying those? You haven't gone up there.
See,
So,
right,
like-
exactly. That's what you yourself would have to go up and experience it yourself. Then you would believe if it was
No.
flat or globe.
No,
Yep.
I would just measure the ground down here to see if it matches what they're claiming it to be, and using those pictures to support that claim. That's all.
No, I think you would have to see it yourself.
Secondly, I don't know
think.
if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware. Like, even there's not just one. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. There's other like very respected physicists and mathematicians and shit like that who has stated, like, given the height of the so-called ISS, what they claim it to be at, and the size of the Earth, that you still wouldn't see curvature from that height. So all of the pictures that you have in your head, that you've seen on TV, that you've seen on computer wallpapers and PlayStations and iPhones, like that's all bullshit. That's all CGI. That's all computer graphics, man. That's freaking mathematically, it's impossible to see what you think you would see.
Well, sometimes you will see concave Earth from those images. So is it shape shifting? Because you sometimes see the curve, other times it's horizontal, and other times it's concave. So which one is it?
Yeah. Sounds like they brought more imaginary evidence for us to look at. Well, thanks. But yeah, I would just measure the ground from the ground, and if it doesn't match the claim, then it doesn't matter how many movies or cartoons they present. Obviously, they're not reality. Simple. Check, check. Okay, I hear somebody. Good to know. Sometimes VC just goes dead on my end.
Yeah, drop the mic and we can check if it works or not. Then we can tell it's gravity working and your mic working at the same time.
It's weird how they always want us to do things that they didn't do in order to come to the knowledge that they claim to have that the Earth is a ball. How does that work?
I would go up I would go up with you. I'd like to.
Well, yeah,
you will never do it.
Anybody else at this point, like I think the reason why it's quiet is because you're like, oh shit, is that true? You're probably looking it up. Like you wouldn't see curve from there. The fact that you think that you have is it should be a little kick in the ass for you. Like, wait a minute, what was I looking at?
Isn't that like an appeal? Isn't that like an appeal to the future fallacy? In the future, one day we'll do something, and therefore true.
But wait, I thought they already had thousands of years of globe proof. Now it's future proof.
No, it's what's it called? I mean, I'm just believing in the theory that it is round. So, I would
Like
like,
a
yeah, I would
round like a pizza, like a coin, like a frisbee,
round as in like a billiards
like
ball, like an 8 ball.
table, dinner table, flat
No,
and
round
round.
is like a billiards ball, but more oblong shape, allegedly.
Well, you said it yourself, believing.
Yeah, you believe that the Earth is flat by certain scientific tests. I believe that the Earth is curved by certain scientific tests. So, I mean, yeah, we're just butting heads at this point.
It's just the way I observe it and experience it.
Right. That's the way I observed it and experienced it.
It's not a mere belief in my head, right? It's just what I observe and experience.
Yeah,
Whereas
same,
like Santa
same.
Claus, that would be a mere belief in my head. The globe, that would be a mere belief in my head. Flat water at rest, that's just observable. That's reality.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's the same. I agree
here's
with.
the difference between you and us, though. Like we both experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We both have that experience. You have the belief that it's something more. We have done tests to see if it is indeed your claim, something more, if it's curving away from us in all directions. And it measures flat every time. So, yeah, we have a lot more leg to stand on. We have a stronger leg to stand on, I suppose. In having our belief or faith that we are right, but it's more it's knowledge if it's true, right? And we're pretty sure it's true. Like all testing has shown us to be true. The only thing that you guys have is all like in this realm of
like
theory
hearsay or something.
Yeah, it's all theory and philosophy, and it's specifically designed to be unfalsifiable. It's kind of weird that way.
It's not a scientific theory. It's not a theory.
Yeah, no, like Trinity. Yeah, that's the rhetoric that typically is among the flat earth. We know. You got to say we know for a fact. Like, I'm one of the few who would be more like Jaren. Actually, I'll take the freaking criticism later and say like I can't know 100%. I will take the. I'm 99.999% sure on this one. You know, like all the evidence I have suggests that it's flat, but there could be something I'm missing. There always could be something I'm missing. A lot of flat earthers don't like
Obviously,
that
you're
point.
missing a bunch of stuff because the flatness that you're describing is under your feet, but that's not the only thing of this realm. You are in a medium. Above you, there's the sky, the heavens above. Flat earthers don't take that into account. They just want to talk about what's below their
Well,
feet, right? While we walking and crossing. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff missing for sure.
no, but well, I mean, I don't understand that because it's like, somebody can say any weird false dichotomy, and then, you're like, yeah, I guess there could be something I'm missing. I guess I could be a girl, you know, and but it's a dichotomy. Either the Earth is curved or it's not. There's really there's no other explanation. So it's
Well,
like
on
if
that
it's not
sense,
curving, then
on
it's
the
not. What are we
curvature, there's a
missing?
dichotomy, but it's not a dichotomy because it's not curving.
From my experience, it's observably flat, and just because things disappear from the bottom up sometimes, there's no way to tell what's causing that. And I think if you look at a laser light laid on a flat concrete floor, as the laser light gets further and further away from its source, it begins to touch the ground. Now, why doesn't it touch the ground next to the laser light? Well, it's because the light is spreading out. That's like the physics of light. If you look at the inverse square law, the light wants to spread out. Now, if you add atmosphere, it's going to diverge from the center even more. So if you point the laser light right in front of you, like a foot away, it's like the diameter of a pencil eraser. But if you do it at like 100 yards away, it's like bigger than a soccer ball. So if you look at what the laser light's doing on the ground, eventually, the further you get away from the source of the laser light laying on the concrete floor, it starts to touch the ground. Well, if that light is hitting the surface of the ground, how is that any different than an image from far away, like a building or a boat? Well, I'll tell you how it's different. The light coming out of the laser is collimated, and the light reflecting off the building isn't. So even more of the building or the boat is going to hit the surface, and you're not going to be able to see it. And you can demonstrate this.
Hello?
Hello.
Go here.
Hey,
Just
I have
pausing
a
for.
question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is there an edge to the earth?
Can you
There it
get the mic out of your mouth and speak?
The mic is not in my mouth. Go back to your country. But my question was, is there an edge to the earth?
What, America? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to America, sure. So
Hey,
go ahead and ask your question.
yeah, I did. If you
We don't
choose to
talk
just
about we don't make claims or talk about really the limits to reality. Like it's a similar question as to us asking you like, is there an edge of space? Like, is there an edge to the universe? What do you know about it? Can you tell me what happens when I get there? Do I fall off? Where do I go?
What do you know about the edge of space?
so is anybody gonna engage with my question or what?
I just engage with it.
Can you answer it?
I just told you we don't make any claims about an edge or the limits to reality.
It might be a
Okay.
language barrier. He doesn't get the English that you're
So
speaking. Maybe a language barrier.
Let me help him out. If you want to go to the edge of the earth, you just go to the beach and then you walk into the water, and that's the edge.
Yo, wait.
I mean, it's interesting. Is
All
there
right, so
like
listen, this is
edge to
how.
every country?
1 second. 1 second.
Mhm.
So this is how we're gonna do things. So when I'm asking a question or when I'm speaking to somebody, I'm speaking to one person. I'm not speaking to 4, 5, 6 people. All right. I don't need other people just chipping in the
Well,
conversation.
if that's how we're
So who,
doing
am-
it, you
who,
should probably
so
call their
who am I
name out
speaking
first.
to? Who am I speaking to right now? I want to speak to one person, one at a time. I can address, you guys at one at a time, not 4 or 5 people
Spoke
at a
to me.
time.
I've
So
already made my point. You
what
didn't.
I'm
You
gonna
actually
start doing,
didn't get
what I'm
it.
gonna start doing is muting people if you guys keep talking all at once.
This
Nobody's
guy
talking all at
runs
once,
the
dude.
conversation, everyone. He is true alpha.
You spoke to me, lunatic. I was the one who answered your question at first. You sort of pretended like you didn't understand it, but I made my point. I think you get it. If you want to ask me more questions, you can address me. If you want to ask the room, I think they want to answer on it too.
Like, but you just muted me. What's up with that?
I think we were talking about the Book of Revelations.
What?
No, Uncle has some questions. Go ahead, Uncle. Ask your next question. Go ahead.
Okay, do you want to have a conversation with me? One at a time. Don't mute me.
What about your question? Why is that your question about the edge?
Hey, Auntie.
Umpty. That's not respectful. Hey, grasshopper. Hey, have some fucking respect before I put a muzzle in your mouth. That's your last warning.
This guy's not serious. Just mute his ass.
Alright, I'm gonna put a muzzle on this guy's mouth.
Yeah, just ignore his ass. He's gonna go back to cartoons.
So, chapter 6, Book of Revelations.
Nobody's talking. May I ask a question?
Sure.
All right. All right. So we can, or I guess we can't right now because there aren't any happening today. But when there are space launches happening, right? When they're launching their spaceships and their space rockets and their space probes, we can usually see the launch, and they seem to go off into the sky. Do we have any explanation for that without assuming anything that we can't prove?
Well, you can't, like you said, you already stated like everything that we can observe and be sure of. Something goes up into the sky. Do we assume that it went off into space somewhere, or I mean, you know, nothing more other than like after what happened when it went out of sight? Like you have known nothing about that. It might have gone up and come right back down somewhere else. You don't know. I don't know.
All right. That was just my question.
It is curious how when you do when you watch those things, how they quickly turn on their side, and then they claim that they're going around the Earth to do a lap or two, pick up speed. But clearly, when you watch it, especially if you do it in like a time lapse, you can see that it's making a parabolic arc, going up, leveling off, and pointing back down.
I'm really curious, like when you guys, I'm curious, like what's the innovators or who's the future of flat Earth? Like, who's like the leader or like where the most information is held?
We all speak for ourselves. We don't agree with each other, nonetheless. I mean, we don't agree with you guys,
I
nonetheless,
see.
each other.
Yeah, I see. It's skepticism. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, but most time, just skeptics that don't believe in a lot of things to begin with that seem but most of the majority of the population would deem true. So, conspiracy theorists, things like that.
I want to
Yeah,
answer
there's
that
certain
question. The
fundamentals. There's
future,
certain fundamentals that we all pretty much agree on, but you get outside those few fundamentals, and it's all over the place.
I want to answer that question. Your future flat earthers are your neighbors and possibly yourself if you're willing to look. Because the people who go outside, you can't unsee it once you check for curvature. Like there's nothing that they can show you on TV that's going to get you back in the mass formation psychosis that you were currently under to believe in the globe again. Because when you go
Well,
outside and you're like, well, fuck, that
so
thing's
Larry,
10 miles away.
so
How the
Larry,
fuck am I seeing that
the
running?
thing about your belief system, what I fundamentally disagree with, is that you will always be in disagreement with your fellow flat earthers. And there you would be you are the equivalent of a caveman that didn't
Like, I
know
mean, what a
progression.
way to
It's
cut
like
him off and
natural selection.
gaslight him at the same time.
I'm not gaslighting, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you
No,
are.
Well, I mean, aren't
that's
most
a weird thing
Globers
because
agreeing with each other?
You
Oh,
have
wait,
to.
Globers don't agree with each other either. So
No,
you
I'm just
guys
saying.
are just like cavemen
exactly.
too. You're going to be fighting over women and oil
Yeah,
and
but
land.
we're pretending like I didn't just speak about that false dichotomy, well, that the true dichotomy, either it being curved or straight. We're also pretending like Jedi didn't, and all of us didn't have a lengthy conversation about the difference between science and pseudoscience. I mean, we're ignoring a ton of information we tried to pour into him for him to respond like that, cutting you off, no less. It's just like, I don't have no time for this clown.
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Hank said there about Glober's not agreeing. I mean, we've again spent many years talking with many different Globers, people who all claim to be like, I mean, many of them claim to be experts, others enthusiasts into the field, and they all seem to be know-it-alls, Mr. Know-it-alls, but they do not agree with each other on hardly anything. Again, like they get into fights with each other all the time about how things work and what's right and what's wrong about
I
gravity,
agree.
about refraction,
I
about
agree, yeah.
freaking relativity, about all kinds of things. And their understanding of it, they're in constant debate with each other. In fact, even amongst your experts, they're in constant debate about these things.
Right, like the string theorists, the math not working. But I want to point out this guy, he's saying that because you guys disagree with each other, like that's a bad thing. But I want to point out if there's two people
No,
that believe
hold on.
everything,
Go
hold
ahead.
on, bro. Do you mind if I talk for a second?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So if there's two people that agree with everything that the other person says, only one of them's doing the thinking, right? And you'll find that people that like disagree with each other and have like long drawn out debates, they're the ones that are actually using their brain. And the people that just yes sir, yes ma'am, order followers, they have no concept of like using their own brain. They just you guys done? They're just yes men, right? So this guy thinks that yes men are good, but actually that's what slaves are.
Look, I know Elijah said, well, he poured into me and all these things. You guys did. That's why I respect your skepticism. I do. It's just it's so hard for me. And I that's why I said I want to see where you guys take this. I really and I want to see where like when
And
you
you don't
guys
know
do
why I
have
said you
answers. Wait,
gaslit
hold
him.
on.
You just gaslit
When
me.
when the earth is flat, when the earth is
You
flat,
just
I
gaslit
want
me,
to
dog.
I'm not
You
gaslighting
just
you.
gaslit me, though. You don't care?
No, go ahead.
You gaslit me, bro. And you know why. You know why I'm saying this.
I really do not. I'm sorry. I really don't.
Yeah, because I told you as it pertains to the shape of the Earth, and there is only one claim on the table that it's a globe, flat's not a shape. I told you I was skeptical before. Then I looked into it. I have confirmed in the positive that there is no globe.
Yes, and you're skeptical of the globe Earth at the same time. Those things can both be true. That means that you do not believe the globe Earth exists, meaning that you are skeptical of the globe Earth. I understand. What are you saying? Sorry. All I'm saying is that I really want to see where you guys take this. I want to see when like where the edge of the world is, or if it does continue forever, maybe a new world or something that you guys find, or the under earth, or any of these things. I'm really I want you guys, I really do want you guys to go forward with this, and I hope that I can be in contact with you guys.
It's going to take a lot of time to get like what you're talking about, finding the edge to reality itself, or finding what, like there's a lot of different theories within flat Earth. Like one thing you referred to there was what you call outer ponders, where they think there might be other suns, beyond the ice wall, stuff like that, and other worlds like that, world within one plane, right?
It'd be interesting.
That's all so much speculation. We try to focus more on like just what we can and cannot prove, and to the best of our ability. Like as it is right now, there's governments that keep us from exploring where there would be, any so-called edge that you're looking for or anything like that. Like it's off limits. And even if you could go,
what's off limits? I don't know about this. What's off limits?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's the Antarctic Treaty, signed by 53 countries or something like that. Like the major world powers are all in agreement on this.
I don't know.
And it's a militarized zone that you cannot freely explore. And even if you could, though, it's a very inhospitable environment. And how far would you have to travel to find what you're looking for, if it exists?
Antarctic Treaty System. Sorry, I have to read for a minute.
Well, if we're going to talk about the end of the world for a second, right? So we've heard that the old world is like, Ireland to Japan and South Africa to Siberia, right? Well, this is the new world. So during the Age of Discovery, right, the Icelanders went back to Europe and said that we've discovered land. And they said, what do you call it? Iceland. So today we would call it tundra, right? It's like a frozen desert. So Iceland isn't actually frozen, right? It's actually inhabitable, and it has been for quite a long time. So today we're told that Antarctica, which we're not allowed to freely traverse, is tundra, or you could call it Iceland. And I'm imagining that just like the Nordic back in the day hid their land by claiming that it was something that it wasn't, today it could be very possible that there are geothermal vents that could be irrigated to terraform Iceland. And that's actually viable, right? It's actually possible. It's not possible to terraform Mars, right? Even if you could go to Mars and create an atmosphere, what are you going to eat? Rusty potatoes? Come on. So it's very possible that there's hidden land or a new world in Antarctica or past Antarctica, if such a place actually exists. And I think it's very possible that they are, in fact, hiding resources, land, etc., etc., etc.
So I think the reason that Antarctica is not able to be explored is because, one, there's really nothing for you to go and do there. One, but as
that's the worst. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but that's like the worst So you're not allowed to explore it because they've already decided for you it's
You
not worth
just
exploring.
die. You just die. That's why maybe like murder is kind of illegal. It's like the same. It's kind of like one of those things. I'm not saying it's right. I get where you guys are coming from, but I just don't know what you would. It's probably going to change because of global warming, though. Once it starts melting and shit, who knows?
So you can't go to Antarctica because you might die, but you can go to Mount Everest because your safety is confirmed.
Well, Mount Everest is more accessible than Antarctica.
Well, I mean, if you live in South
You at least have
America,
a chance of being saved in going to Mount Everest.
really, who's going to go up there and get you? Who's going to drag your ass down and sacrifice their
They
life?
try. They still do try.
Excuse me, that is factually untrue.
Yeah, it's called the world's tallest graveyard for a reason.
That is factually untrue because the last 20% of height of Mount Everest, nobody goes up there. Helicopters can't fly safely there, and even Sherpas will tell you, "No, I'm not going to risk my life to save your dead body."
Yeah, you sign a waiver. People die there all the time. You sign a waiver saying, like, if something happens to me, then I'm taking this at my own risk and peril, blah, blah, blah.
What's interesting about that is that they'll tell you the helicopter can't fly atop of Mount Everest. You're like, certainly, Toby, why? Because the air's too thin. But if you believe heliocentric, they have a helicopter flying on Mars. The air pressure on Mars
is no
is
helicopter
way
flying on
less
Mars.
than on top of
There's
Mount
no
Everest.
helicopter on Mars?
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, it's a bullshit story. Because if they had a helicopter on Mars that can fly, they certainly would be able to fly it here. If they could fly it on Mars, they could fly it to the top of Mount Everest. There's no helicopter on God's green earth that can
Are we
fly.
talking about like a helicopter that can have like passengers and like what is your definition of a helicopter?
They supposedly have a drone helicopter.
Oh, drones are different though. That's a drone. But yeah, sure, it's a helicopter because it uses like those, like the fans.
No, it's not a quadcopter. It's literally a single, like a single prop, like a helicopter, not a quadcopter.
I'm talking about like I think the problem is that there's one is being manned by a human being versus like one not being. I think is has to be considered at least.
Difference. I mean, yeah, one can be made smaller and lighter, but it's still the idea of being able to get lift with a freaking machine, even a in an atmosphere that they claim there, which is basically. I mean, what do they claim the atmosphere is on Mars?
Yeah, this is how bad. If you believe
I don't
their
know
story,
this Antarctic treaty thing, so that is
Epsilon.
something that I did not know.
Absalom, listen for a second, okay? They tell you if you believe the heliocentric model, when they go to Mars, they need a second rocket to slow their descent down. Because there's no atmosphere on Mars, so they basically just fly in like a burning hot lawn dart.
No.
What happens is
there is an atmosphere on Mars.
No. When it gets to Mars,
there is an atmosphere on Mars.
Yeah,
but
what
the
happens is when it gets to Mars,
there is one, but
it's using the same. They're using the gravitational pull of Mars, and they're using the mathematics to create this like these drones or these things that you're seeing on Mars. That's what ends up happening because Mars still. That's why Elon Musk wants to colonize it, right? So
Wait,
it does.
gravitational pull to do
does have a
why he
container.
wants to colonize it.
What?
That's not the reason why he wants to colonize it.
It is part of the reason that he wants to colonize it.
You
Yes,
said
it is.
they use the gravitational pull to create these drones. What are you talking about?
All right, so we're using so you know how Earth has a gravitational pull?
Okay.
Mars also has one because it's a large body. So they use the mathematics and they created these drones. And then when they land this drone on Mars, it works because the math works.
Because gravity's pulling it down to help it slow down.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
gravity is doing something to whatever the maths works out to. Gravity
To
is doing
slow it
something
down.
for it.
They have to use a rocket
No,
to
not
slow
slow
it
it
down.
down. It's not slow it down. It's just it's that you can manipulate air in the way that you can create a drone that can fly around. You can
Gravity
manipulate
would
the particles that
you
go
would have
through
to
the
have an atmosphere. You would have to have pressurized air